the versatile master. You undeniably possess a righteous mentor of the great ascension stage. However, in your pursuit of cultivation resources, you must rely solely on yourself. In order to accrue spiritual stones, you not only sell chili powder as a form of Hawan powder, yet you still rely on your identity as a disciple to extort protection fees from external disciples, while the master praises your actions without reservation. And I entrust the newly initiated junior sister to your guidance. Junior sister, before we commence our sword practice, I have a question to pose to you. What do you believe is the most crucial aspect of a sword cultivator? Indeed, one might think that possessing a formidable flying sword is of utmost importance, and Qingyao assumes this as a given. Yet, you shake your head in dissent. Is the name? A well-chosen name can greatly amplify the power of your flying sword. Fortune favors the well-named. A good name can ensure you have the advantage from the very outset. Qingyao was utterly astonished, completely taken aback by the revelation. She could not fathom how the name of the flying sword could augment its power. Do you doubt it? I observe that my junior sister, radiating confidence, must have already attained foundational cultivation. Some mysteries can only be comprehended through personal experience. Thus, shall we engage in a duel? I will rely solely on my Qi refinement stage cultivation, while you may choose to demonstrate the veracity of your claims through practical combat. Qingyao promptly agreed. Qingyao was eager to experience the remarkable skills of her senior brother. She also wished to understand the reason behind your audacity. Then, the two individuals stepped back a few paces. Senior brother, I am ready. Very well, let us commence. As soon as your words fell, you witnessed Qingyao performing a hand gesture and silently reciting an incantation. A brilliant azure radiance emanated from her being, clearly indicating the invocation of a mystical technique. At that moment, you suddenly pointed towards the girl, your face betraying a look of terror. Beware of what lies behind you. Upon noticing, Qingyao instinctively turned her head to glance back, yet found nothing amiss. However, when she turned again, a 3-inch-long black flying sword hovered before her, merely an inch away from her brow. In an instant, she was drenched in cold sweat. Had she truly engaged in combat with another, she would now be but a lifeless corpse. Junior sister, you have lost. In the distance, you smiled gently. Qingyao's expression was somber. After a moment of silence, she replied, Indeed, I have lost. With a flick of your finger, the black flying sword swiftly returns, vanishing into your sleeve in an instant. You should now grasp the profound intricacies of my words. With your hands clasped behind your back, you utter enigmatically, with merely my Qi refinement, I can triumph over your foundation establishment cultivation. Thus, it is evident how significant a good name truly is. Qingyao wore a look of slight perplexity. Thus, your flying sword is named Beware of what lies behind. You nod. Junior sister, a good name can exponentially enhance your prowess, even allowing the weak to triumph over the strong, saving you a great deal of time in arduous training. Thus, you must take this matter seriously. Sleeve book, reading with sleeves. However, senior brother, isn't the name consisting of the 4 characters be cautious of what lies behind rather excessive? No worries, I still possess a sword. What sword? Qingyao inquired with curiosity. Suddenly, you extended your hand. Wait a moment. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, Qingyao felt a chilling presence behind her. A sharp object pressed against her back. Undoubtedly, it was yet another flying sword. Thus, wait a moment is also the name of the flying sword. Indeed, with a mere wave of your hand, the flying sword behind Qingyao vanishes without a trace. Sister Qingyao couldn't help but inquire, how many flying swords like this do you possess? There are things I cannot disclose. I can only tell you that I possess at least one such sword. In reality, you have a total of 9 flying swords like this. At this moment, you retrieved a weathered tome from your sleeve and presented it to Qingyao. This book elucidates the methods of forging flying swords as well as nurturing them. Once mastered, it is imperative that this knowledge remains confidential. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance at any time. Qingyao, upon receiving the ancient text, felt a surge of excitement within her. Take your time to ponder over it, and tomorrow we shall descend to the market at the foot of the mountain, where I will assist you in gathering the materials necessary to craft your first flying sword as a token of our newfound camaraderie. Thank you, senior brother. Qingyao felt deeply moved. At this moment, her perception of you has shifted somewhat. Though one may be humble, it appears that you are quite commendable in her eyes. Indeed, senior brother, what does master mean by the grand competition of the sect? She realized that this might be a matter of great significance. The sect grand competition is a triennial assessment of the sect, yet it exclusively pertains to the inner disciples and the transmitted disciples, specifically focusing on the martial evaluations of cultivators who have attained the foundation establishment stage. After all, it is the duty of our order of practitioners to rid the world of malevolent spirits and to uphold justice. True strength can only be measured through the crucible of real combat. Upon hearing these words, Qingyao secretly curled her lips in disdain. Not a single punctuation mark of what you uttered could she bring herself to believe. This senior brother exuded an insidious aura, devoid of any semblance of a righteous cultivator's demeanor. Conversely, one might say you were more akin to a champion of justice. If you can secure a position within the top 100 in the sect competition, you will be rewarded with an abundance of cultivation resources. The higher your rank, the greater the resources you shall receive. At the same time, the esteemed master will also be awarded the prestigious Master Award by the Sacred Land, reaping numerous benefits. Upon hearing this, Qingyao's delicate face displayed a look of astonishment. Senior brother, Master has stated that you are certain to secure the first position, which implies that you possess few rivals among the disciples of the full dance stage. You are met with an awkward smile as Qingyao gazes at you with admiration. Senior brother, I am not as formidable as you imagine. I have merely attained the full dance stage for a year, and my cultivation is at the nascent stage of the Golden Dan. My strength does not rank among the disciples of the Sacred Land. You possess a remarkable self-awareness. The Yin-Yang sacred ground stands as a paragon of the celestial sex, renowned for a congregation of 100,000 prodigious disciples. Do not merely speak of the early stages of full Dan, even disciples in the mid to late stages are plentiful. A conservative estimate suggests that those eligible to participate in the grand competition would number over 10,000. Furthermore, the practitioners of the sacred land of Yin and Yang are no ordinary cultivators. Their knowledge, techniques, and resources are far from commonplace, incomparable to those of cultivators of the same realm. Upon hearing your words, Qingyao was taken aback. Would that not mean her senior brother was to be expelled from the sect? A powerful being at the great ascension stage, even a mere droplet of saliva, could be a significant matter. She could not bring herself to believe that her master was merely jesting. In an instant, you discerned the thoughts of your junior sister. Clearing your throat, you proceeded to explain, in truth, the sacred grounds have meticulously divided the grand sect competition into several distinct rankings to ensure fairness. The rankings of combat strength for various professions, including Dan Masters, Formation Masters, Symbol Masters, and Refiners, as well as an unrestricted Taoist combat strength ranking, are categorized into two tiers, Golden Core and Foundation Establishment. After all, it is akin to sending a group of alchemists who spend their days refining elixirs to confront a band of combat-oriented cultivators who devote themselves to the practice of martial arts that would be an act of sheer folly. Upon hearing this, Qingyao's delicate figure trembled, and a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Thus, senior brother, you stand tall, formally introducing yourself as a distinguished alchemist, the foremost in the previous cohort of the Foundation Establishment Group. Qingyao couldn't help but gasp in surprise, watching with folded arms. As she observed, she noted that a mere sword cultivator was facing off against a group of alchemists who lacked any cultivation in the wood element. It was nothing short of outrageous. At that moment, the audacity displayed was continually reshaping Qingyao's understanding of shamelessness. What kind of gaze is that? Who says that as a sword cultivator, I cannot refine medicinal pills? Now, I am also a second-grade alchemist. You assert with righteous conviction that, from another perspective, you are both an alchemist and a practitioner of the sword. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for you to wield a flying sword when engaging in combat with fellow alchemists. Your words rendered Qingyao utterly speechless. She now comprehends the essence of the notion that one's identity is self-bestowed. Nevertheless, speaking of which, it is quite remarkable that in pursuit of opportunism, a sword cultivator has forcefully elevated her alchemical prowess to the second tier. She suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for the golden pill stage alchemists within the sacred grounds, as they are utterly defenseless against such a despicable and shameless senior brother. Yet, to distinguish oneself among the multitude of disciples, this indeed presents a viable strategy. In your opinion, what steps should I take to enroll in the sect competition? It is nearly impossible to break into the top 100 rankings during the foundational period. You pondered thoughtfully, resting your chin in your hand. Do you possess any particular talents? Qingyao softly remarked. Before encountering my master, I primarily focused on the art of talismans, and I had already attained the rank of a first-tier talisman master. Then, let us participate in the grand competition as a sword master. If you can conceive a flying sword within 3 months, attaining a position among the top 100 should not pose a significant challenge. Naturally, bestowing your sword with an exquisite name may even grant you entry into the top 10. Upon hearing this, Qingyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, she replied. However, merely contemplating the scenes of the competition made her unable to suppress a smile. Then, junior sister, go and thoroughly study the texts I have provided you. Tomorrow morning, we shall descend the mountain to procure the materials for forging flying swords. Elder brother must also make some preparations. You led Qingyao to the thatched cottage on the left, which shall henceforth be her abode. As she gazed at your departing figure, Qingyao pondered to herself, the senior brother is rather kind to his fellow disciples. He truly embodies the demeanor of a senior. Upon your return to the room, you promptly secured the door. You then retrieved some crimson chili powder, meticulously pouring it into individual porcelain jars. Finally, you affixed labels onto each jar, ensuring they were neatly organized. After accomplishing all this, you feel a profound sense of satisfaction. Even if the Hahuan sect comes to find you, it matters not. What concern is it of the Hahuan sect whether one sells or disperses? The following day, Qingyao arose early. Throughout the night, she had not rested well, her mind incessantly occupied with thoughts of her flying sword. Pushing the door open, Qingyao beheld you in the courtyard. Senior brother, I have made my decision. I possess the water spiritual root. Thus, I shall forge the cold light shadow sword. No problem. Please put on the clothes I have prepared for you. You pointed to the garments laid on the stone table in the courtyard. Qingyao noticed that at this moment, you had donned a remarkably earnest expression. However, your attire had undergone a significant transformation, as you were now clad in a green robe adorned with embroidered cloud patterns. Yet this was not the garb of a disciple from the sacred land of Yin and Yang. Senior brother, what is this attire of yours? Qingyao inquired with curiosity. The attire of the inner disciples of the heavenly profound sect is exquisite. The heavenly profound sect is a celestial sect situated in the vicinity of the sacred land of Yin and Yang, and it is safeguarded by at least one formidable being at the Mahayana stage, thus qualifying it as a first-rate power. Qingyao stared at you in astonishment. Are you suggesting that we disguise ourselves as disciples of the Tianxian sect? Remember the words of your senior. When you venture out into the world, your identity is defined by yourself. Yet, will there truly be no one who harbors any suspicion regarding our actions? You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Qingyao, with her delicate figure and charming visage. Does this mean that we are thus inclined? Junior sister, it is precisely because no one dares to venture so boldly that we must endeavor to do so even more. Remember, the greater the tempest, the more precious the fish. Qingyao remained silent for a moment before picking up her garments and returning to her room to change. When she reappeared, you noticed that Qingyao had simply adorned herself with some makeup, transforming from a youthful maiden with fair, delicate skin into one with a darker complexion. The young disciple is indeed teachable. You nod in satisfaction. It appears that the junior sister has already recognized her own identity. The young girl furrowed her brows in discontent. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. You, F. Mountain, surely harbor no noble intentions. Such pretense serves not to deceive others, but rather to safeguard oneself more effectively. Chapter 5. Convergence and Dispersal. Sails booming, the white-clad maid stood dumbfounded, holding the golden mirror, her mouth agape, yet failing to muster a single word of retort. Upon reflection, it seemed that what Chu Changfeng had said held no fault. A faint smile graced Chu Changfeng's lips. May I take my leave now? The maid, in a daze, nodded and then shook her head in confusion. Could she leave or not? She too was perplexed. Who dares make a ruckus here? At that moment, a figure stepped forth. It was a portly, middle-aged cultivator, radiant with health and exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Upon seeing him, Qingyao's heart raced. She felt as if she were in the presence of her own ancestor. This middle-aged cultivator was indeed a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Manager Zhu, this esteemed guest, sought to purchase the golden mirror, returned it, yet wishes to take the gift. The white-clad maid hurriedly recounted the events to Manager Zhu. Such a thing had occurred? Manager Zhu furrowed his brow. Beside him, Qingyao gently tugged at Chu Chongfeng's sleeve. Senior brother, perhaps you should return the formation plate? That manager was a nascent soul-stage cultivator, far superior to them. She feared provoking him would lead to dire consequences. What is there to fear? We are in the right, Chu Chongfeng replied calmly. That is mere sophistry. Qingyao scoffed inwardly. This esteemed guest, might I trouble you to demonstrate once more so I can ascertain how to proceed? Manager Zhu turned his gaze to Chu Chongfeng, making a request. Very well. Chu Chongfeng nodded without hesitation. Moments later, the demonstration concluded, and he possessed yet another first-tier gathering spirit formation plate. Observing the two plates in his hands, he quietly mused that the world still had its fair share of good people. Additionally, he received 100 low-grade spirit stones. Refusing them was not an option. Manager Zhu, is there any fault in this? The white-clad maid interjected. The other party purchased the gift. We should not collect payment. Manager Zhu remained silent. His brow still furrowed. Qingyao sensed trouble brewing. It seemed the other party was preparing for aggression. Seeing this, Chu Chongfeng suddenly raised his voice. What is this? Is the treasure pavilion using its size to bully customers? I, Gu Chongfeng, an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect, shall not be intimidated. Qingyao was taken aback. He dared to leverage his status? Now she understood why Chu Chongfeng had concealed his identity. It allowed him to engage in despicable acts with ease. Very well, esteemed guests. Please take your leave. Manager Zhu's expression shifted through various emotions before settling into calm. To preserve the reputation of the treasure pavilion, he chose to swallow his pride. Moreover, the buy-one-get-one free policy indeed had its loopholes. Today, he would consider it a lesson learned at the cost of 200 low-grade spirit stones. However, Chu Chongfeng waved his hand. Please hold a moment. What further matters do you have? Manager Zhu inquired, his tone grave. The treasure pavilion engages in commerce, honest and fair. I have these 2 first-tier gathering spirit formation plates for sale, Chu Chongfeng stated, shaking one of the plates in his hand. What? The white-clad maid gasped. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Qingyao inhaled sharply. Her senior brother's maneuver was audacious indeed, almost taunting the other party. If she were Manager Zhu, she would have drawn her sword against Chu Chongfeng. Manager Zhu's eyelid twitched, casting a glance at the white-clad maid. The request made by this esteemed guest falls within the rules. We must treat it appropriately. Truly, a nascent soul cultivator possessed a higher level of composure. How much do you wish to sell them for? He asked Chu Chongfeng. Typically, a first-tier low-grade gathering spirit formation plate is valued at around 100 low-grade spirit stones. For 2, that would be 200 low-grade spirit stones. However, today I am in good spirits. I shall sell both for 170 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Chongfeng replied with a slight smile. The store's selling price differs from the purchasing price. Thus, 170 low-grade spirit stones for both plates was neither too high nor too low. Shameless. You dare sell them for 170 low-grade spirit stones? This is truly outrageous. I shall confront him. The white-clad maid seethed, her teeth clenched, ready to draw her sword. Chu Chongfeng's innocent smile appeared exceedingly irritating. Manager Zhu, however, stated gravely, the price is reasonable. According to the rules of the treasure pavilion, I have no grounds to refuse your transaction. The deal was struck, and Chu Chongfeng beamed with delight. Qingyao covered her face with her sleeve, feeling utterly ashamed, while the white-clad maid's eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could exact vengeance. Both of you may leave, but I advise against returning to the treasure pavilion in the future. Manager Zhu waved his hand. What does it matter? In the future, I, Gu Chongfeng of the Tianxian sect, shall never set foot in the treasure pavilion again, Chu Chongfeng declared as he strode out, tossing his sleeve. As they walked down the street, Qingyao instinctively sought distance from Chu Changfeng. Her senior brother was truly despicable, devoid of any moral compass. She could not fathom when he might ensnare her as well. Yet, Chu Changfeng did not hasten back to the sect. Instead, he selected a spot, paid 10 low-grade spirit stones for a stall fee, and began to set up shop. Qingyao was taken aback. Senior brother, what are you doing? Life is tough. Even the talented must earn a living. I, your senior brother, am well-versed in alchemy and have concocted some elixirs, hoping to exchange them for spirit stones. Why not sell directly to the treasure pavilion? They would purchase them as well. They do not recognize quality. Chu Changfeng replied as he pulled out jars and vials, placing them on the table. He then unfurled a piece of rice paper, upon which he had written words that made Qingyao's face flush crimson. It read, "Heavenly Harmony Powder. After consumption, the body warms accompanied by thirst." He is actually selling such a potion, though Qingyao had never used it. Who among the cultivators had not heard of the infamous Heavenly Harmony Powder? Even ordinary people, unaware of cultivation, had heard of its notorious name. Has my senior brother truly lost all sense of propriety? He has stooped so low as to concoct such a vile concoction. For money, he has abandoned all principles. How shameful for a disciple of the Holy Land. Qingyao's internal monologue was a torrent of scorn for Chu Changfeng. His actions continually shattered her worldview, and the depths of his shamelessness redefined her understanding. Ah, avant l'harmonie poudre? Brother, you are so bold. How much for it? What is the price? The stall owners on either side of Chu Changfeng's booth were all aglow with interest. The marketplace was bustling with foot traffic, and their calls quickly garnered more attention. Heavenly Harmony Powder, quite intriguing. Many cultivators, witnessing this scene, expressed interest in purchasing. Chu Changfeng did not rush to set a price. He waited until enough buyers gathered, ensuring he could sell all 100 bottles of Heavenly Harmony Powder in one go, before announcing the price of 10 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. After all, he was selling a counterfeit product that could not withstand scrutiny. If discovered, he would be unable to sell again. 10 low-grade spirit stones? This is too cheap. I'll take 10 bottles. I'll take 5 bottles too. Friends in front, leave some for me. You all are taking the meat. Leave a sip of broth for me. I beg you, leave just 1 bottle. I am willing to offer 15 low-grade spirit stones. In no time, all 100 bottles of Heavenly Harmony Powder were sold out. Surrounding cultivators lamented their missed opportunity. With 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in his account, Chu Changfeng was elated. Making money was indeed this simple. Alas, such a tactic could not be employed repeatedly. But it didn't matter. He had other tricks up his sleeve. The Heavenly Profound Sect. Gu Changfeng. Finally, I found you. At that moment, an enraged voice rang out. Then, a burly man over 2 meters tall, his face covered in stubble, pushed through the crowd and stood before Chu Changfeng's stall. His face was twisted with fury, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "Brother, what business do you have with me?" Chu Changfeng asked, puzzled. The stubbled brute ignored him, instead turning to the surrounding cultivators and roaring. "You've all been deceived. What he's selling isn't bliss powder, it's chili flakes." Chapter 6. I, Gu Changfeng, uphold my promises with a 10-fold compensation for any deception. What? He is selling chili powder? The words of the burly man with stubble echoed like thunder. Go ahead, taste it for yourselves. A month ago, I encountered him in another market and was deceived. The burly man pointed at Chu Changfeng and declared, "Even if you turn to ash, I would still recognize you." Gu Changfeng of the Heavenly Xian sect. Chu Changfeng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is me." At that moment, someone promptly opened a porcelain bottle and took a cautious taste. Ugh, it is indeed chili powder. How dare you deceive us? In a market governed by the Qingyao Holy Land, you dare to sell counterfeit goods? It seems you are courting death. Refund us, and we demand 10-fold compensation. The previously duped cultivators were furious, nearly hurling their medicine bottles at Chu Changfeng. Seeing this scene, Qingyao was stunned. She initially thought selling Huan San was audacious enough, only to realize that it was counterfeit. How treacherous! It is truly impossible to guard against. But, will senior brother be killed by the enraged cultivators? However, senior brother is not a good person, and those who bought Huan San are hardly virtuous either. Let them destroy each other. You want a refund? But why should I refund you? Facing the rabid cultivators, Chu Changfeng spoke methodically. First, take a good look at the name on the bottle. It is Yu Qian San, not the so-called He Huan San. I, Gu Changfeng, a distinguished inner disciple of the heavenly Xian sect, would never sell such despicable medicine. Huh? The surrounding cultivators were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the bottles in their hands, realizing that the characters of Anshu were nearly identical in size to Huan. Thus, they had indeed purchased Yu Qian San, not He Huan San, for 10 low-grade spirit stones. At this juncture, Chu Changfeng's gaze fell upon the burly man with stubble. Secondly, I must ask you, did you feel parched and feverish after consumption? The burly man hesitated. Answer me, did you? Chu Changfeng, that's for me li. Yes, the burly man replied weakly. Then it is evident. The medicine's effects are unmistakable. Chu Changfeng shrugged. But this is not what I wanted. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng displayed a look of disdain. 10 low-grade spirit stones. If you don't want chili powder, do you truly desire Yuan San? You are grasping at straws. Indeed, you must refund us today, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, you shall not leave. I could consume chili for 10 low-grade spirit stones until death. Do you truly think we're fools? The multitude of cultivators did not accept Chu Changfeng's words and refused to suffer this loss. Haha, very well. If reason fails, I am somewhat adept at physical confrontation. Chu Changfeng's expression turned cold, and he suddenly exuded a powerful aura, instantly pushing everyone back. Many trembled, their eyes widening. He is actually a golden core cultivator. How could a golden core cultivator sell counterfeit medicine? Is he not afraid of his own inner demons? Heaven, are you blind? How could such a despicable and shameless person attain the golden core? The cultivators were both astonished and furious, cursing the heavens for their blindness. However, when Chu Changfeng's gaze fell upon certain individuals, they promptly fell silent. They were merely qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. Who would dare provoke a golden core cultivator? In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. Now, does anyone still wish to return their purchase? Chu Changfeng inquired. No one spoke of refunds. Yes, we will not return. The crowd of cultivators conceded. Chu Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. Nearby, Qingyao unconsciously shook her head. Chu Changfeng was masterfully wielding intimidation. Wait, everyone, do not disperse just yet. As the crowd began to disperse, Chu Changfeng called out once more. Qingyao was taken aback. What trickery does senior brother intend now? Fellow cultivators, are there any further insights? One cultivator queried in confusion. The previous Yu Qian San was merely an appetizer. Next, I shall present a true treasure. Chu Changfeng reached into a storage bag and produced a stone. The stone was the size of a fist, radiating a faint golden light. Intriguingly, golden threads danced within. Unmistakably not an ordinary object. Could this be a gung gold stone? The burly man with stubble rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Chu Changfeng smiled and nodded. You have keen eyes. This is indeed a gung gold stone, a prime material for crafting second-tier high-grade, offensive magical treasures. It is also one of my most prized possessions. This item will be sold through an auction format, starting at a price of 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. However, as his words fell, no one bid higher. What? Do you all harbor concerns? Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. Fellow cultivator, you are not attempting to deceive us again, are you? A voice expressed doubt. Having learned from the chili powder incident, they found it hard to trust this inner disciple of the heavenly Xian sect again. What do you mean by deceive? Chu Changfeng raised an eyebrow. I, Gu Changfeng of the heavenly Xian sect, conduct myself with integrity. Well, have I ever deceived anyone? If this is not a gung gold stone, I am willing to compensate tenfold for any falsehood. Tenfold compensation? Such bravado. Upon hearing Chu Changfeng's solemn declaration, the eyes of those around him lit up. Even Qingyao was taken aback, thinking to herself that senior brother finally intends to act with integrity. I bid 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 1,800 low-grade spirit stones. Soon, more and more individuals began to raise their bids. The gung gold stone is a material for crafting second-tier high-grade offensive treasures, worth at least 2,500 low-grade spirit stones. even if it goes for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. There's profit to be made. On the surface, Chu Changfeng remained impassive, but inside, he was overjoyed. Only he knew that the Gung Gold Stone was merely a Qingyao stone disguised with a few strands of golden sword energy, costing him a mere 10 low-grade spirit stones. He still needed the actual Gung Gold Stone for himself. How could he possibly sell it? I bid 2,200 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the back of the crowd, pulling ahead of the previous bidders. The crowd parted as a slender woman in a white dress stepped forward. She possessed a graceful figure and delicate features. You? Chu Changfeng was taken aback. He recognized this woman in white as the attendant who had received them at the treasure pavilion. However, what Chu Changfeng did not know was that this woman, named Lin Miaojin, was a mid-stage golden core cultivator, a descendant of an elder from the Duobao sect, who had come to the treasure pavilion to temper her resolve. Lin Miaojin did not expect that on her very first day, she would encounter such a cunning individual as Chu Changfeng, nearly causing her resolve to shatter. Having set out to relax, she unexpectedly crossed paths with him once more. Coincidentally, she needed a Gung Goldstone to forge a magical treasure and decided to make a purchase. Are you certain you wish to buy the Gung Goldstone? Chu Changfeng asked uncertainly. Lin Miaojin inquired coolly. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? With her actions, she demonstrated her stance. The surrounding crowd fell silent. 2,200 low-grade spirit stones is no small sum. Well then, this Gung Goldstone is mine. Lin Miaojin waved her hand, and 22 medium-grade spirit stones clattered onto the table, producing a resounding clink. Subsequently, she seized the Qingyao stone from the table and turned away, unwilling to exchange another word with Chu Changfeng. Observing this, Chu Changfeng promptly collected the Qingyao stone and, gazing at Lin Miaojin's retreating figure, called out loudly, "Wait a moment. What is it? Are you having second thoughts?" Lin Miaojin regarded the despicable scoundrel before her with caution. Were it not for the undeniable bargain that the Qingyao stone represented, she would never wish to have any connection with Chu Changfeng throughout her life. With a casual wave of his hand, another 10 pieces of Qingyao stone fell onto the table. "These are all for you," he exclaimed. Lin Miaojin's pupils constricted, leaving her somewhat bewildered. She watched as Chu Changfeng scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "I, Gu Changfeng, am a man of my word. For every falsehood, I shall compensate tenfold." Chapter 7. How can my junior sister's spiritual stones be more significant? I, Gu Changfeng, uphold my promise to compensate tenfold. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaojin felt as if struck by lightning. Goodness! To voluntarily offer tenfold compensation implies that the vendor admits to selling counterfeit goods. This fellow is truly despicable. Thankfully, I am poor. Otherwise, this shameless rogue would have swindled me again. Around them, voices of discontent towards Chu Changfeng rose in chorus. Even Qingyao gaped in astonishment. Is this truly permissible? This is utterly astonishing. Chu Changfeng's audacious maneuver has once again reshaped her understanding. Deceptively cunning, it is impossible to guard against. The shamelessness of my senior brother knows no bounds. Crack! At this moment, Lin Miaojin exerted force and actually shattered the Qingyao stone. It was counterfeit. It was a Qingyao stone infused with the power of metal, masquerading as the real thing. Gu Changfeng, I shall have my vengeance. Lin Miaojin suddenly raised her hand, a 40-meter-long blade hovering above her palm. Hiss! Chu Changfeng gasped in astonishment. What kind of good person wields such a weapon? However, in the next moment, a thunderous voice echoed. Who dares to act recklessly within the marketplace of the Yin-Yang sacred land? Lin Miaojin's blade did not descend, as a youth clad in black and white Taoist robes appeared on the scene. This individual was recognized by Chu Changfeng. He was Feng Yin, the true disciple of the Purple Thunder Peak's master, a single-minded fellow at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, responsible for overseeing this marketplace. The person behind you has deceived me, and I shall kill him. Lin Miaojin was genuinely furious. Chu Changfeng had repeatedly misled her, causing her to lose her composure. My dear girl, I too have offered tenfold compensation. Why must you be so aggressive? Chu Changfeng helplessly spread his hands. Yet, mentioning the tenfold compensation only infuriated Lin Miaojin further. Who needs your paltry compensation? 10 genieing stones amount to only 100 inferior spiritual stones, while you have swindled me out of 2,200 inferior spiritual stones. There are rules in the marketplace. Whether one gains or loses depends on one's discernment. If anyone, like you, resorts to murder upon suffering losses, who would dare to trade here? Fang Yin frowned and coldly remarked, I shall speak a word of reason. Since he has already offered tenfold compensation, let this matter be settled. Fairness? Where's the fairness in this? You swindled me out of 2,200 inferior spiritual stones and offered a compensation of 100, and you call that fair? Do-yi, Lin Miao Shen. Lack that 100 spiritual stones? Meanwhile, Fang Yin cast a glance at Chu Changfeng, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Selling counterfeit goods is indeed wrong. But your attitude in admitting fault is remarkably sincere. Merchants like you are rare. Huh? Is that a compliment? For a moment, Chu Changfeng nearly believed himself to be a good person. He felt touched and resolved to refrain from selling counterfeit goods in the marketplace managed by Fang Yin in the future. However, those around them, including Qingyao, felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing Fang Yin's words. How did a blind man achieve the nascent soul? I do not care. I can forfeit my life. But Gu Changfeng must die. Lin Miaojin harbored an intense hatred for him, wishing for mutual destruction. The 40-meter-long blade swung towards Chu Changfeng, but was caught single-handedly by Fang Yin. Humph, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Since you have violated the marketplace rules, do not blame me for being ruthless. With a flick of his sleeve, a purple chain ensnared Lin Miaojin instantly. A mid-stage golden core cultivator is akin to a child before a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Utterly powerless to resist. Gu Changfeng, Lin Miaojin, will stand against you. Fang Yin grasped the 40-meter-long blade in one hand and Lin Miaojin in the other, retreating into the distance. A voice drifted into Chu Changfeng's ears. Your enmity with Gu Changfeng has nothing to do with me. Chu Changfeng remained unconcerned, beginning to pack his belongings. This place is no longer tenable. With previous examples, it is unlikely that any fool will fall for it again. Senior brother, should we not leave the marketplace now? Following behind Chu Changfeng, Qingyao sighed in relief, grateful to escape embarrassment. There are still some matters left unfinished. Chu Changfeng shook his head. Are you suggesting we find another place to buy counterfeit medicine? The upcoming period is fraught with tension. It is not suitable for selling medicine. We shall wait until the storm passes. Chu Changfeng shook his head. I need to acquire some rare treasures to elevate my cultivation. After all, the grand competition is approaching, and if I can break through to the mid-stage golden core, my chances of securing the title of top alchemist will be significantly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Qingyao fell silent, feeling sorrow for the alchemists of the Yin-Yang sacred land. Chu Changfeng, accompanied by Qingyao, sought out an isolated spot, where they donned the black and white Taoist robes of the Yin-Yang sacred land, revealing their true appearances. Upon re-entering the crowd, the two appeared as a match made in heaven, attracting countless gazes. Look, those are disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred land. That is our senior brother from the Tianjin Peak, named Chu Changfeng. In just a few short years, he has advanced from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage, a true prodigy. He is a paragon among men, dignified and righteous, truly deserving of being a disciple of the righteous sect. Alas, though we share the same name of Changfeng, how vast is the disparity in our character. Chu Changfeng seems to outshine that vendor of counterfeit medicine by an immeasurable degree. Among the crowd were both disciples of the Yin-Yang sacred land and those who had purchased counterfeit medicine from Gu Changfeng. Qingyao displayed a peculiar expression. Did you not expect this? The very person you now admire is the one who just sold you counterfeit medicines. Before long, the brother and sister duo arrived at the Duobao Pavilion. To be honest, Qingyao's first instinct was to turn and leave, but Chu Changfeng held her head down, saying, Fear not, I am here. Qingyao, it is precisely because I am following you that I feel afraid. Chu Changfeng zipli. What is there to fear? The ones who were driven away were Gu Changfeng and his junior sister. What does that have to do with me and my junior sister? Senior brother, did you not say that the items here are expensive? How could you be so generous? Chu Changfeng gave Qingyao the impression of someone who would meticulously pinch every penny, unwilling to let a single inferior spiritual stone slip away. How could he allow others to profit at his expense? Chu Changfeng stated, "Ordinarily, I would certainly be reluctant. However, as a golden core cultivator, I have exclusive VIP days. On the 4th day of each month, I can enjoy a 90% discount." What? Qingyao's eyes widened. Then why do you not help me buy? I could save over 100 inferior spiritual stones. She felt her heart bleed. Chu Changfeng replied, "That would require me to front you 1,024 inferior spiritual stones. Later, I would have to ask you for the money. It would be awkward for me, and not asking would mean I suffer a considerable loss. Besides, my annual discount limit is also finite. Once exhausted, I can no longer enjoy the discounted rate. I, as your senior brother, am not at all willing to waste it." Chu Changfeng firmly believed that a mind devoid of women results in a naturally sharp sword. A junior sister is a junior sister, and spiritual stones are spiritual stones. I must never sacrifice my spiritual stones for the sake of my junior sister. You are far too stingy. Qingyao trembled with anger. Meanwhile, Chu Changfeng had already stepped ahead, entering the Duobao Pavilion. Ah, it is the esteemed first disciple of Tianjian Peak. What a privilege for Duobao Pavilion. As soon as Chu Changfeng entered, the rotund and balding manager, Zhu, immediately approached with a beaming smile, treating him with an entirely different demeanor than he had shown to Gu Changfeng. Chapter 8. The victim appears senior brother. Look. Qingyao suddenly tugged at Chu Changfeng's sleeve, signaling him with her gaze. Chu Changfeng turned his attention to the distance and spotted Lin Miaojin standing there, her expression dark and decidedly displeased. She was ignoring the customers entering the store. What attitude is that? As if she has been cheated out of several thousand spirit stones, a dissatisfied customer muttered. Lin Miaojin was on the verge of a breakdown. She must have paid quite a fine to be released so quickly. Chu Changfeng thought to himself as he withdrew his gaze. Steward Zhu, I have come to purchase some materials. Do you have them? Chu Changfeng presented a list to Steward Zhu. With the grand competition of the sect approaching, it was imperative not only to rely on the incompetence of opponents, but also to enhance his own strength. The materials on this list would enable Chu Changfeng's 9th flying sword to advance to a 2nd-tier low grade by employing the secret technique of the Heavenly Sword Peak, which nurtures one through swords. His cultivation could also improve, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Golden Core before the competition. Steward Zhu examined the list thoroughly before responding. All the materials you seek are available. Miaojin, please retrieve the items on this list for our esteemed guest, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaojin reluctantly approached and departed with the list. Before long, Lin Miaojin returned, cradling a box 3 feet long and over a foot wide, filled with various rare items. Please count the items, esteemed guest, she said with an air of forced professionalism. Chu Changfeng glanced over and confirmed. Indeed, a total of 5. 312 low-grade spirit stones. However, let us find a more discreet location for payment. He nodded decisively. With such a substantial amount of low-grade spirit stones, it was too conspicuous in the hall. Lin Miaojin couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Chu Changfeng, secretly thinking, as expected of a true disciple of the Yingyang Sacred Land's Heavenly Sword Peak, straightforward and with considerable resources, not to mention handsome, he outshines that inner sect disciple, Gu Changfeng, by a wide margin. How can there be such a disparity among people? Esteemed guest, please follow me, Lin Miaojin said, gracefully leading the way. Junior sister, wait for me here, Chu Changfeng instructed before following her. Qingyao watched Chu Changfeng's departing figure, her fists clenching in the air. You insufferable senior brother, you won't even spare 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for me. Yet you casually spend over 5,000 for yourself without batting an eye. You just pretend to be poor. But you're not truly impoverished. You're as stingy as they come. It's no wonder you'll be single for life. After venting her frustration, Qingyao couldn't help but ponder how many people Chu Changfeng must have swindled to produce such a sum of spirit stones. Not long after, Chu Changfeng and Lin Miaojin returned, and Qingyao noticed them conversing jovially. Senior brother, feel free to come to the treasure pavilion in the future. I will do my utmost to secure more favorable terms for you, Lin Miaojin said. Her mood evidently brightened. Despite being older and more skilled than Chu Changfeng, he was a true disciple of the Yinyang sacred land, with a master of considerable prestige, granting him a status that surpassed hers. There was no harm in calling him senior brother. Chu Changfeng smiled slightly, replying, "Thank you, junior sister Miaojin." Qingyao, observing this interaction, lowered her gaze and subtly pouted. She was curious how Lin Miaojin would react if she discovered that Chu Changfeng was actually Gu Changfeng. "Oh, you must be senior brother Chu's junior sister." Lin Miaojin seemed to just notice Qingyao, commenting on her appearance. "You look quite fair, though you seem a bit dark. Your eyes appear large. Yet they're not so." She found her demeanor to be rather benevolent. Qingyao replied, "There is no need for flattery. You need not embellish." "Senior brother, let us depart," Qingyao said, eager to avoid further interaction with Lin Miaojin as she exited the treasure pavilion first. "Junior sister Miaojin, may we meet again by chance." Chu Changfeng bid farewell with a cupped fist. As he reached the doorway, he instinctively glanced at the display stand nearby, noticing that the golden mirror had been returned to its place. The buy-one-get-one free promotion was still advertised, but now there was a new line stating that to take the free item, one must pay 100 spirit stones. The ink had yet to dry. "Senior brother, where shall we go next?" Qingyao inquired nervously after leaving the treasure pavilion. Truth be told, she was genuinely apprehensive that Chu Changfeng might conjure some trouble again. "Junior sister, my instincts tell me this place is not suitable for lingering. Let us return to the mountain," Chu Changfeng replied, trusting his intuition. His survival in various markets relied heavily on being prudent. Finally back at the mountain, Qingyao sighed in relief. No longer needing to worry about being assaulted was a blessing. Thank the heavens. Not long after Chu Changfeng and Qingyao departed, two figures arrived at the market, a man and a woman, both clad in the robes of inner disciples of the Tianxian sect. The man was handsome, while the woman possessed an elegant countenance. They radiated the righteousness typical of disciples from a prestigious sect. They were none other than Gu Changfeng and Zhao Rong, inner disciples of the Tianxian sect. "Senior brother Gu, do you truly believe that impostor will appear here?" Zhao Ronger asked uncertainly. "I had Elder Tianshu calculated. That unscrupulous individual is indeed set to appear in this market." Gu Changfeng gritted his teeth. "If I find out who dares to impersonate me, I will not let them off easily. Senior brother, remain calm. Even if we find that person, do not act recklessly within the market. Let us follow them and apprehend them outside the market to ensure they face the rightful consequences," Zhao Ronger advised, feeling a pang of sympathy for Gu Changfeng. For years, someone had been misusing Gu Changfeng's name and identity, committing all manner of despicable acts. Had it not been for some victims seeking justice at the Tianxian sect, Gu Changfeng would have remained oblivious to the situation. Upon learning the truth, Gu Changfeng vowed to find the impostor and clear his name. As they entered the market, they overheard various cultivators discussing Gu Changfeng's exploits. "I'm not exaggerating. Gu Changfeng is genuinely nefarious. He swindled several thousand spirit stones today." Hearing this, Gu Changfeng's expression darkened. "Friend, where can I find Gu Changfeng?" Zhao Ronger stepped forward to inquire. "What do you want with him? That scoundrel is deceitful and treacherous. It's best to stay far away from the name Gu Changfeng," a cultivator warned. From the tone of his voice, it seemed Gu Changfeng was akin to a harbinger of misfortune. Whoever encountered him would be doomed. Zhao Ronger returned to Gu Changfeng's side, comforting him. "Senior brother, their words are not aimed at you. Please do not take it to heart." Gu Changfeng replied, "I was indifferent at first, but now that you've explained, I feel even worse." Chapter 9. The fasting pill with the flavor of snail noodles. Alas, I arrived too late. He has already departed. After searching the market several times without finding the counterfeit goods, Gu Changfeng angrily struck the wall. "Brother Gu, why not let it be? Pursuing that fraud might hinder your cultivation progress." Zhao Ronger expressed her concern. "How can I let it go? Do you have any idea how these past few years have been for me?" Gu Changfeng's eyes brimmed with tears. "Now, every cultivator in the market surrounding the Yinyang sacred land treats my name as though it were that of a thief. Many treasure pavilions have barred me and my dog from entry. Outside the sect, a group of victims awaits my reckoning. Even disciples from the inner sect of the Tianxian sect privately seek me out to purchase the harmony powder. Most importantly, I have borne the brunt of blame for years without reaping any reward. My heart aches, junior sister. I just want to find that fraud and inquire what grievance we share that has led to such torment. As dusk fell, Chu Changfeng and Qingyao returned to the Tianjian peak. Their master, Chu Hachuan, sat in the courtyard, observing the two disciples as they entered. Did you go down to the market? Chu Changfeng replied, I promised to assist junior sister in procuring materials for crafting flying swords as a meeting gift. So I had to fulfill my promise today. Qingyao interjected. Listen, is that even a proper statement? Upon hearing this, Chu Hachuan's eyes brightened in surprise. You're being so generous to your junior sister? Well, it seems the stingy iron rooster has shed some feathers. Truly a rare occurrence. As an elder brother, it is my duty to guide my younger siblings, Chu Changfeng asserted. Enough. Qingyao stomped her foot, unwilling to endure any more of Chu Changfeng's nonsense. Master, do not listen to him. He has not spent even a single spirit stone on me. In fact, he was worried I might not pay him or take advantage of his discount, which led me to pay exorbitant prices for the materials. Upon hearing this, Chu Hachuan frowned. Indeed, this aligns with my perception of Chu Changfeng. Junior sister, I was merely motivating you to quickly form your golden core and acquire your own discount benefits. Chu Changfeng stated, maintaining his composure. That's nonsense. You are simply stingy. Qingyao did not believe Chu Changfeng's words. Chu Jianfen Suden Li et Ge Lim. I just remembered. Today is also the discount day at the Pill Peak, where renting a pill furnace is at a 10 discount. With that, he dashed away from Tianjin Peak toward the Pill Peak. Watching his hurried figure, Qingyao could not help but ask, Master, my brother claims to be a second-tier alchemist. Does he not even own a single pill furnace? Of course he possesses his own pill furnace, Chu Hachuan replied. But why would he rent one from the Pill Peak? Qingyao wondered, perplexed. Gently stroking his beard, Chu Hachuan explained, You do not practice alchemy. Hence, you do not understand. Alchemy furnaces are consumables. No matter how sturdy a furnace may be, it cannot withstand the prolonged burning of spiritual fire. Over time, it will become a useless furnace. Furthermore, many pills are unfamiliar during their initial crafting, leading to potential explosions and significant losses. The Sacred Land's pill furnaces, however, operate differently. One can rent them for a few spirit stones without concern for wear and tear. Additionally, by paying a small fee for explosion insurance, one can freely experiment with new formulas without worry. Understanding dawned upon Qingyao as she listened. Upon arriving at the Pill Peak, Chu Changfeng confidently paid 10 low-grade spirit stones to rent a second-tier low-grade alchemy furnace for a duration of 2 hours. To be frank, this price was reasonable, considered a benefit provided by the Sacred Land for its disciples. The furnace stood over 3 meters tall, supported by 3 sturdy legs. Instead of rushing into alchemy, Chu Changfeng paused to contemplate. The market for pills had become increasingly competitive. Conventional pills were difficult to sell at suitable prices, and innovation was essential. After all, the disciples of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land were numerous. With so many individuals, competition had intensified across all fields. Alchemists and artifact crafters were particularly sought after. Thus, the prospect of producing a batch of pills or crafting a magical artifact for several times the cost was utterly unattainable, at least for lower-tier pills and artifacts. This was the case. Presently, the market for first-tier and second-tier pills and artifacts was almost saturated, and disciples, in their pursuit of spirit stones, nearly all adopted a policy of thin margins and high volume. Chu Changfeng refused to succumb to such competitive pressures. Instead, he resolved to innovate. His plan was to first refine some improved versions of body-tempering pills to stabilize the existing market, and then to attempt crafting a new flavor of fasting pills to capture a new market segment. After a brief period of reflection, Chu Changfeng began his alchemical work, starting with the fasting pill that had the highest demand. He tossed a variety of collected materials into the furnace. In his words, a young person's first car is a shared vehicle. A cultivator's first furnace should certainly be a shared one. It is not prone to damage, so feel free to experiment. With a clang, The furnace lid closed, and Chu Changfeng ignited the flames with his spiritual energy to heat the furnace. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Chu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Success. He extracted a large lump of black pill mud, weighing over 100 pounds. Lower-tier pills were often hand-rolled, while only higher-tier pills took the shape of pills. He would shape them later, storing the body-tempering pill mud in his storage pouch. He proceeded to toss some additional herbs into the furnace to make the fasting pill. The alchemists of the Yin-Yang sacred land were quite competitive. Originally, there was only one flavor of fasting pill, but as everyone fought for sales, variations emerged, including watermelon, banana, and even sweet and sour pork flavors. Chu Changfeng understood that to enter this market, he needed to craft a unique fasting pill that could not be easily replicated by others. Fortunately, he was well prepared. After adding the main ingredients for the fasting pill, he tossed in a plethora of ingredients, including pickled bamboo shoots, snail meat, and pickled vegetables. Indeed, Chu Changfeng intended to create a fasting pill with the unique flavor of snail noodles. To ensure the pill left a lasting impression, he increased the proportions of the pickled bamboo shoots and pickled vegetables. Before long, an unpleasant odor began to emanate from the furnace. Chu Changfeng's expression changed abruptly. Oh no, he had added too much. The scent was overwhelmingly potent. Ugh! Even with the cultivation of the golden core, he was nearly overwhelmed by nausea from the sudden assault on his senses. Tears welled in his eyes from the stench. It was unbearable. The odor surpassed that of the snail noodles themselves. Chu Changfeng quickly sealed his sense of smell and held his breath. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to exit the alchemy room. He no longer desired this batch of pills. However, upon reaching the door, he paused. He could not allow it to go to waste. What if someone had a peculiar taste? Nonetheless, after this batch of pills, Chu Changfeng refrained from further alchemical endeavors, fearing that other pills would absorb the foul odor. Brother Han, you have arrived. Shortly after Chu Changfeng departed, a young man clad in black, with a stern visage, approached the Pill Peak. His name was Han Yunbing, a disciple of the Pill Peak at the initial stage of the Golden Core. In this world, there are those who are obsessed with martial arts, those who are absorbed in literature, those who are infatuated with art, and there are those who are enamored with handsome men. And Han Yunbing was a fervent enthusiast of alchemy, to maintain a tranquil mindset while refining pills. He practiced the cold heart technique. Those who cultivate this technique are not swayed by external circumstances. They remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. It is said that upon mastering this skill, one can maintain absolute composure, even in the face of betrayal or tragedy. According to the accounts of several disciples of Dan Feng, it has been several years since Han Yunbing exhibited any emotional fluctuations. He remains expressionless, as if encased in ice. I require a second-tier alchemical furnace for my alchemy chamber. Han Yunbing's voice was chillingly cold. Coincidentally, a senior brother had departed, leaving the 13th alchemy chamber vacant. Very well. Han Yunbing exchanged spirit stones and entered the 13th alchemy chamber. Upon crossing the threshold, a pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, piercing through to his very soul. For the first time in years, a flicker of emotion graced Han Yunbing's otherwise frozen visage. He furrowed his brow, clenched his fists tightly, and ground his teeth, his entire body trembling. Moments later, he could no longer suppress his feelings, erupting in a furious roar. Who the hell used the alchemical furnace to concoct excrement? Chapter 10. The Sword of Chu Changfeng. Elder Dan Feng comes knocking. Han Yunbing had diligently practiced the cold heart technique for many years, achieving a modest level of mastery. Yet at this moment, his composure shattered. Brother, what has happened to you? Han Yunbing's furious shout drew the attention of the disciples outside Dan Feng. Thinking something must be amiss, they hurriedly pushed the door open. What is that smell? Ugh, brother, what have you done to the alchemy furnace? The disciple immediately began to retch uncontrollably. Had it not been for Han Yunbing's status, he would have vociferously demanded, "How dare you use the alchemy furnace in such a way? What do you mean I did something to the furnace? I know nothing." The moment I entered, I was overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from the alchemy room. Han Yunbing declared, distancing himself from a blame. Never mind, this is not the place for discussion. Han Yunbing noticed the foundation establishment disciple clutching his throat, his eyes rolling back, and froth forming at his lips, appearing to be suffocating. He quickly dragged the disciple outside the alchemy room and secured the door tightly. Ha ha! The disciple gasped for fresh air. Brother, for the first time, I realize how fragrant pure air is. You have saved my life. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The sect's repeated warnings about the dangers of outdoor alchemy were not without reason. Han Yunbing continued, to concoct such a foul substance in the alchemy furnace raises my suspicions. It is likely that someone has intentionally done this, perhaps out of dissatisfaction in their life, or due to some unfortunate event leading them to engage in vengeful alchemy. Who was the previous user of this furnace? The disciple replied. It was Chu Changfeng, the foremost disciple of Tianjian Peak and the true heir of the Peak Master. So, it is that insidious and unscrupulous villain. Everything makes sense now. Han Yunbing's emotions surged again as he recalled Chu Changfeng. As a sword cultivator, he had the audacity to participate in the alchemical combat trials, claiming the top position among Foundation establishment alchemists, while Han Yunbing had ranked second in that cohort. Though Chu Changfeng had since become a second-tier alchemist, he was scarcely proficient in crafting even a few second-tier elixirs, merely capitalizing on the general incompetence of most alchemists. His actions, so vile and detrimental to others, warranted severe punishment. Han Yunbing spoke sternly. You must report this to the elders immediately. This villain must be dealt with severely. I will remain here to prevent other disciples from falling victim to Chu Changfeng's malice. Understood. The disciple nodded and hurried away. Meanwhile, Chu Changfeng had returned to Tianjian Peak. As night fell, he noticed the bright light emanating from his junior sister's room, accompanied by waves of spiritual energy, indicating that she was likely practicing her swordplay. Tomorrow, Qingyao would possess her own flying sword. He was curious what name she would choose for it. Chu Changfeng chose not to disturb her and instead retreated to his own chamber. Once the door was closed, he activated 3 first-tier array plates, gathering Spirit Array, Misty Array, and Barrier Array, to ensure no one could easily pry into his affairs. He then laid out various materials on the table and, with a surge of spiritual energy, ignited a flame to melt them down one by one. After a fragrant incense stick had burned down, all the materials on the table had been refined into a swirling mass of golden liquid. Wait, Senior, be careful behind you. Great Ancestor, spare me. I concede. As Chu Changfeng's voice trailed off, 6 flying swords burst forth from his sleeves, chest, boots, and even his hair, flitting about like butterflies. All 6 swords were uniformly black, yet each bore a different elemental attribute: metal, wood, fire, and so forth. Chu Changfeng had chosen to paint them all black for the sake of deception. However, he was not finished. In the next moment, his expression turned grave. Slay demons. Exorcise evil. Inquire of the immortals. With a flick of his right sleeve, 3 swords, 1 white, 1 silver, and 1 gold, soared into the air. Unlike the others, these 3 swords bore dignified and righteous names. As a disciple of a prestigious sect, Chu Changfeng felt the need to possess several impressive techniques. Otherwise, he would be open to ridicule. Moreover, the contrast would render him less predictable. Sword formation. With a commanding shout, the 9 flying swords arranged themselves above his head, forming a profound sword array. This was the might of the Tianjian Peak's swordsmanship. One need not comprehend the nuances of sword techniques, but simply issue commands. Moreover, nurturing 9 flying swords had earned Chu Changfeng the title of a prodigy destined to master the sword path of Tianjian Peak, a feat even the once great Chu Hechuan had not achieved. In Chu Hechuan's words, he was a natural sword sheath. Indeed, while others were mere sword embryos, sword seeds, or sword immortals, he was the sword sheath. His strength lay not in comprehending the sword path or mastering powerful techniques, but in nurturing swords. By enhancing the might of his flying swords, he simultaneously fortified himself. This perfectly aligned with the sword philosophy of Tianjian Peak. Go! Chu Changfeng directed the golden liquid to flow onto the inquiry of Immortal's sword, visibly seeing it being absorbed. Clang! The inquiry of Immortal's sword emitted a melodious chime shortly thereafter. Upon witnessing this, Chu Changfeng could not help but smile. It had finally reached the second tier. The support from so many shareholders had not been in vain. As a result, all 9 of his flying swords had attained the second tier. Concurrently, the elevation in their grade generated a surge of spiritual energy that flowed into Chu Changfeng, enhancing his own cultivation, bringing him just a step away from mid-stage golden core. To reach mid-stage golden core, at least one of his flying swords must achieve a quality of second-tier mid-grade. With all 9 flying swords attaining this standard, he could achieve perfect mid-stage golden core. However, upgrading a single flying sword to mid-grade would conservatively require tens of thousands of spirit stones, 9 flying swords. Chu Changfeng mused that it would amount to a staggering figure. The path of cultivation is long and cannot be rushed. I still have some elixirs on hand. I shall find a way to sell them tomorrow, which should net me a few thousand spirit stones. Unfortunately, I cannot frequently visit the market. Perhaps I should check the task hall for suitable missions. That could also be a means of earning spirit stones. He sighed inwardly, knowing that tasks in the hall were not easily secured. The Yin-Yang sacred ground was overly crowded, especially with foundation and golden core level cultivators. Each day, disciples eager to undertake tasks formed long queues. If he went to line up today, it might take several days before it was his turn. Some disciples even resorted to queuing for others, while others would take on tasks only to delegate them to someone else. Chu Changfeng refrained from such dealings, as the sacred ground advocated for task assignments to those in need and strictly punished speculative behaviors, with severe consequences for those caught. He sought a steady path. Elder Zhao Heng of Danfeng wishes to see the peak master. Suddenly, a deep voice reached Chu Changfeng's ears. Zhao Heng, the core formation elder of Danfeng? What brings him here? Chapter 11. The Sword Peak. Could it be that someone has come to present rare treasures to the master? Chu Changfeng, filled with curiosity, retracted his various formations and stepped out of the door. At the same moment, Chu Hechuan also emerged. He cast a glance at Chu Changfeng and communicated through thought. What mischief are you up to again? I have always adhered to the rules and never engaged in anything forbidden by the sect. Why would someone come looking for me? Surely, they're not delivering medicine. The 2 master and disciple exchanged inquiries and stepped out of the courtyard. Chu Changfeng's gaze fell upon an elderly man clad in a half-black, half-white robe, with golden alchemical furnaces embroidered on the cuffs. He was Elder Zhao Heng of the Alchemy Peak. Behind Zhao Heng stood Han Yunbing. Peak Master, your disciple is disregarding the rules. I implore you to impose strict punishment. Zhao Heng bowed respectfully. What has happened? Over the years, he had often found himself cleaning up after Chu Changfeng and had grown accustomed to it. He has been using the alchemical furnace to concoct excrement. What? Chu Hechuan exclaimed in shock. Chu Changfeng's antics had truly become increasingly outrageous. Chu Changfeng, I do not. You cannot accuse me without evidence. He shook his head vehemently. We would never falsely accuse you. Peak Master, please take a look. Zhao Heng gestured to Han Yunbing, who, in a moment of realization, waved her hand, and a 3-meter-high brass alchemical furnace landed on the ground. A wave of foul odor instantly permeated the air. What was that smell? Chu Hechuan felt an overwhelming stench rising from his feet to the crown of his head, nearly causing his old injuries to resurface. Unruly disciple. Chu Hechuan's anger flared. This second-grade alchemical furnace was worth more than most artifacts of the same grade, likely costing around 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, an amount he could not afford. I swear, I merely wished to refine a batch of fasting pills. It was entirely reasonable and lawful, and did not damage the sect's property, Chu Changfeng declared, raising his fingers to the heavens in earnest assurance. Utter nonsense. Fasting pills do not emit such a stench. Han Yunbing expressed her disbelief. Zhao Heng shared her skepticism, as did Chu Hechuan, who would actually purchase a fasting pill that smelled so foul. Chu Changfeng asserted earnestly, in the realm of alchemy, innovation is essential. For instance, in the beginning, there were no fasting pills in existence. They had to be researched and developed. Existence justifies reason, and where there is demand. I am willing to be a pioneer on this path. After hearing Chu Changfeng's defense, the group fell silent. They understood he was attempting to justify himself, yet found no grounds to refute him. provided his words were indeed truthful. And the pill? Han Yunbing incuried. With a wave of his hand, a lump of black substance floated in the air, releasing an even more potent odor that nearly suffocated those present. Chu Changfeng remained silent, allowing the foul mass to speak for itself. Indeed, he dared not utter a word, fearful that the stench would invade his senses. Ugh! Zhao Heng instinctively gasped. But halfway through, the noxious fumes invaded his nostrils, causing him to retch uncontrollably. Enough! Quickly put it away. They must realize they have wronged you. Chu Hechuan gestured for Chu Changfeng to stow away the offending fasting pill. The essence of the substance was so vile that its odor could slowly permeate through spiritual defenses. Zhao Heng had no objections to this. They now believed Chu Changfeng's words. He had indeed been refining pills, not excrement. Changfeng, we have wronged you. However, while your intentions are commendable, I still hope you refrain from such innovations in the future, Zhao Heng advised solemnly after regaining his composure. Others innovate for wealth. You innovate for your very life, Chu Changfeng admitted, feeling a bit awkward. I merely wished to contribute to the sect. Zhao Heng replied, by doing nothing. You're already aiding the sect. At that moment, Han Yunbing suddenly interjected. How much are you selling this pill for? What? You wish to buy? Chu Changfeng was taken aback. Elder Zhao's expression shifted slightly. Yunbing, you must think carefully. This is not meant for consumption. Master, one must read 100 times to grasp the meaning. I believe alchemy follows the same principle. Existence justifies reason. Only by understanding all the alchemical substances in this world can one reach a higher realm. This fasting pill is no different. I have performed numerous simulations in my mind and found no method to achieve such a foul odor. Han Yunbing was an alchemy enthusiast. Otherwise, she would not practice the heartless and ruthless cold heart technique. Are you truly certain? I am certain. Very well, 15 spirit stones per pound. And I will throw in half a pound for free. What? Han Yunbing was taken aback. Aren't pills usually sold by the piece or by the bottle? When did they become sold by weight? That is because you have not encountered me. I have always sold them like this. Chu Changfeng rolled his eyes. In truth, he had never sold them this way before. He simply could not bring himself to refine pills this time. To put it simply, 15 low-grade spirit stones. And I will give you 1.5 pounds. I will not sell for less than 15 low-grade spirit stones. A short knife appeared in Chu Changfeng's hand as he prepared to slice the fasting pill that bore the taste of snail powder. Meanwhile, Chu Hechuan and Elder Zhao exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. This does not resemble selling pills. It feels more akin to selling rice cakes. Since that is the case, I shall take these. Han Yunbing hesitated briefly, gesturing to indicate a width of about an inch. She estimated that she could form a dozen or so pills from it. Have you made your decision? Once I cut it, there can be no changes, otherwise I will be unable to sell it, Chu Changfeng stated. I have decided. Han Yunbing nodded firmly. Without further ado, Chu Changfeng swiftly brought down the knife. Wait, why is your cut diagonal? Han Yunbing's expression shifted drastically as she noticed. However, Chu Changfeng's hands were deft. Before Han Yunbing could finish her sentence, he had already completed the cut. A large lump of fasting pill was divided into uneven halves. This side is your 100 pounds. The other side is a complimentary 50 pounds. The total is 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, the 2 portions of fasting pill landed before Han Yunbing. Han Yunbing pointed at Chu Changfeng, her whole body trembling with rage as her facial expression shifted between grimace and fury. Noticing this, Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. You do not intend to withhold payment, do you? I've already cut the fasting pills for you. You cannot leave without buying. Before the elders and the peak master, do you wish to act dishonestly? Witnessing this scene, Elder Zhao's heart sank. This is bad. If I truly encountered a rice cake vendor. Observing Chu Changfeng's arrogance juxtaposed with Han Yunbing's anger, Elder Zhao sighed inwardly. Isn't this bullying the honest? Ahem, in my view. Elder Zhao intended to speak a few words of reason. However, Chu Hechuan interjected, in my opinion. My disciple Changfeng is absolutely correct. What do you think, Elder Zhao? His gaze gleamed like a sword, radiating a chilling light. Within the sacred land of yin and yang, Apart from the sect master and the various peak masters, no one else was aware of his decline to the golden course stage. In the hearts of the 100,000 disciples, he was still regarded as a formidable being at the great ascension stage. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao jolted. I believe Changfeng is right as well. Yunbing, quickly pay the spirit stones. Chapter 12. With someone above. Affairs are easier to handle. The flying sword of my junior sister is excellent, and I have purchased this cake. Han Yunbing, with a composed expression, tossed a vial towards Chu Changfeng. Inside was a second-tier low-grade Xiling Dan, capable of enhancing the cultivation of golden core stage practitioners, valued at approximately 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. After confirming that the vial indeed contained the Xiling Dan, Chu Changfeng promptly stowed it away, pondering whether this was appropriate. As he had no spirit stones to offer in return, no need to seek anything in return, Han Yunbing waved her hand, collecting the 2 portions of the pill, and, with a flick of her sleeve, departed. Zhao Heng cast a glance at Chu Changfeng, then waved his hand to gather the alchemy furnace, clasped his hands towards Chu Hechuan, and turned to leave as well. Ah, truly good-hearted individuals. Had I known the sales would be this good, I would have risked my life to concoct more of those spiraled noodle-flavored pills, Chu Changfeng lamented. Chu Hechuan interjected, I implore you, spare some people. What do you mean? He buys, I sell. It is merely a transaction, Chu Changfeng replied earnestly. Chu Hechuan snorted, unwilling to engage in further debate. Here, take this. Suddenly, he tossed a bee-skin scroll to Chu Changfeng. What is this? Chu Changfeng asked with curiosity. Chu Hechuan explained, you are now a golden core, true person, barely capable of self-defense. You should not remain sheltered within the sacred grounds, causing trouble for disciples both within and outside the sect. It is time for you to venture out and gain experience. Not long ago, I had a word with an elder from the mission hall. If there are any tasks suitable for golden core practitioners with substantial rewards, do not distribute them immediately. Send them to me first. When you were refining pills. The elder from the mission hall came by and delivered this task. Upon hearing that it was a task personally delivered by an elder from the mission hall, Chu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The tasks from the mission hall are notoriously difficult to accept, often requiring one to camp outside for days. However, with a mere word from Chu Hechuan, a nascent soul elder was willing to present the task. This exemplified the power of influence. Indeed, having someone above makes matters much easier, Chu Changfeng praised, giving a thumbs up. Chu Hechuan puffed out his chest slightly, tilting his head with pride. And you think Master is unable to assist you in any way? I have never harbored a single complaint against my master. Chu Changfeng shook his head. Chu Hechuan smiled faintly. Now, let us see what the task entails. With great anticipation, Chu Changfeng unfurled the scroll. It detailed a horrific event that had transpired 2,000 miles from the Yinyang sacred grounds, in a place called Qingyao City, where a significant portion of the Chun family had been slaughtered overnight. The victims had their blood completely drained, resembling desiccated corpses, and their deaths were tragically gruesome. The Chun family was a well-known cultivation family in Qingyao City, with their ancestor being a late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, along with 3 others in the early and mid-foundation establishment stages, yet none had survived. The task required a golden core practitioner to lead. Accompanied by a faux Chapter 13, Brother, I sell inferior body refining pills, brother, I've made up my mind. I shall name the flying sword flame dragon beast and disguise myself as a practitioner adept in beast control. Qingyao excitedly shared her thoughts. Indeed, there is potential for teaching. Chu Changfeng mused, recognizing her talent for cunning pursuits. Yet, he felt she was still too restrained. If he were to assess her, he would categorize her as slightly devious. After some casual conversation, they turned to the main topic. Junior sister, since you've just exited seclusion, I received a mission yesterday to descend the mountain and vanquish demons. A foundation establishment cultivator is permitted to accompany me. Does that mean you intend to take me along? She inquired eagerly. Precisely, he affirmed. Splendid, Qingyao exclaimed, raising her fist in excitement. Brother, what reward can I expect upon completing this task? Reward? What reward? Chu Changfeng feigned ignorance. Qingyao was taken aback. What do you mean, no reward for slaying demons? How naive. He flicked his sleeve and stated earnestly, Slaying demons is an inescapable duty of righteous cultivators. Even without a reward, we must undertake it. Moreover, this task is of utmost significance. Foundation establishment cultivators have perished in their homes, and the demon's cultivation level rivals that of Golden Core. Foundation disciples can hardly contribute significantly. To put it plainly, the so-called collaboration merely offers an opportunity for junior disciples to broaden their horizons. If you're only motivated by rewards, then you need not join. However, many disciples yearn for this opportunity to gain experience. Upon hearing this, Qingyao lowered her head, clutching the hem of Chu Chongfeng's robe and gently shaking it. Brother, I acknowledge my error. Please still take me along. Seeing her earnestness, Chu Chongfeng's demeanor softened slightly. Although there is no reward, the sect has provided 100 low-grade spirit stones for transportation and sustenance, which I shall give you shortly. What? Only 100 low-grade spirit stones from the Grand Holy Land? How miserly! Chu Chongfeng appeared oblivious to her discontented expression, calmly instructing, "Prepare your belongings. We shall depart after a cup of tea. My possessions are already with me. We can set off at once." "Very well, let us proceed." After the brother and sister departed, Chu Hachuan emerged from the room, his expression dark as he scolded, "You little rascal, unwilling to suffer even a slight loss. Are you?" "Brother, this seems to be the path down the mountain," Qingyao remarked, confused. "Before descending, I must visit the Earth Spirit Peak," Chu Chongfeng replied. The Qingyao Holy Land boasted a staggering 100,000 disciples, yet the 9 main peaks were exclusive to inner disciples. Most disciples cultivated on the outer peaks, known as the Outer Sect. Earth Spirit Peak was among those. Chu Chongfeng had once been an outer disciple of Earth Spirit Peak, but had long since ascended to the inner sect. "Brother Chu, Brother Chu, Brother Chu." As they walked upon Earth Spirit Peak, they encountered numerous outer disciples clad in gray robes, clutching their abdomens as they greeted him. Curious, Qingyao asked, "Brother, what is wrong with these outer disciples? They appear as thin as bamboo poles and are holding their stomachs." Chu Chongfeng explained, "This situation is indicative of having consumed inferior body refining pills. Foundation establishment cultivators must continuously refine their bodies with spiritual energy, expelling internal impurities to forge their foundational path. The purpose of body refining pills is to accelerate this process. Who is so unscrupulous as to sell us such inferior body refining pills?" Qingyao exclaimed in indignation. "Brother, I suggest we report this to the law enforcement hall to unearth the true culprit and punish them severely. Junior sister, do not shout, it is I." Chu Chongfeng's calm voice interjected. "What? It was you?" His words struck Qingyao like thunder, reverberating in her mind. "I substituted the detoxifying herb in the body refining pills with croton seeds, thereby reducing the cost by a third. Of course, the side effects are pronounced. The detoxification manifests as diarrhea. What do you think? My alchemical skills are impressive, aren't they?" He spoke with a hint of pride. "You truly are." Qingyao struggled to voice her outrage. In her heart, she chastised him as a cunning and shameless senior brother, willing to compromise anything for spirit stones. He had already deceived disciples from other sects, and now he was even exploiting the Holy Land's own disciples. Moreover, these outer disciples were the future hope of the sect, and Chu Chongfeng was undermining their very foundation. It was hard to fathom the extent of the shadow his actions would cast upon them. Subsequently, Qingyao fell into silence, following Chu Chongfeng to a spacious courtyard surrounded by rows of wooden houses, the usual resting place for outer disciples. At that moment, a large gathering of outer disciples in gray robes had convened in the courtyard, and Qingyao estimated there were at least 300 present. "Brother Chu has arrived. Make way," cried a tall youth, causing the crowd to part and reveal a table and chair. Chu Chongfeng approached naturally and took a seat. Qingyao noted the eerie quietness. Even as Chu Chongfeng sold fake medicine to these outer disciples, not a single one expressed discontent. However, the more muted they were, the angrier she became. These outer disciples worked hard to earn spirit stones, only to be swindled by Chu Chongfeng. It was truly pitiful. If only she were stronger, she would take a stand against this sinister and contemptible senior brother. "Qinyu, why are there only 300 present?" Chu Changfeng inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. The tall youth, named Qingyao, quickly bowed and replied, Brother Chu, several junior brothers are on missions. Others are bedridden from exhaustion, and over 100 are indisposed in the restroom and cannot attend. However, they entrusted me with their spirit stones to procure body refining pills. Then you shall assist in collecting them. But remember, distribute the pills to each junior brother. Zhu Jianfan M. Fa Si. Rest assured, brother, I will follow your instructions. Qingyao replied respectfully. Witnessing the collusion between Chu Changfeng and Qingyao, Qingyao stood behind him, her fists clenched tightly. This was too much. Did Chu Changfeng even possess a shred of humanity? He was exploiting even those bedridden due to the inferior pills. Would he not relent until he had driven someone to death? Suddenly, with a flick of his hand, a multitude of small porcelain vials appeared on the table, 412 in total. Brother, this is the spirit stones I gathered with many junior brothers. Please accept them, Qingyao said, offering a storage bag to Chu Changfeng. As Chu Changfeng reached out to accept it, Qingyao could no longer contain herself and shouted, Stop. Chapter 14. I'm not a god of medicine, junior sister. What do you mean? Chu Changfeng gazed at Qingyao in confusion, pondering what could possibly be troubling her. However, Qingyao did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, her eyes swept over the gathered disciples, including Qingyao, and she asked, Do any of you know the ingredients contained in this elixir? After consuming it, you all experience severe diarrhea. Don't you find that concerning? Ultimately, Qingyao, a young girl in her teens, had been well protected by her family due to her exceptional talent, and her heart remained kind. She could not bear to see her fellow disciples harmed by Chu Changfeng's schemes. She had anticipated that exposing Chu Changfeng's treacherous actions would resonate like thunder, shocking everyone. However, the outcome was vastly different from what she envisioned. The outer sect disciples remained remarkably composed. Senior brother has already informed us about the changes made to the body refining pill. The use of castor beans in place of detox herbs has resulted in toxins not being expelled gently through the pores, hence the diarrhea, they explained. So, they were aware of the truth. Qingyao's gaze sharpened, and she continued, If you know this, why do you still purchase it? It's merely diarrhea. It doesn't cost lives, so why continue buying? I understand now. You must be under his coercion, correct? She pointed at Chu Changfeng, asserting that their reluctance to buy the inferior body refining pills stemmed from fear of his retaliation. Qingyao had witnessed Chu Changfeng's cunning firsthand. He certainly would resort to intimidation. Yet, to her astonishment, the outer sect disciples vehemently defended him. Silence. I will not allow you to slander senior brother. We willingly purchase his elixirs. His actions are entirely for our benefit. Do not speak without understanding. Though you are senior brother's junior sister, I still believe you are somewhat misguided. They expressed in discontent. Confusion, disbelief, and shock filled Qingyao's eyes. Were these individuals brainwashed? They spoke on behalf of a seller of counterfeit medicine, while the one truly advocating for them was branded a fool. He sells you fake medicine for your own good. I seek justice for you. And I am the one with the problem? Qingyao felt as though the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. Amidst this scene, Chu Changfeng remained unfazed, leisurely sipping a jug of spirit tea. At that moment, Qingyao interjected, You only see that senior brother replaced the detox herbs with castor beans. But you fail to notice that his elixirs are 30% cheaper than others. While others sell a bottle of body refining pill for 9 low-grade spirit stones, senior brother charges only 6. For the price of 2 bottles elsewhere, we can obtain 3 bottles from him, which is a tremendous benefit for us. The destitute outer sect disciples. The more body refining pills we consume, the greater our chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, if we experience issues from the 6 low-grade spirit stone body refining pill, it is due to our poor constitution, not the fault of senior brother's elixir. With his assistance, many who once had no hope of advancing to the inner sect have successfully established their foundations and entered the inner sect. Senior brother's elixirs are precisely what the outer sect disciples need. In our hearts, he is the foremost alchemist of the sacred land. The disciples spoke with fervor, some even with tears glistening in their eyes as they looked at Chu Changfeng. Is this truly the ultimate goal of our senior brother? Qingyao clenched her fists, astonished as she observed Chu Changfeng. She never anticipated the truth would reveal such a perspective. Zhu Jianfan, Samyangili Dvo, had actually provided immense support to these outer sect disciples. Junior sister, may I take these spirit stones now? Chu Changfeng asked with a smile. I. Qingyao dared not meet his gaze. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, and meekly said, Senior brother, I am sorry. I misjudged you. It was wrong of me to publicly slander you. I am willing to accept punishment, whether it be beating or scolding, as you see fit. She presented herself as one to be dealt with. Forget it, Chu Changfeng replied nonchalantly, taking the storage bag from Qinyu. Upon inspecting the spirit stones, he discovered there were 472 low-grade spirit stones within. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. Normally, 412 bottles of body refining pill would amount to 472 low-grade spirit stones. So why was there an additional 1,000? Senior brother, the extra 1,000 spirit stones are this year's protection fee, Qinyu explained. The protection fee is 2 stones per person each year, which totals 824 stones, correct? The surplus is a token of appreciation from the junior disciples, meant to treat senior brother to some wine. I see. In that case, I shall accept it, but this will not be a precedent, Chu Changfeng said as he stored the bag away. Qinyu chuckled, scratching his head, contemplating that he would certainly do this again next time if conditions allowed, perhaps even acquiring a bit more. Junior sister, let us depart, Chu Changfeng said as he rose. Yet Qingyao remained rooted in place, quietly questioning, do you still collect protection fees? The little goodwill she had just begun to nurture dissipated in an instant. The outer sect disciples were so desperate for spirit stones that they would rather consume inferior body refining pills. What kind of life were they leading that you would still exploit them? What is wrong with collecting protection fees? Is it not permissible? Chu Changfeng replied, perplexed. Indeed, it is entirely justifiable, Qinyu concurred. Is it truly reasonable? Qingyao inquired, bewildered. Absolutely reasonable, Qinyu affirmed, within the outer sect. Many individuals have intricate connections with inner sect disciples. They take advantage of their affiliations to bully those who are vulnerable. Senior brother uses his status and reputation to shield us, sparing us from numerous disturbances, allowing us to cultivate in peace. Indeed, those who previously sought to bully me have all become respectful upon learning that senior brother is protecting me. Even during our missions, the attitude of the outer sect stewards towards us is markedly different, exceedingly cordial. Upon hearing this, Qingyao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. I am sorry, senior brother. I have misunderstood you again. As they departed from the Spirit Land Peak, Chu Changfeng felt quite pleased with the 472 spirit stones in his possession. With the body refining pill priced at 6 spirit stones each, he still earned a profit of 3 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Moreover, he gained 236 spirit stones from the 412 bottles of fasting pills. Now his total spirit stones exceeded 5,000. If I happen to achieve unexpected gains from this demon-slaying mission, coupled with my task rewards, perhaps I can elevate my flying sword to the 2nd tier of superior quality. At that point, I would receive a substantial return, enabling me to advance into the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Claiming the top position on the Alchemist Battle Power Rankings would no longer be a dream. Chu Changfeng was filled with anticipation for this descent from the mountain. Half a day later, the brother and sister arrived at the bustling market. Their attire and appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. Chu Changfeng donned a loose Taoist robe, sporting a hint of stubble, presenting an unkempt demeanor. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs clung to him, and his cultivation level revealed itself as early-stage foundation establishment, leading one to conclude that he was undoubtedly an alchemist who spent considerable time in the alchemy chamber. Meanwhile, Qingyao retained her bun hairstyle, but her green skirt had been exchanged for a leather skirt, adorned with bells and a whip at her waist, while cradling a rabbit in her arms, embodying the attire of a beast tamer. She appeared quite wild. The brother and sister's choice of attire was inspired by Chu Changfeng's adage, when venturing outside. One's identity is self-assigned. Chapter 15. He robbed my finances. I stole his home, senior brother. Shouldn't we head directly to Qing's city? Why are we stopping at the market? Qingyao murmured softly. Chu Changfeng replied, Qinghe City is thousands of miles away from the sacred land. It will take us at least 3 days to reach it. Although traveling by flying boat is slower than riding a sword, we can use this opportunity to rest and prepare ourselves to confront the sinister creatures of Qinghe City. All right, I'll follow your lead, Qingyao conceded, feeling that Chu Changfeng's reasoning was sound. Senior brother, what do you think those sinister creatures in Qinghe City might be? She inquired as they walked. Chu Changfeng said, the victims appear like dried corpses, drained of blood and yang energy, so I suspect that the involvement of corpse demons or similar malevolent beings is highly likely. Corpse demons are what people commonly refer to as zombies, transformed from dead bodies. Those with profound cultivation can be impervious to blades and guns, able to fly or vanish. Qingyao clenched her small fist fiercely. I firmly believe that together we, the brother and sister duo, can vanquish all vile spirits. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. Such a familiar slogan. After navigating through the market, the two arrived at a spacious area where dozens of flying boats were docked. These boats varied in size. Some were as long as 90 meters, while others measured only a few meters. In front of the flying boats, several cultivators were calling out loudly. 5 low-grade spirit stones for Tianxian's sect. Board and go. The Northern Desert Kingdom is just 1 passenger short, fellow Taoists. Are you heading to Cunning Mountain? Upon reaching this place, Chu Changfeng felt as though he had just stepped out of a train station. The smallest of these flying boats cost at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, and the more expensive ones exceeded 10,000, catering to cultivators who were traveling long distances yet lacked the funds to purchase their own boats. Many of the boatmen were cultivators with limited abilities seeking to earn some spirit stones. Is anyone willing to share a boat to Qinghe City? Chu Changfeng asked the numerous boatmen. Qinghe City? That is not on the way. I haven't even heard of it. Many boatmen shook their heads. However, one boatman approached Chu Changfeng. He was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a stubbly face. Fellow Taoists, I'm passing through Qingmu sect on my way to Qinghe City and am looking to share a ride. Chu Changfeng sensed that the man's cultivation was likely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment and posed no threat to him. He then inquired, how many spirit stones? The boatman replied, 1 low-grade spirit stone per 100 kilometers. We can set off as soon as you board. Chu Changfeng was pleasantly surprised to find someone charging by the meter. I can pay by distance, but I don't want to take any detours. The boatman grinned. I've been here for many years, and I never take detours. My reputation is guaranteed, and I have received countless good reviews. He then produced a scroll from his pocket, which read, I am Zhao He from Qingmu sect. I attest that the boatman does not take detours. I am Li Dajiang from Tian's sect. I attest that the boatman does not take detours. I am Lin Shiluo from Tianxian sect. I attest that the boatman does not take detours. Chu Changfeng examined the scroll closely and noticed each review bore a fingerprint, exclaiming, what a professional. They even have star ratings. Then it's you, Chu Changfeng decided, and he and Qingyao boarded the flying boat. The boatman indeed proved to be trustworthy, as they set off immediately after the two boarded. Once aboard, Chu Changfeng and his junior sister sat in the cabin, which also contained some cargo. As the boatman had previously stated, they were on a shared boat, primarily transporting goods to Qingmu sect. Senior brother, are you all right? Qingyao observed that, after boarding, Chu Changfeng had fallen silent, his eyes closed, and beads of sweat on his forehead. I'm fine, Chu Changfeng replied, still with his eyes shut, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, Qingyao detected a tremor in his voice. Senior brother, you can't possibly be afraid of heights, can you? Ha ha ha. How could I be afraid of heights? What cultivator fears heights? Chu Changfeng laughed heartily. However, Qingyao sensed that his laughter was rather forced. Clearly, he was fearful of heights, but was attempting to hide it. Yet for a golden core cultivator, to fear heights is indeed rare. Qingyao suddenly understood why Chu Changfeng chose to take the flying boat instead of riding a sword, as the enclosed space of the boat provided some relief for those afraid of heights. A day later, another clear morning dawned. Chu Changfeng heard the boatman's voice from outside the cabin. Fellow Taoists, we have arrived at Qinghe City. Junior sister, go take a look, Chu Changfeng urged. Qingyao complied and stepped out of the cabin. Standing at the bow, she gazed down and could see the outline of city several dozen miles away. Senior brother, I believe we have arrived, she called back to the cabin. Then let us land, Chu Changfeng commanded. The boatman smiled broadly. Before we land, you should first settle the fare, a total of 80 low-grade spirit stones. What? That's so expensive. Qingyao furrowed her brows. Having been bored in the cabin, she had studied the route. The Yinyang sacred land was about 3,000 miles from Qinghe City, so it would be reasonable for the two of them to spend only 60 low-grade spirit stones. That's impossible. The flying boat travels at least 333 miles per hour, totaling 12 hours. That's at least 4,000 miles. It can't be wrong. The boatman waved his hand dismissively. The Yinyang sacred land is only about 3,000 miles from Qinghe City. How would you have traveled for 1,000 miles? Qingyao argued. The boatman frowned, his expression darkening. Do you think I took a detour? As someone who makes a living by running this boat, why would I take a detour? That would ruin my reputation. Whether you took a detour or not, you know best, Qingyao retorted, glaring at the boatman. Moments later, the boatman relented. Fine, I'll consider it my bad luck. He then pulled out the scroll he had shown to Chu Changfeng earlier. As long as you two are willing to leave a good review, you can pay only 70 low-grade spirit stones. Inside the cabin, Chu Changfeng wore a peculiar expression. So that's how the good reviews are generated, by offering discounts. Qingyao, pay him 80 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Changfeng's voice rang out. Hey, there's still someone reasonable. The boatman grinned. Senior brother, are you really willing to take such a loss? Qingyao exclaimed in shock. Normally, given Chu Changfeng's cunning nature, he would not allow others to take advantage of him. It's not easy for anyone. Chu Changfeng's voice echoed again. Just pay him. Reluctantly, Qingyao took out her spirit stones and returned to the cabin, angrily tormenting the rabbit in her arms. So you only bully those at home? Huh? Coward. Spineless Chu Changfeng seemed to disregard Qingyao's thinly veiled criticisms. Fellow Taoists, if fate allows, let us cooperate again in the future. Farewell. The boatman beamed as he set Chu Changfeng and Qingyao down, waving goodbye. I hope never to see you again, Qingyao huffed angrily. Senior brother, as a golden core cultivator, a sword cultivator at that, can you really endure this? Qingyao questioned, looking at the flying boat as it quickly vanished from sight. Puzzled by Chu Changfeng's calm demeanor. Of course, I cannot endure it, Chu Changfeng replied, producing a talisman paper and igniting it instantly. Qingyao watched as the talisman revealed the character's 5 ghosts. With a flash of light, 8 spirit stones appeared before them out of thin air, each radiating a significant amount of spiritual energy, clearly of mid-grade quality. Senior brother, where did these spirit stones come from? Qingyao asked, her expression one of astonishment. Chu Changfeng smiled slightly. The flying boat itself is a magical artifact, powered by spirit stones. These spirit stones are from the core array placed within the boat. Qingyao suddenly realized, so, you had already set up the 5 ghosts moving technique on the flying boat? It wasn't too early. I only attempted to unravel the defensive formation on the vessel when the boatman demanded 80 low-grade spirit stones and left some arrangements behind. Furthermore, that is not called the 5 ghosts moving technique. It is clearly the 5 ghosts wealth transporting technique. Chu Changfeng corrected her and waved his hand to collect the 8 medium-grade spirit stones. He robbed my finances, and I pilfered from his household. This seems quite reasonable. Qingyao exclaimed in surprise. Hey, senior brother, it was clearly my 80 low-grade spirit stones that paid for this. These spirit stones should compensate me. They belong to you. Chu Changfeng replied. Your spirit stones were used for the fair. However, as your senior brother, I cannot take advantage of you. Here, take these 40 low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, the flying boat plummeted straight down. What on earth happened? The boatman hurriedly entered the cabin, lifted the floorboards, and was astonished to discover that the formation he had arranged had been dismantled. Moreover, the 8 medium-grade spirit stones providing power to the flying boat were missing. Damn it, that scoundrel alchemist has stolen my spirit stones. Chapter 16. The Ancestral Master of the Chun Family. The Might of the Golden Core. Senior brother, the atmosphere in the city feels stifling, remarked Chu Changfeng as he and Qingyao wandered through the streets of Qinghe City. Every household had its doors and windows tightly closed, and the few passers-by appeared hurried and anxious, evoking a sense of impending storm. The emergence of demons and malevolent spirits capable of slaying even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators leaves the common folk trembling in fear. Chu Changfeng noted as he and his sister continued walking until they arrived at a grand estate, its entrance adorned with white lanterns and a plaque inscribed with the bold gilded characters, Qin Manor. This was the residence of the afflicted. Here we are. Chu Changfeng approached the door and knocked. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a boy of about 10 years old. Who are you looking for? He inquired. We are disciples of the Qingyao sacred land. Chu Changfeng began, only to be interrupted by the boy's sudden excitement. Wonderful. Disciples of the Qingyao sacred land have come to our aid. He hurriedly opened the door wider. Please follow me. Exchanging glances, Chu Changfeng and Qingyao stepped into the Qin Manor. Guided by the boy, they entered a hall bustling with people of all ages. A quick sweep of the room with his spiritual awareness revealed several cultivators among the crowd. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator sat alongside two in the early stages, while the remainder included a few Qi refining practitioners and numerous ordinary citizens. As they approached the hall, their presence drew the attention of the assembly. City Lord, the disciples of the Qingyao sacred land have arrived, the boy announced, sharing the joyful news. The mention of the sacred land alleviated much of the worry etched on the faces of the onlookers, replaced by expressions of hope. The three-seated Foundation establishment cultivators stood and approached the entrance. I am Zhao Shanhe, the City Lord of Qinghe. It is an honor to welcome you, fellow cultivators. To vanquish the demons, the elder among them said, clasping his hands in greeting. There is no need for such formalities, Chu Changfeng replied, returning the gesture. Wherever there are demons and malevolence, there shall be disciples of the sacred land. It is our duty and responsibility to eradicate evil and maintain peace in the world. Behind him, Qingyao suppressed a smirk at her senior brother's grandiloquent words. You are more devious than the demons themselves. Thank goodness you joined a righteous sect early on. Had you turned to the dark path, you might have become a formidable fiend by now. The crowd within the hall nodded in agreement, inspired by Chu Changfeng's fervent declaration. Mother, I too wish to become a disciple of the sacred land, like them, exclaimed a young boy, his eyes alight with admiration. However, Zhao Shanhe's brow furrowed as he inquired, May I ask about your cultivation levels? He sensed that these disciples appeared to be only early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. With such strength, how could they possibly confront demons? Before he could finish his thought, Chu Changfeng revealed a fraction of his true cultivation, his aura shifting from early-stage Foundation establishment to initial-stage golden core. He had no intention of underestimating the situation, but when necessary, he would not shy away from demonstrating his prowess. I am a golden core alchemist, he announced, gesturing to Qingyao. This is my junior sister, a beast tamer of early-stage Foundation establishment. Ah, a golden core cultivator has graced us. Zhao Shanhe's eyes widened in realization, and he quickly expressed his apologies. Please, no need for such formalities, City Lord Zhao. Let us continue to address each other as fellow cultivators, Chu Changfeng replied, waving his hand dismissively. The atmosphere in the hall brightened immediately upon the revelation of his rank, as relief washed over the crowd. With a golden core cultivator present, the demons would surely think twice before wreaking havoc. Chu Changfeng soon learned that aside from Zhao Shanhe, the other two Foundation establishment cultivators were guest elders of the City Lord's estate, while the rest were survivors from the Qin family. Have any demons appeared in recent days? He inquired as he took a seat. Qingyao remained standing behind him. None have appeared since that day of the attack. Zhao Shanhe replied. Are you all familiar with the nature of the demon? Chu Changfeng continued. It is not merely a demon, but our family's ancestral master. An elderly man with graying hair lamented. I have seen him once. He resembles the portrait in our ancestral hall without a doubt. What? Qingyao gasped. Why would your ancestral master attack you? The elder sighed. We do not know. Is that so? Allow me to enlighten you. Suddenly, a Foundation establishment cultivator standing beside Zhao Shanhe rose. The atmosphere shifted as an ominous aura radiated from him, chilling the air, causing those without cultivation to shiver uncontrollably. His eyes turned a blood red, veins bulging like worms on his face. Qianbin, what is the matter? Zhao Shana's expression shifted alarmingly. Qianbin is dead. I am the ancestral master of the Chun family. The man, previously known as Qianbin, sneered, sending shockwaves through the hall. This unexpected turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. At that moment, Qianbin's gaze fell upon the Chun family descendants, and he declared, I was once in the gathering Yin realm, diligently honing my secret arts. I was on the verge of reaching the late stage of Golden Core in 20 years. Yet, you ungrateful descendants disturb my rest, causing my powers to regress to the early stage of Golden Core. Do you not deserve punishment? Answer me. You, being of my bloodline, must sacrifice your vitality to restore my strength. What is wrong with that? Answer me. His accusations left the assembly bewildered. Even Chu Changfeng was taken aback, having assumed that a demon was responsible for the chaos, only to discover it was their own ancestral master, a veritable evil cultivator. It was fortunate for the Chun family that their unfilial descendants inadvertently thwarted his ascendance. Had he attained the late stage of Golden Core, many would have suffered. May the true cultivators vanquish the demons and restore peace to Qingyao City, Zhao Shana solemnly stated after a brief silence. Sensing that Qianbin's aura rivaled that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even stronger, Chu Changfeng stood, directing a flick of his fingers at Zhao Bin, summoning a dark green light that materialized before him. A pill. Upon recognizing the item, Zhao Bin's heart raced, and he hastily conjured a shield of spiritual energy before him. Bang! The pill shattered against the shield, releasing a torrent of dark green mist that swiftly corroded the barrier. Then, as if animated, the mist surged into Qianbin's body. This was a first-tier poison pill known as the soul-biting pill, crafted from a blend of numerous toxins designed to erode spiritual energy and temporarily diminish one's cultivation, effective only against Foundation establishment practitioners. As Qianbin's strength rapidly waned, he plummeted from late-stage Foundation establishment to qi refining. Chu Changfeng scoffed, unleashing his spiritual pressure upon Qianbin, who collapsed to his knees. The disparity between Golden Core and Foundation establishment cultivators was stark. Bravo! Cheers erupted in the hall after a brief silence. Yet, Qianbin struggled to lift his head, fixing his gaze on Chu Changfeng with a twisted grin. As expected of a Golden Core cultivator, what remarkable skills you possess. However, the stronger you become, the more exhilarated I feel. I shall claim your Golden Core. Chapter 17. A fish in a barrel, the venerable ancestor of the Chun family, audacious and monstrous. Dare to speak boastfully even as death loomed. Zhao Shanhe coldly reprimanded him. However, Qianbin retorted chillingly, the one who speaks without shame is you. If it were not for awaiting the arrival of the Golden Pill cultivators from the Yingyang Holy Land, I would have already refined the entirety of Qingyao City. His voice resonated like a curse. As his words fell, Qianbin's head suddenly dropped, devoid of all vitality, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Zhao Shanhe turned to Chu Changfeng. Did you kill him? Chu Changfeng replied, I did not slay him. What resides within Zhao Bin is merely a fragment of the Chun family ancestor's soul. The true body remains concealed in the shadows. Moreover, his true form is likely even more formidable, at least a Golden Pill cultivator. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall collectively gasped, their hearts gripped by unease. What to be done now? Some began to panic. At that moment, a chilling wind howled. Dark clouds obscured the sky, blocking out the sun, plunging the day into darkness. Chu Changfeng's expression shifted. He swiftly exited the hall, followed closely by Qingyao, Zhao Shanhe, and others. They looked up to see a faint black curtain, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloping all of Qingyao City, with runes flowing upon its surface. Ha ha ha! Disciples of the Yingyang Holy Land, the ancestor has declared that your golden pill is mine. A wild, unrestrained laughter erupted above Qingyao City. In the next instant, a figure appeared like a specter, floating ominously above the city. Chu Changfeng focused intently. The apparition was a gaunt old man clad in a black robe. His face twisted into a ghastly smile, his eyes gleaming with madness. Surrounding him, a sinister aura billowed like a surging black mist. With the old man's laughter, A powerful aura emanating from a golden pill cultivator swept forth, enveloping all cultivators present, save for Chu Changfeng, in oppressive dread. Many ordinary folk were pinned to the ground, utterly unable to rise. At that moment, the citizens of Qingyao City were consumed by profound fear. In the streets, panic reigned. "Mother, I am so scared," cried a young child, clinging tightly to his mother's leg, terror etched upon his face. The mother trembled, clasping her child tightly, reassuring him, "Do not fear, my child. Celestial beings will come to our rescue." Yet, her reassurances felt utterly feeble. "Who can save us? We do not wish to die." Tens of thousands gazed skyward at the ancestor of the Chun family, whose figure resembled a malevolent specter, instilling chills in their hearts. "It is the Insha spirit slaughter formation." Zhao Shana's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "He intends to refine everyone in Qingyao City." Seeing this, Chu Changfeng snorted coldly, swiftly forming seals with his hands. The spiritual power within him surged forth like a torrent, expanding outward at an astonishing speed. In an instant, this formidable energy enveloped a 20-mile radius around Qingyao City, akin to a golden net, ensnaring the entire city. "Barrier, form." Following this, Chu Changfeng commanded, and the golden net of spiritual energy rapidly contracted under his control, ultimately forming a golden curtain above Qingyao City, entirely isolating the formidable power of the Insha spirit slaughter formation. In an instant, everyone felt the suffocating pressure dissipate, as if the terrifying scene had been nothing but a nightmare. Indeed, a golden pill cultivator from the Holy Land possesses formidable capabilities. The corner of the Chun family's ancestor's mouth curled into a cold, disdainful smile, his tone dripping with contempt. "However, you are merely a nascent golden pill cultivator, and a mere alchemist at that. Inside this formation, I possess the strength of a mid-stage golden pill cultivator. To kill you would be as effortless as lifting a finger." Before his words had fully settled, the Chun family ancestor abruptly waved his hands. The surrounding sinister aura rapidly coalesced into various weapons, long swords, spears, and halberds, raining down upon the barrier established by Chu Changfeng. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Qingyao City was enveloped by the onslaught of the sinister energy. However, despite the ferocity of the attack, the spiritual barrier established by Chu Changfeng remained remarkably steadfast, unwavering in the face of this terrifying assault. Yet, while the barrier held firm, the sinister energy clung to it like a festering wound, continually eroding its strength. As time passed, the radiance of the barrier began to dim, and the people's vision was obscured by the thick, malevolent energy, rendering the Chun family ancestor beyond sight. Moreover, even their spiritual senses were thwarted by this sinister aura, rendering them unable to perceive the situation outside. Suddenly, Qingyao City was plunged into darkness, as if it had transformed from day to night, the kind where one could not see their own hands. The Chun family ancestors' cunning and treachery were revealed as he had laid such a trap. Zhao Shanhe gritted his teeth in anger, silently cursing the ancestors' deceitful nature. He had thought the arrival of the Holy Land disciples would resolve all crises, but he never anticipated that the Chun family ancestor had secretly set this formation, waiting for the Holy Land disciples to walk into his snare. In truth, the Chun family ancestor's real target was the disciples of the Holy Land. The Chun family ancestor has suffered a setback and is gravely injured. He seeks to seize my golden pill to heal himself, Chu Changfeng stated calmly. Qingyao turned to Chu Changfeng, asking, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Chu Changfeng furrowed his brows slightly. "You all stay within the barrier I have set. Do not venture out carelessly. I will confront the Chun family ancestor and see if I can dismantle his formation." Qingyao's eyes lit up. "Senior brother, I believe you will surely behead the Chun family ancestor." Her confidence in him was unwavering. Do not forget, even if the Chun family ancestor is a false mid-stage golden pill cultivator, a true mid-stage golden pill cultivator would still fall. After all, sword cultivators possess the ability to fight beyond their level, and a cunning sword cultivator's combat prowess is multiplied. However, Zhao Shanhe grew anxious. "Senior, you must not. The Chun family ancestor wields power within the formation comparable to a mid-stage golden pill cultivator, and you are but an alchemist, This is far too perilous. Consider. There must be another way. Zhao Shanhe urged with evident concern, believing Chu Changfeng's actions to be overly reckless. Yet, Chu Changfeng's resolve was firm. In such a moment, someone had to step forward. As a disciple of the Holy Land, it is my unyielding duty. Rest assured, even if I perish, I will never allow that malevolent cultivator to run rampant and indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Chu Changfeng's words rang with conviction, inspiring all present. Having spoken, he dashed out of the golden curtain without hesitation. To protect the path. Now, that is a true righteous cultivator. Zhao Shanhe gazed at Chu Changfeng's receding figure, tears welling in his eyes. The Qin family disciples were also moved to tears, touched by Chu Changfeng's bravery. Qingyao silently scoffed. It's not as dangerous as he makes it sound. You dare to emerge? The Qin family ancestor regarded Chu Changfeng, who had soared out of the barrier, with astonishment. How could we, as cultivators, bow to evil and heretical paths? Chu Changfeng landed atop the pinnacle of a 6-story pagoda. The height was just right for him, not causing dizziness. Prepare to die. Without further ado, Chu Changfeng swiftly waved his sleeve, unleashing a spirit-devouring pill like a shooting star, aimed directly at the Chun family ancestor. Merely a spirit-devouring pill. What can it possibly do to me? The venerable ancestor of the Chun family curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Unhurriedly, he extended his right hand, and a malevolent aura surged forth like a swirling black tempest, coalescing into a vast vortex. In an instant, all the spirit-eating pills were firmly ensnared by this whirlpool. Subsequently, with a delicate wave of his hand, the spirit-eating pills were reduced to mere powder under the relentless assault of the sinister energy. Aware that the spirit-eating pills held little efficacy for cultivators at the Golden Core stage, the Qin ancestor disdainfully remarked, a trivial method. Now, you shall feel my wrath. He formed a series of seals with his hands, and the dark energy coalesced into 9 colossal serpents of black mist. However, at that moment, Chu Changfeng suddenly bellowed, wait. The Chun ancestor paused in surprise. Wait for what? Chapter 18. You are undeniably powerful, yet deceptively sinister in the heat of battle. Any opponent's thunderous roar would surely cause a momentary pause. The actions of the Chun family's ancestor came to an abrupt halt as the black python, coalesced from 9 strands of malevolent energy, did not immediately lunge at Chu Changfeng. However, he did not await any subsequent moves from Chu. For a chilling sensation suddenly enveloped him from behind. A shiver coursed through his body, and he instantly recognized the impending danger. Yet, it was too late to evade entirely. He could only muster all his strength to shift his body and avoid a fatal blow. Whoosh! A streak of cold light sliced through the air like lightning. The ancestor felt a flash before him, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder. One of his arms was severed with brutal force, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Hiss! You treacherous fiend! The ancestor gasped in shock as he focused on the source of the cold light, finally discerning its nature. A small sword, merely 3 inches in length, emanating a disquieting aura of sharpness. A flying sword. You are not merely a Dan Master at the early stage of the Golden Core, but a sword cultivator at the same level. The ancestor exclaimed in astonishment, his voice laced with disbelief. It is well known that a Golden Core sword cultivator possesses the ability to battle above their rank, even slaying ordinary mid-stage Golden Core practitioners. His intention to control Qianbin was solely to probe the veracity of the Yingyang Holy Land disciples, ensuring he could manipulate the situation before taking action. You possess such formidable strength, yet you choose to conceal it. How utterly insidious. The ancestor's heart swelled with resentment and regret. Had he known that Chu Changfeng was a sword cultivator at the early Golden Core stage, he would never have engaged him. Who says a Dan Master cannot also master the sword? Chu Changfeng scoffed, a sudden glimmer of joy illuminating his features. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Ancestor! Ancestor! A powerful being has descended upon the Holy Land. What merit do I possess to have summoned the ancestor of the Yingyang Holy Land? Chu's words plunged the ancestor back into shock. Instinctively, he turned to look in that direction. However, as his gaze swept over, he found nothing no sign of any powerful presence. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a wave of lethal danger surged toward him. Two flying swords hurtled in his direction. The hairs on the ancestor's body stood on end, and his heart sank. "You despicable wretch, you possess two flying swords." The ancestor cried out in horror, his body momentarily suspended in midair as he desperately sought to evade the sudden onslaught. Yet, no matter which direction he fled, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of the two swords. Heavenly Light Mirror. Without hesitation, the ancestor produced a copper mirror, his life-saving artifact. In an instant, it radiated golden light, forming a protective barrier before him. However, despair gripped him as the power of the two flying swords far exceeded his expectations. As the mirror made contact with the swords, it produced a crisp, shattering sound and was pierced effortlessly. The swords continued unabated, piercing through his chest and creating a grotesque hole in his heart. The ancestor's body convulsed violently, a surge of agony erupting from his chest. His complexion drained to a ghastly pallor, his eyes bulging as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Yet, the ordeal was not over. The sword followed closely, penetrating his skull and splattering red and white matter. A torrent of spiritual energy, malevolent aura, and his very life force gushed forth from the ancestor's body, swiftly diffusing into the air. The two flying swords had severed his life thread, and he was now on the brink of death. I have never encountered such a brazenly shameless practitioner. You possess the strength to defeat me openly, yet you continue to disguise your true self. This duplicitous behavior is utterly contemptible. The ancestor's voice reverberated through the air, filled with wrath and resentment. Your actions reflect none of the dignity expected of a true powerhouse. You disgrace the disciples of the Holy Land. Although the ancestor ultimately fell at the hands of Chu Changfeng, his heart remained heavy with bitterness and indignation. To the victors belong the spoils. And in the face of the ancestor's accusations, Chu merely responded with indifference. I have no need to justify myself, for my deeds will be sung by others. You are but a despised heretic. Who would care how you meet your end? Furthermore, you are no innocent. Had I not concealed my true nature, you would not have revealed yourself so readily. You. The ancestor trembled with rage upon hearing Chu's words, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at him, wishing he could devour him whole. He had spent his life scheming against others, never imagining he would perish at the hands of a junior cultivator. Enough. The ancestor's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly filled with despair as he shook his head, seemingly resigned. Before I die, will you tell me your name? Chu Changfeng replied flatly. Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng. Ha! You despicable little man, you have been deceived. I curse you to die a miserable death, to be shattered by the lightning tribulation, never to be reborn. The malevolent curse. The ancestor's visage twisted in maniacal laughter. The dissipating malevolent energy in the air coalesced into a sinister, ghostly face lunging at Chu Changfeng. This was a curse technique that could be cast through merely a name. The cursed individual would be assailed by malevolent energy, causing a regression in their cultivation. Yet, in the face of the ancestor's vicious curse, Chu remained unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. The grotesque visage passed seamlessly through Chu's body, soaring into the distance. You, how is it possible that you are unharmed? The scene rendered the ancestor utterly aghast, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Chu Changfeng, muttering, "This cannot be." A faint smile graced Chu's lips as he replied, "In truth, my name is not Gu Changfeng. You deceived me again." The ancestor was struck as if by lightning. His body trembled violently, his eyes wide, as he bellowed, "You shameless scoundrel, even deceiving a dying man. Do you possess no humanity?" As the ancestor's roar echoed, he suddenly spat forth a jet of black blood, dark as ink and exuding a foul stench. After this outburst, his body seemed to lose all support, plummeting from the void and crashing heavily onto the barrier. This time, the ancestor was truly dead, his body rebounding off the barrier before falling still. Unless one is truly dead, I shall not be at ease. Had I not been cautious enough, even if you were tenfold stronger, I might have truly perished today. Chu Changfeng regarded the ancestor's corpse with an impassive expression, extending his hand to summon an invisible force that drew the storage bag from the ancestor's waist into his grasp. Break the formation. Chu Changfeng stood atop the tower, his voice resonating like a great bell in the void. As his command echoed, the flying swords and the ancestor's sword erupted in brilliant light, shooting towards the dim black barrier above. With a crisp crack, the barrier enveloping the entirety of Qinghai City shattered, scattering into countless fragments. In that instant, the dense malevolent energy dissipated into the heavens. Gather. Chu Changfeng directed calmly. The two flying swords obediently returned to his side, vanishing into his sleeves. Simultaneously, the barrier enveloping the ground gradually dissolved. The corpse of the ancestral figure of the Chun family plummeted from a boundary, descending directly from the air before crashing heavily into the courtyard of the Chun residence, raising a cloud of dust. Splendid. Our family's ancestor has perished. Father, mother, your vengeance has been avenged. The surviving descendants of the Chun family, having endured great trials, could not restrain their excitement and erupted into cheers upon witnessing this scene. Qingyao pouted upon hearing these words, finding them rather peculiar. Chapter 19. Senior brother, I implore you, spare him, came the plea. Truly worthy of being a disciple from the Holy Land, even an alchemist could engage in battles beyond their rank. Zhao Shanhe and the guest elder beside him gazed in admiration at the ethereal figure of Chu Changfeng standing atop the high tower. Who dares to claim that alchemists lack combat prowess? Surely, they have never witnessed the alchemists of the Yingyang Holy Land. Mother, look, an immortal has saved us. In the city, a small child pointed excitedly at Chu Changfeng atop the tower, exclaiming to his mother, Quickly, let us thank the immortal. Mother, I too wish to become a person like the immortal, upholding justice and vanquishing demons. Enough chatter, bow quickly. Simultaneously, waves of gasps erupted throughout the city. Many who witnessed the scene could not help but kneel in reverence towards the high tower. Chu Changfeng gracefully descended from the tower's pinnacle. Senior brother, how shall we handle the corpse of the Chun family's ancestor? Qingyao inquired. It harbors a significant amount of malevolent energy. If left unattended or reburied, it may lead to a corpse transformation. My suggestion is to incinerate it. Chu Changfeng's gaze fell upon the Chun family disciples. To prevent the ancestor from causing further calamity, I agree to the cremation. We have no objections. The Chun family disciples proclaimed, their expressions resolute. Shall we take action? Should we separate it for burning? I shall handle it, Chu Changfeng declared, conjuring a flame of spiritual energy and casting it upon the Chun family ancestor. In no time, the body was reduced to ash, and the wind carried the ancestor's remains away. Finally, the Chun family ancestor was laid to rest. Upon witnessing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now that it has turned to ash, it should no longer cause harm, right? Look to the sky. At that moment, Qingyao suddenly exclaimed. Two beams of golden light appeared on the horizon, swiftly arriving above Qinghai City. Two figures materialized, one male and one female. The man exuded an imposing presence, his square face emanating authority without anger, embodying righteousness. The woman, fair of face, had glimmering golden light in her eyes. Their skin shone like jade, and spiritual energy coalesced around them like mist, characteristic of golden core, true immortals. Chu Changfeng and Qingyao quickly recognized the attire they donned belonged to the inner disciples of the Tianxian sect. They are esteemed members of the Tianxian sect. There is no need for alarm. No one dares impersonate disciples of the Tianxian sect, Zhao Shanhe remarked, a relaxed smile crossing his face. The tension in the others dissipated as well. However, Chu Changfeng held a different view. Lord Zhao, do not let it guard down too much. Before today, would you have ever believed someone would dare to orchestrate the assassination of a disciple from the Yingyang Holy Land? What ayist? There are plenty of gamblers, and the more dangerous the act, the more enticing it becomes. Greater risks yield greater rewards. For instance, I, Chu Changfeng, am such a character. Hiss, Zhao Shanhe gasped, suddenly enlightened. What the true immortal says is correct. The others, upon hearing Chu Changfeng's words, felt as if they had received a revelation, silently praising him for his astuteness. No wonder he had achieved the golden core. You need not be alarmed. I am Gu Changfeng of the Tianxian sect, and this is my junior sister, Zhao Ronger. We happened upon this place and noticed the malevolent energy rising skyward. We were unsure if assistance was required, the man announced, refraining from approaching too hastily. Who? Gu Changfeng? Upon hearing this name, Qingyao's expression shifted, instinctively glancing at Chu Changfeng. The inner disciple of the Tianxian sect, Gu Changfeng, truly is a remarkable existence. Chu Changfeng was equally astonished. Nonetheless, he maintained a calm demeanor. Thank you for your kind offer, fellow cultivators. But the malevolent cultivator at the Golden Core stage has already been slain, and the body has been incinerated. The crisis has been averted. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng and Zhao Ronger exchanged glances. Very well. If that is the case, we shall not intrude further. Gu Changfeng concluded, and together with his junior sister, they ascended into the air, departing. Yet, they soon returned. The crowd gasped in surprise. Could they be intent on violence? What else do you require, fellow cultivator? Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. Realizing that the crowd had misunderstood, Gu Changfeng reassured them, do not be alarmed. I seek to inquire if you have seen a person by the name of Gu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng frowned. Is that not you? It is not I, but another individual named Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng produced a portrait, unfolding it. With the keen eyesight of a golden core, true immortal. Even from several hundred meters away, Chu Changfeng could discern the figure in the portrait, a man with dark skin, thick brows, and large eyes, appearing simple and honest. Was this not an altered version of himself? I have not seen him, Chu Changfeng replied decisively, shaking his head. Gu Changfeng sighed in disappointment. This individual is using my name for nefarious deeds, committing heinous acts. Should you encounter him in the future, please exercise caution and take him by surprise. Then you may bring him to the Tianxian sect, and I shall reward you with a second-tier, mid-grade magical artifact. Chu Changfeng spoke resolutely. Fear not, fellow cultivator. Should I encounter this scoundrel, I will surely capture him and restore your reputation. Not for the sake of your artifact, but for the sake of justice. Thank you, Gu Changfeng replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. If only everyone shared your sense of righteousness, the cultivation world would be a far more splendid place. Alas, there are scoundrels like Gu Changfeng. What? There are those bold enough to impersonate disciples of the Tianxian sect and commit fraud? How audacious! Zhao Shanhe and the others were astounded by Gu Changfeng's account. Could it be that such audacious actions were being carried out? Had they consumed the hearts of dragons and the gall of phoenixes? Gu Changfeng and Zhao Ronger departed. Chu Changfeng watched their retreating figures, rendered speechless for a long while. Zhao Shanhe and the others believed Chu Changfeng was indignant at the emergence of a disgrace within the cultivation world and felt sympathy for Gu Changfeng's plight, thus refraining from disturbing him, quietly leaving one by one. In the courtyard, only Chu Changfeng and Qingyao remained. Only Qingyao understood that her senior brother was not harboring good intentions, likely concocting some underhanded scheme. Reflecting on Gu Changfeng's tearful and aggrieved expression as he departed, Qingyao felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was just a 16-year-old girl, still innocent and kind-hearted. Senior brother, I implore you, show mercy and spare Gu Changfeng. Qingyao communicated subtly to Chu Changfeng using her voice technique. Chu Changfeng turned to face her, responding through thought, but Gu Changfeng promised a second-tier, mid-grade magical artifact as a reward. It is not that I do not wish to be a good person, but Gu Changfeng's offer is too tempting. He is striking directly at my soft spot. Upon hearing this, Qingyao sighed inwardly, fearing that Gu Changfeng would soon find himself in dire straits. Chapter 20. Zhao Shanhe's Request, a journey to exorcise demons once more in the evening. During the welcome banquet prepared by the city lord's residence, Zhao Shanhe hesitated repeatedly before finally mustering the courage to speak to Chu Changfeng. Oh! Chu Changfeng set down his wine cup, while Qingyao perked up her ears in curiosity. One of my close friends is the city lord of Yin City, 1,000 miles away from Qinghe City. For the past fortnight, every midnight, chilling cries of child echo from the mountains outside the city, which are truly haunting. He has ventured into the mountains several times to investigate, but to no avail. He nearly fell into a maze and could not find his way out. Thus, he has sought my assistance. I too have been there, and the maze is indeed formidable, leaving me wandering in circles before I returned empty-handed. We suspect that it is a vengeful spirit, deeply resentful due to the loss of a child, lurking outside the city, plotting its next move. If it strikes, it will surely lead to a bloody massacre, and many innocent children may suffer. Zhao Shanhe recounted the events slowly. Upon hearing this, Qingyao shuddered, feeling a chill creeping down her spine. So, you wish to request my presence in Yin City to slay this malevolent spirit? Chu Changfeng asked, his tone calm. Zhao Shanhe nodded earnestly. Such a grave matter has not been reported to the sacred land? Chu Changfeng did not immediately agree. Zhao Shanhe appeared somewhat embarrassed, explaining, "At this point, everything is mere speculation. We have yet to even see the spirit, and since it has not harmed anyone, we cannot ask the sacred land for assistance. In the case of the Qinghai City incident, we at least knew the enemy's strength and could determine the level of disciples needed to resolve the issue. However, in Yin City, we are utterly in the dark. Even if we wish to help, we find ourselves helpless. Brother, let us travel to Yin City," Qingyao implored, her compassionate heart unable to bear the suffering of others. Yet, Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, aware that the sect competition was less than 3 months away, and he needed to accumulate as many spirit stones as possible to advance his cultivation. "If you're willing to go to Yin City, my friend is prepared to offer 2,000 low-grade spirit stones as a token of gratitude, regardless of whether the issue can be resolved." Zhao Shan has suddenly interjected. Hearing this, Chu Changfeng frowned. "Do you think I would be swayed by 2,000 low-grade spirit stones?" "No, that's not it," Zhao Shanhe stammered, hastily clarifying. "Zhu Jianfen Zaite." I must emphasize once more that disciples of the sacred land take it upon themselves to exorcise demons and maintain peace in the world. Wherever the people are in need, we shall go. Does this mean you are in agreement? Zhao Shanhe exclaimed with delight. Qingyao shared in his joy, marveling at her senior brother's newfound sense of justice. However, at that moment, Chu Changfeng continued, while 2,000 low-grade spirit stones may not be a significant amount, they do symbolize the trust and support of the city lord and the citizens of Yin City. I cannot refuse them. Qingyao scoffed. How hypocritical. I clearly misjudged your character. Yet, Zhao Shanhe was steadfast in his belief in Chu Changfeng's words. After all, as a golden core cultivator of the sacred land, who among them did not possess at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones? Furthermore, as an alchemist, he would earn even more. It was inconceivable that a disciple of the sacred land would bow down for merely 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Changfeng's willingness to assist stemmed from his genuine love for the people. I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the citizens of Yin City, Zhao Shanhe said, his hands clasped in a respectful gesture towards Chu Changfeng. There is no need for such formality, Chu Changfeng replied, waving his hand, using an invisible force to lift Zhao Shanhe. Zhao Shanhe then inquired, "When shall we set off? So I may inform my friend to prepare?" Chu Changfeng replied, "First thing tomorrow." After the banquet concluded, Chu Changfeng retreated to the guest room arranged by Zhao Shanhe. He retrieved 5 formation plates, activating them before taking out a black storage bag he had acquired from the Chun family ancestor. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a dazzling array of items appeared before him. Among them, the most plentiful were spirit stones, glistening and exuding spiritual energy piled together like sand. With a sweep of his spiritual energy, he quickly calculated the total. 930 low-grade spirit stones, with no mid-grade or high-grade stones in sight. It seemed that the deployment of the Yinsha formation had consumed a considerable amount. Damn the Chen family ancestor for using so many of my spirit stones. Chu Changfeng thought, displeased. His gaze then shifted to 3 items laid out on the table. The first was a bone flute over a foot long, emitting a faint sound as if stirred by the wind. The second was a bone knife over 3 feet long, radiating a chilling light and appearing extremely sharp. Lastly, there was a black banner inscribed with unfamiliar runes, and something unknown stirred within, hinting at the presence of vengeful spirits. These 3 first-tier superior evil artifacts were worth 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, but he deemed it unwise to sell them, deciding to turn them in upon returning to the sect. The most valuable item from the Chun family ancestor was likely the copper mirror. which regrettably had been shattered by his flying sword. Damn that Qin family ancestor. Who told you to use my artifact to block a flying sword? Chu Changfeng lamented, mentally cursing the ancestor repeatedly. The following day, Chu Changfeng, wishing to avoid drawing attention, declined Zhao Shanna's offer to escort him out of the city and instead left the city lord's residence alone with Qingyao. Did you hear? The immortal who saved us yesterday is a golden core cultivator from the Qingyao sacred land. Your information is inaccurate. That immortal is clearly a great cultivator at the nascent soul stage. With a mere gesture, the Qin family ancestor was obliterated. Nonsense. My friend said he is a powerful entity at the integration stage. On the streets, conversations buzzed about the events of the previous day. Even Chu Changfeng found it overwhelming, his toes digging into the soles of his shoes. Sister, let us hasten our departure, he urged, glancing at the hurried figure ahead. Qingyao couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Yin City was over 1,000 miles from Qinghe City, a manageable distance for cultivators, and it was conveniently on the route back to the Qingyao sacred land. As they walked through the scenic landscape, Qingyao asked, "Brother, if we truly encounter the malevolent spirit, what shall we do?" "Of course, we shall slay it with a single sword," Chu Changfeng replied nonchalantly. "And if one sword proves insufficient?" Qingyao pressed further. "Then we shall use 2 swords," he answered, still unperturbed. "What if there are other cultivators present?" At this question, Chu Changfeng hesitated briefly before responding. That could complicate matters. First, we would need to incapacitate the other cultivators and then strike. After all, as disciples of the sacred land, we represent its dignity and should strive to avoid disgrace while outside. There was no alternative. After all, he possessed too many underhanded methods. Qingyao remarked, "Those who stand by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. If you wish to avoid embarrassment, brother, you ought to venture out less." Without a second thought, Chu Changfeng raised his hand and playfully tapped Qingyao on the forehead. Chapter 21. The Reversed Clock and the Inverted Donkey as Twilight Descended. Chu Changfeng and Qingyao had arrived outside Yin City. Beneath the city gate, several elegantly dressed figures awaited them. These 2 must be the disciples of the sacred land. "I am Lu Qing, the city lord of Yin, and I welcome you both to exterminate the demons." An elderly man with white hair bowed from distance. Chu Changfeng immediately noticed the dark circles under the old man's eyes and those of the few individuals behind him, suggesting they had not slept well for quite some time. Insufficient rest could lead even the foundational cultivators to an untimely demise. "There is no need for such formalities, City Lord Lu. Could you please share some information regarding the situation within the city?" Chu Changfeng, aware of the dwindling daylight, directly addressed the matter at hand. "Please, accompany me to the city lord's mansion for a detailed discussion." Lu Qing gestured invitingly. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Qingyao was taken aback. "Why are there so many children here? Are these all your descendants, City Lord Lu?" The mansion was filled with children, some still in swaddling clothes, while others were already running about. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. Could it be that Lu Qing practiced a dual cultivation method, or possessed a system that favored having many offspring? Yet, his cultivation level was not particularly high. Lu Qing, like Zhao Shanha, was merely at the late stage of foundational cultivation. If he truly had the potential to become a Jindan, Golden Core, master, he would manage not a small city of tens of thousands, but a large city with hundreds of thousands, or even establish a sect. With an awkward smile, Lu Qing clarified, "You have misunderstood. I have dedicated my life to the Tao and remain unmarried, with no offspring. These children are the progeny of the citizens of the city. The front courtyard holds only a portion, while the back courtyard has even more, totaling 21 children." He sighed. "It is my inadequacy as city lord that I have failed to eliminate the malevolent spirits outside. In desperation, I resorted to this foolish method to protect the children within the city. If that evil spirit dares to enter and harm them, it must first pass through me." Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng and Qingyao exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing that Lu Qing was indeed a good man. "City Lord Lu, you are truly commendable," Qingyao praised. Giving him a thumbs up, Lu Qing recounted, "In my youth, our village was besieged by a great demon. Fortunately, a cultivator from the sacred land arrived in time and slayed the demon, but unfortunately, that cultivator suffered grave injuries and perished. Since then, I have vowed to follow in his footsteps, ridding the world of evil, even at the cost of my own life. What I fear most is that my life may be sacrificed without being able to prevent that malevolent spirit. He lamented, I wonder what great scheme that beast has been concocting while lying dormant in the deep mountains. As Lu Qing spoke, Chu Changfeng felt a radiance emanating from him. Rest assured, City Lord, my companions, and I shall do our utmost to assist Yin City, Chu Changfeng assured solemnly. Lu Qing clasped his fists in gratitude. At midnight, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the mountains, piercing the silence of Yin City. Not again. That voice has returned. If you dare, come and take my life. I bear a gaping scar on my head. Why must you torment me so? Angry voices arose within the city, as the malevolent spirit outside had stirred the citizens of Yin City to express their grievances. Brother, did you hear that? Qingyao inquired. I did, Chu Changfeng replied as he stood up. I cannot fathom what feelings it harbors for its offspring to produce such a wretched cry, Qingyao mused. We shall find out, Chu Changfeng declared, stepping toward the city lord's mansion exit. Indeed, I am curious to uncover its true nature, Qingyao swiftly followed. Please exercise caution, Lu Qing cautioned, watching their retreating figures with concern. As they traversed the forest, the agonizing cries grew increasingly closer. Something feels amiss, brother. We have circled back to where we started, Qingyao observed, noticing a crooked tree not far ahead, which she had seen before. It appears we have fallen victim to a ghost wall, she concluded. I recall Zhao Shana mentioning he had attempted to locate the essence of that malevolent spirit, but ended up going around in circles, expending great effort to escape. That spirit must excel in an exceptionally powerful maze. Chu Changfeng frowned slightly. That beast is indeed formidable, having ensnared us as well, Qingyao exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. However, Chu Changfeng shook his head slightly, not agreeing with her assessment. It has only ensnared you, not me. Is there a way to break the formation? Qingyao's eyes brightened. Of course, Chu Changfeng replied confidently. Who would have thought my brother possesses such expertise in formations? It is merely that I have enlightened 8 out of 10 apertures. He modestly stated, Brother, you are too humble. Enlightening 8 out of 10 is quite impressive, far surpassing my own abilities. Wait, Qingyao's praises abruptly faded. You are utterly clueless about formations, aren't you? Indeed, he affirmed. You big-headed fool. Qingyao was at a loss for words. Junior sister, you remain too impetuous. Although I do not comprehend formations, as a swordsman, one sword can break myriad laws. Formations are also laws. Exterminate the demons. As his voice fell, a beam of silver light hovered before him, transforming from a mere 3 inches into a 3-foot-long sword. Is this your flying sword? Qingyao gasped in astonishment. This sword is named Exterminate Demons, Chu Changfeng whispered. Qingyao's gaze became slightly dazed. Such a fine sword, though the name leaves much to be desired. As the representative of Tianjian Peak, I must possess some worthy means to deal with those cultivators of lesser cultivation, Chu Changfeng explained. Qingyao felt a twinge of regret. Then you need not, he interrupted her train of thought. You have already reached the lower tier among the inner disciples. Was that meant to comfort me? Junior sister, be cautious. Once the maze is broken, we may have to confront the true form of that malevolent spirit, or even a powerful slaughter formation. So do your best to stay behind me, Chu Changfeng advised seriously. I understand, brother. Qingyao nodded gravely, stepping behind him. Break. With a sweep of his sword, Chu Changfeng sliced, and the Exterminate Demon's sword erupted with blinding silver light. Qingyao squinted, instinctively raising her hand to shield her eyes. In that moment, Chu Changfeng shone brilliantly, rivaling the brilliance of the moon above. Boom! With a single strike, the earth trembled. A sword mark, stretching into the horizon, cleaved the mountain in two. Chu Changfeng and Qingyao's view extended far beyond the crooked tree, revealing a distant figure inhaling and exhaling against the moonlight, emanating tendrils of dark energy. It was, astonishingly, a gray donkey. The two siblings stood in shock. Brother, could that be the malevolent spirit? To be honest, the entity that emerged after the formation was broken did not resemble the fierce demon Qingyao had envisioned. At that moment, the donkey noticed Chu Changfeng and Qingyao, baring its teeth and making strange noises. Someone has broken the formation. Chu Changfeng. Not just a donkey. It was indeed a donkey that spoke in inverted sentences. Chapter 22. I, the Donkey Emperor, demand payment master. It turns out that the plight troubling the citizens of Yin City is not malevolent spirits, but rather a donkey spirit. Upon hearing the braying of a donkey, Qingyao could not help but exclaim. Chu Changfeng, equally taken aback, found the truth surprisingly unexpected. Oh dear, how do you speak like that? At the mountainside, a gray donkey perked up its large ears, expressing its dissatisfaction, insisting it was no mere donkey spirit. I am a donkey emperor, who has fallen victim to treachery and found myself in this predicament. If you too could present rare treasures to assist me, I shall reward you handsomely. Once I reclaim my rightful position as the Donkey Emperor, it even promised to bestow titles upon them, should it find them deserving. Chu Changfeng frowned. You, gray donkey, with your incessant "oh dear" marks, speak quite fluently. Beside him, Qingyao's beautiful eyes flickered with doubt. Master, is the donkey clan truly formidable? Are there truly demon emperors among them? Sister, do you believe this creature is the donkey emperor, or do you trust that I am a reincarnated immortal? Chu Changfeng inquired. I believe neither. Qingyao suddenly snapped to attention, pointing an accusing finger at the gray donkey in anger. You deceived me. The donkey spirit, quite insidious, caused Qingyao to inadvertently utter inverted sentences during their exchange. Humans, mind your words. I am the donkey emperor and shall not be insulted. The gray donkey intoned solemnly. However, before it could finish, Qingyao could no longer restrain herself. Master, may I take action? Be cautious. Chu Changfeng nodded, observing the gray donkey cloaked in dark energy, appearing as if gravely wounded, its aura suggesting it was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He recognized that Qingyao might indeed possess the strength to fight. Donkey spirit, prepare to meet your end. Qingyao sprang onto the crown of a tree, retrieved a bell from her waist, and gently shook it. Flame Dragon Beast. Beast Tamer. Who are you? The gray donkey gasped in surprise. Beast tamers excel at dealing with demonic and spiritual creatures, and the Flame Dragon Beast, a powerful dragon-type demon, filled it with trepidation. Yet, it failed to detect the presence of the Flame Dragon Beast and was instead confronted by a sword hurtling towards it. The blade, glowing like fire, radiated intense heat and a formidable edge. Before it could draw near, the gray donkey felt a stinging sensation on its skin. Oh dear, oh dear. You are a sword cultivator masquerading as a beast tamer. How shameless of you. The gray donkey screeched. In the next moment, it stomped its hooves on the ground, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes towards the flying sword. Water extinguishes fire. Ice belongs to the water element and counters fire. From a distance, Chu Changfeng observed that the gray donkey possessed some strength, yet lacked social experience. Just then, the ice spikes collided with the Flame Dragon Beast sword. But instead of hindering it as the gray donkey had anticipated, they merged into the sword, enhancing its power. Oh dear, it is not a fire attribute sword, but a water attribute sword, surpassing my expectations. Your cunning is remarkable. The gray donkey shrieked, exerting all its strength to escape to a distance. To Chu Changfeng's astonishment, the gray donkey moved with incredible speed, even faster than Qingyao's sword. Of course, this was largely due to Qingyao's recent transition to sword cultivation and her lack of rapport with the flying sword. Such rapport and experience could only be honed through continuous combat. As the gray donkey fled, Qingyao pursued. Oh dear, you certainly strike hard. Filthy donkey. Cease your incessant calling, or I shall tear your mouth apart. The persistent repetition of oh dear from the gray donkey irritated Qingyao, who felt as if this creature was taking advantage of her. Fueled by anger, her flying sword became swifter, swiftly leaving numerous wounds on the opponent. After a while, the gray donkey, unable to escape, collapsed onto the ground. Oh dear, can you not allow me to die with clarity? Could you tell me why you're targeting me? Before my end? It cried out. With a swish, the Flame Dragon Beast's sword hovered before the gray donkey, as Qingyao coldly stated. Your incessant braying has caused unrest among the people of Yin City. Huh? The gray donkey expressed its bewilderment. Did I? Is this not enough? Qingyao retorted. Oh dear, must I be killed simply for disturbing the peace? The gray donkey protested, feeling unjustly treated. Even if I am guilty, my crime does not warrant death. Moreover, due to the poison I ingested, at midnight, the toxins erupt, causing me unbearable pain. Am I not allowed to cry out in agony? That is too tyrannical. The gray donkey felt quite aggrieved, insisting it too was a victim. After hearing this, the two siblings exchanged glances. Master, I believe this donkey spirit is speaking truthfully. It is indeed quite pitiful and has not harmed anyone. Perhaps we should spare it, Qingyao suggested, her heart softened. Upon hearing this, the gray donkey felt warmth in its heart, realizing that there still existed kind-hearted individuals in the world. A biting dog is often regarded as harmless by its owner until it bites, it mused. However, one cannot assert that just because it has not bitten before, it will never do so in the future, especially not a creature that is cultivated for centuries. Chu Chongfeng's expression grew serious. Hiss! The gray donkey's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly tightened. It sensed a murderous aura emanating from Chu Chongfeng. Chapter 23. The younger sister is meant to bear the blame. I, El Wushuang, solemnly vow never to harm anyone and to be a virtuous and benevolent creature. Previously, I inadvertently disturbed the citizens of Yin City. Now I shall take my leave. Please, esteemed ones, have mercy and spare me. The gray donkey quickly expressed its plea. Is your name El Wushuang? Qingyao's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation that the gray donkey had a name. The gentleman from the realm, akin to jade, embodies the essence of unparalleled grace. My name is... Upon mentioning this name, the gray donkey grinned, revealing its large, protruding teeth. Puffed. Qingyao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Please do not tarnish the name Wushuang. Brother, what do you think? Qingyao felt that the gray donkey's attitude was quite sincere and perhaps it could be given chance. However, Chu Chongfeng stroked his chin, frowning. That may not be feasible. What if you disturb the citizens elsewhere? Is death the only escape? Today, the gray donkey steeled itself, gritting its teeth. Esteemed one, grant me a chance to live, and I shall willingly serve as your mount. In a desperate bid for survival, it was willing to submit. Huh? Qingyao's eyes lit up. Typically, demon beasts possess great pride and are reluctant to bow to humans. A foundational mount would be quite valuable for a Golden Dam practitioner. Wait a moment. Qingyao suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that the senior brother intended to subdue this gray donkey from the very beginning? The gray donkey's capabilities were commendable and its speed impressive. Aside from its tendency to loudly call others child and its penchant for inverted sentences, it had no apparent flaws. It could indeed serve as an excellent spiritual companion. Given Chu Chongfeng's dismissive nature, it was highly likely he had set his sights on the gray donkey from the start. Yet, Qingyao's calculations failed her. Chu Chongfeng's expression revealed his hesitation. We are disciples of the Yingyang's sacred land, adherents of the true path of immortality. Should you become our mount, I would certainly petition the elders of our sect to officially recognize you as a spiritual beast within the sacred grounds. When the time comes for you to face tribulation, you will receive the sect's protection, thereby reducing the severity of the heavenly tribulation. For demon beasts, becoming a spiritual beast of the sacred land is akin to reaching the shore of safety. Thus, many demon beasts yearn to become our mounts. Just days ago, I turned down a powerful demon with blood of the South Sea Dragon clan. My junior sister rejected one of the distant relatives of the North Sea Kunping. Chu Chongfeng spoke with a mix of truth and jest. The protection of a sacred land would indeed lessen the tribulations, while the desire for dragon and Kunping lineage to acknowledge them as masters was merely a pretense. What? The gray donkey was taken aback. It had not anticipated that Chu Chongfeng and Qingyao held such significant status, nor could it have imagined that becoming their mount would mitigate the severity of tribulations. Demon cultivators, unlike human cultivators, must confront a heavenly tribulation upon breaking through each major realm, and each trial was a perilous endeavor. Qingyao turned to Chu Chongfeng. Brother, do I have such a thing? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? She couldn't help but send a message through her thoughts. Chu Chongfeng replied, There was none before, but now there is. As disciples of the sacred land, we must carry ourselves with the dignity befitting our status, whether we possess it or not. Remember what I said, status is self-assigned. What a profound statement. Status is self-assigned. Qingyao's understanding of this phrase deepened. Suddenly, the gray donkey knelt on its front limbs. I beseech you, esteemed one, accept me as your mount. I pledge my unwavering loyalty. If the gray donkey had previously yielded under duress, it now genuinely aspired to become Chu Chongfeng's mount. It yearned for safety and recognition, to demonstrate its sincerity. It opened its mouth and revealed several items. Chu Chongfeng looked closer and discovered 4 different color doors. One of them, gleaming with golden light and the size of a fist, was indeed a Gungjin stone. The remaining ores were also excellent materials for refining. Roughly estimating, Chu Chongfeng believed the value of these ores could reach around 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. These 4 stones are my collection over the past 3 centuries. They are surely not mundane items. I implore you to accept them. The gray donkey spoke earnestly. Meanwhile, Qingyao felt enlightened. What a spectacle indeed! In a vast forest, one finds all sorts of creatures, while others subdue their mounts through force or promises of benefits. Chu Chongfeng, conversely, managed to coax the old donkey into offering rare treasures while pleading. Brother, Qingyao felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to advise Chu Chongfeng to accept the situation graciously. After all, one should not take advantage of a soft target. Junior sister, I am aware that what it has offered is not much, yet it carries great sincerity. You need not demand more. Before Qingyao could finish her thought, Chu Chongfeng interrupted her. What? I did not intend to say that. Qingyao was bewildered. It was evidently his insatiable greed. Yet he spoke as if it were her fault for asking for more. She sensed the gray donkey's gaze towards her had become peculiar, almost accusatory. What's this? I merely wished to speak on your behalf, and now you resent me? Chu Chongfeng, you. Qingyao trembled with indignation, hands on her hips, calling out his name. Though her weight was but 80 pounds, she felt burdened with 1,000-pound blame. Chu Chongfeng stated, Junior sister, while the old donkey's lineage may not compare to that of the dragon or the Kunpeng, it is nonetheless a local demon cultivator. We ought to be lenient and give it a chance. Old Gray, do not look at my junior sister in such a manner. She is still young and does not fully grasp the difficulties faced by wild cultivators. From this day forth, you shall be the mount of me, Chu Chongfeng, the true disciple of the Yingyang Sacred Land's Heavenly Sword Peak, a Golden Dan practitioner. Chu Chongfeng defended Qingyao, yet it only exacerbated the situation. I have a position. Upon hearing this, the gray donkey was overjoyed, braying incessantly in delight. Qingyao had a torrent of words trapped within her, casting a cold gaze at the pair of them. The gray donkey would lead to your misfortune. In due time, you shall realize who the true benefactor is. Old Gray, open your mouth. At that moment, Chu Chongfeng retrieved a first-grade, upper-tier detoxification pill from a storage bag and tossed it to the gray donkey. After consuming it, the donkey's eyes sparkled with vitality. Master, this pill you bestowed is truly miraculous. I feel rejuvenated and can leap. I leap. Within a mere half an incense stick's time, the black mist enveloping it dissipated, leaving it brimming with vigor. You have consumed a detoxification pill crafted from the essence of 100 herbs, refined over 49 days. Its value is immeasurable. After hearing Chu Chongfeng's words, the gray donkey was even more moved, nearly bowing down to express its gratitude. Qingyao scoffed. One pill is merely worth 100 spirit stones. Yet you speak of it as if it were something grand. Were it not for my knowledge of its price, I might have been convinced. What a shameless and despicable senior brother. At that moment, Chu Chongfeng leaped onto the gray donkey's back. Let us return to Yin City. Beside him, Qingyao interjected, Brother. This gray donkey was clearly subdued by both of us, yet I received no reward whatsoever. Her tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, primarily due to her aversion to the duo's collusion. Chu Chongfeng turned to look at Qingyao, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. How could there be none for you? He replied, From now on, I shall ride this donkey, and you shall lead it, thus creating a sense of involvement, yes? I assure you, as long as I ride this donkey, you will always have a rope to hold. Qingyao's face turned frosty. Get lost. Chapter 24 Senior Brother. Did you use a binding talisman on me? Old Gray, where did you learn that perplexing formation? On the way back to Yin City, Chu Chongfeng sat upright on the back of a donkey, his curiosity piqued. To be able to confound a group of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators at the mid-stage of foundation establishment is no simple feat. It's something I comprehended. After summarizing my experiences from grinding, the gray donkey replied proudly, lifting its head high. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. You truly are a remarkable creature. The gray donkey puffed up even more, responding, of course, I am destined to become the emperor of the donkey clan. Not long after, Chu Changfeng and Qingyao returned to Yin City. Upon witnessing his safe return, the townsfolk erupted in excitement, their faces lit with joyful smiles. You two have finally returned. City Lord Lu Qing led the cultivators and a large number of citizens to welcome them personally. Dismounting from the donkey, Chu Changfeng smiled and said this time, my junior sister and I have fulfilled our mission. That's truly wonderful. I knew that with disciples from the Holy Land present, there would be no unforeseen incidents. Thank you, Immortal, for rescuing us from peril. The city has prepared a banquet to celebrate your return. Please come this way. Lu Qing gestured invitingly. As soon as Qingyao heard about the banquet, she unconsciously swallowed. Although the existence of the spirit-sustaining pill could alleviate a cultivator's hunger, it could not quell the desire for food. However, Chu Changfeng shook his head. City Lord, we appreciate your kind offer, but we are still bound by our sex duties and cannot afford to linger. We shall certainly savor the delicacies of Yin City next time. Lu Qing felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this. Qingyao was perplexed. What duties do we still have? Since that is the case. Lu Qing was about to clasp his fists in farewell when Chu Changfeng interrupted him. Before we depart, there is one more matter that requires your assistance. What is it? A written account of the events, Chu Changfeng replied. This demon-slaying operation appeared formidable, but in reality, it was quite straightforward. As you might have surmised, the creature lurking in the mountains is a mid-stage golden core evil spirit of terrifying strength, currently setting up a deadly formation aimed at refining the entire populace of the city to resurrect a ghostly being. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave, for they understood the implications of a golden core evil spirit. Should the enemy successfully complete the formation, the citizens of Yin City would meet a tragic fate. Exchanging glances, the crowd silently rejoiced that Chu Changfeng had timely averted this calamity. Yet, only Qingyao and the gray donkey seemed more confused after hearing Chu Changfeng's words. What evil spirit could possibly emerge from the mountains? Isn't it the gray donkey behind you that is causing trouble? Qingyao looked at Chu Changfeng in bewilderment. The gray donkey was equally astonished. I am merely at mid-stage foundation establishment. When did I become a mid-stage golden core evil spirit? At that moment, Chu Changfeng continued. City Lord, now we arrive at the crux of the matter. The battle against that evil spirit was fraught with peril. Although I successfully vanquished it, I incurred the loss of a second-tier superior-grade sky-rending blade, a second-tier medium-grade fire shield, and a second-tier inferior-grade mountain shield. I employed 72 second-tier superior-grade fire dragon talismans, 66 second-tier medium-grade dungeon talismans, and 36 second-tier inferior-grade golden armor talismans. I consumed 8 second-tier superior-grade rejuvenation pills and 12 spirit recovery pills, along with numerous other second-tier consumables. After a lengthy recitation, Chu Changfeng finally concluded. Qingyao stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape. Are you listing off a grocery list? Moreover, given Qingyao's understanding of Chu Changfeng, where would he have acquired such treasures, talismans, and pills? The gray donkey was also bewildered. Qingyao subdued me with just one sword and a bit of cunning. I never saw Chu Changfeng produce such a vast array of treasures. However, Lu Qing and the others, not having been present during the battle, wholeheartedly believed Chu Changfeng's words. They internally marveled at the capabilities of a disciple from the Holy Land, pondering how he had shattered several second-tier artifacts and consumed hundreds of talismans, which they would never dare to use even for ancestral offerings. Chu Changfeng added, I would appreciate it if the city lord could provide a testimony, as I wish to report this matter to my sect. Yes. Rest assured, I will record your account word for word, Lu Qing replied, nodding earnestly. With that, he took out paper and writing tools from his storage bag and began writing in midair. Upon witnessing this, Qingyao suddenly realized Chu Changfeng's intent. He was attempting to file a false report, seeking compensation from the sect under the guise of the losses incurred. However, all these items must amount to at least several 100,000 spirit stones, right? Wait, Chu Changfeng hadn't expended anything at all. Why would he require compensation? This was no longer a request for reimbursement. It was extortion. This was utterly outrageous. Qingyao again recognized her naivety, having underestimated her senior brother's cunning nature. City Lord. The justice-driven young woman attempted to reveal the truth. Chu Changfeng's expression shifted, and he smacked his forehead. Ah, my memory. City Lord. My junior sister played a significant role in this battle as well, losing an inferior grade flying sword and some talismans and pills. What? Miss Qingyao possesses an inferior grade flying sword? Lu Qing exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Qingyao. Qingyao was equally bewildered. What did I acquire an inferior grade flying sword? Chu Changfeng cleared his throat. Ahem, City Lord. It is quite reasonable for my junior sister to possess an inferior grade flying sword, as I gifted it to her when she joined the sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing quickly responded, That makes perfect sense, very reasonable indeed. He then looked at Qingyao with a tinge of envy. Miss Qingyao, you truly have a remarkable senior brother. It is worth noting that a flying sword is not an ordinary sword-type artifact, but one nourished by the sword cultivators' sword energy, possessing exceptionally sharp offensive capabilities. Lu Qing had held the position of city lord for many years, yet all his possessions could not buy him an inferior-grade flying sword. Soon, Lu Qing put away the writing tools and handed several written pages to Chu Changfeng. As for Lu Qing, after a moment of hesitation, Qingyao decided she must speak the truth. She did not possess an inferior-grade flying sword, nor had she consumed any talismans or pills. Her inner sense of integrity and kindness forbade her from taking advantage of the situation. However, she was interrupted by Chu Changfeng, who said, Junior sister, the other consumables only amount to 3,000 spirit stones. Let it go. There is no need to report to the sect. Moreover, City Lord Lu is upright and not particularly well off. He should not be burdened with these spirit stones. I have told you multiple times that our demon-slaying efforts are for the sake of righteousness, and we do not count our losses. As Chu Changfeng spoke, he gently patted Qinyao's back. Qingyao was taken aback. Did you ever say such things? Besides, I didn't mean to say any of that. Hey, if you want to scheme, don't make me take the blame. She wanted to loudly declare the truth, but found herself unable to speak or move. Chu Changfeng, you tricked me. It turned out that at the moment he patted her back, he had stealthily affixed a binding talisman onto her. Take it. You must take it. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, waving his hand to reveal a pile of spirit stones. There were medium-grade stones, inferior-grade stones, and a mix of all sorts. Chu Changfeng scanned the pile with his spiritual sense, discovering it equated to 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Chapter 25. As soon as my senior brother spoke, I knew I had lost. Here, there are 5,000 spirit stones, 3,000 of which are to compensate for your expenses, and the other 2,000 are from the bounty I previously announced. I understand that this amount is trivial in light of your expenditures, yet it represents my heartfelt gratitude to the people of Yin City. I humbly request that you accept it, Lu Qing said respectfully. This, Chu Changfeng's expression turned awkward. What are you pretending for? Isn't this what you desired? Why complicate matters further? Qingyao rolled her eyes at Chu Changfeng inwardly. Senior, please accept it. Indeed, it hasn't been easy for you, the cultivators and townsfolk behind Lu Qing chimed in. Reluctantly, Chu Changfeng conceded, since you were so insistent. I shall accept it. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light ensued, and he stored all the spirit stones in his storage bag. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qing and the others let out a sigh of relief. Chu Changfeng, you've gone too far. Hundreds of miles away from Yin City, Qingyao finally regained her freedom and glared at Chu Changfeng, visibly upset. Indeed, you have crossed the line. Even the gray donkey couldn't bear to watch. Nudging her, as if to say it was a waste of your effort, Qingyao retorted, Am I upset because of this? Be quiet, you useless donkey. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fury. Haha, junior sister, don't be angry. Sometimes, someone needs to step up, right? Chu Changfeng chuckled. Step up to take the blame? Junior sister, this blame is not without merit. Look, this proof still bears your name along with a second-tier low-grade flying sword. You aren't losing out. Chu Changfeng produced the proof issued by Lu Qing, showing it to Qingyao. Furrowing her brows, Qingyao declared, I refuse ill-gotten gains. This isn't ill-gotten. That second-tier low-grade flying sword is a genuine gift from your senior brother, Chu Changfeng insisted. Using sect funds for personal matters, your calculations are quite clever, Chu Changfeng. I may not need it, but others will. It is better for me to use it, Chu Changfeng shrugged. To miss out on a bargain would be foolish. I won't talk to you anymore. Qingyao huffed as she walked ahead. Chu Changfeng, riding the gray donkey, leisurely remarked, to my knowledge, there is a city ahead known for its delectable specialties. I originally intended to take you there, but if you're angry, then forget it. Food. Qingyao abruptly stopped. For some reason, upon hearing the word food, she found herself unable to move, as if a ravenous spirit were trying to escape her belly. Since you are so sincere in your apology, I shall forgive you. However, remember, this is a one-time exception. Should there be a next time, I will not forgive you, Qingyao declared, acknowledging her 80-pound weight could not bear the burden of several 100,000 spirit stones. Chu Changfeng nodded, promising, there won't be a next time. Half a day later, Chu Changfeng brought Qingyao to the city, heading straight for the finest restaurant. What would you like to eat? Esteemed guest. Young man, bring forth your best dishes, Chu Changfeng commanded with a flourish. However, the young man's face revealed hesitation. Esteemed guest. Many of our ingredients come from demon beasts and rare delicacies. To serve all would cost over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Are you sure you want that? Over 10,000 spirit stones for a meal? Is it dragon liver and phoenix marrow? Qingyao was astonished. The young man replied, there is indeed such a thing. Though they're not true dragons or phoenixes, but merely distant relatives. Chu Changfeng chuckled lightly. So what if it costs over 10,000 spirit stones? We are not unable to afford it. The young man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a lavish patron. Qingyao, with her sparkling eyes, felt touched. Senior brother, we can't possibly eat all that. Let us choose a few delightful dishes. Qingyao was not one to waste and felt spending over 10,000 spirit stones on a single meal was unnecessary. That works, Chu Changfeng agreed with her request. The young man then placed a menu on the table, and both Chu Changfeng and Qingyao perused it earnestly. Qingyao's eyes widened with delight, trying hard not to let her saliva drip. This stir-fried demon cow tendon looks good. Indeed, steamed diamond bear paw also sounds delectable. Certainly, braised dragon carp appears quite appetizing. Absolutely. After a while, Chu Changfeng closed the menu, his expression expectant. Did you remember what my junior sister just mentioned? I did, but we will have none of those. What? The young man thought he misheard. Qingyao looked struck by lightning. Just a bowl of ginseng noodles will suffice. By the way, the ginseng need not be from 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Cultivated ones will do. Also, no charge for the side dishes. Please bring plenty. Chu Changfeng listed his demands, only to find a young man staring at him oddly. Why just a bowl of noodles? Why so much fuss? Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. The noodles will be ready shortly. The young man hurried off. Junior sister, why the long face? Is the noodle not to your liking? Chu Changfeng noticed Qingyao had pouted without him realizing. Guess, she replied reluctantly. If the noodles don't suit your palate, there's always ginseng porridge, ginseng buns, ginseng pancakes, ginseng dumplings, ginseng wontons. Surely one of them will please you. Qingyao pouted, unwilling to engage further. Soon, the ginseng noodles arrived. Although Qingyao's expression was sour, her mouth was honest, and she quickly devoured the bowl clean. After a satisfying meal, one's mood tends to improve. Chu Changfeng observed a smile return to Qingyao's face. As they settled the bill, the young man announced, your total is 20 low-grade spirit stones. Only 20? Quite inexpensive. Chu Changfeng remarked, reaching into his sleeve. Just as Qingyao thought he was pulling out spirit stones to pay, he instead retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. What are you staring at? It's time to settle the bill, junior sister. Chu Changfeng was perplexed. Why is it my turn? Qingyao was taken aback. Naturally, because you consumed the noodles while I had the complimentary side dishes. Qingyao realized at that moment she had lost. Senior brother, with this attitude, you will never be liked. Qingyao felt speechless. This man wouldn't even spend 20 spirit stones for her. Whatever, women only slow me down when drawing my sword. Chu Changfeng shrugged. He had long since set his life goals, to achieve immortality before settling down. Another day passed. Chu Changfeng and Qingyao finally returned to the sacred land of Yin and Yang. Son, is this truly the sacred land? The spiritual energy is so abundant. The gray donkey brayed excitedly. Old Gray, be quiet, Chu Changfeng cautioned. In the sacred land, foundation-building cultivators are everywhere. Golden core cultivators are as common as dogs. And nascent soul cultivators are not rare either. Be careful not to get caught and tossed into a stew. The gray donkey promptly fell silent. Before long, the trio arrived at the Tianjin Peak. Chu Huchuan, having sensed their return, stood at the entrance, somewhat surprised to see a beast accompanying them. The gray donkey disliked being referred to as a beast. Its ears perked up, and it bared its teeth, ready to protest. Chapter 26. The sword peak is fundamentally crooked. Speak not recklessly. With a tightening sensation in his heart, Chu Changfeng swiftly clasped the mouth of the gray donkey, manually silencing it. How dare it insult me as a beast without allowing me a retort? The donkey struggled vehemently, displaying its discontent. Master. At that moment, Qingyao respectfully saluted Chu Huchuan with folded fists. Upon hearing this title, the gray donkey immediately ceased its struggle. What, master? Could it be that this seemingly ordinary individual is, in fact, the Lord of the Sword Peak, a formidable being of the Great Ascension stage? In an instant, the gray donkey regained its composure. Since the other party is a Great Ascension adept, all is well. Seeing the gray donkey relent, Chu Changfeng released his grip. Master. Chu Changfeng also offered a respectful salute. Chu Huchuan nodded slightly and responded, His gaze then settled on Qingyao as he inquired, How did you find your experience descending the mountain with your senior brother this time? Without a moment's hesitation, Qingyao blurted out, It was dreadful. She pouted, her voice laced with dissatisfaction and complaint. Upon hearing this, Chu Huchuan's expression darkened sharply. His gaze became electric as it bore down on Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng, have you led your junior sister astray? Even a rabbit will not eat the grass near its burrow. How could you be so excessive? Qingyao interjected, Master, I'm not grass. This is unjust. Chu Changfeng shrugged innocently. I have not led my junior sister astray. I merely set an example and imparted a few lessons. Hearing this, Chu Huchuan raised an eyebrow. It is difficult for an ordinary person to absorb even a single lesson, yet you have imparted several to Qingyao. Do you truly treat your junior sister as if she were from the Isle of Ing? Qingyao, incensed, stamped her foot and pouted, You are petty, stingy, cunning, and shameless. Chu Changfeng, however, remained unfazed, listening with a smile. He had heard these words far too many times and had long since developed immunity to them. After a while, Qingyao, parched and exhausted, finally closed her mouth. Chu Huchuan deemed it sufficient and asked, Was your descent from the mountain smooth? And what is the situation with this donkey beside you? Aside from the unsatisfactory aspects, everything else went rather well. Chu Changfeng began recounting the events that transpired. He first mentioned the Chun family's ancestor in Qinghe City. Upon hearing this, Chu Huchuan frowned. How could the current evil cultivators be so brazen? They dared to scheme against the disciples of the Holy Land, seeking to seize their golden elixirs for cultivation. Truly outrageous. Chu Changfeng nodded earnestly. He then recounted the incidents that occurred in Yanqing. Chu Huchuan listened intently, eventually unable to restrain himself from interjecting. I never would have imagined that the demons and evil spirits could be so rampant. It seems we, the Holy Land, indeed need to prepare for a large-scale demon-slaying operation to thoroughly cleanse these malevolent entities. Chu Changfeng quickly concurred, Indeed, Master, you are absolutely correct. However, before that, I have expended considerable resources this time. I wonder if the sect could reimburse me? As he spoke, he produced the certificate issued by Lu Qing, the mayor of Yanqing, and presented it to Chu Huchuan. Upon examining the certificate, Chu Huchuan's expression soured drastically, and he exclaimed angrily, This is utterly excessive. Chu Changfeng chimed in, Indeed. That malevolent spirit has indeed gone too far. However, Chu Huchuan suddenly raised his voice, reiterating, I meant you were the one being excessive. Hearing this, Chu Changfeng turned to Qingyao. Master, what do you mean? How has my junior sister been excessive? Chu Hechuan shot him a glare, exasperatedly stating, Are you still playing the fool? Tell me, do you not know how impoverished you are? It's a struggle for you to pull out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from your pocket, yet you possess so many second-tier magical artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Confronted with the embarrassing truth laid bare by Chu Hechuan, Chu Changfeng awkwardly touched his nose and let out a dry laugh. He explained, Well, master, I did not possess these items before, but look, if you submit this certificate, won't I then have them? Upon hearing this, Chu Hechuan rolled his eyes in frustration and retorted, If you wish to go, then go yourself. I cannot afford to lose face. With that, he tossed the certificate back to Chu Changfeng as if it were a hot potato. Chu Changfeng quickly caught it and promptly returned it to Chu Hechuan, muttering, Now is the time for you to exercise your authority as the Lord of the Sword Peak. Chu Hechuan fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. I will submit this certificate, but I intend to amend any inaccuracies. Before he finished speaking, he walked directly to the center of the courtyard. He retrieved pen and paper from his robe, spread it out on the table, and began to write once more. It seems Master intends to rectify the situation. Qingyao remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Please, Master, don't. Chu Changfeng hurriedly approached, eager to see what Chu Hechuan would write. Before long, Chu Hechuan had filled the paper with densely packed characters. Upon witnessing this, Qingyao appeared as if struck by lightning. Chu Changfeng widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, Goodness! It turns out Master has supplemented the document with previously unmentioned details, such as the fact that the malevolent spirit summoned an ancestor. And it was in a critical moment that I utilized the life-saving sword talisman to escape. Even more astonishing was that Chu Hechuan had meticulously annotated the value of this life-saving sword talisman on the paper, stating that a great ascension adept would require at least 500,000 low-grade spirit stones to refine it from the essence of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Experience does indeed bring wisdom. Chu Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Qingyao, on the other hand, was in despair. I once thought that Big Brother's cunning and craftiness were merely traits of his character, but now it seems that our sword peak is fundamentally crooked. Master, is this truly permissible? Chu Changfeng felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart, as this matter involved a considerable amount of spirit stones. It certainly cannot be permissible. The total of these items amounts to over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. How could the Holy Land possibly reimburse you? However, I do not seek these spirit stones for myself. I merely desire some leeway. Chu Hechuan remarked with significant implication as he tucked the certificate away. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng was astounded and could not help but give a thumbs up to the speaker. He marveled at how Master also possessed the potential to be a cunning merchant. This tactic resembles artificially inflating the price of goods before engaging in bargaining with a buyer, ultimately allowing even a high sale price to make the customer feel as though they have secured a bargain. Await my news. Oh, by the way, registration for the Sex Grand Competition has begun since yesterday. If you have time, you may wish to sign up. With that, Chu Hechuan picked up his belongings and turned to leave, leaving Chu Changfeng and his junior sister behind. The moment has finally arrived. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu Changfeng's eyes. Junior sister, don my original skin and go register. Qingyao replied, What is original skin? Chapter 27. Could it be true? Someone truly admires Chu Changfeng? This is our true selves. After Chu Changfeng spoke, he returned to his room. Qingyao hesitated for a moment before also heading towards her room. When they next emerged, both were clad in the attire of the disciples of the sacred land. What about me? Called the gray-haired donkey, watching the two depart. Stay here and do not wander, Chu Changfeng instructed, and with that, he and Qingyao left Tianjin Peak. Their first destination was Qianfu Peak to undergo the certification for Talisman Masters, after which the brother and sister pair arrived at Tianyang Peak to register. Chu Changfeng observed that a considerable number of disciples had already gathered there. Some were engaged in animated conversations, while others lined up orderly to register, creating a lively scene. However, once they caught sight of Chu Changfeng, he instantly became the center of attention. Look, it's Chu Changfeng, the true disciple of Tianjin Peak. Someone inquired curiously. Indeed, that is him, the one who is clearly a sword cultivator but registered for the alchemist group? Another asked, perplexed. Yes, it's him. The one whose face is thicker than a city wall, someone remarked with a hint of mockery. Indeed, that is he. The crowd echoed in unison, their tones rife with disdain and contempt. As Chu Changfeng walked within the sect, he felt as though he had become a target of collective scorn. The surrounding disciples whispered and pointed at him. Qingyao shielded her face with her hand, trailing behind him. She finally comprehended why Chu Changfeng had once concealed his true identity within the sect. His notorious reputation had evidently spread, revealing his true self. He was subject to ridicule wherever he went. Yet, given the master brother's cunning nature, who would genuinely admire him? At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice called out, "Brother Changfeng, please wait." Huh? The voice was sweet, easily deserving of 8+ points. Qingyao instinctively turned towards the voice and saw a woman in a flowing white and purple gown gracefully approach Chu Changfeng, her demeanor ethereal, as if untouched by the mortal realm. Qingyao's eyes brightened. As a woman herself, she silently admired the other's charm, particularly the elegance of the purple gown. Heavens! It's the purple moon fairy. She has actually emerged. A disciple recognized the woman's identity. The purple moon fairy, one of our sacred lands, 10 beauties? A newly initiated disciple gasped. The name of the purple moon fairy was already familiar to them. On the day of her foundation establishment, a celestial phenomenon occurred as she awakened her transcendent body, ultimately becoming a disciple of a great ascension period master. Countless suitors pursued her within the sect. Even descendants of combined and great ascension period old monsters sought to become her partner. Alas, the purple moon fairy had a cold disposition and never paid attention to anyone. Regardless of their talent or remarkable background, it was exceedingly difficult to elicit even a smile from her. Whispers circulated that the purple moon fairy preferred women. Purple moon junior sister. What a coincidence. Upon seeing the woman, Chu Changfeng's previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted to something less natural. Qingyao noticed the change in Chu Changfeng and curiously leaned closer to him, whispering, "Brother, did you wrong her?" Qingyao believed that this fairy-like sister must surely be yet another victim. Chu Changfeng playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "Nonsense. When have I ever wronged anyone?" The purple moon fairy turned her gaze to Qingyao. This junior sister must be the disciple newly accepted by Chu Shibua. "Sister, my name is Qingyao." "Junior sister Qingyao, I believe you hold a misconception about brother Changfeng. He is forthright and kind-hearted. He has never wronged me, only shown me care and affection." Ah, Qingyao was taken aback. Was she truly speaking of my master brother? "Chu Changfeng, how could you be so excessive? First, you deceive her of her wealth, and now you deceive her of her heart?" Qingyao murmured softly. Chu Changfeng quickly replied, "I did not. Do not say such things." Yet, the purple moon fairy smiled lightly, unfazed. "Brother Changfeng has not deceived me. I genuinely admire him." As she spoke, a momentary daze flickered in her eyes, fragments of past memories surfacing in her mind. Back when she was an outer sect disciple of the Earth Spirit Peak, she had been bullied by inner sect disciples with connections. It was Chu Changfeng who appeared to protect her and many outer disciples of Earth Spirit Peak, resolving the crisis she faced. Later, while gathering spiritual herbs, she was unfortunately injured by a beast and poisoned, her life hanging by a thread. It was Chu Changfeng who intervened to help her detoxify and saved her life. Under normal circumstances, completing her foundation establishment within the sect's 5-year limit would have been exceedingly difficult, and she would have been persuaded to leave the sect. However, with the emergence of Chu Changfeng's inferior body refining pill, she succeeded in her foundation establishment and awakened her transcendent body on the day of her foundation establishment, directly becoming a true disciple under the master of Tianling Peak, a being of great ascension. Chu Changfeng had essentially altered her fate and profoundly influenced her. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Changfeng had already left an indelible mark upon her heart. However, Qingyao was unaware of the bond between the purple moon and Chu Changfeng, yet she was greatly astonished by the purple moon's assessment of him. Qingyao stared incredulously at the purple moon. Could it be true? Someone genuinely admires Chu Changfeng? Is your mind rusty? She thought the purple moon was stunning, radiating an aura of celestial grace, as though she were a fairy from the heavens. Yet her taste appeared rather questionable. Chu Changfeng discreetly conveyed, "She is also a disciple who emerged from Earth Spirit Peak. Having benefited from the reformed body refining pill and my protection, achieving her foundation establishment, and awakening her path body. Now, she is also a true disciple of the peak master, with a boundless future ahead. After hearing this, Qingyao suddenly understood. This made perfect sense. Through these words, Qingyao finally grasped why this woman harbored feelings for Chu Changfeng. It turned out that during her most challenging times, it was Chu Changfeng who extended a helping hand, offering her support and assistance, enabling her to achieve her current success. It was no wonder she was so infatuated with him. After all, encountering someone who comes to your aid in times of need is indeed a rare blessing. What? The Purple Moon Fairy says she likes Brother Chu. The sky has fallen, my fellow cultivators. I could accept her liking someone else, but Brother Chu. He is simply a calamity. The Purple Moon's words were unrestrained, and the surrounding disciples could hear clearly, instantly causing quite a stir. It was not that the Purple Moon Fairy could not have someone she admired, but rather that Chu Changfeng was simply unworthy of her affection. Purple Moon Junior Sister. Have you registered? Chu Changfeng swiftly changed the subject. He believed that matters concerning partners should be approached with utmost caution. According to apocryphal records of the Yin sacred land, there had been instances where great ascension period beings separated from their partners, resulting in the loss of half their wealth. There were even cases of tribulation period beings failing their tribulation due to heart demons arising from infidelity. The tragic tales arising from partnerships were far too numerous. Chu Changfeng, having not yet engaged in such matters, was already apprehensive. In any case, he would not allow himself to falter in matters of women. If all else fails, it would be first become an immortal, then marry. Chapter 28. Chu Changfeng. Alas, it seems that I have already registered for the Dao Law Group competition. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ziyue's eyes. If I am not mistaken, Brother Changfeng has once again signed up for the alchemist group? Chu Changfeng laughed heartily, acknowledging his junior sister's astuteness. In that case, I shall not disturb my elder brother while he attends to his business. Ziyue, he said, gracefully stepping aside to watch him. With a gentle nod, Chu Changfeng proceeded to the registration area, accompanied by Qingyao. Junior sister Ziyue, you are here too, he exclaimed suddenly as a young man emerged from the crowd, a look of delight on his face as he approached her. He stood at about 5 feet tall and weighed at least 160 pounds, with chubby eyes that barely opened. His entire being radiated brilliance. Clad in a robe of shimmering light, adorned with luminous boots, and a jade pendant that sparkled at his waist, each finger embellished with radiant rings. However, upon seeing this youth, Ziyue's smile vanished, replaced by a palpable coldness that pushed him away. She took 2 steps to distance herself, but he followed closely. Ziyue retreated again, and he advanced once more. Zhao Shixiang, please, do not encroach upon my space. I fear Brother Chu may misunderstand, Ziyue said coldly. This young man, Zhao Qianfan, was the great-grandson of the master of the Thunder Peak and held a late-stage golden core cultivation. His innate thunder spirit body endeared him to the Peak-S master. Zhao Qianfan eyed the tall and poised Chu Changfeng, indignantly questioning, Junior sister Ziyue, I do not comprehend, in terms of background, cultivation, and appearance. I am no less than Chu Changfeng, and my character surpasses his. How could I be inferior? Ziyue replied indifferently. Simply because I favor him. You are inherently inferior. But why do you favor him? He pressed. Because I like him, she stated. Zhao Qianfan was rendered speechless by her response. Ziyue was reluctant to engage further. She understood that had she not awakened to the immortal body after successfully establishing her foundation, no one in the intersect would have cared for her. It was only Chu Changfeng who had offered her help in her most desperate hour. Without him, the Yingyang Holy Land would not have known the existence of Ziyue Xinzi. Ah, Brother Chu has arrived. A disciple at the registration desk called out. Brother Chu, which group do you wish to register for this time? Chu Changfeng was prepared for this inquiry and replied without hesitation. Though I am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak, my true identity is that of a second-tier alchemist. So naturally, I shall register for the alchemist group. The disciple at the registration desk twitched his lips as he inscribed Chu Changfeng's name in the alchemist group. Let us observe a moment of silence for our brothers and sisters from the Heavenly Dan Peak. Thankfully, Brother Chu excels in alchemy, not in talisman crafting. Is there no one who can teach him a lesson? Some expressed sympathy, Others reveled in misfortune, and a few were infuriated. "This is my junior sister, who is also here to register," Chu Changfeng said with a smile, gesturing towards Qingyao standing beside him. The disciple's gaze shifted to Qingyao, appraising her curiously. "This sister, you are not also an alchemist, are you?" "The Heavenly Sword Peak is not comprised solely of alchemists," Qingyao declared, puffing out her chest proudly. Upon hearing Qingyao's response, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. At last, the Heavenly Sword Peak had a proper disciple. After all, the peak was renowned for its sword cultivators. Having another alchemist would indeed be hard to accept. Now that it was clear Qingyao was not an alchemist, everyone felt this was the appropriate representation of the Heavenly Sword Peak. "Sister, I shall register you for the Dao Law Group," the disciple proclaimed, preparing to write. "Hold on," Qingyao interjected. "Sister, what seems to be the issue?" "I wish to register for the Talisman Master Group, the Foundation Stage Talisman Master Group," she announced. "What?" Her declaration was akin to a stone thrown into a placid lake, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. A sword cultivator, aiming to participate in the Talisman Master Dao Law competition? How brazen! Would there truly be no one to rectify the disreputable conduct of the Heavenly Sword Peak? One Chu Changfeng was tolerable, but now a second, Qingyao, was emerging as another of his kind. This was truly a calamity. Some Foundation Stage Talisman Masters could not muster a smile, having previously mocked the misfortunes of the alchemists, only to find themselves in dire straits. Qingyao's entrance undoubtedly placed immense pressure upon them, for who wished to face a Talisman Master Adept with flying swords in competition? A moment of silence for our brothers and sisters from the Heavenly Dan Peak and Heavenly Talisman Peak. Thankfully, Brother Chu and Sister Qingyao specialize in alchemy and talisman crafting, not in weapon forging. Also, it is fortunate they do not excel in array formation. Upon hearing these sentiments, the alchemists and talisman disciples felt a disquieting sensation in their hearts. "Humph, you have rejoiced too soon. If the master of the Heavenly Sword Peak takes in disciples again, it may very well be a formation master or a weapon forger." Upon hearing this, laughter ceased abruptly. Heavens! Who could persuade the master of the Heavenly Sword Peak to refrain from accepting more disciples? "Brother, have I made a mistake?" Qingyao questioned, overwhelmed by the accusatory stares. "Sister, the more they oppose us, the more it proves we are on the right path. They fear us, hence their belittlement," Chu Changfeng reassured her. The crowd was left speechless, pondering how shameless one must be to utter such words. "Look, Sister Tianyin has arrived." Indeed, it was the renowned Tianyin Xianzi, as if a festival had come early, for two of the Holy Land's top 10 fairies had appeared before them. Suddenly, a howl echoed. The disciples surrounding the registration area abandoned their pursuit of Chu Changfeng and turned their attention toward the distance. "Where? I wish to see as well." Qingyao followed their gaze and beheld a woman clad in a flowing white dress approaching gracefully. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet emanated an icy demeanor. Qingyao silently mused. Her beauty rivaled that of Ziyue, with a similarly frigid expression. Yet, while Ziyue's coldness stemmed from a reluctance to engage, Tiannin's was a disdainful aloofness. Observing from a lofty perch, "Tianyin has come to register again?" Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. "Brother, do you know her well?" Qingyao inquired. Tianyin was third in the Dao Law ranking during the last Golden Core period. She has been in seclusion for years. Some say she has already broken through to the nascent soul stage. Though it seems such rumors are inaccurate, Chu Changfeng noted, sensing the fluctuation of her cultivation, which remained at the Golden Core stage. However, this was quite peculiar. Tianyin had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage 3 years prior. Logically, 3 years should have sufficed for her to break through. Why had she not done so? Was she aiming for the top of the Dao Law ranking? Yet, the rewards for breaking through to nascent soul cultivators would surely surpass those for claiming the first spot on the Dao Law ranking. "I wish to register," Tianyin stated as she approached the registration official. The disciple respectfully replied, "Sister Tianyin, please wait. I shall register you for the Dao Law group." However, she interrupted, "I shall not participate in the Dao Law ranking." What? Confusion spread across the faces of those present. You were third in the last Dao Law ranking, and the 2 individuals ahead of you have already transitioned to nascent soul cultivators. This is a surefire opportunity for first place. Now you claim you will not compete in the Dao Law ranking? Tianyin did not respond immediately, her gaze drifting towards the distant figures of the Chu Changfeng siblings. To be precise, her gaze came to rest upon Chu Changfeng. Then, her vermilion lips parted slightly as she uttered, "I shall participate in the alchemist competition." A pang of dread struck Chu Changfeng's heart. This is disastrous. Tianyin has come for me. Chapter 29. Chu Changfeng. No more pretense. I lay my cards on the table. Sister Tianyin intends to participate in the alchemist group's competition? Surely, I must have misheard. Her words struck like thunder on a clear day, leaving everyone astonished. Brother, it seems she is coming for you. Qingyao tilted her head, gazing at Chu Changfeng. Tianyin, the possessor of the extreme cold Dao body, a cultivator at the late stage of Golden Core, a direct disciple of a great ascension expert, had previously showcased several third-tier treasures, including the exquisite white jade ice ring, during the last competition. The details about Tianyin immediately surfaced in Chu Changfeng's mind. Undoubtedly, she was a formidable opponent. If you were to face her, it would likely be a 70-30 split in her favor, with a 70% chance of her resolving the battle within 3 breaths. Sister Tianyin, that is not an impossibility, but you must provide proof of being a second-tier alchemist to compete in the alchemist group. The disciple at the registration desk appeared conflicted. Brother, there may still be hope. Upon hearing the disciple's words, Qingyao secretly sighed in relief for Chu Changfeng. However, Chu Changfeng remained unperturbed. Someone of Tianyin's caliber would not make such a rudimentary mistake. Her assertion was undoubtedly backed by solid confidence. As expected, Tianyin produced a token, declaring before coming here, "I underwent the second-tier alchemist assessment at Tiandan Peak. This token was just issued to me by the elder. I am now a second-tier alchemist, thus justifiably registered for the alchemist group competition." At the sight of the token, Qingyao's pupils dilated in shock, realizing Tianyin had come fully prepared. Chu Changfeng, are you surprised? Today, I shall repay you in kind. Tianyin fixed her gaze on him, stating, "The 3-year period has passed. This time, your defeat is inevitable. For these 3 years, I have forsaken my cultivation of Dao techniques to focus solely on alchemy, even foregoing the chance to form an infant from pills, all to target you in this competition." Confused, Chu Changfeng replied, "Sister Tianyin, we have no enmity between us. Why go to such lengths?" "Who says there is no enmity?" Tianyin suddenly smiled, a cold smile. 3 years ago, my brother, Ji Tianyin, suffered a narrow defeat at your hands. This time, I shall win back his honor." "Ji Tianyin is your brother?" Chu Changfeng's pupils constricted. Tianyin spoke coldly. "At that time, Tianyin suffered a grievous defeat at your hands, spitting blood incessantly. He no longer pursues alchemy, but has instead dedicated himself to the Dao, all to defeat you, this despicable and shameless individual. He vowed not to leave seclusion until he had the strength to overcome you. Yet, 3 years have passed, and he remains in seclusion. This Ji Tianyin seems to have quite the temper." Chu Changfeng could only lament. "Excellent. Repaying you in kind, Sister Tianyin is enacting justice. Sister Tianyin, we stand with you. Finally, the heavens have opened their eyes. Someone is here to rectify this villain. Who takes first place is inconsequential, as long as it is not Chu Changfeng." When Chu Changfeng signed up for the alchemist group competition, he was met with hostility and scorn. However, when Tianyin registered, the crowd erupted in cheers, viewing her as a paragon of justice, a champion of righteousness. They cast gleeful glances at Chu Changfeng, relishing in the thought that this cunning and treacherous individual was finally facing retribution. "Sister Tianyin, from this day forth, you are the benefactor of all alchemists at Tiandan Peak. Sister Tianyin, whatever herbs you require, just say the word. We shall provide them at an 8% discount. Sister Tianyin, I will refine pills for you free of charge. I am willing to be your servant." The alchemists at Tiandan Peak were ecstatic, eager to express their reverence for Tianyin. "Brother, you are truly in peril." Qingyao gently tugged at Chu Changfeng's sleeve, filled with concern for him. Yet at that moment, the furrow in Chu Changfeng's brow suddenly relaxed. "He is strong. I shall remain steadfast. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. He is presumptuous, yet I shall stand firm. The bright moon reflects upon the vast river." Zhujianfen Toklim. Sister Tianyin, even if you are a late-stage golden core cultivator wielding a third-tier treasure, I harbor no fear of you. That is the past. Tianyin scoffed lightly, lifting her delicate hand to reveal a crystal-clear circular ring that slipped from her wrist. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted abruptly. As if summer had given way to the depths of winter, the breath of the onlookers crystallized into frost, descending to the ground. Several inner disciples at the Foundation establishment stage began to shiver. A fourth-tier treasure. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. Tianyin gently caressed the crystalline ring, stating, I know you are a sword cultivator of remarkable strength, cunning, and treacherous. To ensure absolute certainty, I specifically requested my master to elevate my white jade ice ring to the fourth tier. Were it not for the perfect affinity between this treasure and myself, I would be unable to wield it across tiers. For cultivators, the tier of a treasure is not always synonymous with superiority. The higher the tier, the greater the consumption. Before one can vanquish their enemy, they might find themselves drained. It is customary for golden core cultivators to wield second-tier treasures. Utilizing third-tier treasures is already a considerable strain, and wielding fourth-tier treasures is nearly impossible. Tianyin's audacity to employ the fourth-tier white jade ice ring stems from her extreme cold Dao body and the profound affinity she shares with the treasure, allowing her to maximize its potential and elevate it a tier higher. However, that single-tier difference could plunge a golden core cultivator into despair. Sister, your trump card has now been revealed. It is possible that Chu Changfeng will be prepared. It matters not, Tianyin replied, shaking her head. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes will crumble to dust. If I let him know my strength on the day of the competition, he will only despair for a day. But revealing it to him now, he shall despair for over 2 months. Thinking of her brother's plight, Tianyin's hatred for Chu Changfeng intensified. Brother, you are truly in dire straits now. Qingyao's face turned pale. It is of no consequence. He is strong. I shall remain steadfast. The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Do not be so steadfast. Brother, quickly cancel your registration. Qingyao urged anxiously. Tianyin's demonstrated strength was overwhelming, and she feared for Chu Changfeng's safety. Chu Changfeng smiled slightly and declared, Sister Tianyin, even if you are a late-stage golden core cultivator wielding a fourth-tier treasure, I harbor no fear of you. Are you still putting on a brave front? Truly a man resolute in spirit, though all that remains is bravado. I cannot fathom how Tianyin would refrain from ending you. Surrounding disciples clearly doubted Chu Changfeng's assertions. Qingyao tugged at his sleeve once more. Brother, at such a critical moment, do not boast. Tianyin smiled, her beauty captivating and momentarily disarming those around her. Chu Changfeng, why are you unafraid? Chu Changfeng returned her smile, stating, because my true identity is that of a second-tier artifact refiner. I merely dabble in alchemy and swordsmanship. Now, I shall cease my pretense. I lay my cards on the table. Chapter 30. Let the bullets fly. For a while, I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my true identity as a refiner. Chu Changfeng's declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. You mean you're a refiner? Tianyin's face displayed genuine astonishment for the first time. I am not merely speaking. I possess a token issued by the elder of Tianqi Peak, which attests to this truth. As he spoke, Chu Changfeng produced a token. The token bore the imprint of 2 hammers alongside his name, signifying his status as a second-rank refiner. Indeed, it is a token of a second-rank refiner. Good heavens! What serious cultivator would dabble in both alchemy and refining? Tianyin reflected, realizing that her 3-year scheme had come to naught. Regardless of Tianyin's intentions, it was evident that Chu Changfeng was exceptionally cunning, leaving her defenseless against his ploys. Around them, the disciples lamented, their expressions filled with despair. Yet, at the moment the token was revealed, Chu Changfeng could barely contain a smile, which others perceived as utterly disgraceful. Such is the plight of a petty individual who has achieved success, they thought. The unveiling of the refiner's token signified the failure of Tianyin's ambush plan. A second-rank alchemist and a second-rank refiner. With such talents, you should dedicate yourself to the sword path rather than these dubious pursuits. You could achieve great heights, Tianyin seethed, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. After 3 years devoted to alchemical training, her aim had been to outshine Chu Changfeng in the sect's grand competition. Yet here she was, her efforts in vain, her defenses shattered in an instant. Brother, when did you become a refiner? Qingyao gazed at Chu Changfeng, bewildered by the revelation of his token. Chu Changfeng smiled slightly. As the saying goes, when a tree is prominent in the forest, the wind will inevitably strike it down. I anticipated that my excellence would provoke jealousy, so I prepared several trump cards. While you were undergoing the Tianfu Peak assessment, I ventured to Tianqi Peak to undertake the Refiner's identity examination. Chu Changfeng's cultivation relied entirely on the feedback from his flying sword, granting him ample time to indulge in various pursuits. Aside from alchemy, he had also dabbled in refining, talismans, and formations. He had long anticipated the current situation and had thus meticulously laid his plans, never expecting his trump cards would indeed come into play. What does it mean to be a prominent tree? Must you elevate yourself so? Zhao Qianfan scoffed from a distance. You have committed so many misdeeds that others resent you. You fear retaliation, don't you? However, the next moment, she felt an icy gaze directed at her, not from Chu Changfeng, but from Ziyue. Zhao Qianfan awkwardly chuckled, quickly suppressing her laughter, yet she still held Chu Changfeng in contempt. In accordance with the sect's regulations, participants could modify their groupings before the competition commenced. Junior brother, please change my grouping to the refiner group. Thank you, Chu Changfeng addressed the registering disciple audibly. Certainly, the disciple complied, albeit with reluctance. Alas, I was previously concerned for my fellow alchemists and talismans, and now we refiners face impending doom. The disciples, specializing in refining, could no longer find humor in the situation. What a calamity! Who can reign in Chu Changfeng and restore a fair competitive environment? We should take his sister with us, as well, the refiners lamented in despair. Qingyao, who had been smiling, immediately lost her cheer upon hearing these words. Chu Changfeng, don't be too pleased. Do you truly believe no one can bring you to justice? Suddenly, a towering figure appeared before the crowd. He had a stern visage, a bald head, and a slightly tanned complexion, with muscles that rippled like granite. Anyone who beheld him would instinctively recognize him as a being of extraordinary strength. It is senior brother Lu Yuan. Splendid. Finally, someone has risen to confront Chu Changfeng. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into cheers. Hey, Lu Yuan has arrived. It seems he aims to challenge Chu Changfeng. Ziyue, aren't you worried? Zhao Qianfan said, gleefully. Ziyue's gaze was resolute. I believe Brother Changfeng will surely turn misfortune into fortune. That may be difficult, Zhao Qianfan remarked, smirking. Brother, who is he? Qingyao inquired, frowning at the imposing youth. The aura emanating from him was formidable, creating a palpable pressure. The fourth ranked in the last Taoist battle, at the late Golden Course stage, possessing the barbarian king sacred body. He is the true disciple of the Earth Fiend Peak, Lu Yuan, Chu Changfeng said, his expression grave. In terms of strength, Lu Yuan was only slightly inferior to Tianyin. Regarding his background, although Earth Fiend Peak was not one of the 9 peaks, its master was a formidable cultivator at the late integration stage, not to be underestimated. Chu Changfeng, do not celebrate too soon. Do you see what this is? Lu Yuan's voice boomed, reverberating in the ears of all present. As he spoke, he revealed a token akin to Chu Changfeng's, adorned with 2 hammers. Senior brother Lu Yuan is also a second-rank refiner. Splendid. Someone is here to deal with Chu Changfeng. The disciples erupted in astonishment. Lu Yuan. Tianyi's eyes were filled with surprise as she regarded him. Lu Yuan's expression was complex. Sister Tianyin, to be honest, I too have a younger brother who is an alchemist, facing a similar plight to yours. I anticipated that Chu Changfeng would be treacherous. So upon learning of your alchemical pursuits, I diligently studied the path of refining. I never imagined my gamble would pay off. A second-rank refiner, Chu Changfeng's eyelid twitched slightly. Lu Yuan, it seems you went to great lengths to defeat me. Lu Yuan's demeanor darkened as he fixed an intense gaze on Chu Changfeng, his eyes ablaze with fury. For this day, I have endured in silence for 3 years. Do you know how I spent these 3 years? But now, I feel it has all been worth it. Chu Changfeng, how does it feel to be outmaneuvered? Is it exhilarating? Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan's laughter erupted, releasing emotions that had been pent up for years. Upon hearing these words, Chu Changfeng's expression grew tumultuous. Today, I concede. Sister, let us depart. With that, he turned to leave, and Qingyao hastily followed suit. Ziyue, it seems that this time, Brother Changfeng's situation is quite dire. Zhao Qianfan remarked, watching Chu Changfeng retreat in disarray, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Ziyue cast a cold glance at Zhao Qianfan before turning away from the registration area. Brother, what shall we do? Qingyao trailed behind Chu Changfeng, her face filled with concern. Do not fret, sister, Chu Changfeng reassured her. You may not achieve first place after all. Perhaps we should plead with our master not to cast you down the mountain, Qingyao suggested. Hearing this, Chu Changfeng felt warmed, smiling softly. Sister, there is no need for that. Qingyao's eyes widened in confusion as she regarded Chu Changfeng. After a moment, she seemed to connect the dots, exclaiming, Brother, you wouldn't be contemplating using this opportunity to renounce your sect and leave Tianjin Peak, would you? Life at Tianjin Peak is arduous. Yet I believe there are merits as well. For instance, Chu Changfeng looked at Qingyao, prompting her to continue. Brother, I arrived late and am unfamiliar with our sect. Please, tell me, what are the merits of Tianjin Peak? Qingyao tossed the question back to Chu Changfeng. I assert that I have no intention of surrendering or departing from Sword Peak, although my esteemed master may not be able to offer us substantial assistance. The title of the true disciple of Sword Peak serves as my greatest support. Chu Changfeng shook his head and said, Junior sister, do not be hasty. Allow me to share a secret with you. I possess a second-tier proficiency in the arts of formations and talismans. What? Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape as she gazed at Chu Changfeng in disbelief. These two skills I have diligently cultivated in silence, without making it known. Let Lu Yuan and the others revel in their triumph for a while. When the sect competition arrives, they shall no longer wear smiles. As he spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Let the bullets fly for a moment. Qingyao then realized the depth of his words, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Senior brother, you are truly devious. No, you are remarkably inscrutable. Chapter 31. You wouldn't want the law enforcement hall master to know, would you? After departing from the registration area, Chu Changfeng parted ways with Qingyao and proceeded alone to the mission hall. As he walked, a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He turned and instinctively reached out, grasping a storage pouch that fell into his hand. Who would be so unscrupulous as to carelessly discard a storage pouch? What? A storage pouch? Chu Changfeng was taken aback. The pouch was a delicate shade of lavender, embroidered with a crescent moon and exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance. Instinctively, he probed the pouch with his spiritual sense and was astonished to discover its contents. There were 5,000 spirit stones, along with rare ores, medicinal herbs, and more. The total value amounted to approximately 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, within the pouch lay a small tower shimmering with violet light, a third-tier magical artifact. Chu Changfeng's heart raced at the revelation. The worth of a third-tier artifact is at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The wealth contained in the storage pouch was truly staggering for Chu Changfeng. Ziyue, come out. Chu Changfeng called toward the nearby ancient tree. In the next moment, Ziyue emerged from behind the tree, clad in a flowing purple gown. You dropped this? Chu Changfeng said, extending his hand. Ziyue replied, Senior brother, you found it, so it belongs to you. I cannot accept it. Chu Changfeng huffed in annoyance. That small purple tower must be the Xiling Tower, a gift from your master, the head of Tianjin Peak. How could you bear to part with it? Ziyue awkwardly fidgeted with her skirt. Senior brother, as a flying immortal body, I cultivate at an astonishing pace without the need for spirit stones or rare treasures. I can reach the great ascension stage without them. I know that sword cultivators consume a lot of spirit stones, so you should take these spirit stones, treasures, and artifacts for yourself. I have no use for them. Chu Changfeng rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm foolish? With rare treasures, your cultivation speed would be even faster. Even if you don't require treasures, you could save spirit stones to exchange for a decent artifact. Senior brother, you have helped me so many times. Let me assist you just once, Ziyue pleaded. No, Chu Changfeng shook his head. A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through lawful means. I have hands and feet. I can swindle, deceive, or steal. I fear not those who may wrong me, but rather those who are overly kind to me. And Ziyue, your kindness is excessive. Even the king of the northwest would soften. Ziyue chuckled at his words. Senior brother, tell me, which gentleman does what you described? Then, her demeanor shifted to one of resolve. You must take it, whether you want to or not. There have been sightings of demonic cultivators in Fenglin City, and my true self has already descended the mountain to carry out a mission. With that, Ziyue's body suddenly became ethereal, and a humanoid talisman fell to the ground. Chu Chongfeng's lips twitched slightly. This girl truly left no room for rebuttal. Meanwhile, outside the Holy Land, Ziyue was flying towards Fenglin City alongside several inner disciples at the Golden Core stage. Each of them stood upon magical artifacts. A fair-faced female Golden Core cultivator furrowed her brow. Junior Sister Ziyue, the situation in Fenglin City is urgent. We must exert our utmost effort. Your artifact, while the others stood upon second or third-tier artifacts. Ziyue was on a first-tier artifact, the Moon Wheel. Ziyue calmly replied, even with a first-tier artifact, I will not lag behind. Do not worry about me. You all should give your all. The mission hall towered 7 stories high. Upon arriving at its entrance, Chu Changfeng was met with a bustling crowd and numerous tents. It was evident that disciples were queuing to accept missions. One might mistakenly think another sect was attacking the mission hall. Senior brother, will you accept a mission? I have a good spot. If you wait a day, you can receive a mission for just 100 spirit stones. Senior brother, my spot will allow you to receive a mission in 2 hours for just 500 spirit stones. As Chu Changfeng navigated through the crowd, disciples approached him. Is there a faster spot where I can receive a mission in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Chu Jianfen in Guit. There is. For 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Senior brother, would you like it? Not interested. I was just asking. I'm here to submit a mission. You're a real person, the disciple cursed under their breath as they walked away. The process of submitting the mission went smoothly, with few people around. Carrying 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, Chu Changfeng felt quite pleased. Tomorrow morning, I shall head to the market at the foot of the mountain to purchase rare treasures that will enhance the rank of my flying sword. After that, it depends on how many spirit stones my master can procure. Chu Changfeng instinctively glanced at the top floor of the mission hall. It was said that the hall master usually handled sect affairs there. He wondered if Chu Hechuan was present. In the mission hall, on the 7th floor, the hall master, with snow-white hair, looked incredulously at the document presented by Chu Hechuan. According to the resources detailed in the document, the total exceeded 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Not only could it deal with a golden core evil spirit, but it could also crush a nascent soul evil spirit. Even some small sects could not produce such a vast amount of spirit stones. Chu Hechuan remained composed. Just tell me, will you send someone or not? Peak Master, I believe we should dispatch disciples for on-site reconnaissance first, the hall master replied, shaking his head. I remember when you were a child. I once held you in my arms. Peak Master, you were pushing me to make a mistake. I still recall when you secretly watched the law enforcement hall master bathe. You wouldn't want that to come to light, would you? Chapter 32. I, Chu Changfeng, wish to heal the world. Peak Master. Do you truly believe I am one to be intimidated? The head of the task hall said through clenched teeth. Chu Hechuan raised an eyebrow. Under normal circumstances, with such a trump card revealed, shouldn't he obediently comply and cater to his demands? What are you doing? Chu Hechuan suddenly noticed the head of the task hall was producing a jade pendant to send a message. I'm summoning the head of the law enforcement hall to clarify the events of that year, the task hall leader stated. Please don't. Chu Hechuan quickly interjected. Senior brother, you have returned. When Chu Changfeng arrived back at Tianjin Peak, darkness had already fallen, and Qingyao was still in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, she hurried over. Junior sister, this is the compensation for your recent task. Chu Changfeng waved his hand, tossing a mid-grade spirit stone at Qingyao. A mid-grade spirit stone? Qingyao was taken aback. This is indeed equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Changfeng earnestly advised, Junior sister, this is quite substantial. According to the sect's regulations, newcomers receive little in terms of rewards, merely some aid. After all, newcomers must gain experience alongside others. And only after you have acquired enough experience to complete tasks independently will you be eligible for considerable rewards. Very well, Qingyao replied with a resigned nod. By the way, where's the gray donkey? Chu Changfeng looked around, failing to spot the donkey's spirit. It was already gone when I returned, Qingyao said, a hint of concern in her voice. That creature does not seem to be one to behave. I hope it hasn't caused any trouble. Do not worry about it. Chu Changfeng reassured her. Even if it does stir up some mischief, as long as it mentions my name as the esteemed disciple of Tianjian Peak, someone will surely return it. Senior brother, your confidence is remarkable, Qingyao remarked. Through her recent experience, she had gained a deeper understanding of Chu Changfeng's reputation, which was akin to a rat crossing the street, universally condemned, with enemies lurking everywhere. She feared that if the gray donkey invoked his name, it would only attract further punishment. Junior sister, you have endured much during this recent endeavor, and I encourage you to rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you down the mountain for a stroll, Chu Changfeng suggested. During this descent, Chu Changfeng had acquired a significant amount of spirit stones, bringing his total to approximately 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was time to venture down the mountain to procure some rare treasures, elevating the grade of his flying sword and enhancing his strength. After all, one must be strong in oneself. True power lies in one's own cultivation. Qingyao's eyes lit up. I also need to purchase some rare treasures in preparation for the upcoming sect competition. As night fell, Chu Changfeng sat cross-legged on his bed, meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a flicker of emotion passing over his face as he retrieved a communication talisman from his storage bag, infusing it with spiritual energy. An aged voice resonated. Changfeng, come to me. It was indeed the voice of Chu Hechuan. Has the matter regarding the task reached a conclusion? He pondered. If true, it would be splendid. With hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, of low-grade spirit stones, his cultivation would surely surge. And breaking through to the late golden core stage before the sect competition would not be impossible. At that moment, Tianin, Lu Yuan, did you not wish to target me? I shall openly participate in the Dao Law Group competition. What can you do about it? Chu Changfeng mused excitedly, rising from his bed and dispelling a series of concealment formations before exiting his room. Master, you summoned me, Chu Changfeng said. By the way, Master, why are you wearing a veil? Others wear veils to conceal half their face, yet yours obscures your entire visage. Upon entering Chu Hechuan's chamber, Chu Changfeng was struck by the sight of his master wrapped in a black veil, an unusual sight indeed. Without explanation, Chu Hechuan tossed out a storage bag. This is the spirit stones you requested. Chu Changfeng's excitement surged. Truly, the peak master of Tianjian Peak, a great being of the Mahayana stage, is indeed formidable. Master, did you make a mistake? There are only 20,000 spirit stones. A quick scan of the storage bag revealed a stark difference from his expectations, falling short by several multiples. Do you want them? Chu Hechuan inquired in a deep tone. Yes, Chu Changfeng nodded. Then take your spirit stones and leave. Chu Hechuan commanded sternly. Understanding that his master was in a foul mood, Chu Changfeng's eyes darted. Disciple takes their leave. Master, please rest early. With that, he grasped the storage bag and hurriedly exited. 20,000 spirit stones were still a considerable sum. Once Chu Changfeng departed, Chu Hechuan removed the veil, revealing a bruised face, with a prominent handprint on his left cheek. Hiss, that Li Zheng is truly a stubborn one. Spirit stones belong to the Holy Land, while human favors are personal. Such a simple concept eludes him, and he insists on confronting me head-on. And that cold Ling Shuang, she is equally merciless, showing no respect for her elders. As he applied ointment to his face, his thoughts drifted back to the task hall. He had initially believed that revealing a long-hidden trump card would compel Li Zheng, the head of the task hall, to yield in hand over the spirit stones. Instead, Li Zheng had retorted, since the peak master is aware of this matter. Does that mean you also witnessed the law enforcement hall master, Cold Ling Shuang, bathing all those years ago? If you think this can intimidate me, you are gravely mistaken. Even more outrageous, Li Zheng had summoned Cold Ling Shuang herself to confess her past mistakes, implicating Chu Hechuan in the process, which had sent Cold Ling Shuang into a fury. Ultimately, Chu Hechuan did not obtain the spirit stones he sought, but instead received a compensation of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for medical expenses from Cold Ling Shuang. As dawn broke, the brother and sister met early in the courtyard, clad in the familiar garb of disciples of the Tianxin sect. Senior brother, please refrain from causing trouble this time. I feel terribly for Gu Changfeng, Qingyao expressed to Chu Changfeng. Rest assured, this time I shall not tarnish his reputation. In fact, I will elevate it, and people will feel grateful towards him, Chu Changfeng assured her. Really? Qingyao's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. Having been duped multiple times before, Qingyao remained cautious. I find it hard to believe. If such good fortune were true, why do you hide your true face? How shallow. Chu Changfeng scoffed with a cold smile. Your senior brother is merely indifferent to fame and fortune. As he spoke, he retrieved a long banner from his storage bag, emblazoned with 4 clear characters. Help me, please. Qingyao read aloud. Senior brother, are you serious? Wrong one. Chu Changfeng sheepishly tucked away the banner and produced another. Once again, Qingyao read, to heal the world. Senior brother, you understand the healing arts? Qingyao inquired, taken aback. After all, I am a second-grade alchemist, Chu Changfeng replied proudly. Qingyao sighed in relief. Finally, Chu Changfeng was embarking on something worthwhile. Senior brother, why hasn't Master come out today? Qingyao asked. Chu Changfeng pondered yesterday's events. Hesitating for a moment before replying, perhaps Master has some unspoken difficulties. It is best not to dwell on it. This time, Chu Changfeng brought Qingyao to a market they had never visited before. Finding a stall, he planted the banner in the ground and took a seat on a stool. To heal the world? Intriguing. Chu Changfeng's actions stood in stark contrast to those selling various rare treasures, immediately drawing interest from nearby cultivators. Friend, what are your charges for medical consultations? Chu Changfeng replied, 5 low-grade spirit stones. If I fail to provide satisfactory treatment, I will refund you 3 low-grade spirit stones. Charges for medicine are extra. Chapter 33, Divine Physician. Would it suffice if I directly offered you 2 inferior spirit stones? That would be most splendid, he replied. You could have simply taken them by force. Yet here you are, resorting to deceit. In the face of skepticism, Chu Changfeng smiled gently. You may inquire far and wide. My medical prowess as a disciple of Tianxin sect, Gu Changfeng, is not a mere fabrication. Countless individuals have sought my healing, and aside from those I could not cure, the rest have been restored to health. The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this merely a statement of the obvious? Qingyao, on the other hand, produced a fan and shielded her face. How foolish of me to have believed the elder brother's tall tales, thinking he had reformed. It appears he has merely adopted a different method of deception, one even more rudimentary than before. Nevertheless, having already spoken, Chu Changfeng found someone approaching him. The newcomer was a slender figure, approximately 1.7 meters tall, limping as he approached. His tattered robes resembled a patchwork of rags. Are you truly a disciple of Tianxin sect? I am indeed Gu Changfeng, a disciple of Tianxin sect. Chu Changfeng replied earnestly. If I am not mistaken, you have an injury in your left leg? The gaunt man furrowed his brow. You are mistaken. I was merely observing the commotion, and my left leg has gone numb. In truth, it is my right leg that is injured. Chu Changfeng felt a twinge of doubt regarding this gaunt individual's intentions. Ha ha ha, everyone may disperse. This fellow is merely a name-dropper, a charlatan seeking spirit stones. You may close your stall. No one will fall for this trick. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding cultivators erupted in laughter. Even Qingyao's gaze turned skeptical. Had the elder brother truly attained the status of a second-tier alchemist, or was it merely a fade? Please sit. I shall take your pulse, Chu Changfeng instructed. The slender man complied, placing his hand before Chu Changfeng, who proceeded to check his pulse. Moments later, he withdrew his hand. Does your leg not throb painfully at noon each day? Indeed, the slender man replied, rolling up his pant leg to reveal a darkened calf. Doctor, my leg was bitten by an unknown venomous creature over a decade ago, and since then, I have endured the torment of the toxin. Each day at noon, the pain is akin to being pierced by needles. It is unbearable. As he recounted his past, a look of terror crossed his face, clearly haunted by the effects of the toxin. Doctor, do you believe I still have hope? There is hope, Chu Changfeng assured him. Really? The slender man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Doctor, I implore you to save me. Here are the spirit stones. He placed 5 inferior spirit stones on the table. Chu Changfeng accepted the stones, then stood. Place your right leg upon the table. The slender man complied. With a swift motion, Chu Changfeng unleashed a blade of energy that sliced through the slender man's calf, severing it and causing blood to pour forth. Ah! The slender man screamed, clutching his leg as his face turned pale. The onlookers gasped, astonished by the gruesome scene unfolding before them. Wait, he complained of leg pain. And he just had his leg removed? Now, tell me, does it still hurt at noon? Truly a divine physician. All is well now. After witnessing his treatment, I suddenly feel no pain at all. Following a brief silence, an uproar of astonished exclamations filled the air. Chu Changfeng flicked his fingers, channeling 2 strands of spiritual energy into the slender man's body, sealing the acupoints in his leg to staunch the bleeding. Brother, you have gone too far. Qingyao interjected, unable to contain her incredulity. You cut where it hurt. I have never seen anyone treat a patient in such a manner. The slender man glared at Chu Changfeng with resentment. Yet, Chu Changfeng calmly returned to his seat, stating, the toxin within you has lain dormant for many years, infiltrating your very bones. Throughout this time, you have struggled to suppress its spread with your spiritual energy, but it has proven futile, has it not? What began as a small wound has now spread throughout your calf, and you have surely sought medical aid countless times over the years, yet to no avail. It is true that a 3rd-tier detoxification pill would cost at least 10,000 inferior spirit stones, which you cannot afford. As for remedies below that grade, there are none. Upon hearing this, the slender man's expression shifted, his anger dissipating. But my leg, which is more important, your leg or your life? Chu Changfeng countered. Fortuitously, you encountered me. Otherwise, within 3 days, you would have been unable to contain the toxin, leading to its spread throughout your body, resulting in your untimely demise. At that point, you would have had no opportunity to sacrifice your leg for survival. After a lengthy silence, the slender man finally nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth in Chu Changfeng's words. Suddenly, Chu Changfeng glanced at the sky. It was noon. Can you now feel that piercing pain deep within your bones? And no, it has vanished, the slender man stammered, realizing that the pain that had plagued him for decades had disappeared. A smile of relief spread across his face. Thank you, divine physician. These 5 inferior spirit stones were worth every bit. Is it possible that he has truly healed him? Though one leg was lost, it seemed to be the best solution. This man indeed possessed some remarkable skills. Could he truly be a divine physician? The conversation between Chu Changfeng and the slender man led to deep reflection among the onlookers, silencing those who had previously mocked him. 5 inferior spirit stones for a life saved seemed a fair trade, indeed. Brother, I apologize. I misjudged you, Qingyao said meekly to Chu Changfeng. No matter, he replied. From the day I chose to heal the world, I knew I would be misunderstood. I seek only to act with a clear conscience, to be worthy of every patient. Such noble ideals. The crowd began to praise Chu Changfeng. Is there no place for brutality and violence in the market? Suddenly, a cultivator riding a leaf-shaped artifact appeared above the crowd. From his attire, it was clear he belonged to the enforcement team responsible for maintaining order in the marketplace. He gazed down at Chu Changfeng and the slender man, his eyes cold and intimidating. Who is causing the disturbance? Step forward. You certainly are ruthless. To sever a leg. My lord, it is a misunderstanding. The slender man quickly bowed to the enforcer. What misunderstanding? We have not resorted to violence. This doctor from Tianxian sect has been treating my ailment, and now I am fully healed. If you do not believe me, watch. The slender man proceeded to hop on one leg, demonstrating his newfound freedom. The enforcer retorted, your leg has been severed, and you claim to be cured? Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? Chapter 34. Senior brother, will you not let him go? Senior, this friend truly treated my ailment. I assure you. It is absolutely true. The lanky figure, visibly anxious, pointed at those around him, pleading with the law enforcement cultivators. His voice trembled slightly, seemingly fearful that the enforcers might doubt his words. Is what he says indeed true? The enforcer cast an impassive glance around. Senior, it is indeed true. I witnessed it myself. There was no dispute at all. Yes, I also saw it. This friend was genuinely treating the lanky fellow. Some among the crowd displayed sympathetic expressions, while others remained indifferent, yet none refuted the lanky man's claims. The surrounding cultivators exchanged words, each recounting the events in their own way. Although their accounts varied slightly, the essence remained unchanged. Chu Changfeng was treating the lanky fellow, and there were no improper actions involved. After listening to the crowd's accounts, the law enforcement officer fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Since it was treatment, it is indeed compliant. However, I must remind you all to refrain from private disputes. Otherwise, I shall impose severe penalties. With that, the enforcer turned and departed. Once the enforcer's figure vanished from sight, the lanky man turned to Chu Changfeng and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, friend, for your assistance in resolving my long-standing ailment. Chu Changfeng smiled gently. It was but a simple effort. There is no need for such gratitude. After the lanky man left, Chu Changfeng surveyed the crowd and called out, "Is there anyone else in need of treatment?" After a brief silence, a stir arose among the crowd, and soon, another individual hastily approached Wang Yu, collapsing onto the ground. "Doctor, I have been practicing a particular technique. Yet every day I'm tormented by a thunderous sound in my ears, driving me to distraction. It's truly vexing." The distressed individual implored Chu Changfeng, "Do you have any remedies?" Chu Changfeng replied, "Then simply cease practicing it." Huh? His words left the crowd momentarily speechless, an unsettling silence enveloping them. After a while, someone murmured, This seems rather blunt, doesn't it?" Another person chuckled, "Truly a divine physician. Such a succinct and incisive response." Unfazed by the crowd's reactions, Chu Changfeng continued to fix his gaze upon the cultivator. 5 inferior spirit stones. 5 inferior spirit stones. No, if I stop practicing this technique, my formidable cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refining will be ruined. The individual lamented. After listening, Chu Changfeng fell silent for a moment before extending his hand to take the individual's pulse. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "Is this technique truly indispensable for you?" "Indeed, doctor," the individual responded without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changfeng suddenly produced a pouch of medicine from his robe and casually tossed it before the individual. Next, the cultivator stared at the pouch in confusion, asking, "Doctor, what is this?" Chu Changfeng calmly replied, "Is poison. Consuming it will render you deaf." Gasping in disbelief, the cultivator exclaimed, I sought a cure. And you prescribe poison?" Unperturbed, Chu Changfeng explained matter-of-factly, "Eventually, you will become deaf regardless. Consuming this will merely expedite the process, which may not necessarily be a misfortune for you. At least you will endure less torment and can focus solely on your cultivation. Whether you take it is entirely your decision." Upon hearing Chu Changfeng's words, the cultivator's face drained of color. "Is there truly no other way to treat me?" Chu Changfeng replied, "The method for 5 inferior spirit stones is precisely this." Next, with no alternative to exchange for a lesser cultivation technique, Chu Changfeng could think of no other solution. He was not a divine physician, nor could he cure poverty. Upon reflection, it seemed that the physician had his own methods. The bystanders began to comprehend Chu Changfeng's intentions. Though his approach appeared somewhat crude and even questionable, it was ultimately aimed at alleviating the cultivator's suffering. After all, enduring prolonged torment in anticipation was far worse than accepting reality sooner, perhaps even finding peace in the process. Most importantly, this merely required 5 inferior spirit stones. One could hardly expect a miraculous elixir in such circumstances. "Senior brother, he is truly a genius," Qingyao marveled, realizing that Chu Changfeng's actions provided her with a vivid lesson. Although his methods seemed dubious and even unconventional, they unexpectedly achieved the desired effect of curing the ailment. "Doctor." Soon, Chu Changfeng's practice flourished, as many approached him for treatment. Chu Changfeng was right. 5 spirit stones warranted a corresponding remedy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Qingyao silently counted the number of patients treated by Chu Changfeng. As dusk approached, Chu Changfeng concluded his day of healing, having earned a total of 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Observing the scattered remnants on the ground, Chu Changfeng frowned, dismayed by the lack of decorum displayed by these individuals who left behind their belongings. With a wave of his hand, he gathered the severed limbs and placed them into his storage bag. Qingyao overheard him muttering, "We must not waste. Junior sister, I shall now take you to procure the rare items we need." Chu Changfeng quickly tidied his stall when suddenly his clothing was torn apart. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Qingyao gasped in astonishment. "It is necessary. You will understand soon enough," Chu Changfeng replied, leading Qingyao to a secluded area where they donned the attire of disciples from the Yinyang Holy Land before heading to the treasure pavilion to purchase the rare items required to elevate their flying swords rank, along with materials for alchemy. After depleting over 30,000 inferior spirit stones from his storage bag, Chu Changfeng managed to acquire enough materials to promote 2 flying swords to the mid-tier of the second rank, which caused him considerable distress. Qingyao mainly purchased brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for talisman crafting, as well as materials for her second flying sword. Chu Changfeng was correct. As righteous disciples, they needed to possess some refined means. The first flying sword was of substance, while the second represented their stature. After procuring their necessary items, Chu Changfeng and Qingyao exited the treasure pavilion. Initially, Qingyao assumed they would return directly to the sect, but she soon realized that Chu Changfeng was not retracing their steps. "Senior brother, this is not the way back to the sect," she remarked, puzzled. Chu Changfeng smiled slightly and explained, "We are heading to Tianxian sect." "Tiangxuan sect? What is our purpose there?" Qingyao could not fathom Chu Changfeng's reasoning for visiting Tianxian sect. Taking a deep breath, Chu Changfeng replied, "To meet an old friend." Upon hearing this, Qingyao could not help but laugh, finding Chu Changfeng's words amusing. "Senior brother, it's not that I look down on you, but you have undoubtedly become an enemy of Tianxian sect. Where would you find an old friend there?" Qingyao bluntly remarked. However, Chu Changfeng shook his head. "What are you saying? Have you forgotten about Gu Changfeng?" Upon hearing these words, Qinyao's expression suddenly shifted. "Senior brother, you still refuse to let him go, don't you?" Chapter 35. Standing before you is the gentleman. Chu Changfeng, what a statement. "My purpose in coming here this time is to resolve the enmity between us. He holds nothing but resentment towards you. Where is the gratitude?" Qingyao retorted. "If he knew you have always let him take the blame, he would surely fight you tooth and nail." "No, he will be grateful to me," Chu Changfeng replied with an indifferent glance at Qingyao, then strode forward. "Go on then. I shall see how you make him thank you." Qingyao observed Chu Changfeng's receding figure and hurried after him. As fellow disciples of the heavenly sword peak, she felt it was her duty to assist him in collecting the remains. By the time Chu Changfeng and Qingyao arrived at the gate of the Tianxian sect, it was already deep into the night. Under the moonlight, the mountain guards immediately became vigilant upon seeing the two and blocked their path. "Who goes there?" Noticing this, Chu Changfeng halted and called out clearly, "I am Chu Changfeng from the Yinyang Sacred Land. I kindly request your leniency. I seek Gu Changfeng." His voice was resonant and confident, fully displaying the aura of a disciple from the Sacred Land. Sacred Land disciple? The Tianxian sect guards exchanged glances. One of them nodded and promptly retrieved a jade tablet to communicate with their sect. Seeing this, Qingyao felt somewhat reassured and softly remarked to Chu Changfeng, "Senior brother, they seem quite nice, helping us to find someone so easily." Chu Changfeng merely smiled faintly, thinking to himself, if he did not possess the identity of an Yinyang Sacred Land disciple, let us see how they would treat you. Before long, news arrived. A disciple approached Chu Changfeng with respect, saying, "Please wait a moment. Gu Changfeng has been informed of your arrival and is on his way here." Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng and Qingyao stepped aside to wait. At that moment, several disciples of the Xintian sect discreetly scrutinized Chu Changfeng. Indeed, a disciple of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. One could see his impressive demeanor and extraordinary presence. He was clearly a paragon of righteousness. The disciples cast admiring glances at Chu Changfeng and Qingyao, praising them profusely. Hearing this, Qingyao felt a tinge of embarrassment for Chu Changfeng. Stealing a glance at him, she was astonished to find a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, seemingly pleased by their compliments. Qingyao silently muttered to herself, "How little you all know. My senior brother is far more treacherous than any evil practitioner." In that moment, she suddenly understood that one should never judge a book by its cover. The more attractive a person appears, the more deceitful they may be. Were they? Before long, Gu Changfeng and his junior sister Zhao Rong'er emerged from the sect, inquiring with the mountain guards. Is that not them? A disciple pointed towards Chu Changfeng and Qingyao. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng, Gu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Brother Chu, so this is your true appearance. You are like a celestial being descended to earth." His admiration was unreserved, clearly impressed by Chu Changfeng's looks. Zhao Rong'er, standing beside Gu Changfeng, was momentarily dazed upon seeing Chu Changfeng. She marveled inwardly, recognizing that he truly exuded an air of nobility and grace, unmistakably not an ordinary person. Chu Changfeng smiled faintly and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "At Qinghai City, due to various inconveniences, I concealed my identity. I hope Brother Gu will not take offense." His tone was humble and courteous, evoking goodwill. Gu Changfeng hurriedly waved his hand, chuckling, "Not at all, Brother Chu. Your actions are perfectly understandable. It is I who have been remiss." He then curiously inquired, "What brings you to seek me, Brother Chu?" Chu Changfeng replied slowly, "While in Qinghai City, I heard that Brother Gu was searching for someone who dared to impersonate you. Today, I fortuitously encountered that scoundrel in the marketplace. I devised a plan to capture him alive and present him to you. However, he was exceedingly cunning, despite my efforts. I cannot seize him. Ultimately, I was left with no choice but to take decisive action and eliminate this menace." After speaking, Chu Changfeng produced a set of tattered garments belonging to a Tianqian sect disciple and presented them to Gu Changfeng. In addition, he revealed several vials in jars containing the counterfeit medicines he had sold during his deceptive schemes. Upon witnessing this, Qingyao's pupils constricted. She understood why Chu Changfeng had previously torn the Tianqian sect disciple's attire. It was all part of his plan to deceive Gu Changfeng. The Tianqian sect uniform and the counterfeit powder. Indeed, these were the hallmark of that rogue. Gu Changfeng received these items, examining them closely. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. Zhao Rong'er, seeing this, couldn't help but express concern. "Brother, are you all right?" Gu Changfeng came to his senses and quickly wiped away his tears, forcing a smile. "I am fine, Rong'er. I am just overwhelmed with joy." His voice trembled slightly, revealing the turmoil beneath his calm facade. "Junior sister, from this day forth, I shall no longer bear the blame for others. I can finally be myself." "Senior brother, I think it might be a bit premature to conclude that," Zhao Rong'er cautioned. "How could you say that?" Gu Changfeng replied earnestly. "There is no doubt. Brother Chu hails from a prestigious lineage, a true golden core master. His conduct is above board. How could he deceive us?" As he spoke, he turned to Chu Changfeng, a hint of apology on his face. "I hope you do not mind my junior sister's remarks. She may have spoken out of turn." Chu Changfeng smiled slightly and waved his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble. Some skepticism is only natural. However, if you truly harbor doubts, you may inquire in the marketplace, 500 miles from Tianqian sect, to see if he has indeed appeared there. Furthermore, I assure you that deceiving Gu Changfeng will never happen again." Gu Changfeng nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Indeed, Brother Chu's kindness and virtue shall remain etched in my memory." Zhao Rong'er concurred with Gu Changfeng's reasoning. Surely, Chu Changfeng would not come specifically to deceive Gu Changfeng. After all, it would be utterly trivial for a golden core master to fabricate such a tale for a mere second-tier artifact. "Brother Chu, I apologize for any offense caused before. Please do not hold it against me." Zhao Rong'er bowed in apology. However, this scene infuriated Qingyao. "Junior sister Zhao, your doubts are not unfounded. The disciple of the sacred land is merely a guise for Chu Changfeng. The true self before you is that of a hypocritical villain, a treacherous scoundrel." Her sense of justice and kindness compelled Qingyao to speak out. "Brother Gu." Chapter 36. "Your senior brother will surely assist you in ascension." Chu Changfeng furrowed his brows slightly, seemingly displeased by Qingyao's interruption. "Junior sister, this matter is merely a trifling task. Let us consider it an act of kindness and righteousness. As for the bounty that Brother Gu mentioned earlier, we shall forego it." A flicker of surprise crossed Qingyao's face. "Huh? Was I the one seeking the bounty? Clearly, it was your desire. Why cast the blame upon me?" Now she comprehended that Chua Changfeng had brought her here without any particular intention. He merely aimed to make her bear the brunt of this situation. This senior brother was truly insidious. Gu Changfeng smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. All right, the matter of the magical artifact. I promised to fulfill the bounty. And this second-tier, middle-grade artifact, the red candle lamp, shall belong to you. As he spoke, he retrieved an exquisitely crafted lamp-like artifact from his storage bag. The red candle lamp emanated a faint red hue, its lampshade fashioned from transparent jade, intricately engraved with delicate patterns that resembled flickering flames. The wick was a slender red thread, shimmering with a soft glow. Brother Gu, this seems inappropriate, Chua Changfeng interjected. The red candle lamp can unleash flames that incinerate gold and stone. Even golden core cultivators would not dare allow it to burn for long. Upon concluding his introduction, Gu Changfeng unceremoniously thrust the red candle lamp into Chua Changfeng's hands. Junior sister, look at you. Chua Changfeng glanced at Qingyao, reproach evident in his tone. You are taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. I shall contend with you. Enraged, Qingyao could no longer tolerate Chua Changfeng's behavior. Her fury boiling over as she lunged toward him, as if she wished to tear him apart. Just as she was about to pounce on him, a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from Chua Changfeng, akin to a torrential flood, instantly pinning Qingyao in place. Chua Changfeng shook his head helplessly, a wry smile gracing his lips as he addressed Gu Changfeng and Zhao Ro. I apologize for the disturbance. My junior sister has been somewhat spoiled by my indulgence. I shall take her away now, and I appreciate your understanding. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng hastily urged them to stay. Chua brother, why the haste to leave? Since you are here, why not stay a while longer? However, Chua Changfeng was resolute in his decision to depart. He smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude to Gu Changfeng. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Gu, but my junior sister is quite unruly, so I must return with her. We shall visit again another day. With that, he took Qingyao's hand and turned to leave. As Gu Changfeng watched their retreating figures, a sense of gratitude swelled within him. Chua brother has done me a great favor, Zhao Ronger remarked. Gu brother possesses a celestial demeanor and is righteous. He is indeed a good person, especially in his indulgence and tolerance towards junior sister. As she spoke, Zhao Ronger frowned, yet his junior sister has quite the fiery temper and is rather avaricious. 100 miles away from Tianxian sect, Qingyao vented her frustrations. Chua Changfeng, is there any brother like you? To so shamelessly make me bear the blame. Stop right there. I tell you, I may die, but you shall not live either. Chua Changfeng released Qingyao, who immediately charged at him, radiating an aura of fury. He halted, turning to face her, and spoke softly. All right, junior sister, cease this commotion. I understand you are angry. How about this? I will take you to enjoy some delicious food. How does that sound? Unmoved, Qingyao shook her head defiantly. You taking me means I will have to pay for myself. I won't fall for your tricks. Chua Changfeng reassured her, this time. I will ensure you do not pay a dime. Qingyao's eyes brightened. Really? Chua Changfeng nodded. Indeed, this time we will split the bill. Confused, Qingyao asked, what does split the bill mean? Chua Changfeng explained, it means we each pay half. Qingyao retorted, I would rather contend with you. I may die, but you shall not live. Without further ado, Chua Changfeng pressed a hand down on Qingyao's head, rendering her unable to advance. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, Chua Changfeng hurried to his room. As soon as he entered, he swiftly cast spells to lay down several arrays around him, ensuring that no one or nothing could easily disturb him. Once he confirmed everything was secure, he let out a sigh of relief and retrieved the precious treasures purchased from the treasure pavilion. By refining these materials, I will forge 2 second-tier, middle-grade flying swords. At that point, a steady breakthrough to the mid-golden core stage will be within my grasp, and securing first place in the Talisman Master Group will be no problem. Chua Changfeng had already devised a plan. He aimed to attain the status of a second-tier Talisman Master just before the competition and participate in the Talisman Master Contest. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Tianjin Peak, a gray donkey leisurely munched on the delicacies of a spirit herb garden, unfazed as it devoured the precious herbs while mumbling, truly a sacred place. Spirit herbs are abundant everywhere. Time flew, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a series of resounding sword cries erupted from Chua Chongfeng's room. After a month of relentless effort, he had finally achieved remarkable results. Around him, 9 flying swords danced in the air. Wait, senior, beware behind you. Ancestor, spare me. I concede. Slay the demons. Eliminate the monsters. Question the immortals. Among these 9 swords, the weight and question immortal swords exuded an aura even sharper than the other 7, reaching the quality of second-tier middle-grade flying swords. What was even more astonishing was that, as the quality of the flying swords improved, Chua Chongfeng's own cultivation had also received significant enhancement due to their feedback. Now, he had firmly reached the mid-golden core stage. After his breakthrough, Chua Chongfeng did not rush to leave his secluded place. Instead, he dedicated an entire month to solidifying and familiarizing himself with his newly elevated cultivation to ensure mastery over this stage of power. As time passed, the day of the set competition drew near. Just before the competition, Chua Chongfeng finally emerged from his seclusion, his aura more formidable than ever before. Senior brother, have you broken through again? Upon seeing Chua Chongfeng, Qingyao immediately sensed the change in him and exclaimed in surprise. Chua Chongfeng smiled and nodded. Indeed, I have successfully advanced to the mid-golden core stage. Qingyao's eyes widened in envy as she gazed at him, lamenting, when will I be able to step into the golden core stage like you, senior brother? Chua Chongfeng comforted her. Do not rush to break through. Lay a solid foundation. The sword path of Tianjin Peak emphasizes having more flying swords for greater power. You possess the rare sword sheath body, with the potential to nurture 3 flying swords. After a moment of hesitation, Qingyao voiced her concerns. But nurturing even 1 flying sword requires a vast amount of spirit stones. Nurturing 3 would be exceedingly difficult. Chua Chongfeng understood her worries, patting her shoulder encouragingly. Fear not. First, ascend to immortality, and then you will follow. Once I achieve immortality, I will surely assist you in your ascension. Chapter 37. Second-ranked talismancer Chu Chongfeng brother, do you think I will live to see you ascend to immortality? Qingyao was aware that Chu Chongfeng possessed numerous flying swords, and as time progressed, his cultivation would likely become increasingly sluggish. After a moment of silence, Chu Chongfeng responded, I will not ascend. I shall remain in the mortal realm, awaiting your return to assist you in achieving immortality. Qingyao remained speechless. Just then, Chu Chongfeng abruptly changed the subject. Has the gray donkey not returned yet? Qingyao shook her head. It has been 2 months, and still no sign of it. I have no idea where it has gone. I shall go look for it, Chu Chongfeng stated as he departed from Tianjin Peak, setting out to search for the gray donkey's whereabouts. Despite his inquiries, Chu Chongfeng could not gather any information regarding the donkey. Never mind, within the sacred grounds. There should be no dangers. I will first concoct some body-refining pills for Qinyu and the others. With that, he altered his course towards Tianjin Peak. However, upon arriving at the public alchemy room, he was astonished to find a notice posted outside, boldly declaring that Chu Chongfeng of Tianjin Peak was prohibited from entering due to damage inflicted on the alchemical furnace. What? Chu Chongfeng was utterly taken aback to find himself blacklisted. All I did was create a pill that tasted like snail powder. How petty. Feeling quite helpless, Chu Chongfeng resolved to return to Tianjin Peak, where he would utilize his own alchemical furnace to refine body-refining pills and entrust them to the disciples of Dylan Peak, simultaneously requesting their assistance in gathering news about the gray donkey. After leaving Dylan Peak, Chu Chongfeng proceeded to Tianjin Peak, intending to return the storage bag to Ziyue. However, upon his arrival, he was informed that Ziyue had not yet returned. Time swiftly passed, and there remained but a day until the set competition. It was time to head to Tianshu Peak. Tianjin, Liyuan, await the surprise I have prepared for you. Zhu Jianfan esitet sekusin, preparing to authenticate his talismancer status at Tianfu Peak. Along the way, he sought Ziyue once more at Tianjin Peak. Regrettably, the outcome was once again disappointing. Ziyue was still untraceable. It seems that Ziyue and her companions have encountered some formidable trouble. Chu Chongfeng pondered, a heaviness settling in his heart. The practitioners of the demon sect were notoriously challenging to deal with, devoted to the outer demon, often wielding bizarre and troublesome methods. He could only hope for Ziyue's safety. With a sigh, Chu Changfeng departed Tianyin Peak and proceeded to Tianfu Peak. Upon his arrival, many disciples were taken aback. Isn't that Chu Shixiang from Tianjin Peak? What brings him here? A sense of foreboding washed over them. Ignoring the murmurs of the disciples, Chu Changfeng made his way directly to the Tianfu Hall. Zhu Xiang, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? A disciple inquired. Chu Changfeng stated plainly, I wish to undergo talismancer certification. What? His words struck the atmosphere like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of astonishment among those present. Expressions of disbelief filled the air as they struggled to absorb the news. Xixiang, do you not already hold the titles of second-rank weapon master and second-rank alchemist? Chu Changfeng replied, does being a second-rank weapon master or alchemist preclude one from being a talismancer? Have you not heard the saying, a talismancer who does not aspire to be a weapon master is not a good talismancer? Is there such a saying? The disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Please, over here, a Tianfu Hall disciple, snapping out of their stupor, handed Chu Changfeng a number and gestured for him to join the queue. Taking the number, Chu Changfeng glanced at the digits before positioning himself at the end of the line, where he waited in silence. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was Chu Changfeng's turn. Approaching the certification table, he presented his number to the elder in charge, a white-haired man clad in loose robes, with ink stains scattered across his attire, resembling a scholarly sage. The elder accepted the number, scrutinizing Chu Changfeng with a deep gaze before commanding, begin your drawing. Without hesitation, Chu Changfeng set to work, effortlessly crafting a second-rank flame sparrow talisman. With grace and fluidity, he completed the drawing in one breath. Your mastery of talismanship is remarkable. You're not far from the third-rank talismancer realm, the elder of Tianfu Hall praised. I shall strive diligently, Chu Changfeng replied with a respectful bow. Soon, the elder presented him with a second-rank talismancer token, offering his congratulations. Without delay, Chu Changfeng accepted the token and departed Tianfu Peak, setting his sights on Tianyang Peak. As the disciples of Tianfu Peak watched him leave, a flurry of discussions ensued. This could signal a shift. The disciples of the talismancers may be in peril. Chu Changfeng is far too cunning. No one will be able to thwart him now. If only he had devoted himself entirely to the sword path, his cultivation would surely have flourished. If senior sister Tianyin and brother Liyuan had not targeted Chu Changfeng, the alchemist would have been the one suffering. Now, this calamity has fallen upon us. The disciples of Tianfu Peak felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. May the misfortune of a fellow cultivator not befall me. None wished to battle with the treacherous sword cultivator, Chu Changfeng. Meanwhile, at Dilua Peak, Liyuan emerged from his seclusion, preparing for the upcoming sect competition. Congratulations, Xixiang, on your cultivation progress. A disciple from Dilua Peak greeted him. Liyuan, however, immediately inquired, has there been any news of Chu Changfeng? This was his primary concern. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple promptly responded, Xixiang, to my knowledge, Chu Changfeng's recent behavior has been quite normal. He has not exhibited any unusual actions. Liyuan nodded slightly. In that case, he should not have strayed far. With a cold smile creeping onto his lips, he added, if we can bring this villain to justice, it will not be in vain for the years I have toiled. Is it truly worth it? A disciple questioned. You have expended so much time and effort for one Chu Changfeng. Liyuan's expression turned serious. It is absolutely worth it. If I do not prevent this treacherous individual from roaming free, how can I honor my brother's memory? The resentment within him was palpable, and he knew it would affect his future cultivation. The other disciples, witnessing Liyuan's determination, refrained from further discussion. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted. This is bad. Something significant has occurred. A disciple from Dilua Peak rushed up to Liyuan, panic evident in his demeanor. Liyuan furrowed his brow and asked, what has happened to cause such alarm? It is Chu Changfeng. He has gone to Tianyang Peak. The disciple's voice trembled slightly. Liyuan's mind raced. Could it be that he has realized he cannot defeat me and has chosen to forfeit the sect competition? No, the disciple interjected, and upon hearing this, Liyuan's expression returned to calm. Even if he changes his mind and competes in other groups, it does not matter. The Dao Law group is filled with strong contenders. In 3 years, some rising talents possess power equal to mine. With Tianyin in the Alchemist group and myself in the Weapon Master group, there is no cause for concern. However, just then, the disciple spoke again. Shi Xiao, what if I told you he just attained the status of a second-rank talismancer? How would you respond? What? This revelation struck Lian like a bolt from the blue, rendering him momentarily speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the disciple. You cannot be serious? Absolutely true. Quick, let's head to Tianyang Peak and inform Tianyin. Upon arriving at Tianyang Peak, Chu Changfeng headed straight for the registration desk. The disciples there looked at him with puzzled expressions and asked, Shi Xiang, what do you wish to do? Chu Changfeng responded directly, I wish to alter my grouping. The disciple was visibly taken aback. Do you intend to register for the Taoist Arts Division, or perhaps the Alchemist Division? Chu Changfeng shook his head, then drew a deep breath before declaring solemnly, neither. I wish to enroll. I desire to participate in the Talisman Masters competition. What? The Talisman Masters Division? The disciple was utterly stunned. With calm assurance, Chu Changfeng produced his Talisman Master's token and presented it to the disciple. Freshly bestowed by the elder, still warm with approval. Chapter 38. The Trail of the Grey Donkey. Indeed, this was truly a second-tier Talisman Master token issued by the sect. Gazing at the token in Chu Changfeng's hand, the disciple responsible for the registration felt a sudden jolt of shock. The authenticity of this token was beyond doubt. The sect's emblem was distinctly visible, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly forged through special refinement. The disciple marveled inwardly. Becoming a second-tier Talisman Master was no trivial feat. It required an exceptionally profound understanding of the talisman craft and remarkable skills. Moreover, prior to this, Chu Changfeng had already acquired identities as a second-tier alchemist and a blacksmith. Even more astonishingly, he was proficient in swordsmanship. Any one of these accomplishments would be enough to instill pride. Yet Chu Changfeng possessed them all. What an extraordinary talent he must have to achieve such remarkable feats. No wonder it was said within the sect, you may claim Chu Changfeng is cunning, but you cannot say he is incompetent. However, the disciple was unaware that Chu Changfeng's abilities extended far beyond these. His mastery of formations was equally profound. He simply saw no need to reveal his capabilities unnecessarily at this moment. Senior brother, you are truly. The disciple wished to say that Chu Changfeng was exceedingly cunning, but realizing that such words might offend, he hastily altered his expression. Senior brother, you are truly impressive. Chu Changfeng did not react much to the disciple's astonishment. He merely inquired calmly, can you now update my registration information? The disciple nodded vigorously, as if affirming with a pestle, of course, certainly. As he spoke, he reached for a pen to strike through Chu Changfeng's previous name. However, just as the pen was about to touch the paper, a voice suddenly rang out like a clap of thunder. Stop! He cannot change his group. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Changfeng turned to see a burly man striding confidently into the arena. This man was Lu Yuan, followed closely by a group of disciples from the Heavenly Artifact Peak. After coming to a halt, Lu Yuan fixed a frosty glare at Chu Changfeng, declaring, Chu Changfeng, you cannot change your group. With an unhurried demeanor, Chu Changfeng replied, this is my right. Do you have any authority over it? Seeing this, Lu Yuan frowned, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes as he sternly warned, Chu Changfeng, I advise you not to push me. In a provocative manner, Chu Changfeng retorted, what if I do? As soon as his words fell, those around them felt the atmosphere shift, sensing Lu Yuan's presence suddenly intensifying, akin to an enraged lion poised to pounce. This is bad. Senior brother Lu cannot restrain himself. They thought, fearing a potential bloodbath. Everyone, step back. We do not wish to be splattered with blood. Attention gripped the crowd as they retreated to a safe distance, realizing the ominous signs of impending violence. Yet, just as they anticipated an all-out brawl, Lu Yuan's next words caught everyone off guard. He bellowed, Chu Changfeng, do not force my hand. I beg you. The crowd was taken aback. Chu Changfeng was equally surprised, questioning, why are you shouting so loudly? Clearly, he had not anticipated that Lu Yuan would utter such a plea. You cannot intimidate me, Chu Changfeng stated, turning to the registration disciple. What are you waiting for? Yes. The disciple quickly regained his composure, striking through Chu Changfeng's previous name. The most unfortunate ones this time were the Talisman Masters. With Chu Changfeng's junior sister in the Foundation Establishment stage, and him in the Golden Core stage, they lamented, how did the Heavenly Sword Peak produce these two devious individuals? In that moment, many Talisman Masters felt a sense of despair. After the disciple crossed out Chu Changfeng's name from the blacksmith group, he swiftly turned the registration book to the Talisman Master section, pen poised to write. However, at that critical moment, a clear voice rang out again. Stop. Who was calling for a halt at this moment? The crowd's gaze shifted toward the source of the voice. They beheld a figure gliding gracefully toward them. Clad in a flowing white gown, her ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding a cool and noble presence that rendered her difficult to gaze upon directly. It was Tianyin. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, his heart stirred by an unusual feeling. He sensed that this woman had come prepared, and her appearance was far from coincidental. Tianyin approached the registration desk, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chu Changfeng. With a gentle parting of her lips, she stated, Chu Changfeng, you have but one choice, to join the alchemist group. On what grounds should I heed your command? Chu Changfeng countered. Tianyin extended a delicate hand, revealing a gray hair within her palm. A hair? The crowd gasped in confusion. Was Tianyin demanding that Chu Changfeng join her group, based solely on this hair? Yet, Chu Changfeng's expression suddenly turned serious. Where did you find it? He asked, his brow knitting in concern. At the Tianyin peak, Tianyin replied slowly, her voice tinged with an unspoken anger. It has wreaked havoc upon many spirit gardens and sullied my dragon-scaled steed. Hearing her words, Chu Changfeng fell silent for a moment, pondering. It was as he suspected. That foolish donkey would not remain docile. After a brief pause, Chu Changfeng inquired again. Can we negotiate a different request? That is not an option, Tianyin replied. I need to see it alive, he stated, asserting his own boundary. Come with me to the Tianyin Peak now. There is still time. If it is not alive, you may still reconsider your choice. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go. Tianyin was somewhat taken aback at his prompt acquiescence. What are you standing there for? Chu Changfeng frowned at her stillness. I did not anticipate you would change your decision for a donkey, Tianyin remarked, having prepared for Chu Changfeng's refusal, yet surprised by his swift compliance. After all, it was brought to the sect by me, and it is not inherently malevolent. It should not perish. At her words, a flicker of doubt crossed Tianyin's mind regarding her impression of Chu Changfeng. In her view, he remained that cunning, shameless, and despicable individual. Yet perhaps he possessed some redeeming qualities. Indeed, it seems that every being has its counterpart. No matter how devious Chu Changfeng may be, he remains under Tianyin's control. Tianyin, the celestial maiden, truly lived up to her ethereal reputation, demonstrating remarkable skill. Senior Brother Liu, do not be agitated. With Tianyin's intervention, Chu Changfeng will undoubtedly face consequences in this sect competition. Indeed, we, as brothers, shall observe closely as Tianyin exacts retribution on his behalf. I eagerly anticipate the commencement of the sect competition tomorrow. The disciples watched the two departing figures, murmuring amongst themselves, feeling a sense of relief. Lu Yuan, too, secretly exhaled, relieved that although he could not personally confront Chu Changfeng, it was better than allowing him to escape unscathed. Chapter 39. You are rejoicing too. Soon, as Chu Changfeng followed Tianyin along a corner of Tianyin Peak, he suddenly heard a distant cacophony of braying. Though the sound was somewhat raucous, he immediately recognized it to be emitted by the gray donkey. Approaching swiftly, he discovered the donkey ensnared by a binding spell, suspended from a tree, incessantly braying. Chu Changfeng noted that this foolish creature seemed to be living quite comfortably, despite only a few days of absence. It had noticeably gained weight, its belly round and its coat gleaming. Indeed, with ample food and drink, not to mention the dragon-scaled horse, life was rather indulgent. Ah, you finally arrived, the gray donkey exclaimed upon spotting Chu Changfeng, its voice echoing across the mountains. However, Chu Changfeng's expression darkened. I have changed my mind. When you're slaughtered, sell me 2 pounds of donkey meat. With that, he turned to leave. Take me with you. Master. No. Father, the gray donkey called after Chu Chongfeng's retreating figure. I have no son like you, Chu Chongfeng retorted, halting momentarily to coldly inquire. How did you end up here? The gray donkey hastily replied, That day, once you all left, I followed suit, meandering until I reached this peak. I saw spiritual herbs sprouting everywhere, and the sacred place looked splendid. I thought, and then I devoured all those spiritual herbs. Chu Chongfeng. He realized that this gray donkey had even less shame than himself. And what a dragon-scaled horse. He pressed further. The gray donkey replied, Mutual affection. We are. Nonsense, Tianyin interjected, her demeanor as frigid as ice. The dragon-scaled horse possesses the bloodline of dragons. How could it possibly take a liking to you? Chu Chongfeng remarked, Senior sister, you may as well kill it. I would be better off enrolling in the talismanist group. Upon hearing this, Tianyin composed herself. Chu Chongfeng, you have seen it is still alive. Can you now fulfill your promise? Chu Chongfeng cast a deep glance at the gray donkey, paused in contemplation, then slowly nodded. I shall honor your request. Brother, you have returned. Why do you seem downcast? Upon seeing Chu Chongfeng, Qingyao expressed her surprise. Brother, I was born with a disposition that does not favor laughter, he replied, then turned to glance behind him. Fool, why aren't you coming up? After a moment, the gray donkey slowly ascended to the mountain peak. Qingyao was astonished. Brother, where did you find it? It found me. Chu Chongfeng recounted the recent events. Qingyao gasped in shock. Brother, you accepted Tianyin's challenge to save it? You want to be killed by Tianyin, will you? The ice-cold Tao body of the celestial maiden possesses formidable power, and she is in the late gold core stage, equipped with a fourth-tier magic treasure. The white jade ice wheel, making her a fierce opponent, with few rivals beneath the nascent soul stage. Behind Chu Chongfeng, the gray donkey knelt before him, its front hooves bent to the ground. In that moment, the gray donkey realized the magnitude of the trouble it had caused. Chu Chongfeng scolded. Close your mouth, I'm still alive. If you keep making noise, I shall send you away first. The gray donkey promptly fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chongfeng mused, if this were 2 months ago, I would have had no chance, but now, it is hard to say. I have 2 flying swords that have reached the 2nd tier and have attained the mid-gold core stage. I might not lack the odds against Tianyin. Moreover, aside from Chuichuan, no one in the entire Yin-Yang sacred land knew how many swords Chu Chongfeng possessed. He resolved to cast aside any remaining shame. Beyond slaying demons and questioning the immortals, he would unleash the other 6 flying swords as well. As dawn broke, the plaza in front of the Tianyang Hall was bustling with tens of thousands of inner disciples and hundreds of true disciples, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Chu Chongfeng and Qingyao stood in a relatively secluded corner, yet the discussions of the surrounding disciples reached their ears. Some spoke of the 10 most beautiful women in the sacred land, while others debated Chu Chongfeng himself. His name was frequently mentioned among the disciples, and he had evidently become a focal point of attention, rivaling even the 10 beauties in the fervor of discussion. However, this did not bring Chu Chongfeng any joy, for the evaluations of him were overwhelmingly negative. Some speculated how long he could last against Tianyin, while others hoped she would be merciless, seeking vengeance for the suffering endured by the elixir masters. Brother, ignore them. They're all malicious comments, Qingyao said, covering her ears. Can you still hear with that? Chu Chongfeng was speechless. Sister, shouldn't you be covering my ears? An hour later, silence suddenly enveloped the crowd. Tens of thousands of disciples simultaneously looked up to see radiant rays of light erupting from Tianyang Peak, extending for thousands of miles. Moments later, 3 figures descended from the sky, resembling celestial beings. They were clad in black and white Taoist robes. The central figure wore a mask resembling the Taiji symbol, exuding an aura of mystery. Chu Chongfeng recognized her as the sovereign of the Yin-Yang sacred land, as well as the peak master of Tianyang Peak. Few had seen the true visage of the Yin-Yang sovereign, but Chu Chongfeng recalled hearing from Chu Hachuan that the sovereign was a woman of extraordinary beauty. To her left stood a woman appearing to be in her 50s, marked by a vivid red mole on her brow and sharp eyes, her cheeks etched with deep lines. The sight of her conjured the term Elder Mo in Chu Chongfeng's mind. This woman was the peak master of Tianyin Peak and a revered teacher of both Tianyin and Ziyue. On her right was a wild-looking man with purple hair and beard, fascinatingly adorned with erratic purple arcs of electricity dancing around him. All hail the sovereign. As the sovereign and the two peak masters landed before the Tianyang Hall, numerous disciples bowed in reverence. Without further ado, the Yin-Yang sovereign declared, "The sect competition commences. The Tao Technique group remains. All other disciples, proceed to your respective peaks." Subsequently, the throng of disciples dispersed, with the alchemists heading to Tiandan Peak, the talismanists to Tianfu Peak, and the weapon and formation masters to Tianqi Peak and Tianjun Peak respectively. Once the finalists were determined, they would return to Tianyang Peak for the final competition, at which point all peak masters and elders would be present to observe. When Chu Changfeng finally arrived at Tiandan Peak, he witnessed the alchemists setting off firecrackers in the plaza before Tiandan Hall. The thunderous sounds echoed through the air, and the alchemists were all smiles, radiating joy. Chu Changfeng scratched his head. "Wait, are you alchemists celebrating the new year today?" One alchemist replied, "Today, senior sister Tianyin is eliminating our troubles. It feels no different from a festival." Chu Changfeng chuckled. "You are celebrating too soon." Chapter 40. I protest there is a conspiracy, senior brother Chu. Please proceed to draw your battle number. At noon, the grand competition commenced, and Fairy Tianyin had long awaited this moment. The disciples of Tiandan Peak regarded Chu Changfeng's words with indifference. Tianyin's prowess was renowned as unrivaled beneath the nascent soul realm. While Chu Changfeng had only recently stepped into the Golden Core stage, his strength undoubtedly inferior to that of Tianyin. Moreover, if Chu Changfeng truly possessed the capabilities to contend with Tianyin, why would he resort to such underhanded tactics and evade her? With a calm demeanor, Chu Changfeng approached the front of the Tiandan Hall to draw his battle number. Approximately 200 alchemists participated in the Golden Core group, while around 3,000 were in the Foundation Establishment group. The number on Chu Changfeng's token read Golden Core, a 501, piquing his curiosity. According to the competition rules, his opponent would be Golden Core B501. Who could be 501B? At noon, the competition officially began. The plaza in front of Tiandan Peak was vast, already divided into 100 competition zones. 10 elder alchemists at the transformation stage maintained order and served as judges. With only about 200 participants in the Golden Core contest, the first round could conclude with 6 matches. Chu Changfeng, designated as A501, would only take the stage in the third match. Unexpectedly, Tianyin made her appearance in the first round. Chu Changfeng's gaze sharpened as he recognized a familiar figure. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Tianyin resembled a serene, celestial being, while her opponent was a mid-Golden Core alchemist. With the elder's command, the battle commenced. As Tianyin began to cast her spell, an icy force instantly crystallized the air. However, just as she was about to strike, her opponent unexpectedly leaped out of the arena. What is the meaning of this? Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. Tianyin coldly inquired, "What are you doing?" The alchemist clasped his fist towards Tianyin and said, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. I am certainly no match for you, so I shan't waste your spiritual energy. Save it for senior brother Chu instead." From a distance, Chu Changfeng thought, "So this is how you want to play it." Each match lasted approximately half an hour. An hour later, the third round began, and Chu Changfeng ascended the stage, where his opponent had been waiting. Upon seeing his adversary's face, Chu Changfeng was taken aback. "Han Yunbing, is it truly you?" Chu Changfeng, "It seems the old saying holds true. Enemies are fated to meet." Han Yunbing's expression darkened. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng, he recalled the incident involving the pill of abstinence, which he had discarded along with his storage bag after a single taste. Hearing Han Yunbing's words, Chu Changfeng frowned. "Brother Han, you speak incorrectly. We are all of the same sect. How can there be enmity between us? Stop trying to establish connections with me," Han Yunbing retorted. Meanwhile, the battle horn had sounded. With a solemn expression, Han Yunbing's eyes, like a frozen lake, fixated on Chu Changfeng as he struck with sudden ferocity. With a wave of his arm, a dozen black pills hurtled forth like shooting stars, aimed directly at Chu Changfeng's vitals. Chu Changfeng understood that while these pills appeared ordinary, they concealed hidden dangers. Upon contact with any object, they would explode. This was a common tactic employed by alchemists in combat, a technique known as explosive pills. These pills contained the essence of thunder, and upon detonation, their destructive power was formidable. The pills Han Yunbing launched were at least of the second tier. Even a careless golden core cultivator could suffer severe injury. However, in response to Han Yunbing's sudden onslaught, Chu Changfeng called out, "Slay the demons." As his voice echoed, a silver sword aura erupted forth like a silver thread, racing towards him with the speed of lightning, forming an impenetrable silver sword net. The sound of clashing echoed as the black pills struck the sword aura, shattering upon impact. In an instant, bursts of thunderous light exploded before Chu Changfeng, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. Yet, Han Yunbing's assault did not cease there. Just as the thunderous light dissipated, a thick fog surged forth, enveloping Chu Changfeng entirely. This was no ordinary mist, but rather the toxic vapor concealed within the pills. Han Yunbing's strategy was cunning, catching one off guard. Same old tricks, no innovation. Watch as I shatter a myriad of methods with a single sword. Chu Changfeng seemed to anticipate this. With a flash, the Slay Demon's sword radiated a brilliant silver light, akin to the sun at its zenith. Under the brilliance of the sword light, the toxic fog was instantly vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, Chu Changfeng propelled the Slay Demon's sword forward like lightning, aiming directly at Han Yunbing. This strike was executed with such speed that it resembled a meteor streaking across the sky, exuding a fierce momentum that left no room for avoidance. Han Yunbing's expression shifted as he faced this attack. In a heartbeat, dozens of countermeasures flashed through his mind. No matter the strategy, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. It was only at this moment that he truly recognized the terror of a sword cultivator. Facing an alchemist was an absolute crushing defeat. As the flying sword drew perilously close to Han Yunbing, he finally spoke, "I concede." The Slay Demon's sword hovered before Han Yunbing. Releasing his clenched fists, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sword only an inch from his brow. A sense of bitterness washing over him. With your strength, you could easily hold your own in the Dao Law group. Why stoop to compete in the alchemist ranks? Han Yunbing voiced a long-held doubt. Chu Changfeng, would rather be ahead of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Chu Changfeng replied nonchalantly, sheathing his sword. Han Yunbing retorted, "You're just making excuses. It's clearly the allure of the first prize." With a darkened expression, he descended from the stage, leaving the onlooking alchemist somewhat disheartened. Though Chu Changfeng may lack in character, his mastery of the sword is formidable. "I would find it difficult to withstand that strike myself," remarked a late-stage Golden Core alchemist sincerely. 2 hours later, the second round of the Golden Core group commenced. From the original 200 participants, only 600 remained. This time, Chu Changfeng's opponent was a late-stage Golden Core alchemist. As Chu Changfeng wielded the Slay Demons and exorcise evil swords, his opponent promptly surrendered after only 2 exchanges. The alchemists fell into silence. Chu Changfeng's strength had once again reshaped their perceptions. One might argue that Chu Changfeng relied on underhanded tactics, but it was undeniable that he was skilled. Do not be disheartened. We still have Fairy Tianyin. Many alchemists regarded her as their final hope. After a day filled with 9 rounds of combat, Chu Changfeng finally secured a place in the finals. Unsurprisingly, his opponent was none other than Tianyin. There's definitely a conspiracy at play, Chu Changfeng protested. "Why have I not encountered Tianyin until now?" "Simple," a fellow alchemist smirked. "They wish for you to embarrass yourself before the sect master, peak master, elders, and all the inner disciples." Yet, an elder from Tiandan Peak shot a cold glance at the disciple, dismissing his words. "Nonsense. We have always adhered to principles of fairness and transparency." Chu Changfeng, your lack of encounters with Tianyin merely reflects your good fortune. Chu Changfeng zipli. If it weren't for your suppressed laughter, I might have believed your nonsense. Chapter 41. Confrontation with Tianyin. As time swiftly passes, 3 days have slipped by in the blink of an eye. This day marks the final day of the sect competition, the day of the decisive matches across various groups. The Holy Master and the Peak Masters of the Nine Peaks sit solemnly before the Tianyang Hall, with the heads of various halls and elders standing behind them. Tens of thousands of disciples gather densely in the square before the hall. At the center of the square lies a platform where the finals are to be held. At this moment, the contest of the Dao Law group commences, and a short and stout Zhao Qianfan takes the stage first, facing his opponent, Lu Yuan. Indeed, after his failure to target Chu Changfeng, Lu Yuan has altered his grouping to join the Dao Law group. Without comparison, there is no harm. Consequently, Chu Changfeng has become the subject of much discussion again. However, for him, it matters little. The resources in hand are what truly count. Senior brother, do not overexert yourself. If you cannot defeat Tianyin, concede without shame. Living is more important than anything else. Qingyao softly advised Chu Changfeng from a corner. You have already let us down. As your senior brother, I must strive to bring glory to the Tianjin Peak, Chu Changfeng replied. Qingyao, who secured third place among the Foundation Establishment Stage talismans, was unable to reach the finals, which is understandable given her brief time as a sword cultivator. After all, there is no shortage of formidable opponents in the late Foundation Establishment Stage. Upon hearing Chu Changfeng's words, Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of regret. How foolish of me to concern myself with this ungrateful wretch. Soon, the first match concluded, and as expected, Lu Yuan emerged victorious. Despite Zhao Qianfan possessing numerous magical artifacts, his inadequate cultivation level and limited mastery of techniques rendered his loss inevitable. Useless waste. The peak master of Tianlei sneered at Zhao Qianfan. Beside him, Chu Huchuan remarked, I believe Zhao Qianfan is quite impressive. He is merely slightly inferior to Lu Yuan. Certainly, he is far superior to your disciple. The Tianlei peak master retorted with sarcasm. Chu Huchuan frowned. Is this fellow mad? I offer you comfort, and you bite back? His cultivation philosophy emphasized harmony with one's intentions. When provoked, he felt compelled to retaliate, lest his thoughts become obstructed. Your words are misguided. Your grandson pales in comparison to my disciple, Chu Huchuan boldly countered. A sword cultivator who dares not participate in the Dao Law group. Who grants you the audacity to say such things? The Tianlei peak master's brow furrowed. Changfeng's strength speaks for itself. Huh, what strength? Merely a cunning trickster. The Tianlei peak master scoffed, already well aware of Chu Changfeng's actions and holding them in contempt. Shall we make a wager? Chu Huchuan proposed. As far as I know, your foundation is less than solid. Let us not wager artifacts or spirit stones. If my disciple defeats Tianyin, you shall call me father. Should I lose, I shall call you father. Let this be a matter of pride. Chu Huchuan sought clarity in his thoughts. Surely, the two peak masters do not mean to take it this far. The Yin-Yang Holy Master interjected slowly. Very well, it is settled, the Tianlei peak master replied defiantly. After the Dao Law group, there followed contests for the artifact refiners and talismans before it was finally time for the alchemists. The moment Chu Changfeng took the stage against Tianyin, all eyes were upon them. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Tianyin exuded an ethereal and aloof grace. Today, Tianyin will punish the wicked and reward the virtuous. Chu Changfeng, it seems you have your day. The alchemists who had once suffered defeat at his hands clenched their fists in anticipation. With the sounding of the horn, the battle commenced. Chu Changfeng swiftly unleashed a burst of explosive flame talismans. However, Tianyin reacted with remarkable speed, conjuring ice shards that effortlessly pierced through the talismans. In the next moment, the talismans erupted like fireworks. But then, an unexpected turn occurred as a dense cloud of toxic mist enveloped Tianyin. I suspected you would tamper with the talismans. Tianyin remained unflustered, her internal spiritual energy surging forth, summoning a white jade ice wheel that swept through the toxic haze towards Chu Changfeng. Even when fighting a rabbit, one must use full strength. Tianyin unleashed a fourth-tier magical artifact. Slay the demons. Chu Changfeng quickly summoned his flying sword in an attempt to counter Tianyin's fierce assault. The sound of clashing echoed as his sword was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string by the white jade ice wheel. Undoubtedly, the disparity in cultivation and the quality of their magical artifacts was vast, one that no mere flying sword could bridge. Yet, Chu Changfeng did not lose heart. Chanting, "Slay the demons, exterminate evil, question the immortal." As his words faded, 3 flying swords surged forth like shooting stars, illuminating the arena in a dazzling display. The 3 swords wove together to form an impenetrable net, blocking the white jade ice wheel. To command 3 flying swords simultaneously is a testament to remarkable swordsmanship. Alas, the man-'s character is equally treacherous. Many were astonished by Chu Changfeng's prowess with his swords. Yet, the most astonished was Qingyao, for she knew that Chu Changfeng possessed at least 3 more flying swords that had yet to be revealed. This meant he wielded no less than 6 flying swords. Whirlwind talismans, explosive pills, black mist pills. Despite the temporary defense established by the 3 flying swords, Chu Changfeng understood that he would soon be overwhelmed. He swiftly produced a handful of pills, scattering them into the air like petals from a celestial maiden. Upon contact with the air, the pills transformed into plumes of black mist, rapidly enveloping the stage under the influence of the whirlwind talismans. This mist is peculiar. Tiannin's expression shifted slightly as she found herself shrouded in darkness. "This is specially prepared for you," Chu Changfeng replied with a cold smile. This concoction, meticulously crafted by him, was a unique poison, not particularly lethal, but possessing the extraordinary ability to obscure vision and spiritual perception. At that moment, below the out-of-body stage, no cultivator could discern the events unfolding on the platform. Just as Tiannin found herself enveloped in the black mist, her line of sight obstructed, Chu Changfeng suddenly called out, "Wait, be cautious behind you." His voice echoed through the mist, laced with urgency and alarm. "What is it?" Tiannin, startled, instinctively paused and turned her head to look behind her, only to find nothing. Chapter 42. Tiannin felt 2 chilling forces assail her as 2 flying swords surged towards her with remarkable speed. What a despicable and shameless individual to employ such insidious means to unleash flying swords. With no time for further contemplation, Tiannin swiftly formed seals with her hands, invoking the ice armor technique. The true essence within her surged forth instantaneously, enveloping her in a thick layer of ice crystals that resembled a battle armor, providing her with formidable protection. However, the potency of the flying swords, one named Wait and the other Beware from behind, was indeed astonishing. Despite Tiannin's armor being as solid as rock, capable of blocking vital strikes, the 2 swords swiftly returned to launch a relentless barrage of attacks. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes descended upon her. Crack! The ice armor shattered. Tiannin felt as though she had been struck by a heavy hammer in both her abdomen and back, her vitality surging as she spat out a mouthful of blood. In desperation, Tiannin hurriedly summoned the white jade ice wheel back to her side, surrounding herself in defense against the 5 flying swords. "Zhu Jianfen, you possess 5 flying swords, yet resort to such underhanded tactics. Even if you defeat me, it would be an unjust victory," Tiannin admonished furiously. In truth, under normal circumstances, she would not be so beleaguered. It was merely that Chu Changfeng's unconventional approach had deprived her of the initiative, leaving her in a passive position. Chu Changfeng, however, paid no heed to Tiannin's outcry. Seizing the moment she was ensnared by the 5 flying swords, he produced a plethora of poisons and talismans. 10 fragrant soft bone powder, leg-staring pill, explosive dun, thunderbolt talisman, blaze talisman. Without a care for the consequences, he unleashed his arsenal upon Tiannin with reckless abandon. He believed that a quantitative accumulation would induce a qualitative change. Oh no, did I inadvertently release 2 vials of firestarter powder? Chu Changfeng's hand trembled suddenly, his expression turning grave. That substance was several times more potent than the authentic Huan powder. Yet, when he attempted to retract them, he found that the 2 vials had been shattered by the ice spikes conjured by Tiannin's cold energy, enveloping her in a pink mist. "This is bad." Chu Changfeng felt a tightening in his chest. Tiannin's complexion began to redden at an alarming rate. "Chu Changfeng, you resort to such despicable means to win. I shall kill you." Tiannin's furious voice rang out. However, just as she prepared to muster her strength, a wave of weakness washed over her body. Her skin felt hot, and her vision began to blur. Tianyin realized with dread that Chu Chongfeng's insidious poison was indeed formidable, although she could still barely suppress it. If the battle continued and her spiritual energy was excessively depleted, she feared she would lose control and embarrass herself in public. Amid her confusion, the demon-slaying sword suddenly breached her defenses, its tip poised at her throat. "Sister Tianyin, you have lost." Chu Chongfeng's voice resonated coolly. Tianyin's body jolted, instinctively attempting to resist. The sword pressed forward an inch, its cold tip now resting against her throat, sending shivers across her skin. At that moment, Chu Chongfeng withdrew the other 4 flying swords and dispersed the encroaching black mist that had enveloped the arena. "By the heavens, Sister Tianyin has been subdued? Is it possible that Chu Chongfeng has triumphed?" Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. They could hardly fathom that the celestial Tianyin, whose prowess surpassed even that of the top contender in the Dao Techniques group, had fallen to Chu Chongfeng's hand. In the alchemist group, Chu Chongfeng prevails, declared an elder beside the arena, his expression laden with complexity, shattering the illusions of those present. Chu Chongfeng is indeed the first. In the throng, Qingyao waved her small fists excitedly. Senior brother has claimed the top position and is not to be expelled from the sect. This is truly splendid. Ha, splendid indeed. Chu Huchuan laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. The master of the Thunder Peak wore a sullen expression, dismissing it as merely the means of an underhanded trick. Chu Huchuan remained unfazed, stating, "Even the wicked can wield power. Do not be discontented. Call me father." "Humph." The Thunder Peak master snorted angrily. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Huchuan's mind. "Chu Huchuan, I'm not one to accept defeat lightly. There are too many people here for me to voice it. But here, no one is listening. Father." Upon hearing this, Chu Huchuan erupted in laughter. "Chu Chongfeng, since the contest has concluded, please sheathe your sword." The master of the Tianyin Peak said coldly. Chu Chongfeng hesitated, replying, "I can sheathe my sword, but you must ensure that Tianyin will not trouble me." He sensed the murderous intent glimmering in Tianyin's eyes. "My disciple is not one to shy away from defeat. Sheath your sword." The Tianyin Peak master commanded in a deep voice. After a moment as hesitation, Chu Chongfeng complied, retracting the demon-slaying sword and quickly distancing himself from Tianyin. As expected, she did not retaliate but silently returned to the crowd. Chu Chongfeng let out a sigh of relief and approached Qingyao. The crowd parted as he walked through, each person respectfully clasping their fists and addressing him as Senior Brother Chu. Having vanquished Tianyin, Chu Chongfeng's prowess had earned him the respect of the onlookers. Although he had only claimed the title of the strongest in the alchemist group, its significance was still profound, even surpassing that of the Dao Techniques group. "Senior brother, I didn't expect your victory to come so easily," Qingyao remarked, circling around Chu Chongfeng and noting his lack of injuries. "Neither did I," Chu Chongfeng replied, having anticipated that he would need to unleash all 9 swords to secure a victory over Tianyin. Instead, he found triumph with merely 5 flying swords and 2 vials of firestarter powder. However, he mused that bestowing a splendid name upon the flying swords would undoubtedly amplify their power. As the contest for the Golden Core Group concluded, the competition for the Foundation Establishment Group commenced, lasting until nightfall. Under the moonlight, the Lord of Yin and Yang awarded prizes to the champions of each group. Clutching 2 high-grade spirit stones, Chu Chongfeng was beaming with joy. This was equivalent to a fortune of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. How long would it take to achieve such a feat? On the return to the Tianjin Peak, Chu Chongfeng's smile remained unwavering. However, upon arriving, his jovial demeanor vanished. "What are you doing? Answer me." Chu Chongfeng reprimanded the gray donkey. The donkey had draped a tattered sack over itself and wrapped its long ears with a strip of white cloth. It was busily scribbling on a wooden board with a brush, having completed Chu Chong and was now in the midst of writing foam. Son, you have returned alive." "How could you?" The gray donkey exclaimed in shock, dropping the brush onto the ground. "Wasn't it claimed that Tianyin was invincible in the Golden Core stage, and your death was certain? How could you have battled her?" Chapter 43, Trouble Arises. My junior sister has been captured by the demonic path. Your filial piety is truly remarkable. Remove those trinkets from your person at once." With a swift kick, Chu Changfeng struck the rear of the gray donkey. The donkey obediently complied. Nearby, Qingyao stifled a laugh, remarking, "Senior brother, your bond truly resembles that of father and son." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Changfeng retaliated with a sharp slap to her head. Qingyao, clutching her head, could no longer find amusement in the situation. "Changfeng, come here for a moment." At that moment, a voice emerged from Chu Huchuan's chamber. "Master, are you calling for me?" Chu Changfeng entered, finding Chu Huchuan standing with his back turned beside a table laden with 10 high-quality spirit stones, rich in spiritual energy. 10 high-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 low-grade stones. Such a sight was unprecedented in Chu Changfeng's life. "This is a reward I received as a renowned master, 10 high-grade spirit stones. You and your junior sister may divide them equally," Chu Huchuan said with a smile as he turned to face him. However, Chu Changfeng refrained from seizing the stones immediately. "Master, I have my own rewards. I do not require yours. Please keep them, as spirit stones hold little value for me now." Chu Huchuan shook his head slightly. The brilliance in Chu Changfeng's eyes dimmed at once. "Do not be sorrowful. I have lived for thousands of years. I have more than earned my keep. Besides, today the Master of Thunder Peak even referred to me as father. Ha." Chu Huchuan's laughter lightened the somber atmosphere. "There is little more I can do for you. Over the years, I have not been able to assist you as much as I would have liked. This brings me great shame," he added, a hint of guilt in his eyes. Each time Chu Changfeng ventured out to deceive and swindle, the weight of guilt and self-reproach in Chu Huchuan grew heavier. "Master, simply being your disciple is already an immense blessing for me. Without it, I would have long since met my demise." Chu Changfeng replied with a rare seriousness that brought a smile of comfort to Chu Huchuan's face. Yet the next moment, Chu Changfeng noticed the smile on Chu Huchuan's face suddenly vanish. "There is one more matter I must inform you of. Master, please do not adopt such a grave demeanor. Because this is indeed a serious matter," Chu Huchuan replied solemnly. 2 months ago, the Holy Land dispatched 5 disciples to eradicate the demonic cultists in Maple Forest City, but unfortunately fell into an ambush, captured by the demonic sect. Among them was Ziyue, the disciple you aided. What? Chu Changfeng's heart jolted at the revelation. Such a significant event within the sect. And Ziyue had not returned. He had long harbored a sense of foreboding he was reluctant to confront. After the incident, the Holy Land had sent elders from the law enforcement hall to Maple Forest City, but the demonic cultists had already fled, capturing only 2 remnants, from whom they learned that Ziyue and the others had not been killed, but rather taken back to the demonic realm as offerings for the bone demon god, especially since Ziyue possessed the rare immortal body, making her an exceptional prize. In this world, practitioners of the demonic path worshipped the celestial demons from beyond, their methods cruel and heartless, with few among them possessing any conscience. Tightening his fists, Chu Changfeng inquired, "What are the plans of the Holy Land? You are aware that the demonic realm and the monster realm are forbidden zones for righteous practitioners. Even those at the great ascension stage or those transcending tribulations stand little chance of survival if they venture in recklessly. Thus, to rescue Ziyue and the others, someone must infiltrate the demonic realm, locate them within the bone demon sect, and then, with the aid of a powerful being, tear through the fabric of space to retrieve them. Is anyone going to the demonic realm?" Chu Changfeng asked. Chu Huchuan hesitated before responding. The righteous and demonic practitioners are fundamentally incompatible, making it immensely difficult to infiltrate the demonic realm, let alone join the demonic sect. The sect is currently selecting suitable candidates. At present, there are no appropriate choices. However, the sect has offered 200,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward, which should entice someone to volunteer. Moreover, there are still 2 months before the bone offering ceremony, so for now, they are not in immediate danger. You must exercise patience. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng silently nodded, gathering the spirit stones from the table and leaving the room without uttering a word. "Senior brother, what troubles you?" Qingyao questioned, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor. "Senior brother is fine. This is the reward of high-grade spirit stones for you for master. Use them to cultivate diligently, Chu Changfeng said, handing Qingyao 5 high-grade spirit stones before retreating to his own chamber. Holding the spirit stones, Qingyao stared blankly at Chu Changfeng's retreating figure, uncertain. In the demonic realm, surrounded by towering mountains, stood a peak littered with bones. This was the lair of the Bone Demon sect. Beneath the peak lay a dark, damp dungeon, housing several recently imprisoned righteous disciples. They were bound in heavy chains, with special golden needles piercing their acupoints, rendering them immobile and sealing away their spiritual energy, stripping them of any means to resist. Despite the dire circumstances, the righteous disciples displayed no signs of fear. Haha, do you think we are afraid of this? Spawn of the demonic cult, if you have the guts, kill us. One proclaimed, in Maple Forest City, I have already slain 2 golden core demonic cultivators. I have no regrets in dying for the sake of purging the demonic and safeguarding the righteous. However, amidst the fervor and spirited declarations of the disciples from the Qingyao sacred land, a voice suddenly rang out, I still harbor regrets. The voice echoed conspicuously in the silent dungeon, drawing the gazes of the others toward the speaker. Junior sister Ziyue, are you serious? At that moment, Ziyue was similarly bound by chains, yet a hint of sorrow graced her features. I truly have regrets. During my battle against the demonic cultivators, I acquired a storage bag containing 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Alas, I cannot hand them over to senior brother Chu. Before she could finish, the surrounding disciples revealed expressions of exasperation. Even in such dire straits, she remained preoccupied with those spirit stones and senior brother Chu. Such romantic folly is truly unbecoming. And what merits does that despicable scoundrel Chu Changfeng possess? Even in the face of death, she still remembers him? Returning to his room, Chu Changfeng unusually refrained from cultivation. Instead, he retrieved a purple storage bag embroidered with a moon symbol. In that moment, Ziyue's voice echoed in his ears. Senior brother, if you find it, it is yours. Senior brother, I possess the immortal body and cultivate at an extraordinary pace. I require no spirit stones or rare treasures to reach the great ascension stage. I know that sword cultivators consume vast amounts of spirit stones. You may use these stones and treasures as you see fit, for I have no need of them. Senior brother, you have assisted me countless times. Allow me to help you just once. With a thought, a small purple tower materialized in his palm, still warm to the touch. Stowing the tower back into the storage bag and placing it against his chest, Chu Changfeng once again approached Chu Huchuan. Master, I wish to infiltrate the demonic realm as an undercover agent. Chapter 44. Cultivating the demonic art of heart devouring, have you truly resolved to infiltrate the White Bone Demon sect? Chu Huchuan gazed intently at Chu Changfeng with unwavering determination. Chu Changfeng replied, I am quite certain, master. There is no need for further persuasion. To his surprise, Chu Huchuan's response was unexpected. In truth, many within the Holy Land hope you will take on this undercover role. They collectively believe you are even more treacherous than the practitioners of the demonic path. Chu Changfeng was left bemused, pondering whether this was a compliment or an insult. Chu Huchuan merely smiled enigmatically. What do you think? With a sigh, Chu Changfeng confessed. I do not wish to go, but the rewards they offer simply too enticing. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. You are aware that I possess 9 flying swords. And even with the 70,000 spirit stones I currently hold, it is far from sufficient for me to break through to the late golden core stage. However, with that 200,000, my chances would significantly improve. Chu Huchuan regarded him with a meaningful glance. Given that, I shall refrain from further discussion. Yet, you must remember that the demon domain is fraught with uncertainty and peril. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Therefore, whatever transpires, prioritize your safety above all else. Do not casually gamble with your own existence. Chu Changfeng nodded solemnly. Before long, the master and disciple arrived at the mission hall. The hall's master, Li Zheng, wore a serious expression. Chu Changfeng, have you truly considered your decision to venture deep into the demon domain in search of the Holy Land disciples? In a low voice, Chu Changfeng affirmed, I am willing to contribute to the sect. Li Zheng scrutinized him. a slight smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Very well. You seem to be a promising candidate for an undercover role among the demonic practitioners. However, he added, before you officially undertake this mission, you must undergo some disguise to avoid detection by the enemy. Confused, Chu Changfeng inquired, Master, how should I disguise myself? Li Zheng explained, you will need to cultivate a demonic technique. This way, your aura and behavior will align more closely with those of demonic practitioners, thereby diminishing the risk of exposure. Furrowing his brow, Chu Changfeng protested, as a righteous practitioner, how can I cultivate a demonic technique? There is compensation, Li Zheng countered. The Holy Land will provide you with 10,000 spirit stones as remuneration for your efforts. Instantly, Chu Changfeng acquiesced, Master. I am willing to cultivate the demonic technique to better fulfill my mission. Li Zheng thought to himself, this lad changes his mind faster than one flips through a book. In that case, follow me. I will take you to the library to select a suitable demonic technique. With that, he led Chu Changfeng toward the library. Inside, the spacious room boasted towering shelves filled with a plethora of texts covering various paths and cultivation methods. However, the entrance to the basement level was forbidden, as it housed sealed demonic techniques. Fearsome restrictions had been placed there by powerful beings, capable of annihilating even advanced cultivators who lacked the proper means of entry. Under Li Zheng's guidance, Chu Changfeng finally had the opportunity to behold these tomes. His gaze swept across the demonic techniques on the shelves. Blood Shadow Soul Devouring Technique. Practitioners can enhance their strength by consuming the blood of others. 9 Nether Soul Swallowing Method. Practitioners can amplify their power by devouring the souls of others. Earthly Corpse Refining Curse. Practitioners can transform corpses into puppets, with the strength of the puppet reflecting the might of the deceased. For a moment, Chu Changfeng found himself captivated by the array of texts. The methods employed by demonic practitioners were indeed distinct. Beside him, Li Zheng frowned slightly, sensing something amiss in Chu Changfeng's gaze. Cough, cough, he cleared his throat. Addressing him seriously, Changfeng, it would be wise to steer clear of the techniques that siphon blood, consume souls, or disturb ancestral graves. Such practices are too heinous and will prove detrimental to you during tribulations ahead. In all honesty, Li Zheng felt a twinge of fear, concerned that Chu Changfeng might genuinely descend into the demonic path. Ultimately, Li Zheng selected a technique for Chu Changfeng entitled Heart Devouring of the Grievous Spirit. This technique primarily focused on absorbing resentment for cultivation, allowing the practitioner to draw from both the resentful energies of the world and the hatred of others. Furthermore, the stronger the practitioner, the greater the resentment they could generate. Frowning, Chu Changfeng asked, Master, will this technique not invite scorn from demonic practitioners? Li Zheng replied, Shengfeng, I hope you will remember your identity as a disciple of the righteous path. We need you to act as an undercover agent, not to ascend as a demon lord. Scratching his head, Chu Changfeng said, I simply believe that if I am to do something, I must strive to do it well. Li Zheng reassured him. The heart devouring of the grievous spirit does not require you to commit heinous acts or diminish your merits, and its power is formidable. The resentment generated by a nascent soul cultivator holds more energy than the act of killing 10 mortals. Moreover, can you truly remain undercover for a lifetime? Once your mission concludes, you can abandon this technique, which will minimize any lasting harm. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changfeng ultimately accepted Li Zheng's proposal. Who could remain an undercover agent indefinitely? That would lead to becoming a demon lord indeed. Exiting the library, Li Zheng instructed, prepare yourself well. In 2 days, I shall send someone to escort you to the borders of the demon domain. Chu Changfeng, confused, asked, who else will be accompanying me? Li Zheng replied, you will be joined by Zhao Qianfan. Zhao Qianfan? Chu Changfeng expressed surprise. After leaving the library, Chu Changfeng did not rush back to the heavenly sword peak. Instead, he made his way to the nearby marketplace. With only 2 days remaining, he had much to prepare, leaving the cultivators within the marketplace unscathed. Besides, one must allow the chives to grow before harvesting. Chu Changfeng headed straight to the treasure pavilion, exchanging all his spirit stones for useful resources. He purchased materials sufficient to elevate 5 of his flying swords to the second tier of medium grade, costing him 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Due to the significant disparity in the grade of his 9 flying swords, he could only upgrade them individually to maintain the balance of the sword array. The remaining spirit stones were spent on medicinal herbs, talismans, and other essentials. After acquiring all he needed, Chu Changfeng returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak and dedicated himself to the cultivation of the heart devouring of the grievous spirit. Carefully studying the text and illustrations, he gradually grasped the intricacies of the technique. After a day of cultivation, he finally mastered the essence of the art. He used his spiritual power to conjure a black rune within his body. This rune resembled an ancient script, shimmering faintly as it slowly rotated in his dantian, forming a black vortex. This vortex acted like a magnet, continuously drawing in the resentment surrounding Chu Changfeng, provided, of course, that there was resentment to be found. Perhaps I should test it on someone. With this thought, Chu Changfeng stepped out of his room, discovering Qingyao practicing a martial art in the courtyard. As he walked, he pulled several spirit fruits from his storage pouch and began to eat. The fruits emitted an apple-like fragrance, and with each crisp bite, they captured Qingyao's attention. "Senior brother, are they delicious?" she asked, swallowing hard as she gazed longingly at him. Her desire for a taste was unmistakable. "Delicious indeed. Let me take another bite for you to see," Chu Changfeng replied, popping another fruit into his mouth and crunching down. Qingyao blinked. "You mean just to let me see?" In the next moment, Chu Changfeng suddenly observed a wisp of black vapor emanating from Qingyao's head. Immediately, the runes within him shifted, instinctively drawing that wisp into his body. Chu Changfeng distinctly sensed a slight enhancement in the technique of the heart-piercing malevolence. "How fascinating," he mused, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Are you truly so incredulous?" he inquired, noticing her wide-eyed disbelief. "Indeed, I am skeptical," Qingyao replied, her little head nodding vigorously. She thought to herself, "For my brother to make such a declaration, surely he must offer me a taste." In the next instant, Chu Changfeng tossed the final spirit fruit into the air. However, it was not directed towards Qingyao, but rather towards a corner where a gray donkey stood. The donkey caught it in its mouth, crunching it with a satisfying sound before swallowing it whole. "Oh, my dear, do not whinny so. Pray tell, does it please you, my junior sister?" Chu Changfeng asked. The gray donkey eagerly nodded. "Delicious. I desire more." Qingyao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Chu Changfeng, are you even human? You feed a donkey, yet deny me." A surge of resentment emanated from her, which Chu Changfeng absorbed, further enhancing his heart-piercing malevolence technique. He found himself amused, as the situation grew ever more intriguing. Chapter 45. The entrance examination of the demon sect. 3 days later, an elder from the mission hall arrived at Tianjin Peak. The time limit had expired, and I am tasked with escorting you to the demon domain. Before departing, I must remind you to conceal your identities as righteous cultivators at all costs. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Chu Changfeng had long been prepared and followed the elder from the mission hall, leaving the sacred ground. Outside the sect, he encountered Zhao Qianfan. "Zhu Jianfan, if I rescues you, you must vow not to entangle with him any further." Zhao Qianfan displayed hostility upon seeing Chu Changfeng. In response, Chu Changfeng merely uttered a single word, "Childish." Zhao Qianfan, incensed, felt a surge of anger. Chu Changfeng noted that a significant amount of dark energy was emanating from Zhao Qianfan, which he absorbed, indicating a marked advancement in the heart-devouring curse. As expected of a golden core cultivator, his resentful aura was far stronger than that of Qingyao. "Enough. I suggest you both set aside your grievances. For once we arrive in the demon domain, you will be comrades in arms." The elder from the mission hall interjected, his brow furrowed. "I'd rather not be comrades with him. I fear he might betray me." Zhao Qianfan scoffed, choosing to distance himself from Chu Changfeng for the sake of self-preservation. Conversely, Chu Changfeng found it fortuitous that Zhao Qianfan would not be following him. The elder from the law enforcement hall ceased his attempts to mediate. "It is as you wish." Tianyu City, situated hundreds of thousands of miles from the Yin Yang sacred land, lay at the intersection of the righteous and the demonic. Exiting through the north gate of Tianyu City and traversing 100 miles of desert would lead directly to the demon domain. Within a single day, the elder from the law enforcement hall, accompanied by Chu Changfeng and Zhao Qianfan, utilized numerous sect teleportation arrays to finally arrive at Tianyu City. I can only escort you this far. The road ahead is yours to navigate. Remember, if you encounter disciples of the sacred land, you may shatter the jade pendant for assistance from powerful beings. The same applies in times of danger. There will be great powers to rescue you. The elder from the mission hall spoke no further and departed from Tianyu City. After disguising themselves, Chu Changfeng and Zhao Qianfan made their way to the outskirts of Tianyu City through the north gate. Chu Changfeng, I will undoubtedly rescue Ziyue before you do, Zhao Qianfan declared before striding away. Chu Changfeng chose a different route to cross the desert. Half a day later, through the swirling sands, Chu Changfeng beheld a towering city wall, reaching a height of over 100 meters with a dark red hue. As he approached, his gaze sharpened. He noticed several corpses of cultivators clad in various robes hanging from the wall, their bodies long since desiccated. Lowering his gaze, he saw a plaque at the city gate inscribed with the words, Qingyao City. In front of the gate stood several individuals with disheveled hair, dark circles around their eyes, and purple lips, adorned with ornaments made of human bones, scrutinizing those attempting to enter. Should a righteous cultivator be discovered, their fate would be grim. Chu Changfeng approached and directly activated the heart-devouring curse, transforming his sword energy into sinister spiritual power, thus easily Deputy Master. These are the individuals who seek to join our Cold Bone sect today, Wu Shan announced respectfully from outside the hall. Commence. The Deputy Master gestured with a wave of his hand. Understood, Wu Shan replied, turning to Chu Changfeng and the others. To prevent the infiltration of righteous path practitioners into our Cold Bone sect, we will conduct an assessment of you all. Your performance will determine your roles within the sect. So please exhibit your utmost capabilities. First, release your spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, everyone extended their palms, unleashing their spiritual power. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the hall, accompanied by eerie howls. Wu Shan's gaze scanned each individual, nodding in approval. Very well, you have all passed the first trial. Now, for the second trial, I have several questions to pose. Anyone ready may respond. The crowd nodded in understanding. First question, if your family or sect were annihilated by enemies, leaving you as the sole survivor, what would you do once your power reached a sufficient level? Upon hearing the gruff man's question, someone promptly responded without hesitation. What can be done? Certainly not to visit them for tea and accept a mere apology. That is the way of the righteous. As a practitioner of the dark arts, I would annihilate their entire clan. Not a single soul would be spared. You all lack the necessary ruthlessness. If it were me, I would even dig out earthworms from the ground and cleave them in half, ensuring every egg was crushed to oblivion. Indeed, that is the way. Zhao Qianfan inhaled sharply. These individuals were far too ruthless. In their righteous sects, one would typically only seek to eliminate the instigator. Yet, in this situation, it was clear one must adopt the mindset of a dark practitioner, shouting slogans of extermination against one's enemies. The gruff man furrowed his brow slightly. Is there no alternative approach? Suddenly, Chu Changfeng spoke up. I believe we should not seek to annihilate their entire clan. The crowd reacted with astonishment. To take revenge without exterminating the entire clan. Are you truly a practitioner of the dark arts? Zhao Qianfan scoffed inwardly. Chu Changfeng appeared quite arrogant, yet was, in reality, a soft-hearted individual. His performance in the first question was already rather disappointing. If Ziyue were present, she would undoubtedly feel disheartened by him. Chapter 46. After decades of cultivating in the dark arts, I feel like a mere novice. What do you think should be done? Wu Shan inquired in a deep tone, his hands clasped behind his back, as a piece of black bone silently slipped into his palm. Compassion is indeed a virtue. Yet it seems that this Chu he is likely an undercover agent sent by righteous practitioners to infiltrate our demonic sect. Clearly, if Chu Changfeng's response fails to satisfy him, he shall face a violent reprisal. Chu Changfeng replied coldly, I shall deliberately release a few individuals and follow them. Whoever comes to their aid, I will eliminate. Hiss! How ruthless! Upon hearing Chu Changfeng's words, Zhao Qianfan gasped in astonishment. This truly is a decisive measure, eliminating future threats. Why didn't I think of this? This is the true essence of eradicating the root of the problem. I have learned much. The next time I seek to annihilate an entire clan, I shall employ this method. The surrounding demonic cultivators marveled, their faces alight with newfound understanding. Wu Shan tucked the blackbone away and clapped in approval. Excellent, excellent. I did not realize you were such a cunning and ruthless fellow. We of the Cold Bone sect require talents, such as yourself. Zhu Jianfen, thank you for your praise, my lord. He mused inwardly. Only within the demonic sect would one consider cunning and ruthlessness as virtues. Now, for the next inquiry. If a member of our Cold Bone sect succumbs to madness, losing control of their powers and becoming a danger to both friend and foe, what would you do? Wu Shan posed the question. Noticing the crowd fell into deep contemplation, he added, bear in mind, this individual is someone you hold dear, akin to a brother. Zhao Qianfan's immediate thought was to bind this person with a magical artifact like the binding immortal lock, then gradually seek a solution. After all, a life is at stake. One cannot allow it to slip away. However, at that moment, someone beside him answered, I would certainly slay him before he could harm me. Even if he were my own brother, I would strike him down with a single sword. If one sword does not suffice, then two. It is well known that we demonic practitioners often leave behind harmful remnants upon death. Thus it is imperative to reduce him to ashes. Upon hearing the words of those around him, Zhao Qianfan felt a tightening in his chest. These individuals are truly ruthless. In comparison, he seemed like a naive novice. Far too kind-hearted. Yet, he quickly echoed, indeed, I would do the same. It is only right. Wu Shan nodded slightly, observing that each of you is willing to unsheathe a blade against your brothers for your own safety. Excellent. Zhao Qianfan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Is it commendable to slay one's brothers when trouble arises? In the righteous path, such individuals will be condemned and subjected to severe punishment. Yet here, in the demonic realm, they take pride in it. Chu He, why do you remain silent? Do you hold a differing opinion? Wu Shan noticed he had not spoken. Chu Changfeng replied, I must respectfully disagree with your views. After all, he is a brother. A brother? Are you not aware that one can willingly plunge a knife into a brother's side in times of trouble? The atmosphere turned tense as suspicion clouded the eyes of the surrounding demonic cultivators. Zhao Qianfan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Changfeng would be a man of deep loyalty. It was truly unexpected. Wu Shan clasped his hand behind his back, the black bone returning to his palm. Just then, Chu Changfeng spoke again. One should lead him to their enemy's abode, using his hand to eliminate rivals. If this brother has family and assets, even better. I shall care for his wife and spend his wealth. After hearing Chu Changfeng's words, the surrounding demonic cultivators fell silent for a moment. Good. It seems you possess not only a ruthless heart, but also the legacy of Wei Wu, Wu Shan remarked, tucking the black bone away once more. Chu He, you are indeed a true demonic practitioner. I sense no trace of humanity within you. In comparison, my decades of cultivation seem utterly futile, as if I were a mere novice stepping into the path of darkness. The other demonic cultivators sang Chu Changfeng's praises. Zhao Qianfan felt a chill run down his spine. In that moment, he was uncertain whether Chu Changfeng was a true demonic practitioner or a mere pretender. After all, the words of Chu Changfeng were things that seasoned demonic cultivators would not dare to utter. Silence. Wu Shan's voice rose above all others. Now for the third assessment. What are your areas of expertise? This will assist us in assigning suitable positions. I specialize in artifact refinement and can create first-tier magical tools, stated a slender demonic practitioner. Excellent. Wu Shan's eyes brightened. You may join the artifact hall. I can arrange formations, declared a one-eyed demonic practitioner. Then you shall join the dragon-seeking team. But I lack experience in tomb raiding. Do not fret. One need only learn the art of Qi-Man, and you shall be competent. Wu Shan waved his hand, signaling for the next individual. As the crowd continued, Zhao Qianfan felt a tremor in his heart. It was indeed a challenging time to survive in the demonic realm without any particular skills. Zhao Qian, what are your talents? Soon it was Zhao Qianfan's turn. My name is Zhao Qian, he corrected. Ah, I see. Zhao Qian. It is Zhao Qianfan. Enough with the pleasantries. What are your skills? Wu Shan's impatience was evident. I excel at. Zhao Qianfan hesitated. As the grandson of the Thunder Peak's master, he was adept at lightning techniques, yet he could not disclose this information. After all, lightning is the nemesis of malevolence, particularly detrimental to demonic practitioners. If they were to discover this, he might find himself swiftly dispatched. I see. You possess no particular skills. Wu Shan assessed Zhao Qianfan with a scrutinizing gaze, noting his mere chi refinement stage, and stated solemnly, not possessing a specialty is no hindrance. Our Cold Bones sect welcomes all disciples. As long as you join us, I will assign you a role. It is impossible not to assign a role. After all, entry requires a fee of spirit stones. Denying entry would forfeit the opportunity to gather spirit stones. Zhao Qianfan's eyes lit up, Elder. What kind of lucrative position can you offer me? Wu Shan chuckled. You are quite astute, immediately discerning that I have a very lucrative task in mind for you. Really? Zhao Qianfan's excitement was palpable. Certainly, Wu Shan replied. From today forth, you shall be responsible for cleaning the latrines within the Cold Bone Hall. What? Zhao Qianfan's expression changed abruptly. Cleaning latrines? As the grandson of a powerful elder, accustomed to a life of luxury, when had he ever performed such menial tasks? Wu Shan approached Zhao Qianfan. Zhao Qianfan. It is Zhao Qian. Very well, Zhao Qian. Wait, you mentioned a lucrative position? Wu Shan patted Zhao Qianfan's shoulder. Even cleaning latrines can be considered a lucrative task. Chapter 47. Born with purpose, Zhao Qianer. Do not underestimate your significance or fear being expelled from the sect. I assure you, as long as there remains one person in the sect, you will always have a place to clean. Wu Shan pledged fervently to Zhao Qianfan. Zhao Qianfan replied, I owe my gratitude to your ancestors for 8 generations. Chu Changfeng perceived Zhao Qianfan's overwhelming resentment, akin to a chimney belching forth dark smoke, a truly astonishing level of grievance. In that tense moment, Chu Changfeng's resentment-devouring heart technique unexpectedly advanced to its second tier. Upon reaching this level, he could also display foundational cultivation. Chu Changfeng mused, Zhao Qianfan is truly a selfless individual. At that moment, despite Zhao Qianfan's turmoil of resentment, he managed to suppress it and acquiesced. Very well, I shall join the Hangu sect and subsequently explore how to advance to the White Bone Demon sect. Zhao Qianfan stifled the urge to unleash a thunderous strike upon Wu Shan's face and silently accepted Wu Shan's arrangement, nodding slowly. That's the spirit, Wu Shan said with satisfaction, proceeding to assign the others to various roles, eventually settling on Chu Changfeng. He fixed his gaze upon him and inquired, Chu He, what are your areas of expertise? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Changfeng replied steadily, I am proficient in medicine and can be considered a first-tier alchemist. This answer was not a mere offhand remark, but a conclusion arrived at after careful consideration. While alchemists were not uncommon in the sacred land of Yin and Yang, they were exceedingly rare outside its confines, holding significant status and value. As a first-tier alchemist with foundational cultivation, Chu Changfeng believed he should be duly acknowledged. At the very least, he would not need to serve as a mere section leader like Zhao Qianfan. An alchemist? How splendid! Wu Shan's eyes sparkled upon hearing Chu Changfeng's response, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Brother Chu, since you excel in medicine and alchemy, you shall go to the alchemy hall. I believe you'll be able to showcase your talents there. In the future, should any of the brothers require healing, they will depend on you. With that, Wu Shan displayed a degree of camaraderie towards Chu Changfeng, evidently placing considerable importance on him. Very well, Chu Changfeng replied with a smile. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Qianfan felt a pang of imbalance. Wu Shan, you old dog, you call me Zhao Qianer, yet treat Chu Changfeng like a brother? However, if you seek out Chu Changfeng for treatment, you truly don't know what death looks like. Just wait. He will surely bring you to your demise. After efficiently arranging everyone's duties, Wu Shan let out a sigh of relief and turned to address the hall with a resounding and respectful voice. Hall Master. Vice Hall Master, all matters have been arranged. We now invite you both to address everyone. Very well. 2 figures emerged slowly from the depths of the hall. Both were clad in long black robes with wide sleeves that billowed in the wind. What caught the eye was their striking resemblance. Though the figure on the left had a black mask covering his right eye, while the one on the right had his left eye concealed. This detail lent an air of distinction amidst their similarity. These brothers were the Hall Master and Vice Hall Master of the Hangu sect in Qingyao City, appearing to be in their 50s. At that moment, the Hall Master stepped forward and declared, from the delighted expressions on your faces, "I can see that everyone is quite pleased to have joined the Hangu sect." The crowd responded with confusion. Pleased? What does that even mean? Radiant. Radiant expressions. The Vice Hall Master stammered in correction. Ahem. The Hall Master cleared his throat, continuing, "It is an honor to join you in this endeavor." Join. Join together? The Vice Hall Master corrected again. From this day forth, you are all members of the Hangu sect. Although your positions may differ, remember this: born with purpose, each talent has its use. Born with talent, each must have its use, the crowd echoed. I hope you can work diligently and with utmost precision. Enough, enough, brother. Cease your speech. The Vice Hall Master interjected abruptly, clearly exasperated. Wu Shan, please escort them away. Wu Shan nodded in agreement, feeling equally embarrassed by the Hall Master's speech. Wishing for its prompt conclusion, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, he instructed Chu Changfeng and the others to follow him as he led the way out. Yet, even after they had walked some distance, Chu Changfeng could still hear discontented voices behind him. Second brother, what do you mean by that? I have not yet exhausted my tricks. Yes, exhausted tricks. Is that even a phrase? Please, stop trying to sound scholarly when you have no inkling of the language. The Hall Master clearly was not finished, but the Vice Hall Master could no longer contain himself. Chu Changfeng chuckled inwardly, finding the dynamic between the illiterate and the stutterer quite amusing. The Hangu sect was indeed entertaining. Subsequently, Wu Shan led Chu Changfeng and the other newly initiated members to the refining hall, the dragon-seeking team's base, and the latrines. Finally, he brought Chu Changfeng to the alchemy hall in the rear courtyard. Upon entering the alchemy hall, Chu Changfeng's first impression was that it resembled a pharmacy. The hall was filled with a faint medicinal aroma, with various jars and ancient alchemical instruments arranged around the space. However, what astonished Chu Changfeng was the sight of numerous individuals sprawled out in disarray outside the hall. Some had their eyes tightly shut, while others groaned in pain, evidently in dire condition. We encountered some conflict with the Tianwu sect over a spirit mine outside the city, and they sustained injuries, Wu Shan explained, his tone grave. Their conditions are quite severe. Many are on the brink of death. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. But they were not severely injured initially. Their conditions worsened afterward. Wu Shan awkwardly replied, due to the absence of an alchemist to treat them, their minor wounds escalated into grave injuries, and those who were severely injured have already perished. Chu Changfeng asked, "Where are the alchemists from the hall?" "You are the alchemist now," Wu Shan stated plainly. "I meant previously. There were no alchemists before," Wu Shan admitted. "What happened to the injured ones?" "Minor ailments were endured. Major ones led to death," Chu Changfeng remarked. Truly fitting for the demonic path, such wickedness in their dealings. It is akin to establishing a hospital without doctors and leaving patients to languish. Chuhi, if you can treat these individuals, it would be a great achievement. I will certainly report to the Hall Master and reward you. It may even lead to your recommendation for entry into the White Bone Holy Sect, Wu Shan stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng felt a flicker of hope, recognizing it as what he needed. However, he could not express his eagerness. Having joined the Hangu sect, it is my responsibility to save those in distress. Moreover, I possess a compassionate heart and cannot bear to witness suffering. Wu Shan's lips twitched at his words. I trust you implicitly. Chapter 48. The Poison Doctor, Chu Changfeng Wonderful. The alchemist has arrived. We are saved. The conversation between Chu Changfeng and Wu Shan was unguarded, and upon learning of Chu Changfeng's identity, the surrounding crowd erupted with excitement. Doctor, please, I implore you to save me. I have been struck by the venomous needle of the Tianwu sect, and my condition grows increasingly dire. A pallid and emaciated disciple of the Hangu sect staggered toward Chu Changfeng, moaning in agony as he trembled and extended his arm. Let me see. Chu Changfeng responded promptly, rolling up the sleeve to examine the disciple's injury. Wu Shan observed him closely, scrutinizing his medical skills to discern whether he possessed genuine expertise or was merely an impostor. If the latter were true, the consequences would be dire. "Doctor, you must cure me." The disciple revealed a darkened arm, indicating severe poisoning. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the gravity of the situation. At that moment, everyone held their breath, fixated on Chu Changfeng, awaiting his diagnosis. Alas, Chu Changfeng sighed. "Doctor, am I beyond salvation?" The disciple's expression shifted abruptly, his voice tinged with despair. The crowd began to shake their heads, interpreting the doctor's sigh as an ominous sign. He was likely doomed. "Who said you are beyond salvation?" Chu Changfeng inquired. "But you sighed?" "I merely felt a bit weary." The crowd collectively reacted with disbelief. "Could you refrain from sighing while diagnosing? It's quite terrifying. Does this mean I still have hope?" The disciple's face brightened once more. "At least you won't die just yet," Chu Changfeng replied. "However, completely expelling the poison from your system will prove challenging. If you are willing, I can remove the poisoned arm, which might preserve your life. This poison is troublesome, yet not entirely untreatable. The process may be cumbersome, but I came to infiltrate the demon sect to rescue Ziyue and the others, not to engage in benevolent healing." "What? Amputate my arm? What kind of quack are you?" The disciple exclaimed angrily. "I have cultivated a technique that makes my right hand vital. Losing it would rob me of joy for the rest of my life." Unfazed, Chu Changfeng replied, "Suit yourself. Without amputation, you can only endure for 3 more days at most. When the poison spreads throughout your body, even the gods cannot save you. Amputating the arm may at least spare your life. Weigh your options." Wu Shan interjected, "Brother Chu, is there truly no alternative? This man was injured while fighting for our sect's mining interests. It would be a shame to lose his arm." Chu Changfeng glanced at Wu Shan and covertly transmitted, "There are alternatives, but they would require thousands of low-grade spirit stones to procure the necessary medicinal herbs, and the treatment would be lengthy. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Chu Changfeng sensed something amiss, given the presence of golden core cultivators in the hall. It should not be difficult to find several alchemists. The reluctance to do so likely stemmed from a lack of willingness to expend resources. Wu Shan fell silent. A cultivator at the 2nd level of qi refinement was hardly worth such an expenditure of spirit stones. He subtly replied to Chu Changfeng, "Never mind." Yet, he found himself increasingly impressed by Chu Changfeng. This fellow is quite ruthless in conserving spirit stones, disregarding others' lives. Yet he's astute enough to know what to say and what not to. If he survives, he will surely achieve great things. Afterward, Wu Shan addressed the disciple, "Brother, I regret to say you should heed the doctor's advice and have your arm amputated. Master Steward, allow me to assist you." Wu Shan summoned his spiritual energy, forming a sharp edge that severed the disciple's right arm. Ignoring the man's anguished cries, he ordered the attendants to drag him away. Next, a limping disciple approached. "Doctor, my leg has also been struck by the Tianwu sect's poison needle." "Cut it off," Chu Changfeng replied. "Doctor, my head has been struck as well." A disciple with a face swollen like a pig's head and dark purple hue exclaimed. "Amputate," he responded. "What?" "Yes, there is no need for that. Prepare for your final arrangements," Chu Changfeng said indifferently. "You are truly beyond salvation." In less than half an hour, Chu Changfeng had dealt with, rather, treated, over 20 disciples afflicted by the poison needles. His method of treatment was straightforward: sever the afflicted regions to ensure lasting relief. This man is truly a poison doctor. Cut, cut, cut. It seems he has no other means. Those he treated bore no gratitude towards Chu Changfeng. Instead, many harbored resentment for his ruthless methods, feeling as though he treated them like livestock, entirely disregarding their feelings. However, Chu Changfeng appeared indifferent to their animosity. In fact, he relished it. The resentment they generated was absorbed by him, enhancing his soul-devouring curse technique. Standing nearby, Wu Shan observed the scene with a sense of relief. He understood the situation of these disciples. Those who could be saved had already received treatment, while those who could not were left here as a form of consolation, allowing them to feel that the sect had not entirely abandoned them. While the demon sect cultivators were typically indifferent to emotions, They could not allow these individuals to feel utterly forsaken. If they felt abandoned, who would be willing to fight for them? How could the demon sect continue to exist? In Wu Shan's eyes, Chu Changfeng had become a scapegoat, bearing the weight of the disciples' resentment. Doctor, at that moment, another disciple stepped forward. Cut! Chu Changfeng muttered without lifting his gaze. Doctor, I believe I can still be saved. Only then did Chu Changfeng look up and notice that while this disciple bore some wounds, he was not poisoned and could indeed be saved. This one does not require amputation. Here, take this spring revival pill, Chu Changfeng said, producing a jade vial and pouring out a black pill for the disciple. The pill emanated wisps of dark mist in the sunlight. In truth, this pill was not a miraculous remedy, but a first-tier poison pill known as the life-forfeiting pill. It stimulated the user's latent vitality to heal their wounds. Although it could rapidly close the wounds of the user, it simultaneously drained a significant portion of their life potential. In simple terms, the user's lifespan would be permanently reduced. If they could live to 100 after consuming it, their lifespan would diminish to 80. After several doses, they would meet an untimely demise. Genuine spring revival pills existed in Chu Changfeng's possession, but these practitioners of the demonic path were unworthy of such a remedy. Chapter 49. I want to be the Home Master, Dr. Chu. Why does your rejuvenation pill exude black mist? A disciple hesitated. Chu Changfeng replied, My rejuvenation pill is like this. It possesses a potency greater than that of ordinary pills. I refer to it as the plus version of the rejuvenation pill. If you are afraid, you need not consume it. I will take it. With gritted teeth, the disciple accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. In that very moment, as the pill descended his throat, a powerful surge of medicinal energy erupted within him like a tumultuous wave. The once terrifying wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere breaths, the wounds had vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. I am completely healed. I can jog and leap. The disciple exclaimed with excitement, bouncing around. Dr. Chu, you are truly a miraculous healer. Chu Changfeng chuckled. So, all your injuries are healed? That was at the cost of my life. Next, another person approached, clutching his abdomen. Doctor, I feel a sharp pain in my stomach. Chu Changfeng poured out a life-saving pill and handed it to him. Use this rejuvenation pill with some alcohol. Doctor, I am experiencing persistent diarrhea. Burn this rejuvenation pill before consuming it. Doctor, why are all the pills you give us the same? Chu Changfeng replied nonchalantly, Do not focus on the pills. Instead, observe their effects. Soon, all the patients in front of the pill hall had been treated by Chu Changfeng. Brother Chu, your medical skills are truly remarkable. Wu Shan praised, giving him a thumbs up. These minor injuries are nothing to speak of. Chu Changfeng waved his hand dismissively. However, treating these disciples today has cost me quite a bit. Rest assured, Brother Chu, I will report this to the Hall Master. You shall undoubtedly receive commendation. Chu Changfeng waved his hand again. As for commendation, let it be. Consider it a gift for the Hall Master, as I have just joined the sect. Very well, Brother Chu's words will be conveyed. Wu Shan responded. I heard you were fatigued, yet treated dozens of people. I shall not disturb you further. He cupped his fist in respect to Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng returned the gesture. As Wu Shan walked away, he noticed Wu Shan pause after taking a few steps. Is there any further instruction from the steward? Chu Changfeng inquired, puzzled. Wu Shan smiled slightly. There is no instruction per se. However, last time our Cold Bone sect faced defeat against the Tian Wu sect in the battle for the mines. The Hall Master could not swallow this grievance. He plans to reclaim the mines and will take action within 3 days. It will surely be a fierce battle. As our In Kuei City branch's sole alchemist, Brother Chu should prepare early. That rejuvenation pill seems quite effective. You should refine more. A grand action is on the horizon. Chu Changfeng's heart stirred, realizing his opportunity was approaching. Your reminder is noted, steward. I shall prepare accordingly. However, my current materials are limited, and I cannot produce many rejuvenation pills. What materials do you lack? Brother Chu, do not hesitate to mention them. The sect will assist you in gathering what you need. Very well, steward, please hold on a moment. Without delay, Chu Changfeng entered the pill hall, found paper and pen, and wrote out a prescription, handing it to Wu Shan. This was a genuine first-tier rejuvenation pill formula, along with a few second-tier spiritual herbs, which were not rare items. So Chu Changfeng was not concerned about the possibility of the other party learning it. However, if Wu Shan could indeed procure the herbs, it would be a substantial profit for him. I will take care of this immediately. Wu Shan tucked away the prescription and departed. Once Wu Shan's figure disappeared from view, Chu Changfeng's smile instantly faded. He pondered, since the Cold Bone sect seeks to retaliate against the Tian Wu sect, he must seize the opportunity to do something. Yet, his thoughts remained somewhat scattered. Chu Changfeng entered the pill hall and stood beside the table, writing 2 characters on a sheet of white paper. Seek self. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Rather than waiting for the Cold Bone sect's demonic cultivators to recommend him to join the White Bone demon sect, it would be wiser to have the White Bone demon sect contact him directly. With this thought, Chu Changfeng wrote down 2 more characters. Hallmaster. At present, to induce the White Bone demon sect to reach out to him, he would likely need to attain the status of a Hallmaster. However, the Cold Bone sect's Qingyao City branch already had a Hallmaster, leaving only one path to ascend to that position: to usurp them. Directly killing those 2 Hallmasters is not feasible, nor is it appropriate for a newcomer like me to assume the role based on seniority. Thus, I must first establish a certain level of prestige within the branch. Moreover, those 2 Hallmasters could actually serve as my stepping stones. Only when my prestige reaches a certain level can I eliminate them. An opportunity lies right before me. Chu Changfeng's thoughts gradually became clearer. First, he would leverage the conflict between the Tian Wu sect and the Cold Bone sect to approach the Hallmaster, gain prestige, and ultimately replace him to become the Hallmaster himself, thereby infiltrating the White Bone demon sect. Now, it all depended on the performance of the Tian Wu sect. He hoped they would not disappoint him. Chu Changfeng crumpled the paper adorned with his writings. He then took out a dozen or so array plates, placing them within the room, before retrieving a multitude of rare materials to forge flying swords. Although he had infiltrated the demon sect as an undercover agent, he could not neglect his own cultivation. Hallmaster, Vice Hallmaster, everyone is arranged appropriately. After leaving the rear pill hall, Wu Shan arrived at the front hall to meet the Hallmaster and Vice Hallmaster. The Hallmaster spoke in a deep voice among those individuals. Are there any who are truly loyal? Wu Shan responded, Brother, there are those with ulterior motives. Correct. That is precisely the point, the Hallmaster nodded. My second brother understands me best. You truly possess a limited vocabulary. The Vice Hallmaster interjected. It should be, we are deeply acquainted. Brother, could you refrain from misusing idioms? If not, perhaps you should just remain silent. I am exhausted. The Hallmaster fell silent, feeling disheartened. You may continue. The Vice Hallmaster gestured for Wu Shan to proceed. Wu Shan stated, among the dozen or so individuals who joined the sect this time, I find many of them suspicious, particularly one named Zhao Qianer, although he has also cultivated demonic techniques. He gives me the impression that he is out of place within the demon sect. Each time he responds to questions, there's a hint of hesitation in his eyes, lacking decisiveness. Hence, I assigned him an inconsequential position to observe for a while. The Vice Hallmaster nodded. Very well. Hallmaster, Vice Hallmaster, Wu Shan continued. There is one person I am certain is a demonic cultivator, this alchemist, Chu He. The Vice Hallmaster remarked, I have some recollection of him. His responses indeed reflect the demeanor of a demonic cultivator. The Hallmaster, about to conjure another idiom, abandoned the thought upon noticing the Vice Hallmaster's disapproving gaze. I share the same view as my second brother. However, Wu Shan sighed and said, You 2 Hallmasters are unaware. That fellow Chu, he has exhibited even more sinister behavior than described. Chapter 50. Beware of what lurks behind. The counterattack of the Hangu sect, the leader of the sect, was intrigued. Just how formidable was that alchemist named Chu He? The disciples who had previously clashed with the Tian Wu sect over the mines had all been healed by him. Wu Shan, with a grave expression, remarked, They have all been restored to health. Isn't that a good thing? The deputy leader questioned, perplexed. Indeed. It seems his medical skills are exceptionally advanced. The leader responded, astonished. However, Wu Shan shook his head. While I cannot ascertain the extent of his medical proficiency, I am acutely aware of his ruthless methods. Many of those who were afflicted by the Tianwu sect's poison needles met their end by his hand. What? Both leaders were taken aback. What transpired? Elaborate. Wu Shan recounted the entire process of how Chu He treated those disciples. Upon finishing his narrative, both the leader and the deputy leader were left speechless. Thanks to his intervention, we have gained several more disciples and saved a significant sum of spirit stones. Surely, he is a miraculous healer. They exchanged glances, both recognizing Chu He as a remarkable talent. However, the leader added, regardless of his medical skills, a person so cold-blooded as he is undoubtedly not a righteous individual. Some qualities cannot be acquired through study. Wu Shan, Chu He has also provided me with a formula for a rejuvenation pill and instructed me to gather the necessary ingredients, Wu Shan cautiously stated, seemingly uncertain about the formula's significance. The leader's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, what formula? Quickly, show it to me. Wu Shan, without hesitation, retrieved the formula from his robe and respectfully handed it to the leader. Examining the document closely, the leader remarked, "Strange, I fail to comprehend the significance of these ingredients." The deputy leader rolled his eyes. "It would be remarkable if you could understand it. You barely recognize a handful of characters yet aspire to emulate scholars." He snatched the formula from the leader's hands. "Are you not an alchemist yourself? How could you decipher this?" The leader muttered. The deputy leader replied, "I may not be an alchemist, but I have killed one before." He left behind a medical book containing the rejuvenation pills formula. He then produced a book that had lost its cover, resembling more of a personal record than a proper tome. "Found it!" the deputy leader exclaimed, flipping through the pages until he located the rejuvenation pills formula, comparing it with the one provided by Chu He. Roughly speaking, they are similar, but there are two rare second-tier herbs that are not required for the rejuvenation pill. He mused, furrowing his brow. Wu Shan interjected, "Leader, I have consumed the rejuvenation pill before and even possessed two of them, but Chu He's version appears to be more potent. Some individuals experienced rapid healing of their wounds after consuming it." The leader contemplated for a moment before responding, "It is likely that although these two rare herbs are not essential components of the rejuvenation pill, they may impart some unique effect on its efficacy." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their strong endorsement of the leader's perspective. "Proceed, gather the ingredients as per the formula, and ensure that he hastens the pill refinement. We shall require it shortly," the leader instructed solemnly. Upon hearing the leader's command, Wu Shan could not help but inquire, "Are we truly launching a counterattack against the Tianwu sect?" The leader waved his sleeve dismissively. "Wait another 3 to 5 days. My injury should be healed by then. At that point, we shall reclaim that vein of ore, and this time we shall not fail," the deputy leader added, "to achieve success and glory." The leader nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. At the alchemy hall, a sudden, clear sound of a sword's whistle emerged from Chu Changfeng's chamber. As a flying sword emanated a remarkable aura. "Beware of what lies behind. I have also advanced." Chu Changfeng's face glowed with joy. In just 5 days, he successfully elevated his third flying sword to a mid-tier second rank. At that moment, his spiritual power began to swell. With the enhancement of 3 mid-tier second-rank flying swords, his spiritual power now far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-stage golden core practitioner. Nearing the late stage, in terms of combat prowess, he was stronger than before. Suddenly, Chu Changfeng's ears perked up. He heard footsteps approaching from outside. Based on the pace of a newcomer, they would enter the alchemy hall within 6 or 7 breaths. He sheathed his flying sword and concealed the formation in the room before stepping out to find Wu Shan awaiting him. "Brother Chu, I have brought the required ingredients," Wu Shan stated directly, handing over a storage pouch. Chu Changfeng scanned its contents with his spiritual sense, confirming it contained the herbs listed in his formula, though many of the second-tier herbs were missing. The contents of this storage pouch were valued at approximately 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Receiving 5,000 spirit stones for free is not something to be dismissed, Chu Changfeng thought, unperturbed as he accepted the pouch. "Brother Chun, please ensure the swift refinement of the rejuvenation pill. Today we are launching a fierce assault against the Tianwu sect, and this pill is crucial for treating the injured." Wu Shan urged with a serious expression. I shall commence refining immediately. Chu Changfeng replied earnestly. However, deep within his heart, a different thought was brewing. Finally, after 5 days, my opportunity to strike has arrived. Turning back to the alchemy room, he firmly closed the door behind him. Refining pills? I would rather not bother with that. Do they even deserve to consume the rejuvenation pill? Chu Changfeng cursed inwardly. He lit several incense sticks made from pill residues, and a faint fragrance soon wafted through the courtyard. Wu Shan stood outside, inhaling the scent, thinking to himself, indeed, he is a genuine alchemist. His speed is impressive. It won't be long before we have new rejuvenation pills ready. With these pills, this time the casualties will surely be far fewer than before. Subsequently, Wu Shan departed the courtyard to rally the disciples in preparation for the leaderess assault. As night fell, the moon was absent, and visibility was nearly non-existent. After the leader and deputy leader departed with a multitude of disciples, Chu Changfeng cautiously exited the alchemy room, donned a black cloak suited for night travel, and began to navigate the darkness like a phantom. With his cultivation, concealing his presence made it nearly impossible for a golden core practitioner to detect him. He trailed quietly behind the group, stealthily leaving the city and traversing the forest. An hour later, the group halted at the base of a mountain. Chu Changfeng looked up to see torches planted throughout the area, with guard patrolling back and forth. At that moment, a booming voice rang out. Members of the Hangu sect, charge with me. Chapter 51. Who betrayed me? In the shadows, Chu Changfeng witnessed over 100 figures radiating with various hues of light. Charging up the mountain, some soared through the air on magical artifacts, while others sprinted across the ground with astonishing speed. Leading the charge were the head and deputy leaders of the Coldbone Hall, closely followed by a dozen foundation-building cultivators, among whom was Wu Shan himself. They slaughtered indiscriminately, swiftly advancing to the mountainside. Zhao Dashan, Zhao Shaoshan, I knew you wouldn't relent. I've been waiting for this moment for ages. Ha ha ha. However, at that very instant, accompanied by manic laughter, 2 beams of light shot up into the sky from the mountaintop. 2 figures clad in robes adorned with numerous eyes emerged. One, an elderly man with white hair and a wrinkled face, appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, while the other, younger but with streaks of white in his black hair, seemed to be in his 50s. After their appearance, streams of light descended from the summit, clearly the followers of the Tianwu sect. The elder was presumably Liu Yangshu, the leader of the Tianwu sect's Yingkue city branch, while the middle-aged man was his deputy, Jing Tong. Chu Changfeng had previously gleaned information about the leaders of the Tianwu sect from those he had saved. This time, my brother, and I shall surely claim your lives. The bone demon puppet, Zhao Dashan roared, unleashing a skeletal serpent from his storage bag, its length spanning several dozen meters. He mounted the serpent's head, directing it towards Liu Yangshu. This was the bone puppet technique, a secret art of the bone demon sect. The stronger the puppet in life, the mightier it became in death. Beside him, Zhao Shaoshan summoned a skeletal tiger to pounce upon Jing Tong. Facing the relentless assault from the leaders of the Coldbone sect, Liu Yangshu and Jing Tong simultaneously unleashed the Tianwu sect's techniques. Chu Changfeng observed as they conjured black spiritual energy, forming centipede apparitions behind them. The 2 centipedes exhaled toxic mists, surging forth like a black tide, engulfing the followers of the Coldbone sect. More than 20 devotees were caught unawares, swiftly dissolved into pools of blood, a horrifying sight to behold. Is something wrong with you? You esteemed golden core cultivators dare to attack my Qi refinement stage disciples? Zhao Dashan bellowed in rage. Yet, Liu Yangshu only laughed heartily, proclaiming, I care not about your cultivation level. Anyone who dares to run rampant on Tianwu sect's territory shall meet their end. Old fool, you seek death. Zhao Dashan, atop the skeletal serpent, brandished a black banner, unleashing waves of dark light to counter Liu Yangshu's assault. Other cultivators also unleashed their techniques, creating a cacophony of light from magical artifacts, flames from talismans, and shockwaves from spells, shaking the very mountains. The clamor of battle, the cries of cultivators, the clashes of artifacts, and the explosions of spells merged into a deafening symphony. The fight had commenced. Chu Changfeng concealed himself in the shadows, silently observing the fierce struggle between the numerous cultivators. Harboring no intention of intervening, he wished for both sides to engage in a deadly conflict that would leave them mutually weakened. However, the deputy leader of the Tianwu sect, "You do not seem very capable." Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. He noticed Jing Tong being forced to retreat under Zhao Xiaoshan's relentless onslaught. Even the centipede apparition shattered under the assault. Jing Tong displayed only the power to defend, with signs of impending defeat. A most unfortunate omen. A man cannot falter. "Let me assist you." After a brief contemplation, Chu Changfeng produced a second-tier life-igniting pill from his possession. This pill could momentarily awaken a cultivator's potential, albeit at the cost of shortening their lifespan. Excessive use could lead to the depletion of one's vitality, resulting in abrupt demise. "No, I shall add more." Initially, Chu Changfeng intended to use just one life-igniting pill, but after a moment's hesitation, he decisively withdrew 3 more, along with a soul-consuming pill, easily capable of inducing madness. He combined these 5 pills into a slender, needle-like form, infusing it with a thread of sword energy, sharpening it further. The fate of the recipient post-injection was of no concern to Chu Changfeng. "Go!" With a flick of his finger, the needle formed from the life-igniting pill shot forth silently toward Jing Tong. "Who is betraying me?" Jing Tong, a cultivator at the early golden core stage, finally sensed the impending threat half a second before the pill needle struck. He concentrated his spiritual energy in an attempt to resist. However, could his skills withstand the might of Chu Changfeng's sword energy? Crack! The pill needle shattered Jing Tong's spiritual defenses and pierced his body. "It's over. Someone ambushed me. Their cultivation far surpassing mine. I am doomed." Jing Tong's heart sank. Yet, in the next moment, astonishment washed over him. His body had not been pierced. Instead, under the influence of the sword energy, the effects of the life-igniting pill surged through him like a torrent. Boom! Jing Tong's potential was instantaneously unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation ascended from early to mid-golden core stage. I yearned for a glorious battle. Under the influence of the soul-consuming pill, Jing Tong felt an exhilarating rush, his eyes burning with a frenzied light. Conversely, Zhao Xiaoshan stood frozen in shock, witnessing Jing Tong's hair turning white at a visible pace. "Are you mad? For a mere small mine, you would burn your own life? This is but a minor spirit mine, yielding only 1 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. Is it worth risking a golden core cultivator's life?" Faced with Zhao Xiaoshan's inquiries, Jing Tong was beyond hearing. He only wished to obliterate the foe before him. He disregarded everything and charged at Zhao Xiaoshan. Boom! Terrifying demonic energy converged, forming a centipede extending 100 meters. Tiger puppet. Zhao Xiaoshan's expression changed dramatically. He recognized the impending power of the strike. Without a moment's delay, he summoned all his strength to resist. With a crack, the tiger puppet shattered. The massive centipede crashed into Zhao Xiaoshan. Struck with immense Chapter 52, the brave vice leader Xiaoshan, upon witnessing his brother's blood staining the sky, Zhao Dashan's face turned pale as he fell to the ground like a lifeless sack of sand. Panic surged within him, prompting him to command the bone python to ensnare Lu Yangshu, while he launched himself at Jing Tong like a frenzied beast. In an instant, the black banner in Zhao Dashan's hand erupted with dozens of dark rays, striking at Jing Tong with the ferocity of black lightning. These dark rays, forged from malevolent energy, were the culmination of Zhao Dashan's 30 years of arduous cultivation, possessing formidable power that even Lu Yangshu, at the mid-golden core stage, had to evade. Conversely, Jing Tong, fueled by the effects of the elixir, succumbed to madness, facing Zhao Dashan's assault without flinching, his spiritual power forming a protective shield. A cacophony of explosive sounds rang out as the dark rays struck Jing Tong, propelling him backward several hundred meters, piercing through his body in multiple places, with blood gushing forth like a fountain. Though Zhao Dashan was a true cultivator at the mid-golden core stage, Jing Tong had only temporarily elevated his prowess through the soul-burning pill. leaving a significant gap between them. In the shadows, Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow, contemplating. It seems the elixir has been overused. Jing Tong is too intoxicated. He pondered whether to take advantage of Zhao Dashan's predicament. However, at that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Zhao Dashan, do you think no one can contend with you? Lu Yangshu summoned a black coffin lid, shattering the bone python puppet in an instant. Immediately, he wielded the coffin lid and charged at Zhao Dashan. At the same time, Jing Tong gathered himself, channeling his spiritual energy into a colossal centipede, brandishing its limbs menacingly. Jing Tong, you are injured. Lu Yangshu observed the wounds adorning Jing Tong's body, his expression shifting with concern. You mustn't disregard them, but the wounds are bleeding profusely. Do not concern yourself. Some of them are critical. Do not concern yourself. If this continues, I fear you may perish. Do not concern yourself. In a frenzy, Jing Tong lunged at Zhao Dashan. Witnessing this, Lu Yangshu sighed inwardly, realizing that Jing Tong had succumbed to madness, and further persuasion would be futile. Thus, he resolved to join forces with Jing Tong to confront Zhao Dashan. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. Despite Zhao Dashan's impressive strength, he found himself gradually at a disadvantage against their combined might. As time passed, more wounds accumulated on his body, blood flowing relentlessly from the injuries. Realizing that he might not only fail to avenge Xiao Shan, but also lose his own life, Zhao Dashan understood that he could not continue in this manner. With determination, he bellowed retreat. Before his voice faded, his form transformed into a piercing white light, swiftly carrying the unconscious Xiao Shan away as he fled the mine at an astonishing speed, leaving behind an echoing declaration. I shall return. The surrounding followers of the Bone sect, witnessing their leader's disheveled escape, erupted in curses. Yet, despite their vitriol, they understood the urgency of the moment and hastily dispersed, fearing pursuit from Lu Yangshu and Jing Tong. Do not pursue them. Meanwhile, Lu Yangshu, observing Zhao Dashan's retreating figure, decisively gestured for his subordinates to halt the chase. He understood the wisdom of not pursuing a cornered enemy, as they might retaliate fiercely, leading to significant losses for the Tianwu sect. Lu Yangshu's gaze landed on Jing Tong, who now resembled a drunken man, swaying unsteadily, causing concern that he might collapse. Lu Yangshu hurried to his side, asking with genuine concern, Vice Leader, are you all right? Where am I? What am I doing? What are the Bone sect's enemies? I can recall nothing. Jing Tong mumbled, confusion evident in his voice. The enemies have been repelled. Repelled? How so? Jing Tong's memory remained tethered to the moment he was overwhelmed by Zhao Shan. Vice Leader, you were truly remarkable. To defend our mine, you even resorted to secret techniques, burning your own life force. After you sacrificed your vitality, we were able to repel the enemies, even wounding Zhao Shan gravely, his fate uncertain. As Lu Yangshu spoke, he keenly observed Jing Tong's reaction, hoping to jog his memory and restore his clarity. Jing Tong was bewildered. What? I burned my life for the mine? Indeed, I burned my life for the mine. Jing Tong's voice grew louder. Indeed, Lu Yangshu echoed, his tone firm. Jing Tong was taken aback. How could I have done such a thing? It is well known that a mine belongs to the sect, but one's life is one's own. Who would risk their life for the sect's wealth? Impossible. I could never have made such a choice. Yet in the next moment, a gentle breeze brushed past, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead, causing him to startle. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp the white strands. Upon touching them, he froze, for he realized his hand was dry and rough, akin to old tree bark. Have I truly burned my life? The thought struck Jing Tong like lightning. It must be an illusion. I must have fallen victim to Zhao Shan's trickery. Unable to accept this reality, he began to doubt his own perceptions. Yet, as he lingered in self-doubt, sharp pains suddenly surged from multiple wounds on his body. The intensity of the pain drew a gasp from him. He instinctively looked down, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. His body bore several gaping wounds, blood flowing freely from them. More alarmingly, he had fatal injuries to his chest, abdomen, and liver. Not only have I burned my life, but I'm also gravely injured? Jing Tong was in shock. I warned you. yet you insisted it was unnecessary. Lu Yangshu remarked. But these wounds are lethal. Jing Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. I have warned you, yet you insisted it was unnecessary. Lu Yangshu raised his thumb to Jing Tong, expressing genuine admiration. You are the truest man I have ever encountered, and the only one among the demonic cultivators who embodies the essence of a righteous cultivator. His respect was palpable. A golden core cultivator, willing to burn his own life for a mere mind, even at the cost of grievous injuries, to vanquish the encroaching foes. This courage and sense of responsibility moved him deeply. However, he would never emulate such folly. The sect's wealth was not worth risking one's life. Such recklessness was folly indeed. Chapter 53. Storage bag? Just take it. Despair enveloped Jing Tong as he learned the truth, akin to a thunderbolt striking from the blue. His body trembled violently, and his legs seemed to lose all strength, causing him to involuntarily topple backward. As he fell, a vivid montage of his life flashed through his mind, each memory unfolding like a swiftly drawn curtain before him. Suddenly, one scene froze in place. It was the moment he faced off against Zhao Xiaoshan. He recalled being entirely focused on the confrontation when an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, causing him to shudder. Before he could react, a needle as fine as a hair pierced his defenses, driving deep into his lower back. In an instant, a mysterious force coursed through him, igniting his very being, and soon after, his consciousness began to fade. I swear, I would never burn my life away for the sect's mineral veins. There's a silver coin lurking in the shadows. Don't let me find you in my next life. With a thud, Jing Tong collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The Hall Master and the Deputy Hall Master? The surrounding disciples stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lu Yangshu. He is dead, yet he died valiantly, protecting the sect's assets, a death worthy of honor. Such as the model and paragon of our kind. Lu Yangshu proclaimed loudly, pointing at Jing Tong. Indeed, we shall learn from the Deputy Hall Master. The disciples murmured in agreement. However, disdain brewed within their hearts. Sacrificing one's life to safeguard another's wealth. Was the Deputy Hall Master not a fool? I will report this matter to the main sect, Lu Yangshu declared, tearing a corner from his robe. He dipped his finger in Jing Tong's blood and inscribed upon the fabric. The mine was attacked. I led the counterattack, successfully repelling the formidable foe and severely wounding Zhao Xiaoshan. But Jing Tong was killed by Zhao Dashan due to carelessness. Jing Tong was dead. What use were accolades for a corpse? Moreover, the pen was in his hand. He could write whatever he pleased. With a whistle, a hawk descended from the sky. He secured the bloodied parchment to one of its talons, and, with a flick of his arm, the hawk soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. In the wake of Zhao Dashan's defeat, Chu Changfeng swiftly returned to the alchemy room of the Cold Bone sect. Upon entering, he promptly changed out of his night attire and lit a fragrant stick made from remnants of elixirs. The aroma soon wafted into the courtyard, just as a piercing white light descended from above. Chu he emerged. Who goes there? It is I. Chu Changfeng opened the door, only to find Zhao Dashan, drenched in blood, his chest heaving violently, clearly gravely injured. Hall Master? Chu Changfeng feigned surprise. What has happened to you? His expression was one of shock, though in truth, had he not played a hand in this, Zhao Dashan wouldn't be in such a state. Zhao Dashan's countenance was grim. He had no time to explain his condition. Forget about me. Save my brother, he urged, hastening into the alchemy room to lay Zhao Xiaoshan upon the bed. Seeing the situation, Chu Changfeng quickly approached, crouching to examine Zhao Xiaoshan's injuries. Soon, he gleaned the extent of the damage. Multiple fractures and some internal bleeding, but for a golden core practitioner, it was not a grave matter. The reason for the unconsciousness was the poison he had ingested. With time, Zhao Xiaoshan's spiritual energy would suppress the toxins, and he would awaken on his own. What about my brother? Zhao Dashan pressed anxiously. Does the Hall Master not know the Deputy Hall Master's condition? Chu Changfeng inquired without raising his head. Isn't this just needless chatter? If I knew, would I be asking you? Zhao Dashan retorted, pressing for answers. What is his condition? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Changfeng's downcast eyes. Since Zhao Dashan lacked medical knowledge, it would be easy to weave a tale. He sighed. Ah, your brother's situation is dire. He has sustained grievous injuries and is afflicted by potent toxins. I fear his life hangs by a thread. Chu Changfeng intoned gravely. What? Zhao Dashin staggered back several steps, struggling to maintain his balance. What shall we do? At that moment, Chu Changfeng discreetly pressed a pressure point on Zhao Xiaoshan, causing him to spit out a mouthful of black blood. This actually helped expel some of the poison. Alas, Hall Master, the Deputy Hall Master's condition has worsened. Chu Changfeng exclaimed. Zhao Dashin was instantly frantic. You must treat him. If he dies, I will hold you accountable. Treat him? Without reaping benefits from you. How could I possibly do so? Chu Changfeng scoffed inwardly, though he feigned a troubled expression. Treatment was not impossible. He simply lacked sufficient rare medicinal materials. What do you need? Zhao Dashin implored. With a serious demeanor, Chu Changfeng listed, I require dragon saliva grass, millennium ganoderma, Tianshan snow lotus, blood ginseng, purple spirit flower, dragon beard grass, 9-leaf ganoderma, golden crow bone, and jade dew fairy grass. He recited an extensive list of rare herbs, none of which were necessary for treating Zhao Xiaoshan. Indeed, the latter needed no treatment and would recover shortly. Enough, enough. Zhao Dashin felt his head spinning, throwing a storage bag to Chu Changfeng in desperation. This contains all the rare herbs I have collected over the years. Use them as you see fit. You must find a way to save my brother. Chu Changfeng accepted the bag, glancing within and silently marveling at the wealth of medicinal treasures contained therein, easily worth 50 to 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, he furrowed his brow and remarked, while these rare herbs are indeed valuable, they are insufficient for my needs. I can only attempt a desperate measure. Before you attempt to save the Deputy Hall Master, I hope you will promise me that if you ultimately cannot save him, you will not hold me accountable. Chu Changfeng insisted. Fine, fine, Zhao Dashin responded, his emotions settling somewhat. He realized the gravity of Zhao Xiaoshan's situation. Otherwise, Chu Changfeng would not speak so gravely. Taking a deep breath, he continued, every grievance has its source. The true culprits are Liu Yangshu and that scoundrel Jing Tong. Even if you cannot save Xiaoshan, I shall not blame you. Conversely, should you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. As he mentioned Liu Yangshu and Jing Tong, a fierce resentment radiated from Zhao Dashin, rising like smoke toward the heavens. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng felt a surge of delight. He discreetly cultivated his technique, silently absorbing this potent resentment. What an exceptional benefactor. Not only did he offer me such rare herbs, but he also presented me with the opportunity to harness his vengeful energy for my own cultivation. A truly rare find indeed. Chapter 54. I, Chu Changfeng, have no conscience left, please. Master, step outside. I require a tranquil environment, Chu Changfeng stated, symbolically producing a few golden needles. Zhao Dashin reassured him, rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to disturb you. I will guard the area outside. Should any intruders dare to approach, I shall ensure they receive their just deserts. Chu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, questioning, is that phrase appropriate in this context? However, Zhao Dashin had already exited the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Chu Changfeng mused silently, apologies, my brother. The intruder is within these very walls. He set up several magical formations and, without further pretense, extracted all the spiritual herbs from Zhao Dashin's storage bag. He retained 90% of the herbs in his own bag, returning the remaining 10% back. With the storage bag secured, a satisfied smile graced Chu Changfeng's face. What a fortune! Even with the remaining herbs, I have nearly 50,000 spirit stones. Indeed, one cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains. The spoils from Zhao Dashin are equivalent to my efforts over several months within the sacred grounds. Suddenly, Chu Changfeng felt a sense of liberation from the sect. The constraints of the sacred grounds had stifled his growth. Within the demonic sect, he need not worry about his conscience. Though he possessed a modicum of it, it was hardly burdensome. In the demonic sect, as long as I possess no morals, there are none to bind me. Moreover, I have a veritable cash cow. At that moment, Chu Changfeng's gaze fell upon Zhao Xiaoshan, who appeared to be stirring, indicating he might awaken. Deputy Master, you must not. Chu Changfeng swiftly approached Zhao Xiaoshan, delivering 2 precise punches to render him unconscious once more. He then administered some poison, channeling the chaotic spiritual energy within Zhao Xiaoshan to wreak havoc upon his internal organs. This time, Zhao Xiaoshan sustained grave injuries, nearly beyond recovery, yet he would not perish. Creak! When Chu Changfeng next pushed open the door, dawn was breaking, the first lights spilling through the clouds and illuminating the courtyard, where the defeated disciples lay. Chu Changfeng observed a gathering of 40 to 50 individuals, some seated, others standing, each bearing visible wounds, some bloodied, their garments stained crimson. Clearly, the Cold Bone sect had suffered a severe Chapter 55. The frenzied wool pulling, sir. It has been half an hour. I have applied the ointment on Xiaoshan from head to toe. How is he? After half an hour, Zhao Dashan could no longer contain his anxiety. Mr. Kumu raised his head, a grave expression adorning his face as he replied to Zhao Dashan, I am powerless. The injuries are far too severe. There is nothing I can do. The fact that Chu He has managed to keep the Vice Hall Master alive is already remarkable. The Hall Master can continue his treatment. By uttering these words, Mr. Kumu effectively admitted defeat. He had not anticipated that Chu He, despite his youth, possessed such exceptional medical skills. Had he treated Zhao Xiaoshan, he would have long since given up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dashan's expression darkened significantly. He glared at Mr. Kumu, his voice laced with fury. Quack. With that, he turned and stormed out, muttering curses under his breath, deeming him a useless waste. After exiting the room, Zhao Dashan made his way to the courtyard. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, then suddenly plastered a smile on his face as he approached Chu Changfeng. Chu, he called out. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Chu Changfeng regarded Zhao Dashan with an impassive expression. Hall Master, what is your decision? He was well aware of Zhao Dashan's fickle demeanor, yet he remained unmoved by his smile. Zhao Dashan stated, Chu, from now on, I entrust the Vice Hall Master's treatment to you. This declaration implied that Chu He's medical prowess surpassed that of Mr. Kumu's. Henceforth, in Qingyao City, Chu He would be the authority on medical matters. Those surrounding them exchanged glances, their perception of Chu Changfeng shifting to one of fear and respect. His standing in their minds ascended sharply. Chu Changfeng replied, Hall Master, I believe I am unworthy of such a heavy responsibility. Perhaps you should seek a more capable individual. As he spoke, he turned as if to leave. Zhao Dashan shouted after him, Chu Steward, where are you going? Chu Changfeng halted and turned back. Hall Master. What did you say? I did not catch that. I hereby announce that Chu He is officially appointed as the steward of our hall. Zhao Dashan's voice resonated like thunder within the spacious hall, echoing painfully in everyone's ears. As his words fell, the once quiet hall erupted into a cacophony of discussions. What? He is the steward? Hall Master. How long has he been here? I have been a disciple longer than Chu He, and I am still merely a disciple. I believe Wang Hai would be more suited for the steward position. The exclamations and doubts from the disciples intertwined, creating an uproar. However, Zhao Dashan glared at those who expressed dissatisfaction with Chu He's appointment as steward, commanding, when did we ever rank by seniority in this sect? Here, my Wort is love. I do not care what you think. It is what I deem fit. Furthermore, Chu He's medical skills surpass those of Mr. Kumu. Such talent is more than sufficient for the role of steward. His words emanated a strong sense of authority and dominance, instilling fear in those present. In an instant, the previously noisy hall fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a sound. In the realm of the demonic path, reason held no sway. Seeing this, Zhao Dashan nodded in satisfaction and then spoke in a deep voice, What are you all standing there for? Hurry and pay your respects to Steward Chu. The crowd, as if awakening from a dream, quickly regained their senses. Pay respects to Steward Chu. Pay respects to Steward Chu. Chu Changfeng maintained his impassive demeanor, but internally he felt pleased. The position of steward ranked just below that of the Hall Master, alongside the Vice Hall Master. And there were only 5 such individuals within the hall. Including himself, he was the 6th. In the Qingyao City branch of the Cold Bone sect, he held considerable power. His plans had begun to take shape, Yet he was still far from infiltrating the core of the white-boned demonic sect. Chu Changfeng's next objective was to become the Vice Hall Master, then the Hall Master. If becoming the Hall Master did not grant him access to the white-boned demonic sect, he would aim to become the leader of the cold-boned sect. Zhao Xiaoshan's severe injury was a crucial element of this plan. Oh, there are a few who are quite displeased. Despite the fact that everyone complied with Zhao Dashan's directive to address Chu Changfeng as steward, he sharply sensed that some individuals radiated resentment. Clearly, they harbored feelings of animosity and dissatisfaction regarding his appointment as steward. Chu Changfeng boldly pointed out those individuals you, and you. What is it? The few individuals responded, looking perplexed. Chu Changfeng declared, you are all beyond saving. Everyone in the courtyard bore injuries, hoping that Chu Changfeng could provide treatment. What? The group was taken aback, realizing that their discontent had been discovered. But how did Chu He uncover their thoughts? I believe we can still be salvaged. They stammered in panic. Chu Changfeng waved his hand impatiently. I said you are beyond saving. Out you go. Please no. They cried out. I have spoken. Did you not hear me? Chu Changfeng frowned. Understood. In the next moment, over a dozen disciples stepped forward to eject the 5 individuals. Chu Changfeng smiled. Is this the feeling of power? Quite exhilarating. However, at this moment, he left a profound impression on the surrounding disciples of the demonic sect. Chu He was perceived as narrow-minded, vengeful, and ruthless. Yet his medical skills were extraordinary, making him someone not to be trifled with. Half an hour later, the patients in the courtyard had all been dispatched by Chu Changfeng. Each received a life-burning pill. Those who could be cured were treated, while those who could not were given a place to be buried. The realm of the demonic path is indeed merciless. Is everything taken care of? Zhao Dashan inquired as he watched Chu Changfeng enter the room and sit beside Zhao Xiaoshan. Yes, Chu Changfeng nodded. Zhao Dashan continued. When will Xiaoshan awaken? What will the follow-up treatment entail? Chu Changfeng replied, in just 2 to 3 days the Vice Hall Master will awaken, but as for the subsequent treatment, go on. The follow-up care for the Vice Hall Master will require a considerable number of spirit stones. I wonder if the Hall Master can accommodate that. Xiaoshan is my younger brother. If it can ensure his recovery, I would not hesitate to sell my life as treasure. Zhao Dashan declared resolutely while gazing at the unconscious Zhao Xiaoshan. Such willingness to part with wealth. Chu Changfeng's eyes brightened. With the Hall Master's commitment, I will be at ease. I shall make every effort to treat the Vice Hall Master. I will prepare a prescription for you. After a moment, Zhao Dashan scrutinized the prescription in his hand and inquired, how many spirit stones will this require? Not much, just around 20,000 spirit stones. Zhao Dashan's eyelids twitched, but he gritted his teeth and replied, I will send someone to procure them. Watching Zhao Dashan hastily depart, Chu Changfeng chuckled inwardly. As long as Zhao Dashan and Zhao Xiaoshan lived, they would continue to generate wealth. Directly killing and seizing treasures will be akin to killing the goose that laid the golden egg. As for the medicine for Zhao Xiaoshan, 2 life-burning pills would suffice. Chapter 56. Zhao Qianfan. I come to repay you. When will such days come to an end? At this rate, when will I learn of Ziyue's whereabouts? Zhao Qianfan, with 2 wads of paper stuffed in his nostrils, was cleaning the latrine, exuding an air of despair. He had contemplated leaving in a fit of rage, but ultimately, it was just a fleeting moment of anger. Greetings, esteemed steward. Suddenly, Zhao Qianfan heard a commotion outside the latrine. Who could it be? He stepped outside and beheld a familiar figure, Chu Changfeng. Following him was a crowd of people. Those who encountered Chu Changfeng along the way bowed in reverence, some even displaying signs of fear. The events of the previous day had spread. A few individuals had met their tragic fate due to their disdain for his new role as steward, ultimately perishing outside the Dan Hall. Now, within the branch, it was common knowledge that although Chu Changfeng's medical skills surpassed those of Mr. Kumu, he was petty and vengeful, harboring a ruthless heart. It was best not to provoke him. I am still cleaning the latrine. Yet Chu Changfeng has already become a steward? Zhao Qianfan was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qianfan. It has been a while. Chu Changfeng greeted him with a smile. My name is Zhao enough. Your name holds little significance to me. Chu Changfeng replied. I am here today for one matter. What do you wish to do? An ominous feeling stirred within Zhao Qianfan. Once prosperity is attained, one must not forget those in need. Now that I am a steward, it is only fitting that I look after that is unnecessary, Zhao Qianfan quickly interjected. It was then that he noticed many of those behind Chu Changfeng were clutching their stomachs. He deduced that this cunning man had no good intentions. How can this be? In order to care for you, my brothers have consumed a caustic concoction. What? Chu, you are utterly inhumane. Zhao Qianfan trembled with rage, envisioning the havoc that would ensue once they were released. At that moment, one of the followers behind Chu Changfeng, his face contorted, declared, "Steward, we can no longer endure, then there is no need for further restraint." Chu Changfeng waved his hand. "Let all go." In the next moment, a dozen individuals rushed into the latrine. Soon, the sound of thunderous eruptions echoed within. Zhao Qianfan stood at the entrance, utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Seeds flew through the air like celestial blossoms, splattering against the ceiling. How could he possibly clean this mess? Chu Changfeng, you are simply monstrous. I will fight you. Zhao Qianfan charged at him like a madman. With a swift motion, a gleaming long knife was pressed against Zhao Qianfan's neck. A follower of Chu Changfeng coldly warned, "To offend the steward is to seek death." Zhao Qianfan dare not advance, his gaze fixed on Chu Changfeng, as if he could ignite flames with his fury. He was enveloped in a palpable resentment. Meanwhile, Chu Changfeng absorbed it all, rapidly elevating his mastery of the resentment-devouring heart technique. Moments later, Chu Changfeng felt a tremor in his dantian as the third black rune materialized. This signified that the technique had reached its third tier. Truly, the genius of the Yingyang Holy Land produces formidable resentment. After dealing with Zhao Qianfan, Chu Changfeng returned to the Dan Hall. He felt no remorse for his actions. Zhao Qianfan had not hesitated to slander him within the Holy Land, and it was only fitting to rectify that despicable nature. "Brother Chu, this is a delivery from the Hall Master." Wu Shan awaited at the door, presenting Chu Changfeng with a storage bag. Upon receiving it, Chu Changfeng sensed that it contained the spiritual herbs he desired. Another 20,000 spiritual stones at hand, Chu Changfeng felt in good spirits. However, having expended so many spiritual herbs, he needed to ensure that Zhao Deshan witnessed some results. Returning to his chamber, he alleviated some of the toxins from Zhao Xiaoshan. Soon, Zhao Xiaoshan slowly opened his eyes, whispering, "I'm not dead. With me here, you would find it difficult to perish." Chu Changfeng finally spoke a truth. "Vice Hall Master, do not be anxious. I shall seek out the Hall Master." When Zhao Deshan learned that Zhao Xiaoshan had awakened, he trembled with excitement, rushing to his brother's room. As he pushed the door open, his eyes glistened with tears. He beheld his brother lying peacefully on the sickbed. Though pale, he had regained some vitality. Zhao Deshan hastily approached the bedside, gripping his brother's hand tightly, murmuring, "It was worth it. It was worth it for the past few days," in his efforts to save Zhao Xiaoshan. He had exhausted all resources, spending substantial spiritual stones and utilizing all his connections. Yet now, witnessing his brother's awakening rendered all his sacrifices trivial. "Big brother, you have been in a coma for 3 days. Big brother, it was Chu he who saved you. Big brother, your golden core has shattered, but fear not. We shall take our revenge." Zhao Deshan's voice carried a tone of determination and fury. In these days, Zhao Deshan had been recuperating. He rose and walked to the door, instructing the followers outside. "Immediately summon the other stewards. I have urgent matters to discuss." Before long, Wu Shan and 4 other stewards hurried into the room. Zhao Deshan, seeing everyone gathered, wasted no time, stating plainly, "Brothers, the blood of our kin must not be shed in vain. I intend to safeguard the Tianwu sect once more. Do you have any plans?" The others exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, the current situation was highly unfavorable for them. Though the Vice Hall Master had perished, they had also lost Zhao Xiaoshan, a formidable force at the Golden Core stage, and Zhao Deshan's injuries had yet to fully heal, diminishing their chances against Liu Yangshu. Moreover, they had suffered heavy losses in their last confrontation with the Tianwu sect, leaving them in no condition to seek revenge. In that awkward silence, Zhao Deshan suddenly spoke again. "If anyone can successfully avenge us, I shall appoint him as Vice Hall Master and personally recommend him to the Bone Holy Sect." "Vice Hall Master?" The gazes of the others fell upon Xiao Shan. You see, Xiao Shan has nearly lost all his cultivation. He is no longer qualified to hold the position of Vice Hall Master, Xiao Shan sighed. However, upon hearing this, the eyes of the others brightened. The allure of joining the Bone Holy Sect was akin to the aspirations of disciples within the Holy Land to become true inheritors. Joining the Bone Holy Sect not only promised an elevation in status, but also the potential for unparalleled resources and opportunities for cultivation. Chu Changfeng felt a stir within his heart. The position of Vice Hall Master, I shall claim it. Chapter 57. We must leave no trace of our existence, Master. Why not use poison? A voice suggested, we can directly poison Lu Yangshu and then you can eliminate him. Soon, someone could no longer contain their excitement and stood up to offer advice. Chu Changfeng looked over and recognized the speaker as Wu Shan. Can you poison Lu Yangshu? Or can I? Zhao Dashan inquired. Wu Shan chuckled awkwardly. Chu Steward, can you? Chu Changfeng rolled his eyes dismissively. If I had that ability, would I need your suggestion? Wu Shan fell silent, embarrassed. Master, how about we seek the assistance of a golden core expert? Fine, you go ask. I can't bring anyone. Master, should we request help from the headquarters? If the headquarters is willing to help me, do I need you to brainstorm ideas here? Zhao Dashan scoffed. One plan after another was dismissed by Zhao Dashan, and the crowd fell silent. With no one else willing to contribute, Chu Changfeng stepped forward. Master, I have a plan. What is it? Poison. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in laughter. Haven't we discussed this already? Can you poison Lu Yangshu, or can I? Wu Shan echoed Zhao Dashan's earlier sentiment in response to Chu Changfeng. Calmly, Chu Changfeng shook his head neither. I intend to poison myself. Poison yourself? What do you mean? Confusion spread among the crowd. Chu Changfeng explained, I am proficient in both medicine and poison. Within my studies, there exists a secret technique that allows me to condense a lethal poison within my body, granting a foundation-building cultivator temporary golden core level prowess. Of course, this technique truly existed, but Chu Changfeng did not intend to use it. He merely felt it necessary to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, how could he possibly serve as the Deputy Hall Master? However, some genuinely believed him. I never imagined Brother Chu possessed such a technique. To avenge the Deputy Master and our fallen brothers, I am willing to try. Don't let you suffer. Allow me to take the risk. Several stewards immediately expressed their willingness to experiment with Chu Changfeng's secret technique. Your willingness is wonderful, Chu Changfeng replied. However, the process of harboring a poison core is extremely perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to your demise before you even harm another. Even if you survive, the lingering toxins will erode your vitality over time. Are you all certain you wish to proceed? He was well aware of their motivations, merely yearning for golden core power. I fear death, but I dread pointless sacrifice. Me too. As soon as they realized the dangers of the poison core, their enthusiasm waned. Surviving in the foundation building stage was not so bad. As long as they lived, who knew when they might stumble upon a great inheritance or be entangled with a rebellious saintess? Alternatively, they might find a treasure. And on her 8,888th birthday, she might generously gift them a few fifth-tier magical artifacts. Only by living could they hold on a hope. Chu Steward, does this mean you plan to condense the poison core yourself? Zhao Dashan scrutinized Chu Changfeng. Indeed, Chu Changfeng nodded solemnly. Only I can barely control the poison core in battle. However, once I merge with it, my time will be short. Is it worth it? Zhao Dashan asked, eager to understand Chu Changfeng's motives. I yearn for progress. Chu Changfeng smiled faintly. In this life, who does not desire power and indulgence? A few years of unrestrained living is certainly better than a lifetime as a steward. Chu Changfeng refrained from uttering noble platitudes. In the righteous path, one might earn admiration for such sentiments. But here in the demonic realm, even a stray dog would scoff at the notion of sacrificing one's life for the sect. After hearing Chu Changfeng's words, the others deemed him somewhat reckless. Nevertheless, they accepted this reasoning. Was it worthwhile to gamble one's life for power? Absolutely. How many demonic cultivators acted with decorum? If one believed their endeavor was worthwhile, they would pursue it wholeheartedly. After all, Is not the essence of demonic cultivation the pursuit of pleasure? There are countless demonic cultivators far more audacious than Chu Changfeng. Very well. If you can assist me in eliminating Lu Yangshu, the position of deputy master will be yours. Z Chapter 58. A strong man lacks grace on a moonless night with howling winds. Zhao Dashan led his followers once more to the foot of the mine. Whoever excels in battle, I, Zhao Dashan, vow to ensure they live a life of endless turmoil. Zhao Dashan rallied the spirits of his disciples. The followers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his fervor. Charge! Zhao Dashan suddenly shouted, brandishing a black banner as he led the assault on the mine. What are you waiting for? Charge! Wushan quickly responded, following suit. However, Chu Changfeng remained hidden in the shadows. According to Zhao Dashan, Chu Changfeng was the trump card, to be deployed at the critical moment to strike down Lu Yangshu with overwhelming force. Trouble. An enemy attack. The disciples of the Cold Bone sect sensed the commotion as Zhao Dashan and his group launched their assault. Do not panic. I have anticipated this. Suddenly, Lu Yangshu, the leader of the Heavenly Wu sect, appeared atop the mountain, coldly observing Zhao Dashan and his followers below. Zhao Dashan, you fool. I let you escape last time, and yet you dare to come here to meet your demise. Lu Yangshu uttered through gritted teeth, malice flickering in his eyes. Zhao Dashan, undeterred, retorted, Lu Yangshu, today I shall not only seize this mine, but also slay you to avenge past grievances. With that, he swung the black banner, unleashing a torrent of dark apparitions towards Lu Yangshu. The atmosphere thickened with dread as the eerie cries of spirits echoed across the mine. Zhao Dashan, I foresaw your unwillingness to relent. Lu Yangshu observed, brandishing a soul-striking staff. This is the ultimate weapon I have prepared for you. With fierce vigor, Lu Yangshu wielded the staff, dispersing the ghostly figures with each strike. Night of 100 Ghosts. Zhao Dashan summoned more apparitions, encircling his adversary, and plunged into the fray amidst the swirling shadows. At that moment, neither the Heavenly Wu sect nor the Cold Bone sect could discern the figures of Zhao Dashan and Lu Yangshu. Their hearts raced, for the outcome of their battle would determine the victor of this conflict. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions ensued, scattering the apparitions. From the heart of the chaos, a figure was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. It was Zhao Dashan. A massive, gaping wound adorned his abdomen, blood gushing forth. Zhao Dashan, you mad dog! Yet you have been defeated, and today you shall not escape death. Moments later, Lu Yangshu appeared, suspended in the air, looking down upon Zhao Dashan. However, he too was in dire straits, with his right hand severed and blood flowing profusely, while his left clutched a broken staff, his energy considerably diminished. He had plummeted from mid-golden core to early golden core. Though victorious, his triumph was bittersweet. Ha ha ha! Lu Yangshu, this time I emerge triumphant. Chu-he, it is your turn to act. Zhao Dashan laughed maniacally. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yangshu, and he swiftly hurled the fragment of the staff at Zhao Dashan. Yet, in an instant, a figure stepped in front of Zhao Dashan and firmly grasped the staff. It was Chu Changfeng, another golden core cultivator. Lu Yangshu's pupils constricted. This individual exudes a subtle danger. If I were to engage him now, I would have only a 70% chance of victory. No, I cannot act. What difference does a 70% chance make if it leads to my demise? If I can lure him into the formation I have prepared, my chances of annihilation would soar to 99%. After all, he is merely an early golden core cultivator. With this thought, Lu Yangshu made a swift decision and turned to flee, vanishing in an instant over several hundred meters. This old fox is truly cunning, Zhao Dashan cursed. I will pursue him. Chu Changfeng shadowed him closely. They chased and fled, unwittingly reaching a hollow more than 20 miles away. You foolish creature, let me give chase. Suddenly, Lu Yangshu ceased his flight, casting a spell with his left hand, sending a streak of light to the ground. Instantly, the mountains illuminated with brilliance. With a series of flashes, a grand formation took shape, enveloping Chu Changfeng within. Is this your backup plan? Chu Changfeng inquired nonchalantly. Lu Yangshu smirked coldly. Indeed, I anticipated your retaliation, hence I invested considerable resources to set up this formation to eliminate you. It matters not. I shall eliminate you first before returning to deal with Zhao Dashan. Chu Changfeng scrutinized the formation, realizing it was indeed formidable, capable of gathering the sinister energy from the earth for the user's benefit. Do not be deceived. Even a late golden core cultivator would find it challenging to breach this formation. Moreover, outside this formation lies an illusion that shrouds the valley, preventing any assistance from arriving swiftly. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with delight. This is truly splendid. I need not worry about anyone discovering my use of the flying sword. Do not assume that no one can unravel your formation, Chu Changfeng remarked mysteriously. What do you mean by that? Lu Yangshu was taken aback. However, before Lu Yangshu could finish speaking, Chu Changfeng unexpectedly bowed deeply behind him, eyes alight with joy, exclaiming, "Ancestor, you have finally arrived." This sudden act left Lu Yangshu in a state of bewilderment, utterly lost. A golden core cultivator calling out for an ancestor? Who would not be confused? Could it be that Zhao Dashan and his comrades had a hidden card? Lu Yangshu instinctively turned to the direction Chu Changfeng had bowed towards, but found no one present. Oh no! A wave of dread washed over Lu Yangshu, an ominous premonition gripping his heart. A chill enveloped him. He barely had time to react before a flash of cold light pierced through his abdomen, shattering his golden core, as the sword energy ravaged his insides, draining his vitality. With a series of punctures, blood erupted from his body like a geyser, splattering the ground around him. Weakly, he knelt, staring at Chu Changfeng, forcing out the words. Your true cultivation is at the mid-golden core stage, and you are a sword cultivator. The ancestor's sword danced around Chu Changfeng, and Lu Yangshu felt the weight of his true power. Chu Changfeng nodded. A mid-golden core sword cultivator can indeed slay those of the late golden core. You are clearly far stronger than I, yet you resorted to deceit. Lu Yangshu bellowed in a fit of rage. His fury stemmed primarily from the fact that he had been outmaneuvered despite his superior strength. Is there no dignity among the strong? Chu Changfeng, however, remained unfazed. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Deception is but a facet of my power, and my actions towards you stem from respect. I do not underestimate you in the slightest. I respect your grandmother. Lu Yangshu spat venomously, mustering his final breath. I curse you to grow taste buds at the end of your intestines. I curse your rear to split into 2 halves. I curse you to have 8 sons, none of whom are your own. I curse you to remain in the golden core stage for all your days. Chapter 59. What shall we call the steward? The Vice Hall Master. Lu Yangshu incessantly cursed Chu Changfeng, his body emanating a dark, purplish aura of resentment. Such pure malice. Chu Changfeng's eyes gleamed with interest as he actively utilized the resentful devouring heart technique to absorb his opponent's grievances. His mastery of this technique was once again on the ascent. After a considerable time, equivalent to the brewing of tea, Lu Yangshu found himself at a loss for words. One must commend his resilience. Despite sustaining grave injuries, he managed to survive long enough to brew a pot of tea. Are you not angry? Lu Yangshu's voice strained from continuous outbursts. Yet he found no trace of fury on Chu Changfeng's countenance, which only deepened his sense of defeat. Chu Changfeng replied, You wish for my well-being. Why would I be angry? Continue. Hasten your pace. Lu Yangshu retorted, What madness consumes you? I shall not indulge your insanity any longer. You will not extract anything further from me. In the next moment, a gaping hole erupted in his chest, extinguishing his life utterly. Realizing that Chu Changfeng spared him for a reason, Lu Yangshu chose to end his own life with the scant spiritual energy he possessed. A pity, such a great source of resentment. Chu Changfeng shook his head in regret, sprinkling poison over Lu Yangshu's body to disguise the cause of death, then wrapped it in cloth and departed the scene. With Lu Yangshu's protection gone, the guards of the mine felt as though they had lost their anchor, their morale plummeting and combat efficacy diminishing sharply. Faced with Zhao Dashan and numerous disciples of the Coldbone sect, their defenses crumbled rapidly, leading to a swift retreat. The mine soon fell under the control of the Coldbone sect. Yet, they did not celebrate, fully aware that this was merely a fleeting victory. Should Chu Changfeng fail in his mission, Liu Yangshu would inevitably return, and the hard-won mine would likely be surrendered once more. As time ticked away, anxiety permeated the atmosphere. Master, do you believe Chu He will succeed? Wu Shan inquired cautiously. Of course I believe in him. Not just I, but all of you as well. Zhao Dashan surveyed the crowd. Chu He is our brother, bound to us by an unbreakable bond. We must have faith in him. We must believe he will return triumphant. Zhao Dashan proclaimed with fervor. However, Wu Shan and the other disciples fell into silence. Is this not true? Why you stand there in silence? Join me in rallying for Chu He. We believe he will return triumphant. Zhao Dashan raised his arms once more. The disciples echoed. We believe Chu He will return triumphant. In the distance, the scattered disciples of the heavenly Wu sect had not fled far, awaiting Liu Yangshu's return to reclaim the mine. Thus they could hear the cries from the mine above. Are these people mad? Do they wish to win or lose? Enough shouting. A cold voice interrupted Zhao Dashan and the disciples' chants. Instinctively, they turned towards the sound and beheld a figure slowly ascending from the mountain, dragging behind him the lifeless corpse of Liu Yangshu. Chu He, Zhao Dashan exclaimed, his smile radiant with joy. I knew you would return triumphant. Chu He, with a grim expression, corrected, is a victorious return. That matters not. They bear the same meaning. Zhao Dashan laughed heartily. Far from it. Chu He silently mused. Indeed, it was the aged Liu Yangshu who had fallen. Steward Chu has proven himself truly impressive. Just then, Wu Shan and the others recognized the identity of the corpse Chu Changfeng dragged back. It was indeed Liu Yangshu. Why call him steward any longer? He should be addressed as Vice Hall Master. Zhao Dashan's voice boomed. As soon as he spoke, the area fell into a hushed silence. I previously stated that whoever could devise a plan to conquer the mine and slay Liu Yangshu to avenge our fallen brethren will be promoted to Vice Hall Master. Chu He is brave and wise, capable of battling golden core cultivators, and his medical skills surpass even those of the ancient elder. Although his time in the sect has been short, he has saved many disciples and slain Liu Yangshu, earning him immense merit, enough to assume the position of Vice Hall Master. Zhao Dashan added, moreover, through numerous evaluations, I firmly believe that Chu He is undoubtedly one of us, not a spy of the righteous path. His purity is unparalleled. This lack of association with the righteous path was a crucial reason for Zhao Dashan's rapid promotion of Chu Changfeng. As long as one possesses sufficient prestige within the hall, anyone could be appointed as Vice Hall Master, but no righteous cultivator must be allowed to assume such a role. Zhao Dashan's proclamation resonated throughout the mountain, stirring the hearts of all disciples. Indeed, in their minds, Chu He was ruthless and vengeful, traits that were innate gifts not easily emulated by righteous cultivators. All hail, Vice Hall Master Chu! Wu Shan and several other stewards were the first to bow in respect to Chu Changfeng. They understood that the matter had progressed to this point, and Zhao Dashan would not alter his decision. In such circumstances, none wished to invoke misfortune, angering either Chu He or Zhao Dashan, especially Chu He, who held grudges with intensity. To become Vice Hall Master, Chu He inhaled deeply. His next objective was to ascend to Hall Master. Zhao Dashan, how shall I orchestrate your downfall? Poison? Assassination? Madness? Chu Changfeng's gaze settled upon Zhao Dashan. Suddenly, Zhao Dashan shivered. Do you sense a pair of eyes watching us from the shadows? What? Where? Could there be a powerful foe lurking within the heavenly Wu sect? The disciples of the Cold Bones sect instantly became vigilant. Master, I believe your injuries may have led to a delusion. Perhaps we should return to the hall, where I can tend to your wounds, Chu Changfeng suggested. Very well. Your consideration is commendable, Vice Hall Master, Zhao Dashan acquiesced. A day later, Zhao Dashan returned to the alchemy hall, seeking out Chu Changfeng. Chu He, you may not be aware, but only those who attain the position of Vice Hall Master or higher can officially be recognized as disciples of the White Bone Sacred Sect and gain access to its resources. I have submitted your application. You should receive a response shortly, and I anticipate no complications. Zhao Dashan brought forth the news Chu Changfeng longed to hear. Master, I have heard that becoming a disciple of the sacred sect grants won the eligibility to participate in the sacred festival, Chu Changfeng displayed a look of fervent yearning. The sacred festival, known to Chu He as the White Bone Rite, was a day when the disciples of the White Bone Demon sect would offer sacrifices to their revered bone demon god, beseeching for blessings. By participating in the sacred festival, Chu Changfeng would uncover the location of the White Bone Sacred Land, summon powerful beings from the Yin Sacred Land, and rescue disciples such as Ziyue. Zhao Dashan raised an eyebrow. Who have you heard this from? A sense of dread gripped Chu Changfeng's heart. Oh no. Chapter 60. Teammates are my granary. Is it that gossipy Wu Shan? Just as Chu Changfeng pondered how to respond, Zhao Dashan suddenly spoke up. Chu Changfeng's immediate reaction was to answer yes. However, if Zhao Dashan had not disclosed any information about the Bone Festival, what if he was testing him? After a moment's thought, Chu Changfeng shook his head, wishing the leader would not pursue the matter further. To be frank, I have a friend, who precisely he is I cannot reveal. Yet, he possesses considerable cultivation and extensive knowledge, not only about the Bone Sacred Sect, but also about other sects' affairs. Zhao Dashan scrutinized Chu Changfeng, realizing he too harbored some secrets. Nevertheless, there was no need for concern. Everyone has their secrets in this world. Knowing some eminent figures is hardly unusual, and for the discerning. The Bone Festival is not a secret at all. Zhao Dashan clapped Chu Changfeng on the shoulder. In that moment, Chu Changfeng felt an urge to strike Zhao Dashan. But he restrained himself. After all, Zhao Dashan had not harmed him. Instead, he earnestly remarked, "As long as you are not a spy from the righteous path, endangering us, I care not about your origins." After giving Chu Changfeng's shoulder a light pat, Zhao Dashan further explained, "Even if you become a pillar of the Cold Bone sect or a disciple of the Bone Sacred Sect, you still lack the qualification to participate in the annual sacred festival. Not just you, but even I am unqualified. Only those at the vice leader level of the Cold Bone sect can enter the core of the Bone Sacred Sect and participate in the Bone Festival. Moreover, as far as I know, while vice leaders can attend the sacred festival, they can only stand on the periphery and watch, without even a seat." Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng's eyes revealed disappointment. It seemed he would never have the hope of attending the Bone Festival. His current persona was that of one consuming poison pills, with a life expectancy of only a few years. Of course, he would later find a way to explain this issue. His intention in saying this was merely to extract some information from Zhao Dashan. Zhao Dashan paused for a moment before responding, "Indeed, there is no hope. Given that your body is eroded by poison pills, and you have only 2 or 3 years to live. Moreover, ascending to the vice leader level is no simple feat. It requires significant accomplishments. For instance, if you were to eradicate all sects in Qingyao City and consolidate all resources, only then could our Cold Bone sect dominate alone. However, this was an impossible task unless one were a nascent soul cultivator. Who could achieve that? Chu, enjoy your time ahead. Right now, you can command the winds and summon the rain in Qingyao City, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women. Whatever you desire is at your fingertips." With that, Zhao Dashan exited the pill hall. At the moment he stepped out, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes as he mused over Chu He's candor, which had caught him off guard. Chu Changfeng guessed correctly. Zhao Dashan had indeed not mentioned the Bone Festival to Wu Shan. Had Chu Changfeng been evasive about his intentions, his purpose for joining the Cold Bone sect would have been highly suspect. However, Chu Changfeng's openness took Zhao Dashan by surprise, bringing him a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Chu Changfeng was contemplating Zhao Dashan's words. As long as the Cold Bone sect became the sole power in Qingyao City, would he then be eligible for the position of vice leader? If so, it was not an impossible feat. However, before that, he needed formidable strength. While it was unlikely to break through to the nascent soul stage, if he could match its power, given some time, he could certainly manage. With a flash of determination, Chu Changfeng emerged from his room. "Vice leader." The disciple stationed at the door immediately greeted Chu Changfeng with respect. "I will enter seclusion to refine some pills to suppress the poison within me. During this time, do not allow anyone near the pill hall. Otherwise, if they perish from the poison, do not blame me." After saying this, Chu Changfeng closed the door firmly. The disciple hurried to the entrance, ensuring that anyone wishing to avoid death kept their distance from Chu Changfeng. For the next 7 days, Chu Changfeng experienced a rare tranquility. He took out all his precious materials to elevate the grade of his flying swords. 7 days passed, and his strength saw a significant enhancement. Please spare me, I concede. 3 of my flying swords have been upgraded to the second-tier middle grade, while the demon-slaying sword and the inquiring immortal sword remain at the lower second tier. The 7 middle-grade flying swords combined with the 2 lower-grade swords granted Chu Changfeng's spiritual power a magnitude at least 7 or 8 times greater than that of an ordinary mid-golden core cultivator, rivaling even some late golden core practitioners. When faced with a genuine nascent soul cultivator, he felt confident to contend with them, though the outcome remained uncertain. Do not rush, remain steady. Once the demon-slaying and inquiring immortal swords reach the second-tier middle grade, I shall attempt to forge a second-tier upper-grade sword. At that point, even a typical nascent soul cultivator will be easily vanquished. Chu Changfeng began to strategize. Yet, after much deliberation, he shook his head in resignation. He had exhausted all the rare treasures he had brought from the demon domain. To elevate the grade of his flying swords, he required a substantial quantity of rare materials. But where would he procure them? This presented a dilemma. Furthermore, he had no spiritual stones left, with only some spiritual herbs worth 70 to 80,000 spiritual stones, which would also take time to sell. He was still unfamiliar with the demon domain and would require additional time to exchange these herbs for the rare treasures he needed. Was it not a resource repository right beside him? Suddenly, Chu Changfeng thought of someone. Zhao Qianfan, the grandson of the Thunder Peak's master, was a formidable figure at the peak of the Great Ascension stage, rich in resources. Moreover, Zhao Qianfan was beloved by that Great Ascension powerhouse, swimming in wealth. As the saying goes, teammates stockpile grain while I stockpile weapons. My teammates are my granary. I shall seek out Zhao Qianfan to borrow some resources. Stowing away his flying swords, dispelling the formation, Chu Changfeng stepped into the courtyard. Congratulations, Vice Leader, on your emergence from seclusion. Your skills have reached new heights. The disciples in the courtyard immediately congratulated him upon his exit. During my seclusion, has anything occurred? Chu Changfeng inquired. The leader visited a couple of days ago. Noticing your seclusion, he refrained from disturbing you and mentioned that you should visit him after you emerge, as there are important matters to discuss. I understand. Chu Changfeng left the pill hall and headed towards the separate residence of Zhao Dashan and Zhao Xiaoshan. An unsettling premonition stirred within him, as if something significant were about to transpire. Chu He, you have emerged from seclusion. Zhao Dashan and Zhao Xiaoshan were in the courtyard, and they noticed Chu Changfeng as soon as he arrived. Zhao Dashan beamed, observing the vice leader's listless demeanor, concluding that this bout of seclusion must have been in vain. Chu Changfeng. Zhao Xiaoshan could not help but speak up. Chu He, my brother said you look radiant. This time, your seclusion must have yielded. Yielded substantial gains. Unable to bear it any longer, Chu Changfeng feared Zhao Xiaoshan might choke on his words. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Chu Changfeng. I indeed gained something from this seclusion, having exhausted my resources to extend my life by 2 years. At this, Zhao Dashan's face lit up with surprise. What a pity. Is that so? Chu Changfeng replied. Leader, are you happy or unhappy about my extending my life? Chapter 61. I, Chu Changfeng, value credibility. Zhao Dashan laughed heartily. Seeing that the Deputy Hall Master can extend his lifespan, I am undoubtedly delighted. You are well aware of your vast knowledge. Yet you often misuse idioms. Chu Changfeng. Zhao Xiaoshan corrected him. It is indeed a matter of limited learning. Shallowness. Correct. Zhao Xiaoshan nodded emphatically. These two brothers were truly a perfect match. Chu Changfeng chose not to engage in further debate. Hall Master, I have heard from my subordinates that you seek me for something important? Chu Changfeng inquired. It is indeed good news. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the White Bone Sacred Sect, a pillar of the Cold Bone Sect, Zhao Dashan proclaimed, retrieving a token from his storage pouch and presenting it to Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng glanced down. Yihong Tower. A first-class VIP? No, that's not it. Is the headquarters of the White Bone Sacred Sect located at Yihong Tower? I took the wrong one. Zhao Dashan swiftly exchanged the token for another. Upon examining the new token, Chu Changfeng noted that one side depicted a throne of bones, while the other bore the characters Chu He. This is your identification token. Make sure to keep it safe, Zhao Dashan advised earnestly. Certainly, Chu Changfeng replied with equal gravity. In addition, I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news to share with you. Which would you like to hear first? Zhao Dashan continued. To be honest, Chu Changfeng had not anticipated having such a choice. Let's hear the bad news first. Zhao Dashan sighed. The bad news is that I intend to resign from my position as Hall Master, seeking a leisurely role at the headquarters, so I can take my brother to seek treatment and help him regain his cultivation. Furthermore, I have recommended you to the headquarters for the position of Hall Master of the Coldbone Sects in Kuei City Branch. After all, your cultivation is the highest in the branch, and your knowledge, only slightly beneath mine, makes you the best candidate. Chu Changfeng. Isn't this, in fact, good news? After becoming the Deputy Hall Master, Chu Changfeng had been contemplating an opportunity to eliminate Zhao Dashan and ascend to the role of Hall Master himself. Had it not been for his recent focus on refining flying swords, he would have acted sooner. Now, Zhao Dashan had voluntarily recommended him, which saved him considerable trouble. However, the headquarters rejected my proposal and decided to dispatch an elder to take on the role of Hall Master. This news was indeed rather disappointing. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow, feeling as though he was stumbling over one obstacle only to encounter another. Chu He, you must be cautious. The newly appointed Hall Master, Feng Lin, possesses mid-stage golden core cultivation, nearing the late stage. His temperament is grim, and he is ruthless in action. Do not offend him, Zhao Dashan warned solemnly. I will remember, Chu Changfeng thought to himself. Whether you are Feng Lin or any other, those who stand in my way shall perish. Hall Master, what is the good news? Chu Changfeng inquired again. Before Zhao Dashan could respond, he broke into laughter. The good news is that through my desperate battles and brushes with death, I have gained insights that will allow me to break through to the late stage of Golden Core. What sort of good news is that? What relevance does it hold for me? Chu Changfeng silently grumbled, though he feigned surprise and clasped his hands in congratulations. Chu extends his early congratulations to the Hall Master on your breakthrough to the late stage of Golden Core. Not at all, ha ha, Zhao Dashan insisted, though his gleeful laughter betrayed his true feelings. Indeed, it was quite noteworthy. As Chu Changfeng exited Zhao Dashan's residence, he sought out Zhao Qianfan. Chu He, you dare to see me again? Do you know? After the last time you brought people here, I didn't eat for 3 whole days. Now, even the sight of melons makes me want to vomit, Zhao Qianfan complained bitterly, emanating dark energy. Chu Changfeng smiled faintly, ignoring Zhao Qianfan's grievances. What if I could help you leave your current position? I assure you, you will no longer suffer. Zhao Qianfan's eyes brightened, immediately ceasing his complaints. Really? Of course it's true. I am now the Deputy Hall Master, Chu Changfeng declared, thumping his chest. Would you truly be so benevolent? You, who plunders at every opportunity, must have ulterior motives, Zhao Qianfan observed warily. Who doesn't he know that Chu Changfeng is a man who takes advantage of every opportunity? Among the sect disciples, many had fallen victim to Chu Changfeng's schemes, and to this day, none had ever profited from dealings with him. Chu Changfeng replied unabashedly, I do have a request. I merely wish to engage in a fair exchange with you. What do you desire? Zhao Qianfan asked cautiously, arms crossed. Chu Changfeng. At that moment, Zhao Qianfan sported a buzz cut and a thick beard, clearly underestimating the situation. I have no interest in you. I simply wish to exchange some rare treasures. Chu Changfeng stated plainly, and seeing that no one was around, he handed Zhao Qianfan a list detailing the precious items necessary for upgrading his flying swords. The quantity was sufficient to elevate all 9 of his swords to the 2nd tier of excellence. So many? Zhao Qianfan frowned. Just tell me if you have them. Chu Changfeng insisted. Not that many. Zhao Qianfan replied slowly after examining the list. What do you have? Zhao Qianfan immediately marked the items he possessed. Chu Changfeng's eyes lit up. This fellow was indeed wealthy. The rare treasures Zhao Qianfan owned were enough to elevate all of Chu Changfeng's remaining flying swords to the mid-tier of the 2nd grade. with one sword potentially reaching the upper tier. If converted to spirit stones, it would amount to at least 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Very well, we shall exchange. Chu Changfeng decided decisively. Zhao Qianfan suddenly smirked. Why should I trade with you? The more you desire, the less you shall obtain. Chu Changfeng was unperturbed by the threat. Do you not wish to change your position? I do not. Very well. Tomorrow I will send someone to gather 1,000 people to consume poisonous beans, melons, and bitter gourds, spending 12 continuous hours in the restroom, and you shall be the one to clean up. Ugh, are you some kind of demon? Zhao Qianfan gasped in horror at the thought, envisioning a nightmare. After swallowing hard, Zhao Qianfan relented. What can you offer for exchange? I certainly will not accept a loss. Chu Changfeng smiled slightly. You may inquire widely. I am known for my integrity. As he spoke, he produced a flower radiating a soft purple glow and a delicate fragrance. Just a whiff of this flower's scent invigorated the senses. In truth, the flower was a common orchid, which Chu Changfeng had merely sprinkled with luminescent powder and tranquil essence. Yet, it resembled a fourth-grade spiritual herb, the purple jade orchid. Even a true alchemist would find it difficult to discern any flaws from its appearance. This is Zhao Qianfan's pupils constricted in surprise. The fourth-grade spiritual herb, purple jade orchid? Chu Changfeng's eyes brightened. I see you have an eye for quality. Zhao Qianfan replied, of course. I once saw this in my grandfather's treasury, left in a corner. Chu Changfeng. He too longed for a grandfather like that. So he would have to work so hard. Zhao Qianfan continued. If you are willing to exchange that purple jade orchid for my rare treasures, I would accept. But this purple jade orchid isn't a fake, is it? Chu Changfeng thumped his chest. I, Chu Changfeng, swear to the heavens. If the purple jade orchid is fake, I shall pay tenfold for the deception. Should I break this vow, may taste buds grow at the end of my intestines. Chapter 62. Chu Changfeng. You truly lack humanity. What a flavorful vow this is. Upon hearing Chu Changfeng's words, Zhao Qianfan suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Just say whether you can accept it or not, he urged. Chu Changfeng continued, or shall I swear another oath? If I fail to uphold my words, shall I be struck by lightning, live a life of solitude, or perhaps be crushed by a dump truck? What is a dump truck? Zhao Qianfan inquired. Curiosity etched on his face. Chu Changfeng replied, a kind of treasure that enables an ordinary person to travel 1,000 miles in a day, bearing thousands of pounds. Such a thing exists? Zhao Qianfan pondered. You should consider whether you will accept my proposal. Zhao Qianfan fell into silence, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Even if I agree to Chu Changfeng's request and hand over those rare treasures, it wouldn't be a significant loss. I have no use for those peculiar items. They merely gather dust. They vanish. Instead, they will be exchanged for the company of Ziyu Yulan. More importantly, I could secure a better position and escape this wretched place. In fact, I would be gaining. With his thoughts racing, Zhao Qianfan finally resolved, very well. I will agree to trade with you. I can provide you with those extraordinary treasures. Good. I knew you would make the right choice. Chu Changfeng smiled with satisfaction upon hearing Zhao Qianfan's words. He then led Zhao Qianfan to an abandoned warehouse. With a swift motion, Chu Changfeng produced several array plates and placed them around the room. As these plates were activated, a gentle light enveloped the entire space, creating an atmosphere of isolation. Zhao Qianfan suddenly felt a surge of tension. Do not be anxious. I have no intention of harming you for the treasures. I merely wish to avoid interruptions during our transaction, as a large number of rare items could cause fluctuations in spiritual energy, easily attracting attention. Chu Changfeng reassured him. Now, we may proceed with the trade. Chu Changfeng regarded Zhao Qianfan with a slight smile. Zhao Qianfan nodded. Then, without hesitation, he patted his storage bag. With a clatter, a multitude of rare treasures poured forth like a stream, covering the floor. Each item radiated brilliance and spiritual energy, dazzling the eye. Chu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his breath quickened. These treasures were precisely what he sought. In the next moment, he eagerly gathered the bounty into his own storage bag. He was elated. The value of these treasures reached hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. He could hardly fathom how much time and effort it would take to acquire them outside. Zhu Jianfan, do not forget your promise to me, Zhao Qianfan warned sternly as he watched Chu Changfeng collect the treasures. Rest assured, how could I forget? I will find you a suitable position shortly, Chu Changfeng replied with a smirk. Is that all? Zhao Qianfan's gaze fixated on the Ziyu Yulan in Chu Changfeng's hand, seemingly dissatisfied with the response. Of course not. Chu Changfeng glanced at the orchid. This Ziyu Yulan was hard to obtain, but now it is yours. Before he finished speaking, he carelessly tossed the Ziyu Yulan towards Zhao Qianfan as if it were trash. Be careful not to damage my treasure, he cautioned. Zhao Qianfan was startled and hurriedly reached out to catch it. After he ensured the Ziyu Yulan landed safely, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, it had not been damaged. However, he failed to notice that Chu Changfeng had said hard to obtain, not hard to get. A single word made all the difference. I never expected you to truly honor your promise, Zhao Qianfan remarked, his expression complex as he regarded Chu Changfeng. Chu Changfeng's reputation within the sacred grounds was rather poor. He was known as a cunning and shameless villain. Even dogs would shake their heads at the mention of him. I have told you before. I'm a man of my word. What I say, I will do. It is simply that you all view me through colored lenses, so whatever I do appears wrong. Prejudice in the heart is like a mountain, Chu Changfeng stated as he waved his hand, retracting the array plates he had set up. Zhao Qianfan's gaze shifted, and he found himself moved by Chu Changfeng's words. Perhaps he was not as detestable as he seemed. By the way, all of these are yours. Chu Changfeng suddenly tossed out another item. What is it? Zhao Qianfan instinctively reached out to catch it. Wow! Upon recognizing the object in his hand, Zhao Qianfan was taken aback, nearly wide-eyed. It was a bouquet of flowers. All Ziyu Yulan? 10 of them. Are you giving them all to me? 10 Ziyu Yulan are worth at least 3 million low-grade spiritual stones. Even if I emptied my savings, I couldn't afford them. Indeed, they are all yours. A promise is a promise. I have fulfilled my word. From this point forward, we owe each other nothing. A promise is a promise. Oh no! Zhao Qianfan was momentarily stunned. Then he stuffed one of the blue flowers into his mouth and took a hearty bite. Damn it, there's no spiritual energy at all. This is just an ordinary orchid. What about the others? Zhao Qianfan bit into each flower, only to have his last glimmer of hope shatter. No effect. They're all just regular orchids. Chu Changfeng, you deceive me. Zhao Qianfan roared, his grievances manifesting as black smoke. What do you mean? This was clearly a fair trade. How could I have deceived you? Chu Changfeng frowned. Moreover, you accepted my terms of compensation, and I have fulfilled my promise. I find this transaction quite pleasant. Pleasant for you, of course. You profited immensely while I was left with nothing. Zhao Qianfan, do not be unreasonable, Chu Changfeng warned, frowning. I am a victim here. How did I become unreasonable? Zhao Qianfan retorted. You are swimming in riches while I am left empty-handed. Those were tens of thousands of spiritual stones I had accumulated over many years. Chu Changfeng pondered for a moment, then relented. Fine, you seem rather pitiful. I will give you some additional compensation. Zhao Qianfan's eyes lit up. In the next moment, Chu Changfeng produced another 10 self-made Ziyu Yulan, each costing a single spiritual stone. Zhao Qianfan's patience shattered. Who wants your worthless orchids? That's enough. The master is calling me for dinner. I must take my leave. By the way, let us avoid contacting each other unless necessary, Chu Changfeng concluded, waving his sleeve as he departed. Watching Chu Changfeng recede until he vanished from sight, Zhao Qianfan's fist tightened. Chu Changfeng, just wait. Once I return to the sacred grounds, I will settle this score with you. In a fit of rage, Zhao Qianfan seethed. Chapter 63. Is the new official going to burn me upon taking office? I intend to retreat for a period, unless it pertains to matters of life and death. Please do not disturb me. Upon returning to the alchemy hall, Chu Changfeng instructed the disciples outside. Deputy Hall Master, have you not just emerged from seclusion? One disciple expressed his surprise. Furrowing his brow, Chu Changfeng retorted, Are you questioning me? I dare not. I merely feel. I do not require your feelings. I only demand my own. Chu Changfeng cast a cold glance at the disciple, warning, should there be a next time, you may as well take your own life. Understood. The disciple immediately broke into a cold sweat. To be frank, he had encountered numerous demonic cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Yet one as ruthless as Deputy Hall Master Chu was a first for him. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Chu Changfeng skillfully set up several formations to ensure that no spiritual energy would leak during his sword forging, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Taking out the rare treasures he had exchanged with Zhao Qianfan, he could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of a descendant favored by true great ascension experts. How many golden core cultivators could casually produce treasures worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones? This illustrates the distinction between assets and cash flow. There are countless individuals who, despite numbering in the tens of thousands, cannot produce a mere 100,000. These rare treasures would significantly elevate my cultivation and augment my combat prowess. Once the Demon Slayer and Inquisition swords advance to the mid-tier of the second rank, I shall attempt to forge a high-tier sword of the second rank. The late Golden Core stage shall then be within my grasp. Taking a deep breath, Chu Changfeng dispelled distracting thoughts, retrieved the necessary treasures, and commenced his sword forging. With the continuous enhancement of his cultivation, he discovered that the speed at which he upgraded the quality of his swords had increased significantly. In merely 3 days, he elevated both the Demon Slayer and Inquisition swords to the mid-tier of the second rank. Observing the two swords swirling around him, he could not help but exclaim, "Zhao Qianfan is truly a good person. If only he were a bit wealthier." Human satisfaction is an elusive pursuit. Many will always desire more. Wait, senior. Be cautious behind you. Ancestor, spare my life. I concede. Demon Slayer, exterminate evil. Inquisition. Like a general summoning his troops, Chu Changfeng called forth 9 flying swords. He then pointed, and the Demon Slayer's sword soared to his front. Zhao Qianfan, endowed with a Thunder attribute spirit body and having received the legacy of the Thunder Peak, possessed an abundance of treasures with Thunder attributes. Thus, among the rare treasures Chu Changfeng held, the majority were of the Thunder attribute, making the Demon Slayer's sword, which also bore this attribute, the only one capable of merging and advancing. However, just as Chu Changfeng was about to act, a voice from outside interrupted. "Deputy Hall Master. Hall Master, please come at once. There are urgent matters to discuss." "Zhao Hadashin seeks me?" Chu Changfeng frowned, sheathing his swords and hastening towards the door. "Did the Hall Master mention the nature of the matter?" he inquired of the disciple outside. The disciple shook his head. The Hall Master did not specify, but he seemed quite anxious and insisted that you must go. In the main hall, Chu Changfeng saw Zhao Dashin standing before an elderly man, seemingly introducing the details of the branch hall. The elder, donned in plain robes with a head of white hair and a prominent hooked nose, listened intently to Zhao Dashin's account, occasionally nodding in agreement or interrupting to inquire about specifics regarding the branch hall. Chu Changfeng surmised that this elder was likely the hall master assigned by the main hall, Fenglun, who would prove to be a stumbling block on his path to success. Zhao Dashin noticed Chu Changfeng and waved, "Hall Master Feng, our branch's deputy hall master has arrived." As Chu Changfeng approached, he heard the elder suddenly remark, "Let irrelevant individuals wait here. Zhao Hall Master may continue discussing the affairs of the hall." Zhao Dashin's expression shifted slightly as he quickly explained, "Hall Master Feng, Chu he is not an irrelevant individual. He is our deputy hall master and will be managing the branch alongside you in the future. Chu he is astute and capable, having played a crucial role in eliminating the branch's former leader, Liu Yangshu. I believe he will become your right-hand man. Is he even worthy to share governance with me?" Hall Master Feng's face immediately contorted with disdain upon hearing this. "To my knowledge, this Chu he is merely a fleeting specter who barely attained golden core cultivation through poison pill techniques. Essentially, he remains a foundational ant, hardly deserving of recognition." Feng Luan's contempt for Chu Changfeng was unabashed. Seeing this, Zhao Elder's expression grew somewhat displeased. He addressed Feng Luan. "Chu he has shed blood for us and rendered great contributions. How can you so lightly dismiss him?" However, Feng Luan paid no heed to Zhao Elder's words and replied indifferently, "The position of Deputy Hall Master is critical to me. I cannot arbitrarily appoint anyone. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. Zhao Hall Master, I trust you understand this principle. Is this old man attempting to remove me?" He doesn't even bother to disguise it, showing complete disregard. Outside the hall, Chu Changfeng overheard their exchange clearly. Whether Feng Luan respected him or not was of little concern. Many had looked down upon him before, and Feng Luan was not even worthy of being counted among them. However, he had painstakingly climbed to this position. How could he allow it to be stripped away by mere words? That was absolutely unacceptable. This elder is a stumbling block on my path to success. I must eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. In that moment, Chu Changfeng resolved to remove Hall Master Feng to safeguard his position and aspire to become the leader of the branch hall. Hall Master, let it be, Chu Changfeng said after a brief silence. If Hall Master Feng has a suitable candidate to replace me, I shall willingly step aside and yield my position. Feng Lun looked at Chu Changfeng and smiled. You are indeed a wise individual. This spares us much trouble. However, I am aware of your contributions to the hall and cannot let a meritorious person feel neglected. Henceforth, you shall continue to manage the affairs of the alchemy hall. However, I will require a thorough review of the distribution of all medicinal materials and pills. Chu Changfeng understood that Feng Luan was subtly warning him. Although he appeared to allow him to continue managing the alchemy hall, in reality, he imposed numerous constraints. You may oversee the alchemy hall, but you shall reap no benefits. Continue to prance about. Your days are numbered. Once my demon slayer sword advances, it will be your demise. Chu Changfeng chose not to linger in further discussion with Feng Lin, knowing that additional words would be futile. He turned and departed. Later that night, Zhao Dashan and Zhao Xiaoshan hurried to the alchemy hall. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng, Zhao Dashan expresses remorse. Chu He, the developments have truly exceeded my expectations. I had heard that Feng Luan was difficult to deal with, but I did not anticipate it would be this dire. However, I am now merely a former hall master and can do little to assist you. With that, he sighed helplessly. Chapter 64. Before I can mount my horse. You have already fallen? Chu He, it is with a profound sense of guilt that my brother and I approach you, Zhao Dashan remarked. Had it not been for your intervention, my brother would have succumbed to his grievous injuries. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Without your assistance, we would have been unable to exact our vengeance on Lu Yangshu. Listening to their words, Chu Changfeng felt a peculiar sensation within him. Had it not been for my involvement, you would not have suffered so. There is no need for the Hall Master to blame himself. It is merely my destiny. Feng Hall Master affirmed. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings forth new subjects. Having appointed me to my position, he would naturally harbor reservations regarding my standing. Chu Changfeng continued, I consider my ability to extricate myself from this situation a fortunate outcome. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly employ other methods to target me, which could lead to dire consequences. Chu He, you possess remarkable insight. Zhao Dashan sighed once more, adding, Feng Luan is exceedingly treacherous. Many who once competed with him within the sect have mysteriously vanished. To be frank, I was genuinely concerned that you might act impulsively and provoke him, for the repercussions would be unimaginable. Rest assured, Hall Master, from this day forth, I shall remain within the confines of the Dan Hall, not venturing elsewhere. Therefore, Feng Luan will not pose a threat to me, Chu Changfeng replied. Zhao Xiaoshan nodded emphatically, fully endorsing Chu Changfeng's decision, acknowledging that yielding is not shameful. It is far better than losing one's life. Brother Zhao, we have come to see you not only to impart our concerns, but also to bid you farewell. Zhao Dashan added, Are you departing now? Zhao Dashan replied, We have said all that we needed to say. Feng Luan has completely taken over the affairs of the hall, and our continued presence here serves no purpose. Thus, we plan to leave tonight. With that, Zhao Dashan clasped his fist in farewell, saying, I have little more to say. I wish you a future filled with misfortune, Brother Chu. Is that truly a blessing? Chu Changfeng retorted, Brother, what I meant to convey is my hope for your rise to greatness. Zhao Dashan continued. Yes, Chu Changfeng interjected, wishing Brother Chu a decline in his cultivation. You are quite polite, Chu Changfeng responded. My brother intends to wish you soaring success. Zhao Dashan reiterated fervently. Enough, enough, please refrain from further blessings. Zhao Xiaoshan interjected hastily. Should this continue, their relationship may well become irrevocably strained. Zhao Dashan relented, then concluded, The mountains remain unchanged. and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again, though the time is uncertain. There is a time, Zhao Xiaoshan corrected. Chu Changfeng was left astounded, pondering how Zhao Dashan had managed to endure thus far. Once the Zhao brothers departed, the smile on Chu Changfeng's face vanished, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion and permit no one to disturb me, he declared. However, no one responded to his proclamation in the courtyard. It dawned on Chu Changfeng that following his removal from the position of Vice Hall Master, the disciples who had previously heeded his commands had also been reassigned. Now, he was alone in the Dan Hall. One must admit, Feng Luan's ruthlessness is indeed commendable. Chu Changfeng took it upon himself to inscribe a warning on the stone floor of the courtyard. In seclusion, trespassers will face death. Thereafter, he retreated into the alchemy chamber to concentrate on refining rare treasures and enhancing the quality of the demon-slaying sword. Hall Master, Wu Shan requests an audience. Upon hearing the voice from outside the hall, Feng Luan indifferently uttered, "Enter." Creak. Moments later, the hall door opened and Wu Shan cautiously stepped inside, head bowed and body hunched, exhibiting a demeanor of trepidation. Bang! The door closed behind him. Feng Luan lifted a teacup from the table beside him, took a sip, and then spoke languidly, "Wu Steward, what brings you to me?" Zhao Dashan and Zhao Xiaoshan have departed overnight. They're perceptive enough. Feng Luan nodded lightly. However, they met with Chu He before leaving. Oh, and then, after bidding farewell to the two, Chu He inscribed the words in seclusion. Trespassers will face death on the floor outside the Dan Hall. After a moment of silence, Feng Luan chuckled. It appears he acted in anger. But perhaps it was merely a fleeting emotion. I had heard that Chu He was ruthless and merciless, and that dealing with him would require considerable effort. Now it seems I was overly concerned, for he is nothing more than that. Wu Shan inquired, "Master, should I continue to monitor him?" "There is no need. He currently resembles a wounded beast, retreating to lick its wounds in solitude, devoid of ambition and, therefore, poses no threat," Feng Luan replied. "I have an important task for you. I am at your service, Master. Deliver 2 invitations to the leaders of the Grey Crow sect and the Yinli sect, requesting their presence for a wine and tea tasting at Tianxiang Mountain 7 days hence. Master intends to set a trap, ensnaring them without escape." Wu Shan's interest was piqued. The Grey Crow sect, the Yinli sect, the Tianwu sect, and the Hangu sect have divided Yinkuei City into 4 portions. With the Tianwu sect now defunct, only the other 3 remain. If we eliminate both the Grey Crow sect and the Yinli sect, the Hangu sect will dominate entirely. A cold light flickered in Feng Luan's eyes. "Do not presume to understand my intentions with your meager intellect. The strength of the other 2 sects is not to be underestimated. What do you propose we do to eliminate them?" "I intend to collaborate with them, for they possess resources that we lack. Through mutual exchange, our strengths will be amplified." Upon hearing this, Wu Shan was taken aback. This individual, who appears domineering, is, in fact, quite shrewd. Good news does not travel far, but bad news spreads swiftly. On the 2nd day of Chu Changfeng's seclusion, news of Chu He being sidelined circulated widely. Wonderful, that sinister and vindictive individual is finally being dealt with. I have long asserted that he is inexperienced and unworthy of the Vice Hall Master position. Did you utter those words? I recall that those who spoke such sentiments have already been eliminated by him. I previously expressed those thoughts internally. Now, I can proclaim them openly. With his downfall, I no longer fear him. Feng Luan is a good man. The hall erupted in cheers. Although some had not suffered under Chu Changfeng's hand, they joined in the celebration. There was no other reason. Witnessing those once high and mighty fall from grace brought them joy. Yet, only one person could not find joy in the matter. "What? Are you telling me that Chu He has fallen?" Zhao Qianfan was struck like lightning upon hearing this news. He had been awaiting Chu Changfeng to facilitate his transfer, only to be met with this shocking revelation. "I have yet to mount my horse, and you have already fallen? Is that right?" Chapter 65. The uninvited gathering 7 days later. A sharp clang of a sword echoed throughout the chamber. As he beheld the shimmering demon-slaying sword before him, a glimmer of joy flickered in Chu Changfeng's eyes. At last, it has come to fruition. I, Chu Changfeng, have now entered the late stage of the Golden Core. In an instant, his cultivation surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from the mid to the late stage of the Golden Core. However, future growth and strength will become increasingly arduous. The resources required will be greater, and the world must be broader. Chu Changfeng sheathed his flying sword and stepped out, leaving the alchemy hall. He noticed the disciples bustling about in haste. "What is happening?" he inquired. "Ah, Chu He," a disciple exclaimed, startled. "I advise you to refrain from prying too much. After all, you're no longer the deputy hall master. If the hall master wished for you to know, you would not have to ask us." Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow. "Though I am no longer the deputy hall master, I remain a member of the Coldbone sect." With that, he activated the heart-devouring curse, exuding a black aura, and a formidable pressure descended upon the disciple. Thud! The late-stage Qi refinement practitioner could not withstand this force and knelt before him. "I believe you have forgotten. While I may no longer hold the title of Deputy Hall Master, it does not mean my cultivation has diminished," Chu Changfeng stated calmly. "The golden core cannot be insulted." The disciple felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly replied, "Tonight, the Hall Master has invited the leaders of the Grey Crow sect and the Ainley sect to Qingyao Mountain for a gathering, and we are all busy preparing." In truth, this was not a secret. Many disciples were aware. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. "Is that so? You may go." He waved his hand, and the disciple fled in relief. "Ha! Drinking, brewing tea, and admiring the moon? You certainly have a sense of aesthetics. Just in time. I can seize this opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." Contemplating this, Chu Changfeng returned to his room and retrieved a set of garments. These were neither night attire nor the vestments of the Coldbone sect, but rather those of a disciple from the Tianqian sect. "Old friend, we shall fight side by side once more," he murmured softly. Later that night, beneath the luminous moon, a delicate pavilion stood quietly atop Qingyao Mountain. The pavilion's roof was adorned with green tiles, its corners elegantly arched, resembling a phoenix poised for flight. Feng Luan sat alone at a stone table. A small stove before him, the charcoal within crackling merrily, releasing puffs of steam. A ceramic teapot rested atop the stove, its spout exuding fragrant vapors. "Ah, such elegance!" Chu Changfeng silently scoffed. Indeed, he had arrived. While others were invited to this gathering, he had insisted on attending, planning to surprise Feng Luan at the onset of the festivities. Before long, two gray streaks of light appeared from the horizon, landing on the mountaintop. They were two slender figures clad in gray robes, their hair tied up with a few gray feathers. They were the leader and deputy leader of the Grey Crow sect. "Haha, you two have arrived just in time. The tea is freshly brewed." Feng Luan welcomed them with a smile, pouring tea for the two. However, the leaders of the Grey Crow sect exchanged glances at the steaming tea, but made no move to partake. One of the fundamental principles of demonic cultivators is to avoid drinking tea prepared by strangers. Feng Luan, however, did not push the matter, lifting a cup and sipping leisurely. Moments later, two figures clad in white appeared on the mountaintop, a man and a woman. The woman, veiled, was the leader of the Ainley sect, while the man, possessing a refined appearance, was the deputy leader. "It seems we have arrived a bit late," the woman remarked. "Not at all. Not at all. As long as you have come, is just right." Feng Luan gestured for them to sit. Yet, the leaders of the Ainley sect remained wary, glancing at the pavilion, none daring to enter. "If there is something to discuss, Hall Master Feng may do so," the Ainley sect leader said, her voice imbued with a chill distance. Feng Luan smiled slightly. "Please do not be anxious. I have summoned you for a matter of great importance." Suddenly, the deputy leader of the Ainley sect interrupted. "Hall Master Feng mentioned a matter of great importance. Yet has he forgotten someone?" "Who?" Feng Luan was taken aback. Glancing around at the four present, "Everyone who should be here is here. I do not sense anyone missing." The deputy leader continued. "Where is your deputy hall master from the Coldbone sect? I have yet to see him." "Indeed, could it be that your deputy hall master is laying trap for us?" The leaders of the Grey Crow sect grew tense. Feng Luan raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to Chu He? I have dismissed him. Our branch of the Coldbone sect currently has no deputy hall master. You may rest assured. Apart from us few, there is no one else within a 50-mile radius." "Ah, I see. The hall master is indeed keen to make a strong impression." They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat reassured. "Let us dispense with idle chatter. I shall now address the main issue." Feng Luan began, but at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hall Master, the 8 Directions soul-locking formation has been set up and is ready to be activated. This voice thundered across the mountaintop. What is happening? Who is speaking? What is going on? Hall Master Feng, what is the meaning of this? The members of the Grey Crow and Enli sects fell into disarray. Chuhi. Feng Luan's face flushed with anger as he smashed the teacup to the ground. He recognized the voice as belonging to Chuhi. Hall Master, I understand now. I shall activate the formation. Chu Chongfeng's voice echoed again across the mountaintop. In the next moment, he activated the formation set up on Tianxiang Mountain, and instantly, a golden barrier arose, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloping a 10-mile radius. How could there be a formation? Feng Luan was dumbfounded. Where did this formation come from? Are you not aware? The leader of the Grey Crow sect coldly remarked, if I am not mistaken, just now Hall Master Feng smashed the cup as a signal. Did he not? I did not. I truly did not. Feng Luan protested. Chuhi, you treacherous fiend. The leader of the Enli sect retorted. Feng Luan, stop pretending. I swear I'm not pretending. I genuinely do not know what is happening. I am completely innocent. Feng Luan defended himself. If I wish to trap you, why would I be caught in this predicament with you? That would be contradictory. That is your brilliance, to immerse yourself in the fray. I did not. I have been wronged. Just then, Chu Chongfeng's voice resounded once more. Hall Master, the formation is fully operational. You may shatter the token to escape. Feng Luan. Chuhi, I curse you. Chapter 66. Feng Luan, I am truly innocent. How could I possibly possess a teleportation token? Chuhi, if you have the courage, come forth so we may settle this matter. Had I known you were so treacherous, I would have eliminated you at the outset. Feng Luan's composure shattered, his anger causing his breath to come in ragged gasps, his hair standing on end. Chuhi continued to pile blame upon him relentlessly. Regret surged within Feng Luan. He had initially believed that Chuhi would retreat in the face of adversity, yielding to his intimidation. Little did he know that the wretch was merely biding his time, waiting for this very moment. Suddenly, Feng Luan sensed a chilling presence. He keenly observed that the members of the Enli sect and the Grey Crow sect regarded him with cold, unmasked hostility. Their gazes filled with a murderous intent that marked him as their sworn enemy. A tightness gripped his heart, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out upon his brow. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm and implored, Dear friends, this is truly a misunderstanding. I swear to the heavens. I have no knowledge of the origins of this matter. You must believe me. I'm also a victim. His voice trembled with urgency and fear as he sought to defuse the imminent crisis. However, his entreaty garnered no expected response. The leader of the Enli sect, a woman with piercing eyes, emitted a glimmer of icy disdain. Do you think we would believe you? Her voice sliced through the air like a chilling wind, sending shivers down his spine. Feng Luan's heart sank. He was acutely aware of the feebleness of his defense. In such circumstances, anyone would harbor doubt towards his words. He thought to himself, if I were in their position, I too would find it hard to believe. At that moment, the leader of the Grey Crow sect spoke, his tone laced with profound disappointment and anger. Feng Luan, you are quite the schemer. You have willingly entered the fray, seeking to seize control of Qingyao City. We have underestimated you and the malevolence of human nature, as well as your ambition and resolve regarding this entire city. His words struck Feng Luan like a heavy hammer, resonating painfully within him. Do not make baseless assumptions. Feng Luan quickly denied. I had no intention of betraying you and monopolizing Qingyao City. I merely sought a mutually beneficial collaboration. Friends, I suggest we cease this pointless delay. We should forego further discussion and act immediately. He feared that if he continued to stall, he might use the teleportation array to flee. I shall strike first to demonstrate, declared the leader of the Enli sect, her voice as frigid as ice. Although she was a woman, her decisiveness and determination rivaled that of any man. Before her words had fully faded, she moved with the swiftness of a specter, hurtling toward Feng Luan. Simultaneously, an aura of chilling cold enveloped her, intensifying around her form. As she progressed, the icy air thickened, causing the surrounding atmosphere to crystallize into shards of ice. Under her command, these shards spun rapidly, resembling a volley of deadly arrows aimed directly at Feng Luan. Do not attack, Feng Luan cried out in terror. After all, This woman was a formidable adversary, not weaker than he. Yet, the leader of the Yinli sect disregarded his pleas, her assault unwavering. Mad woman, Feng Luan thought grimly, realizing that if this strike connected, he would surely bear a grievous wound. Bone demon puppet. With a crack, the ground split open, revealing a towering skeletal puppet, standing over 3 meters tall, resembling a bear-like beast. This puppet had been prepared in anticipation of negotiations collapsing in a conflict with the Yinli and Grey Crow sections. Yet, he had not expected to summon it before discussions had even commenced. Without hesitation, the bone demon puppet lunged forward to attack, swinging its massive paw down upon the ice shards. With a sharp crack, the ice shattered, scattering into countless fragments. Feng Luan, you claim there is no betrayal on your part. Yet why did this bone demon emerge from the ground? The leader of the Yinli sect demanded. Feng Luan found himself at a loss for words. Prepare to die. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching from his side. His heart raced. He knew without looking that the Grey Crow sect was launching an offensive. Indeed, a swarm of Grey Crows, formed from condensed spiritual energy, swooped in, circling around him and emitting piercing cries. Their cacophony was akin to a sinister melody, penetrating his ears and leaving his mind reeling. Feng Luan felt his consciousness blur. Unable to concentrate, the soul attack from the Grey Crow sect proved to be quite troublesome. Just then, another wave of cold surged forth. As hundreds of icy arrows shot toward him, the leader of the Yinli sect was attacking once more. However, the 2 deputy leaders from the Grey Crow and Yinli sects did not engage. They merely observed each other warily, clearly guarding against potential complications. In such chaotic circumstances, no one could predict what might transpire. Yet, even with just the 2 mid-stage Golden Core leaders attacking, Feng Luan felt immense pressure bearing down upon him. Chu He, if I do not perish today, it will surely be you who meets your end. I swear it. As he defended himself against the onslaught of the 2 leaders, he inwardly cursed Chu Changfeng. Having often walked by the river, today he found himself soaked. He could never have imagined that a seemingly inconsequential figure would orchestrate such a predicament for him. In the distance, Chu Changfeng observed the fierce clash with a sense of calmness, a smile gracing his lips. Old Deng, were you not always arrogant and dismissive? Why do you not appear so audacious now? Did you not look down upon me earlier? Chu Changfeng, far from sane himself, had long harbored a desire for revenge after Feng Luan had stripped him of his deputy position and authority over the Alchemy Hall's accounts. Witnessing Feng Luan's current plight filled him with immense satisfaction. Though Chu Changfeng stood outside the fray, he could still perceive the overwhelming resentment radiating from Feng Luan, a dark cloud of anger rising like smoke. Not only that, but the others around him also exuded a palpable discontent, clearly feeling as though they had been grievously wronged by Feng Luan. These feelings of resentment were precisely what Chu Changfeng sought to exploit, drawing upon them with his resentment-devouring heart technique. Thus, he refrained from striking prematurely, opting instead to eliminate the numerous demonic cultivators before him. After all, opportunities to breach the defenses of multiple Golden Core practitioners simultaneously were exceedingly rare, and these individuals were now ensnared like fish in a barrel. Given the circumstances, he deemed it prudent to extract every ounce of value from these demonic cultivators for his own cultivation. Chapter 67. I am Gu Changfeng of the Heavenly Xian sect. As Gu Changfeng's cultivation grew stronger, the energy embedded within his resentful thoughts intensified. Over time, Chu Changfeng's mastery of the heart-devouring curse sword. In stark contrast, Feng Luan found himself increasingly beleaguered. Within just half a stick of incense, his body was marred by numerous wounds, rendering him a pitiful sight. His garments were tattered, blood oozing from deep lacerations that exposed bone. For Chu Changfeng, the passage of time seemed swift, but for Feng Luan, each second elongated into an interminable nightmare. He had lost count of the number of times he had wandered near the gates of the underworld, his throat hoarse from incessantly shouting his innocence. But I cannot die here. I must survive to seek out Chu He and exact my vengeance. The pursuit of revenge against Chu He had become an obsession for Feng Luan. Yet, in the depths of his despair, a sudden thought emerged. Stop, good fellows. I concede. I have a way to prove my innocence. Before the words fully escaped his lips, Feng Luan unleashed a formidable spell, channeling spiritual energy that surged like a torrential river into his hands, which instantly transformed into a pitch-black serpent that lunged violently at the formation. What does this mean? Has he lost his mind? Is he truly attacking the very formation he set? The disciples of the Grey Crow sect and the Yinli sect were momentarily taken aback. However, Feng Luan did not pause. The dark serpent raced toward the formation, colliding forcefully with the shimmering barrier that the array had formed. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated as the barrier flickered ominously. Clearly, the force of Feng Luan's strike was immense. Behold, I am exerting every ounce of my strength to help you dismantle this accursed formation. Do you still doubt me? Seizing the moment of their astonishment, he shouted, "If you remain skeptical, feel free to continue attacking me. Yet I shall persist in my assault on the formation." Feng Luan's voice echoed within the array. The members of the Yinli sect and Grey Crow sect exchanged glances, their murderous intent towards him somewhat diminished. They began to slowly believe Feng Luan's words. After all, given the current circumstances, he did not appear to be the architect of the formation. Instead, he seemed more like a victim ensnared in a trap. Considering your earnest efforts to dismantle the formation, we shall grant you our trust. For now, the leader of the Yinli sect stated coldly. The leader of the Grey Crow sect concurred. We can temporarily trust you, but do not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, we shall not spare you. At this, Feng Luan, a formidable mid-stage golden core cultivator, felt a surge of emotion. For the first time, he experienced the warmth of being trusted. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you all in escaping, he eagerly affirmed, nodding vigorously to assure them of his sincerity. The tense atmosphere in the room finally began to ease. Boom, boom, boom. Without further concerns, Feng Luan unleashed a relentless barrage against the barrier formed by the array. Waves of powerful spiritual energy erupted from him, and he even summoned his skeletal puppet to join the assault. Yet, despite the array flickering erratically, it remained impervious. Feng Luan's attempts to breach it were in vain. Is this impenetrable formation truly arranged by Chuhi? It is far too robust. Only a second-tier array master could create such a construct, he thought. But isn't he an alchemist? How could he possess such mastery over formations? Feng Luan glared at the array, his anger surging. However, he understood that with his own strength, it was nearly impossible to dismantle this formation. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others and solemnly declared, "Friends, this formation is exceptionally sturdy. It cannot be dismantled by my strength alone. Thus, I propose we join forces, combining our strengths to break through this array. Once it is shattered, I will lead you to find that treacherous Chu He and prove my innocence." Upon hearing his words, the others recognized the gravity of the situation. "Very well, we shall assist you." However, just as their agreement hung in the air, an unexpected voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "No need for such trouble. I have arrived." The crowd turned in astonishment to see a figure ascend the mountain peak. With his back to the bright moon, his sleeves billowing, he appeared as if he had stepped forth from the realm of celestial beings. "Is that Chuhi?" they murmured. But no, he was clad in the attire of the Heavenly Xian sect, one of the righteous sections. After a brief moment of shock, Feng Luan, along with the Grey Crow sect and Yinli sect members, voiced their bewilderment. Chu Changfeng halted before the formation, his gaze as frigid as the stars, sweeping across each individual present. "The game is over." His voice was calm, devoid of emotion, like the pronouncement of judgment upon Feng Luan and the others. "You are Chu He." Without a doubt, that voice cannot be mistaken. Feng Luan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chu Changfeng, his expression a mix of incredulity and realization. "Chu He, this is your true appearance, is it not?" "Feng Luan, he is a righteous cultivator. Do you not comprehend? He is a righteous cultivator masquerading as a demonic one, infiltrating our cold-bone sect." Feng Luan's expression darkened. "Who exactly are you?" Chu Changfeng replied. "I am Gu Changfeng of the Heavenly Xian sect, and I do not alter my name or my lineage." The name Heavenly Xian sect, Gu Changfeng, echoed loudly among the demonic cultivators, particularly striking Feng Luan. He stared at Chu Changfeng, momentarily dazed. Was this the same Chu He who had once cowered before him? The same one whose position as deputy hall master he had stripped away, rendering him mute? The one who had silently licked his wounds in the alchemy hall after facing setbacks before him? No, all of it was a ruse. It was all a fade. Chu-he, no, Gu Changfeng, you have deceived me splendidly, even fooling me. And not just me, but that fool Zhao Dashan as well. He had sworn to me that you could not possibly be a spy, for you resembled a demonic cultivator more than any demonic cultivator could. Feng Luan gritted his teeth in fury. As a disciple of the heavenly Xin sect, what brings you to the demon domain? The leader of the Yinli sect inquired softly. I have come for 4 words. What 4 words? To act on behalf of heaven and uphold justice. Slay demons and eradicate evil. Seek the immortal. Chu Changfeng summoned 3 flying swords in that moment. At this juncture, the demonic cultivators perceived the depth of his cultivation, late-stage golden core. He was also a sword cultivator. This was indeed a dire situation. Chapter 68. The Deadlegs Run. With both hands forming intricate gestures, Chu Changfeng cast his spell, causing a fissure to suddenly appear in the tightly sealed formation. The 3 flying swords, Demon Slayer, Exorcism, and Inquiry into Immortality, rushed into the formation with the speed of lightning. They intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling beam of sword light that surged toward Feng Luan, the Vice Master of the Grey Crow sect, as well as the Master and Vice Master of the Yinli sect. Don't be afraid, Master. I once fortuitously acquired a rare treasure known as the Sword Restraining Stone, which can disrupt flying swords and is particularly effective against sword cultivators. The Vice Master of the Yinli sect suddenly produced a black stone. What a coincidence! I possess the same artifact. The Vice Master of the Grey Crow sect also revealed a black stone. Such treasures exist? The crowd's eyes brightened, and even smiles appeared on some faces. Then why panic? However, in the next moment, 2 muffled thuds echoed. The Demon Slayer and Exorcism swords simultaneously severed the heads of the 2 Vice Masters. They did not even have time to let out a scream before they succumbed to death. In the presence of a late-stage golden core sword cultivator, the 2 early-stage demonic cultivators were as fragile as ants. As their heads fell, disbelief was etched on their faces. They had not even comprehended what had transpired before being struck down by the blades. Wasn't it the sword restraining stone? Wasn't it supposed to counter sword cultivators? Is this all? These 2 fools must have been deceived. Feng Luan and the other 2 sect masters were rendered speechless. They cursed inwardly, realizing that placing their hopes on those 2 had been a grave mistake, a waste of their sentiments. At that moment, the 3 flying swords did not cease their assault. They spiraled in the air and charged once more toward Feng Luan, the master of the Yinli sect and the master of the Grey Crow sect. All 3 were mid-stage golden core cultivators, and their formidable spiritual consciousness barely managed to catch a glimpse of the flying sword's trajectory. Quick dodge! Feng Luan's heart sank in terror as he hurriedly attempted to evade. However, as he began to move, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through him. Looking down, he was horrified to find a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth. The Demon Slayer sword made another turn and advanced again. You fool, quickly dodge. Damn it! Feng Luan cried out in sheer panic, desperately trying to evade once more. Yet, just as the thought crossed his mind, another beam of sword light struck him, leaving yet another gaping wound. It was akin to an ordinary person being threatened by a gun. One could see it aimed at them, yet evasion was impossible. The speed of Chu Changfeng's flying swords was astonishing, too swift for any reaction. Moreover, their might was utterly overwhelming. Feng Luan's protective spiritual energy was as flimsy as paper against their assault, utterly incapable of withstanding the blows. The fates of the other 2 sect masters mirrored his own. After an arduous battle, Feng Luan and the masters of the Grey Crow and Yinli sects had exhausted much of their spiritual energy. Faced with the oncoming flying swords, they found themselves helpless, hastily retrieving their own treasures in a futile attempt to withstand the lethal strikes. The master of the Grey Crow sect produced a gray feathered fan, enveloped by a mist of gray energy. The master of the Yinli sect summoned a black chalice, which floated above him, exuding chilling waves of energy. Feng Luan brandished a shield crafted for bones. However, outside the formation, Chu Changfeng suddenly roared, "Do not recklessly use my treasures." This unexpected outburst left everyone stunned. Where are your treasures? As the crowd pondered, Chu Changfeng pointed directly at Fenglun, shouting furiously, "Old Deng, quickly put down my bone shield." "Are you out of your mind?" Fenglun exclaimed, as if struck by lightning. His eyes bulged with rage as he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is clearly my own treasure. When did it become yours?" Yet, Chu Changfeng ignored Fenglun's retort and continued berating the other two sect masters. "Demonic scoundrels, you too, put down your treasures. The master of the Enli sect, the master of the Grey Crow sect. Want my treasures? Dream on. Even if I were to destroy it, I would never give it to you." The master of the Grey Crow sect roared, his voice deafening. His eyes bulged like copper bells, bloodshot with fury, as he clutched his gray feathered fan. However, at that moment, the inquiry into immortality sword had already arrived. Facing this strike, the master of the Grey Crow sect directly used his fan to block it. "Didn't you want my treasures? I won't give them to you even if I destroy them." But the very next instant, a cold gleam rushed toward him from behind. The Demon Slayer sword abandoned Fenglun and struck at the master of the Grey Crow sect, instantly piercing through his protective gray mist and spiritual energy, shattering his dantian. Crack! The golden core shattered, and the spiritual energy within the master of the Grey Crow sect erupted like a flood, leaving him utterly fragmented. Swish! The Demon Slayer and inquiry into immortality swords showed no sign of halting, turning their lethal intent toward the next target. "Fenglun, my life is over." Before Fenglun could finish his thought, his head fell to the ground. Meanwhile, thunder rumbled as the exorcism sword transformed into a purple bolt of lightning, leaving dozens of blood holes in the master of the Enli sect, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Golden Core cultivators were regarded as masters in the realm of cultivation, yet they were as powerless as mere chickens before Chu Changfeng. The entire process unfolded with astonishing ease. Chu Changfeng dismantled the formation and retrieved the flying swords, surveying the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, feeling somewhat surprised. This time, not only had he eliminated Fenglun, but he had also slain the masters of the other two sections. This meant that the heads of several major factions in the city had all perished, allowing him to commence his plan of consolidating these powers seamlessly. Glancing at Fenglun, he mused, "I owe you my gratitude, Old Deng. Were it not for your summoning of the other sect masters, my endeavor to defeat them one by one would have been far more arduous. Furthermore, the battle with you and the other masters had already drained their strength, significantly diminishing their capabilities. By the time they realized the need to unite against me, it was already too late. I seized this opportunity and effortlessly triumphed, plucking this ripe fruit. What a good man," Chu Changfeng remarked as he approached Fenglun, picking up the treasure that had fallen to the ground and also pilfering his storage bag. Subsequently, he spared no one else either. After conducting a meticulous search, they uncovered a total of 8 storage bags. Upon opening these bags, he discovered quite a bounty. First were the spiritual stones from the 5 Golden Core cultivators, totaling approximately 50,000, an amount not particularly substantial. Beyond the spiritual stones, the storage bags contained various rare treasures. However, most of these peculiar items were intended for cultivating demonic arts, holding little value for Chu Changfeng. Nevertheless, he estimated they could still fetch several thousand spiritual stones. Among these spoils, the most noteworthy were undoubtedly the various artifacts. After a thorough inventory, Chu Changfeng discovered to his astonishment that there were 3 high-grade second-tier artifacts, 2 mid-grade second-tier artifacts, 5 low-grade second-tier artifacts, and around 10 first-tier artifacts. Chu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had struck it rich. Chapter 69. The Righteousness of Master Feng, a collection of several first-tier magical artifacts, is valued at approximately 10,000 spirit stones. However, the situation changes dramatically with second-tier artifacts. Typically, even a low-grade artifact is worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Although the 5 second-tier low-grade artifacts acquired by Chu Changfeng are not in pristine condition, having endured previous battles and showing signs of damage, their combined worth still amounts to at least 40,000 spirit stones. The 2 second-tier mid-grade artifacts each hold a value of around 40,000 spirit stones as well. As for the 3 second-tier high-grade artifacts, the Bone Shield, Feather Fan, and Cup, each could easily fetch 30,000 spirit stones, totaling at least 90,000 spirit stones for all three. The overall value of the magical artifacts and spirit stones exceeds 200,000, alongside a plethora of unknown materials. Finding an opportunity to exchange them for the rare treasures I require to elevate the rank of my flying swords seems promising, with a stroke of good fortune. It should suffice for 2 swords to ascend in rank, Chu Changfeng mused. Some materials with specific attributes are quite affordable. For instance, the 5 common elemental materials, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are significantly cheaper compared to the rarer lightning and ice attributes. The demon domain truly is a splendid place. As he murmured to himself, he found the older brothers around him to be exceptionally noble, readily sacrificing themselves for the greater good. While speaking, he did not pause his actions, skillfully fabricating the crime scene. He arranged the area to appear as if it had witnessed a fierce battle, with signs of struggle and bloodshed scattered throughout, creating an impression that both parties had fought fiercely, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Satisfied with his handiwork, Chu Changfeng surveyed the scene before swiftly departing and returning to the alchemy hall. The night passed without incident. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Chu Changfeng's face. After stretching lazily and stepping out of his room, he was greeted by a cacophony of commotion. Vice Hall Master, there's grave news. A panicked disciple rushed towards Chu Changfeng, his face a mask of terror. What has happened? Chu Jianfen Yin Gui. The Hall Master hosted a meeting with the leaders and vice leaders of the Grey Crow sect and the Yin Li sect yesterday. The disciple gasped for breath, continuing, "And you won't believe it, the Hall Master has died." Not only did the Hall Master perish, but he also killed the leaders of the other sections. What? The Hall Master is dead? Chu Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Just days prior, the Hall Master had been in good health. Clear the way, everyone. At that moment, a loud roar echoed through the courtyard as Wu Shan led a group of disciples into the yard. They carried a stretcher on which lay Feng Luan's corpse, his head cradled in his arms. Vice Hall Master, I believe the Hall Master can still be saved. You must act quickly. He's already stiff. How can I save him? Chu Changfeng frowned slightly. But the Hall Master cannot die. Wu Shan's eyes brimmed with tears. What are we to do? Before long, the others from the Yin Li sect and Grey Crow sect will come seeking revenge. His voice trembled with concern, not out of sorrow for Feng Luan's death, but rather for the impending chaos they would have to face. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present turned pale with fear. Perhaps we should leave while we still can. Indeed, if they form an alliance, our fate will be dire. Observing the despair etched on everyone's faces, Chu Changfeng recognized that the moment had arrived. A bunch of useless fools. Whoever dares to flee, I shall slay them. Feng Luan may be dead, but I'm still alive. Chu Changfeng's gaze sharpened, sweeping over the crowd, and silence enveloped the area. Look at yourselves. Do you honor Hall Master Feng's sacrifices? Chu Changfeng's voice resonated deeply as he continued. Hall Master Feng displayed remarkable righteousness, willing to sacrifice himself to eliminate powerful adversaries and pave the way for us. Therefore, we must not betray his contributions. We should take the initiative to strike back, obliterating our foes, so that from this day forth, there shall be but one chapter 70. Chu Changfeng, I am the rule. Look, he has faltered. What a pitiful creature. An opportunity to achieve greatness has been presented to you, yet you failed to seize it, a follower sneered, noticing Zhao Qianfan's pale visage. Zhao Qianfan's expression darkened considerably, his body trembling slightly, as if he wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he had succumbed to fear. At that moment, Wu Shan suddenly stepped forward, his voice low yet resolute. Hall Master, I am willing to take the lead and serve as the vanguard. Wu Zhishi exuded strength. His declaration stirred a commotion among the crowd. Chu Changfeng observed the scene quietly, recognizing Wu Shan's fervent desire for advancement. In this fiercely competitive realm, everyone yearns to distinguish themselves and acquire greater resources and status. Currently, all sects had lost their golden core experts, while only the Hangu sect, where Chu Changfeng resided, retained such formidable power. This was undoubtedly an overwhelming advantage and a rare opportunity. As Wu Shan eagerly volunteered, Chu Changfeng readily agreed. Very well. You shall take the lead and attack the Inli sect. I and the brothers of the sect will assault the Hui sect. Wu Shan's heart surged with joy upon hearing this. He felt he finally had a chance to prove himself and achieve greatness. However, as he stood up excitedly and looked around, he suddenly realized he was alone. Hall Master, you can't expect me to attack the Inli sect alone, can you? Unfazed, Chu Changfeng maintained a subtle smile, replying nonchalantly, of course. That is precisely the case. Wu Shan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face paling and cold sweat beading on his forehead. This Chu Changfeng was utterly ruthless. Although the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master of the Inli sect had perished, many foundational practitioners remained within the sect, and challenging the entire Inli sect alone would surely lead to his demise. Rest assured, I have not sent you to your death in vain. You are the backbone of our Hangu sect, Chu Changfeng reassured him, retrieving a basin-sized array plate from his storage bag. The plate, adorned with intricate runes and lines, exuded an ancient copper hue, overwhelming those unfamiliar with formations at a mere glance. Gently caressing the array plate, Chu Changfeng explained, "This is a first-tier superior misty array, quite formidable in power. Simply activate it at the Inli sect, and you'll create a powerful illusion, ensnaring those Inli sect disciples within, rendering them unable to escape. Once we have dealt with the Hui sect, we shall come to your aid. Capturing the entire Inli sect by yourself would indeed be a monumental achievement." Wu Shan, gazing at the array plate, felt a surge of excitement within him. Clenching his fists, he vowed earnestly, "Rest assured, Hall Master, I will not disappoint your expectations and shall strive to fulfill this task." Without delay, he took the array plate and turned to leave. After watching Wu Shan depart, Chu Changfeng turned to the crowd of disciples behind him and called out, "Brothers, let us march forth to the Hui sect." Inside the Hui sect, silence reigned. Numerous disciples huddled around two dismembered corpses, their expressions grave and speechless. These bodies belonged to the Hall Master and Deputy Hall Master of the Hui sect, and their deaths were so gruesome that they were difficult to behold. That Feng Luan is utterly shameless. Using a meeting as a pretext to lure our leaders into his trap, someone muttered indignantly. One cannot entirely blame the Hall Masters for falling into his scheme. Who could have anticipated Feng Luan's treachery? He personally played the bait, leaving our leaders defenseless, another chimed in. Esteemed disciples, given the circumstances, how should we respond? A calm disciple analyzed. First, we must strengthen our defenses. We cannot allow the Hangu sect to exploit any opportunity for a surprise attack, a disciple stated coolly. However, just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the direction of the main gate. The sound was akin to a thunderclap, ringing painfully in the ears of the gathered crowd. Immediately after, a cloud of dust burst forth as walls and buildings collapsed. Amidst the swirling dust, over 100 figures emerged like phantoms, appearing before them. Leading them was none other than Chu Changfeng. "You dare to come to my sect?" The disciples of Hui sect glared furiously at Chu Changfeng, their eyes ablaze with anger and disbelief. Chu Changfeng responded without a flicker of emotion. "If we do not come to slay, would we not undermine Hall Master Feng's scheme? He has thrown himself into the fray, creating an exquisite opportunity for us." Indeed, Feng Luan's initial setup was nothing short of a banquet of doom. A Hui disciple gritted his teeth. In that moment, the Hui sect disciples were overwhelmed with resentment toward Feng Luan. Yet, they struggled to comprehend his actions, for among demonic cultivators, self-interest reigned supreme. What is family? His fortune? Should he perish? At that instant, a Hui disciple spoke gravely. "This is In Kuei City. Once, the Hui sect, Hangu sect, Inli sect, and Tian Wu sect established a pact that no one shall harm another within the city, lest they face a united counterstrike." A cold smile crept across Chu Changfeng's lips as he taunted. "Look around. Who can now challenge our Hangu sect? From this day forth, this city is my dominion. All rules shall be rewritten by me. My actions are the very embodiment of the rule." His words struck the hearts of the Hui disciples like a heavy hammer, their faces shifting to expressions of anger, fear, and helplessness. Yet, within the crowd behind Chu Changfeng, Zhao Qianfan felt a chill. This man epitomized the essence of tyranny and the triumph of the vile. They claimed to be infiltrating the demonic realm. Yet it seemed Chu Changfeng had fully embraced his role, becoming more demonic than the demons themselves, as if he had returned home. Did he not fear the potential for mutual destruction? The Hui disciples clenched their teeth in silence. What a mere fish stir-up. Chu Changfeng waved his hand lightly. The multitude of Hangu sect disciples surged forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. In an instant, an array of treasures, talismans, and spells rained down upon the Hui disciples, producing a cacophony of explosions and dazzling light. The earth trembled violently, and pavilions and towers swayed precariously under the onslaught of this tremendous force, ultimately collapsing in a thunderous crash. Dust filled the air, debris scattered, and chaos ensued. Amidst this tumult, many disciples of the Hui sect were injured or even perished under the barrage of treasures and spells. Meanwhile, Wu Shan had also arrived at the entrance of the Yinli sect. Chapter 71. Fearless, Who Approaches? At the entrance of the Yinli church, two devout followers eyed the approaching Wu Shan with trepidation, as if a formidable adversary was before them, issuing a warning shout. Yet, Wu Shan remained undaunted. His head held high and his stride steady, advancing directly to stand before the two acolytes. In a resonant voice, he declared, "I am Wu Shan, the steward of the Hangu sect." What? A member of the Hangu sect dares to come here? One of the followers, face contorted with rage, growled through clenched teeth. "Why should I not?" Wu Shan replied nonchalantly. "Are you not afraid of death?" The other follower glared at Wu Shan, his grip tightening around the hilt of his long knife, ready to strike at any moment. In the face of these fearsome acolytes, Wu Shan remained remarkably composed. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he calmly replied, "I fear nothing." "Why do you not fear?" The furious follower, taken aback by Wu Shan's audacity, pressed further. "To fear is to fear," Wu Shan reiterated, his tone as tranquil as still water, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the two followers. "Today, I alone shall confront your entire congregation." With that, Wu Shan produced the mysterious array disc that Chu Changfeng had entrusted to him. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his spiritual energy into the disc. The instant the energy touched the artifact, it erupted into a blinding golden light, so radiant that Wu Shan was compelled to squint. As the golden brilliance burst forth, the disc could not withstand the force, shattering into countless fragments. Yet at that moment of destruction, the runes inscribed upon the disc seemed to awaken, swiftly escaping the debris and diving into the ground like raindrops. Suddenly, with a resounding whoosh, a colossal light screen rose from the earth, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloping a 10-mile radius, including the entrance of the Yinli church. This does not resemble a mysterious array at all. Wu Shan gazed at the luminous barrier, perplexed. He had a basic understanding of the mysterious array, which was meant to disorient. Even if two individuals were close, they would struggle to detect one another's presence. However, the array he now found himself within was an entirely different matter. It appeared more akin to a cage, ensnaring all within its confines. What transpired? It seemed a powerful adversary had set a trap within the church. I must see who possesses the audacity to act so brazenly against our Yinli church. As chilling voices echoed, dozens of figures emerged from within the church's confines, akin to phantoms. Some hovered in midair, wielding magical artifacts, while others stood upon the surrounding walls, exuding formidable auras. Upon closer inspection, Wu Shan noted that there were over 30 individuals, among whom 5 were foundational cultivators. This assembly was more than sufficient to deal with him. What sent a chill down Wu Shan's spine was the predatory gaze of these individuals, fixated upon him. This man is a follower of the Hangu sect, and he boasts of taking on our entire congregation single-handedly. The follower at the front shouted, pointing at Wu Shan. Indeed, I witnessed him shatter an array disc, after which our church was enveloped by this formation, another follower added. The followers of the Hangu sect possess audacity. One person against an entire sect, a foundational cultivator so brazen. I shall see just how formidable you truly are. The followers of Yinli church erupted in anger, eager for retribution against the Hangu sect, which had long been a source of their grievances. with Wu Shan now presenting an opportunity. Wait, Wu Shan suddenly cried out, waving his hands in a futile attempt to halt the advancing congregation. If I were to say that this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me? His eyes scanned the crowd, a glimmer of hope flickering within them. However, his words were met with derisive laughter from the followers of Yinli Church. A misunderstanding? Do you expect us to believe such nonsense? You have set up an array in our midst and claim it is a misunderstanding? It is akin to two individuals caught in the act claiming to be mere friends. Brother, that analogy seems a tad inappropriate. Let us keep it reasonable. I'm not here to take a Confucian exam. One steward scoffed. Do you think we're fools? Wu Shan's expression darkened as he realized his attempts to explain were in vain. Everyone actually... Wu Shan hurriedly interjected. I had no knowledge that this was a confinement array. I thought it was merely a mysterious array. Yet, his words only drew more ridicule and scorn. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Is there truly no distinction between a confinement array and a mysterious array? Tell me, would you care whether a robber entering your home was armed with a knife or a sword? A fine sheen of sweat broke upon Wu Shan's forehead, his lips quivering as he attempted to continue his explanation, but he found himself at a loss for words. This time, he was truly in a dire predicament. At that moment, the steward spoke again. It seems that a single Feng Luan has ignited the flames within Yuhan Gu sect members, and now another has plunged into the fray. Wu Shan's complexion paled instantly. He realized he had fallen into an exceedingly awkward situation. Do not say such things. I am truly not that great. Wu Shan stammered. I too have been ensnared. Suddenly, a revelation struck Wu Shan. Indeed, I have been ensnared. It must be that Chu He, in his lack of trust, wishes to use your hands to eliminate me. Chu He has plotted against me. Wu Shan reflected inwardly, acknowledging that, were he in a position of power, he would not permit a mere pawn like himself to exist. Chapter 72. To avoid being stabbed in the back. I must first resolve you. When Chu Changfeng led the multitude of disciples to their destination, Wu Shan had already vanished without a trace, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. The Yinli sect had performed admirably. Chu Changfeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His unease regarding Wu Shan lingered. He had betrayed Zhao Dashan and Feng Luan, and thus, he could just as easily betray him. Unlike the ordinary disciples, Wu Shan held a high position and possessed far too much knowledge. Therefore, to prevent being backstabbed, Chu Changfeng preemptively eliminated the potential traitor. Master, what shall we do now? The disciples behind Chu Changfeng noticed that the Yinli sect members were attempting to break through the ceiling formation, seeking to escape. It's over. The Cold Bone sect's forces are upon us. The Yinli sect disciples suddenly realized that Chu Changfeng and his group were rapidly approaching. In an instant, their faces turned ashen. Fear and despair etched upon their features. Just then, Chu Changfeng's voice rang out, booming like thunder. Annihilate them. Avenge Elder Wu. As his words echoed, the disciples behind him sprang into action, unleashing their most formidable techniques. A dazzling array of spells and artifacts illuminated the sky, obscuring it entirely. Chu Changfeng cast his spell, causing the ceiling formation to dissipate, and a torrent of attacks was unleashed. The sudden onslaught caught the Yinli sect off guard, leading to heavy casualties among their ranks. The battle lasted merely the span of half a stick of incense before it concluded. Master, there are no survivors. We have triumphed. One disciple exclaimed excitedly before Chu Changfeng, who stood amidst the ruins of the Yinli sect, gazing into the distance. No, the battle is not yet over. We must press on. That direction pointed north, where the Tianwu church was located. Without delay, Chu Changfeng led his followers toward the site of the Wu sect. He declared that he would unify Yingkue City, and in that city, there should be no other sections. They have arrived. Outside the Tianwu church, its disciples were already on high alert. Each held weapons, their expression solemn, clearly having anticipated the arrival of Chu Changfeng and his group. Ultimately, paper cannot conceal fire. Chu Changfeng mused inwardly, realizing that their previous actions had indeed alerted the Tianwu sect, which had evidently taken ample precautions. However, without a golden core cultivator to oversee them, they appeared to him no different from a flock of chickens. Indeed, even if a golden core cultivator were present, it would make little difference. At that moment, a steward from the Tianwu sect spoke solemnly. We at the Tianwu sect wish to coexist peacefully with the Coldbone sect. After all, our true strength is not inferior to yours. However, Chu Chongfeng scoffed at this proposal, retorting with a cold laugh, "You dare to speak of coexisting with us? You lack even the qualifications to submit." His words dripped with disdain and contempt, a clear display of the arrogance of a demonic cultivator. Upon hearing Chu Chongfeng's response, the faces of the Tianwu sect disciples turned pale as paper. You truly intend to eradicate us?" They had harbored a glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution, but Chu Chongfeng's attitude shattered their illusions. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Chongfeng declared, "If I cannot eradicate the other sects, how can I justify the sacrifices made by Master Feng?" Just as the disciples of the Tianwu sect felt despair, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated. "How dare a mere initial stage golden core cultivator wreak havoc before the Tianwu sect?" Accompanied by this furious shout, a figure descended like a meteor. As the crowd focused, they beheld an elderly man with flowing white hair riding atop a massive centipede, clad in a robe embroidered with centipedes. His piercing gaze was intimidating, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. The aura he exuded caused Chu Chongfeng's disciples to retreat, some trembling, on the verge of kneeling. A late-stage golden core cultivator. Chu Chongfeng regarded the elder, feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, a force greater than that of Feng Lun. As the crowd marveled, the elder proclaimed, "I am Chun Jinyu, and from this day forth, I am a master of the Tianwu sect branch." His voice rang out like a bell, reverberating through the air, leaving everyone's ears ringing. "Wonderful! The main sect has finally sent reinforcements. We are saved." The disciples rejoiced at the sight. Ever since Liu Yangshu was slain, the Tianwu sect branch had sought aid, and now a powerful ally had arrived. What transpired here? Chun Jinyue appeared to inquire, yet his gaze remained fixed on Chu Chongfeng. In the crowd, someone called out, "Master, beware of this man. He has destroyed the other sects." Chun Jinyue's expression shifted slightly as he asked gravely, "Oh, what exactly is going on?" The disciples hurriedly recounted the events to him in detail. What? Feng Luan of the Cold Bone sect infiltrated the situation, single-handedly ensnaring the leaders of the Yinli sect and the Grey Crow sect? Now the Cold Bone sect has swept through the other sects? After listening to the disciples, Chun Jinyue was initially taken aback, but soon a smile broke across his face. "Haha, marvelous. They have eliminated the other sects. This is simply splendid. I initially intended to come here merely as a branch master, yet you Cold Bone sect have delivered such a generous gift." Chun Jinyue seemed exceedingly pleased with this news. "Now, I need only eliminate you, and henceforth, Inkue City will have but one sect, the Tianwu sect. I did not expect that upon my appointment, I would achieve such great merit." It was clear that Chun Jinyue regarded Chu Chongfeng and his followers not as adversaries, but as stepping stones to glory. "Master, what should we do? Should we retreat?" A disciple behind Chu Chongfeng whispered, anxiety evident in his voice in the presence of a late-stage golden core cultivator. Noticing the fear on many disciples' faces, Chu Chongfeng slightly turned his head. In the next instant, he struck swiftly, breaking the neck of the questioning disciple and tossing the body aside. In the face of battle, those who sow discord shall die. Gasping, the other disciples inhaled sharply, their retreating thoughts dispelled. "This old fool is mine." Chu Chongfeng's gaze fell upon Chun Jinyue. The latter dismissed Chu Chongfeng entirely, just as Chu Chongfeng regarded Chun Jinyue with equal disdain. What storm could a late-stage golden core cultivator stir? Chu Chongfeng pondered. At present, his 8 flying swords had reached the intermediate level of the second tier, and with one sword of the superior tier, even a nascent soul cultivator would not deter him. Chapter 73. Redemption of Cultivation Arrogance. Chun Jinyue furrowed his brow and reprimanded sternly. However, he soon became vigilant, perplexed as to why a mere early-stage golden core cultivator would exhibit such composure in his presence. Could it be he had hidden cards up his sleeve? Contemplating this, Chun Jinyue unleashed his spiritual awareness to probe further. That is a late-stage golden core cultivator. Can the Hall Master truly contend with him? The disciples of the Cold Bone sect were drenched in sweat. The disparity between early and late-stage golden core cultivators was akin to the difference between heaven and earth, ordinarily. An early-stage cultivator facing a late-stage one had little hope of survival. Moreover, they had never witnessed nor heard of Chu Changfeng having any preparations. Suddenly, a chilling wind surged. Chu Changfeng's resentment erupted like a dark mist, swiftly expanding and engulfing Qingyao, accompanied by the wails of tormented spirits. The followers of both the Coldbone sect and the Tianwu sect instinctively retreated, distancing themselves by over 10 miles. The black mist released by Chu Changfeng enveloped an area of 10 miles before it ceased. In the distance, Zhao Qianfan was taken aback. Good heavens! Has Chu Changfeng's demonic prowess advanced to such a terrifying level? He seems to be a natural-born cultivator of the dark arts. The obscuring black mist cut off sight and perception, rendering even him unable to discern the happenings within. Within the black mist, Chen Jinyue's expression darkened severely as he bellowed. A mere early-stage golden core dares to strike at me. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce counterattack, his toes lightly tapping the centipede beneath him, which erupted with toxic green gas. This centipede was not a living creature, but rather a concocted treasure of his, imbued with deadly poison. Even golden core cultivators would not dare to recklessly encounter its toxins. However, what he could never have anticipated was that Chu Changfeng, in the face of such overwhelming force, displayed no trace of fear. His eyes did not even blink. A person who barely possesses golden core strength through external means dares to flaunt their prowess before me? Surely, he must be feigning calmness, quaking in terror beneath the surface. Chen Jinyue thought to himself, lamenting his previous caution as excessive. Yet at that moment, Chu Changfeng finally made his move, producing a talisman and hurling it toward Chen Jinyue. With a mere glance, Chen Jinyue discerned the significance of these first-tier talismans. Exploding flame talisman. Exploding flame talisman. Just this level of ability? Chen Jinyue scoffed, thinking to himself, you intend to use fire to counter my poison? Utterly absurd. In the next instant, the fireball produced by the exploding flame talisman was extinguished by the toxic gas released from the centipede. Slaying demons. Exorcising evil. Seeking immortality. 3 beams of cold light suddenly pierced through the poisonous mist toward him. The exploding flame talisman was merely a diversion. The 3 flying swords were the true killing blow. The sword energy emanating from these swords was righteous, the very bane of malevolent and toxic entities. Especially the exorcising evil sword, which flashed with a bolt of lightning, dissipating the toxic mist released by the centipede. You are a sword cultivator. A late-stage golden core sword cultivator. Chen Jinyue shrieked in shock, his mind racing with curses. How dare you employ such insidious tactics with such formidable strength? What have I done to deserve facing 3 flying swords simultaneously? Not to mention 3. Even a single flying sword would be a challenge for me to withstand. As various countermeasures flashed through Chen Jinyue's mind, he activated the protective garment adorning him. He watched as the centipede embroidered upon it detached and lunged toward the flying swords. Simultaneously, he channeled his spiritual energy, rendering his entire body rigid to enhance his defense. Yet, all of this appeared feeble before the flying swords. Like paper, they effortlessly pierced through Chen Jinyue's defenses, resulting in 3 bloody holes in his chest, abdomen, and forehead. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. His golden core shattered, heart pulverized, and soul severely wounded. Chen Jinyue fell to the ground like a sack of sand. In the presence of Chu Changfeng, a late-stage Go, Chapter 74. Can you be any more stingy, Chu Changfeng? You're absolutely correct. Chu Changfeng affirmed in response to Chen Jinyue's bewilderment. After all, as a cultivator in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, he required a plausible method to defeat Chen Jinyue. Given the current predicament, it seemed entirely reasonable to ignite his potential and engage in a desperate battle against Chen Jinyue. Moreover, this would lay the groundwork for him to openly utilize the powers of the late Golden Core stage from this point onward. Why must you resort to such treachery when you are clearly so powerful? Chen Jinyue seethed with resentment. Chu Changfeng replied languidly, My life has always been like walking on thin ice. Enough. Chen Jinyue interrupted, unwilling to hear more from him. gathering the scant energy he had left. He struck his own crown. A crack echoed as his skull shattered, akin to a watermelon bursting. The late Golden Core cultivator hastened his own demise in such a manner. Chu Changfeng shook his head. I had hoped you would provide me with more of your resentment. He then disguised Chun Jinyue's wounds, creating marks of toxic corrosion. Swiftly, he tore some of his clothing, letting his long hair dance wildly in the wind, and smeared Chun Jinyue's blood upon himself, crafting an appearance of grave injuries. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood tall, exuding an air of invincibility. Under his control, Chun Jinyue's lifeless body knelt before him like a marionette, seemingly surrendering. The atmosphere was charged with intensity. Chu Changfeng activated the heart-eating resentment technique, dispelling the surrounding black mist. His figure gradually became discernible to the followers of both sections. Hall Master! Hall Master! The disciples of both factions cried out in unison. However, the scene before them was unexpected. Although Chu Changfeng stood there, his garments were drenched in blood, suggesting he had sustained severe injuries. Meanwhile, the headless corpse of Chun Jinyue knelt before him. Witnessing this, the many disciples of the Tianwu sect were taken aback. The late Golden Core, Chun Jinyue, had perished at the hands of the early Golden Core Chuhi? No, Chuhi was now at the late Golden Core stage. Could his toxic techniques truly be that formidable? Hall Master, your body. The disciples of the Han Bone sect watched Chu Changfeng with concern. I may be gravely wounded, but I'm not yet dead. Pay me no mind. Focus on annihilating the Tianwu sect, for that is the only way to honor my sacrifices. His gaze bore into the Tianwu sect, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Yes, the disciples of the Han Bone sect rallied. Follow me into battle. They charged towards the Tianwu sect with fervor. Among the throng, Zhao Qianfan observed Chu Changfeng with a skeptical expression. He did not believe a word of Chu Changfeng's claims. If Chu Changfeng had truly been gravely injured by Chun Jinyue, he would gladly offer his head as a chamber pot for him. As night fell at the Han Bone sect's branch, Chu Changfeng sat confidently at the head of the table, several boxes placed before him. These contained rare treasures looted from the Yinli sect, Grey Crow sect, and Tianwu sect, yet none were particularly valuable. Truly valuable items were always kept on one's person, who would leave them behind for others to plunder. In truth, Chu Changfeng had already acquired treasures from the leaders of various sections. Today, our Han Bone sect has triumphed over the major sects, and my brothers deserve great credit. He proclaimed, Indeed, the Hall Master leads us with great wisdom. We are willing to follow you through fire and water. Over 100 voices echoed in unison, nearly lifting the roof off the building. Chu Changfeng continued, These rare treasures were collected from the various sects. I, Chu He, cannot enjoy them alone. My brothers shall partake first. Instantly, the eyes of the disciples gleamed with excitement. What Chu Changfeng deemed worthless was a rare sight to them. Among the crowd, Zhao Qianfan silently scoffed. You say they can enjoy first? You've already stuffed your own belly. They're merely feasting on your leftovers. Just look at those items. Do they even amount to 1,000 spirit stones combined? Yet at that moment, Chu Changfeng announced, Each brother may take 1 spirit stone. 1? The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Their smiles froze. Zhao Qianfan was equally stunned. He had assumed Chu Changfeng would distribute the treasures, but was taken aback by the meager offering of a single spirit stone per person. Are you treating us like beggars? I have greatly underestimated Chu Changfeng's stinginess. Zhao Qianfan thought to himself. Could you possibly be any more miserly? As he observed the collective aura of resentment emanating from the 100 disciples, Chu Changfeng smiled. Finally, he instructed that they maintain strict vigilance to prevent any backlash from the major sections. He then departed, using the trained falcons from the main hall to establish contact with his headquarters. 3 days later, hurried footsteps approached the alchemy hall. Chu Changfeng emerged from the door to find 3 disciples, flustered. What has transpired? Hall Master, it is dire. A large number of Yinli sect disciples have appeared outside the north gate, suspected to be led by a Golden Core cultivator. Hall Master, it is grave. A multitude of Grey Crow sect disciples have surfaced outside the west gate, also suspected to be led by a Golden Core cultivator. Hall Master, it is critical. A significant number of Tianwu sect disciples are gathering outside the east gate, again suspected to be led by a golden core cultivator. Chu Changfeng's brow furrowed slightly, though he did not appear overly surprised. He had anticipated that the major sects would not relinquish Qingyao City without a fight. What shall we do, Home Master? As long as there are no nascent soul cultivators, there is no need for alarm, Chu Changfeng reassured them. The disciples remained anxious, but they noted that several golden core cultivators were among them. But, Home Master, you are our only golden core cultivator. Who says our Hanbon sect has only one golden core cultivator? Just then, a voice resonated from outside the alchemy hall. Chu Changfeng turned to see three figures striding purposefully toward him. The foremost pair, a man and a woman in their 50s, bore recognizable clothing of the Hanbon sect. Although Chu Changfeng did not know them personally, their formidable auras indicated they were at least mid-golden core cultivators. The middle-aged man in front was undoubtedly at the late golden core stage. Without question, they had come to support Chu Changfeng. As for the last figure, Chu Changfeng recognized him well. Elder Zhao, he exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao had dashed and clasped his fists toward Chu Changfeng, commenting, "Time has passed, and yet, Hall Master Chu has fallen into disarray in just a few days." Chu Changfeng returned the gesture, smiling. Elder Zhao's eloquence remains as sharp as ever. Chapter 75. Life and Death Viewed with Indifference. At most, reincarnation and recultivation of. He is merely an individual who relies on secret techniques to forcibly elevate his strength. And his days are numbered. What is there to be proud of? The other, lacking in literary finesse yet eager to show off, engages in nonsensical banter. You two should cease your mutual flattery. I feel embarrassed for you. At that moment, a cold snort resonated through the air. Chu Changfeng cast his gaze toward the man in the late golden core stage, his brow slightly furrowed. The previous remark had indeed come from this man. Are you disputing my words? The man inquired solemnly. Is it not a fact? Chu Changfeng frowned, sensing an inexplicable hostility emanating from the man's demeanor. Chu He, this is Master Wei from Yohua City, who has come to support you. Zhao Dashan interjected hastily, gesturing toward the woman beside him. And this is Elder Lung. Elder Lung spoke with gravity. At this juncture, faced with such formidable adversaries, we have no alternative but to fight to the death. Retreat is not an option if we wish to protect our legacy. Master Wei hesitated briefly before declaring, I shall guard the north gate. With my presence, I will surely prevent the Yinli sect from stepping foot into Qingyao City. I will take the east gate. Elder Lung followed. Zhao Elder, you should assist Master Chu. His condition is far from optimal. Do your best to keep him from engaging directly. Chu Changfeng had made it clear in his distress signal that he had consumed various poisons in his quest to eliminate formidable foes. Although he had advanced to the late golden core stage, his time was limited. Only a few months remained. Each action he took diminished his lifespan. Thank you for your understanding. Elder, my situation is indeed precarious. Chu Changfeng expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his hands. Zhao Dashan observed Chu Changfeng, noting his pallid complexion reminiscent of paper, his lips tinged with purple, resembling one poisoned and nearing death. Yet Zhao Dashan recalled how, during the confrontation with Liu Yangshu, Chu Changfeng had appeared just as lifeless, proclaiming his imminent demise. Yet here he remained. Zhao Dashan nodded, affirming, very well, I shall assist Chu He in guarding the east gate. However, before I go, I must extend my premature congratulations to everyone. On a job half done, the crowd responded with exasperation. Ugh, what bad luck. Master Wei and Elder Lung shook their heads in disapproval of Zhao Dashan's remarks, but refrained from further comment, recognizing that this was not the moment for such trivialities. Thus, everyone dispersed to their respective posts at the city gates. Zhao Dashan scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that his literary skills required significant enhancement. Chu Changfeng, puzzled, inquired, why does Zhao Elder insist on improving his literary prowess? Is he aspiring to a career in the secular realm? Zhao Dashan blushed. I fancy a lady who appreciates a man of letters, one who can articulate with eloquence. Chu Changfeng thought to himself that Zhao Dashan might never win that lady's affection. Elder, you should accompany me to face the enemies, he concluded, making his way toward the east gate. Along the path, Zhao Dashan, noticing their solitude, suddenly cautioned, Chu He, be wary of Master Wei. A sense of unease gripped Chu Changfeng. Zhao Elder, what is Master Wei's background? Why the need for such a warning? Indeed, Chu Changfeng could sense the palpable hostility in Master Wei's gaze toward him, despite their lack of acquaintance. Zhao Adashan lowered his voice, explaining, if you successfully defend Inkuei City, you will become a formidable rival to Master Wei. Allow me to elaborate. Last year, our vice leader from the Hangu sect tragically fell victim to an ambush by righteous sect practitioners. Since then, Master Wei, along with Masters Qiao and Jiang, have been vying for the position of vice leader. Each has achieved remarkable feats, capturing cities by their own strength. However, their abilities and accomplishments are so closely matched that a definitive choice has yet to be made. He paused, observing Chu Changfeng's reaction before continuing. If you manage to secure Inkuei City, I believe the other sects will withdraw from their claims. According to our sect's customs, you would earn significant merit and qualify to compete for the vice leader position. Hence, Master Wei perceives you as a potential adversary. Understanding dawned upon Chu Changfeng. As if a veil had been lifted, he finally grasped why Master Wei's gaze felt so unsettling and his demeanor so unwelcoming. He had been seen as a rival. Zhao Dashan advised, I suggest that once this incident concludes, you approach Master Wei and clarify your intentions, assuring him that you have no aspirations for the vice leadership. That way, he may cease his hostility. However, Chu Changfeng shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. Zhao Dashan, taken aback, exclaimed, are you seriously considering competing for the vice leadership? Chu Changfeng nodded candidly. Indeed, that is my intention. My health continues to deteriorate, but should I partake in the Bone Festival and receive the blessings of the demon god, my condition may improve. Yet, only as vice leader can I attend the Bone Festival. Zhao Hadashan remained silent for a moment before responding. Chu, I understand your feelings. It is only natural to gamble for survival. However, I must urge you to reconsider. Masters Wei, Qiao, and Jiang are all genuine late-stage golden core practitioners with decades of cultivation behind them. You cannot contend with them. If you abandon your pursuit of the vice leadership, you may still have a few months left to live, but if you pursue it, you might not have long at all. To my knowledge, the Bone Festival is set for the 7th of next month. The vice leader must be decided before then, as the leader intends to conduct an assessment, and those who pass will become vice leader. Rumor has it that even for true late-stage golden core practitioners like Masters Wei, Qiao, and Jiang, the stakes are perilous. Chu Changfeng realized that aspiring to the vice leadership was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Yet, he remained undeterred. With a smile, he proclaimed, life and death are but trifles. At worst, I can reincarnate and begin anew. Hesitation and timidity are the hallmarks of righteous practitioners. Zhao Adashan's eyes brightened. Brother, you possess clarity of thought. Chapter 76. The 6th of the Tianwu sect. The members of the Tianwu sect had already arrived. Shortly thereafter, Chu Changfeng and Zhao Dashan ascended the eastern city wall. Standing atop the ramparts, they gazed into the distance, where 200 to 300 cultivators had already formed a formation outside the city, cautiously advancing. These practitioners either wielded magical artifacts, hovering in midair, or radiated brilliant auras, shimmering with resplendence. Among the multitude of cultivators, a banner adorned with a centipede stood out distinctly, marking it as the emblem of the Tianwu sect. Master, the master has arrived. This is truly splendid. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng, the guards of the Hangu sect collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Ultimately, the Tianwu sect halted 5 miles away. At that moment, Chu Changfeng noticed an individual from the Tianwu sect soaring through the air, stopping a kilometer away. This person appeared to be in his 30s, with emerald green hair, and an aura of verdant spiritual energy flowing around him like a gentle stream, evidently a formidable cultivator. He was a mid-stage golden core practitioner. Chu Changfeng cautioned his companions to remain vigilant. The elder of the Tianwu sect's voice echoed through the air. I have come not to engage in conflict, but to reclaim the territory that rightfully belongs to our Tianwu sect. Reclaim the territory we have conquered? What a delusion! Chu Changfeng retorted angrily. Once, Master Feng risked everything, plunging into danger to secure us the unparalleled opportunity to unify Qingyao City. We paid a tremendous price for this, and it could even be deemed a Pyrrhic victory. Do you think we would simply relinquish the hard-won land at your command? If we concede so easily, how can we honor the brothers who sacrificed their lives for this war? Chu Changfeng's words struck the Tianwu sect elder like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within. Indeed, we shall never retreat. Qingyao City belongs to the Hangis sect, and we will not cede an inch of our territory to you. Beside Chu Changfeng, the Hangis sect disciples roared in unison. Outside the city, the Tianwu sect elder's expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed, "What foolishness is this? What is Feng Luan thinking? Has he lost his mind to make such a reckless decision that endangers not just himself, but also others?" It was precisely Feng Luan's actions that had thrown the balance of power among the sects in Qingyao City into disarray, resulting in the demise of several other masters, allowing Chu Changfeng to seize the opportunity to grow stronger and ultimately unify Qingyao City. Yet, recovering lost territory would prove to be a daunting challenge. "I advise you to reconsider," the Tianwu sect elder reiterated, his voice rising once more. "As I understand it, your current predicament is far from favorable. Facing the combined assault of several sects, you are on the brink of utter defeat. Should you falter, not only will coexistence among sects become impossible, but the Hangis sect may cease to exist in Qingyao City altogether." In the face of this threat, Chu Changfeng merely smiled calmly and replied, "The Hangis sect is not without allies." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Dashan emerged from the crowd. Mid-stage golden core, the Tianwu sect elder's pupils constricted, and he coldly declared, "It seems reasoning has failed us. We shall settle this with strength." "Chu Xiong, you need not intervene," Zhao Dashan said, eyes fixed on the Tianwu sect elder. "Let me demonstrate my prowess. Watch closely, Chu, as I show him how to achieve victory." Chu Changfeng, the Tianwu sect elder, was momentarily taken aback, mentally cursing. "What does this mean? Are you asking me to lose or to win?" However, while the elder was still in a daze, Zhao Dashan wasted no time in launching an attack. He leaped from a city wall like a cannonball, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, he summoned a streak of light that rapidly expanded in the air, morphing into a colossal skeletal eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters. Upon witnessing this, Chu Changfeng mused, "Zhao Dashan has rebuilt the skeletal eagle after the last one was damaged." This enormous skeletal eagle not only boasted a massive form, but also radiated an overwhelming aura, evidently more powerful than the previous skeletal serpent. Zhao Dashan landed firmly on the broad back of the skeletal eagle, which let out a piercing cry and charged toward the Tianwu sect elder like a bolt of lightning. "Do you truly believe I am easy prey?" The Tianwu sect elder sneered, resolutely meeting the charge. He rapidly executed hand seals, and his spiritual energy surged like a roaring tide. In an instant, a massive spectral centipede, 30 to 50 meters long, appeared behind him, its dark form menacing and exuding clouds of black toxic mist as it collided with the skeletal eagle in midair. The clash unleashed a tempest of wind and thunder, as both sides engaged fiercely, neither yielding an inch. However, as time progressed, despite their fervent efforts, the battle remained inconclusive, with both parties evenly matched. Noticing this stalemate, Zhao Dashan furrowed his brow and stated gravely, "Continuing this fight will only lead to a futile depletion of our spiritual energy." Yet, the Tianwu sect elder appeared oblivious to his words, his gaze fixated warily on the distance where Chu Changfeng stood, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. He had learned that Chu Changfeng had cultivated a poison pill and reached the late stage of the golden core, instilling fear in him. After all, Chu's poison was formidable, and a sudden strike could yield dire consequences. Thus, even amidst the fierce battle with Zhao Dashan, the Tianwu sect elder hesitated to unleash his full power, wary of Chu Changfeng seizing the opportunity. Seeing Zhao Dashan and the Tianwu sect elder locked in a stalemate, Chu Changfeng intended to assist. Just as he began to channel the resentful poison-devouring heart technique, the elder caught sight of his movements. Alarm surged within him, and he retreated swiftly, shouting, "Chu Zhao Dashan, it is unfair for you to engage two opponents alone." The Tianwu sect withdraws. The elder's voice echoed as he dashed away like a meteor, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chu Changfeng stared in astonishment at the retreating figure, inwardly cursing, this Tianwu sect elder is quite the coward. He had not anticipated that, as soon as he showed signs of action, the adversary would so decisively choose to withdraw. Chapter 77. Master Wei. The enemy is too formidable. Is the Tianwu sect retreating already? Zhao Dashan was equally astonished. The intimidation exerted by Chu Changfeng was overwhelmingly potent. As soon as the elders of the Tianwu sect sensed danger, they fled without hesitation. Should we pursue them? Zhao Dashan inquired, just as Chu Changfeng was about to respond. A thunderous noise erupted from the west of the city. Our primary objective today is to defend Yingkue City. Let us go assist Master Wei and Elder Lung. Very well. I shall aid Elder Lung. After Zhao Dashan spoke, he soared towards the western gate, while Chu Changfeng proceeded towards the northern gate. As Chu Changfeng ascended the walls above the northern gate, he spotted Master Wei engaged in a fierce battle outside the city with a formidable opponent from the Yinli sect. This adversary radiated a colossal aura, conjuring hundreds of icy shards with a mere wave of his hand, showcasing immense power. Astonishingly, he was also a late-stage Jindan cultivator. Chu Changfeng regarded this individual with surprise. He had anticipated that the Yinli sect would dispatch only mid-stage Jindan cultivators, never imagining they would send such a formidable figure. At that moment, Master Wei suddenly let out a furious roar. Qingyao, have you lost your mind? Are you willing to risk everything just to reclaim Yingkue City? Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng realized that the Yinli sect strongman was named Qingyao. With eyes ablaze, Qingyao gritted his teeth and shouted, I will annihilate every last one of you to avenge Ali. Ali? Chu Changfeng recalled that the deceased leader of the Yinli sect was indeed named Li. It seems Qingjiao's madness stemmed from a desire for vengeance. However, I did not kill her. It was Feng Luan who ended her life. And he is already dead. Your revenge has been fulfilled. Master Wei was clearly aware of who Ali was and silently cursed his misfortune. The leader of the Yinli sect, slain by Feng Luan, turned out to be Qingjiao's lover. Moreover, judging by Qingjiao's demeanor, it appeared his feelings for Ali ran deep. Nonetheless, Qingjiao remained unrelenting. No, I demand that all the disciples of the Hangu sect within Yingkue City pay for her death. Master Wei attempted to persuade Qingjiao to reconsider, stating, she is already gone. Cannot you find another? Why cling to this obsession? Qingjiao resolutely shook his head, his voice laden with anguish. No one can replace her. Master Wei was momentarily rendered speechless. Brother, we are both demonic cultivators, devoid of sentiment and attachments. How can you still possess such a romantic mindset? Today, I will kill, and no one will stop me. Qingjiao's expression was as cold as ice, his eyes glimmering like chilling stars, exuding an aura of dread. He slowly extended his hand, and a bone knife suddenly materialized within his grasp. The knife, over 2 feet long, was pure white and glistening like jade, with a blade that shimmered ominously. Even more astonishing was the wailing sound emanating from the knife, reminiscent of vengeful spirits lamenting, sending chills down one's spine. A third-tier magical artifact. Master Wei's countenance darkened considerably upon witnessing this, and he exclaimed, You are truly insane. Internally, he lamented. While both he and Qingjiao were late-stage Jinan cultivators, Qingjiao was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, making him inherently stronger. Now, with Qingjiao wielding such a powerful third-tier bone knife, one could only imagine the devastation it could unleash, coupled with Qingjiao's disregard for his own life. While Master Wei was gripped by fear, he understood all too well that this battle was already lost. However, just as despair washed over him, his gaze suddenly caught sight of Chu Changfeng not far away. Chu-He, come assist me. Master Wei's heart stirred, and he called out urgently. He thought to himself, facing such a formidable foe alone would yield little hope, but two could fare better than one in this dire situation. Upon hearing Master Wei's call, Chu Changfeng frowned slightly. He understood Master Wei's intentions. This was clearly an attempt to shift the burden of Qingjiao's assault onto him. Hadn't Master Wei previously asserted that no one would breach the city while he stood guard? Yet now, when faced with peril, he wished to cast Chu Changfeng as a shield. Was this not a quintessential example of driving without a license, and seeking help only when in trouble. Nevertheless, since you request my assistance, I shall aid you in vanquishing this formidable foe. Master Wei, do not panic. I am here to support you. Zhu Jianfen Sao Det, channeling the heart-devouring curse, causing black mist to expand from his center. Under the shroud of the black fog, Chu Changfeng felt less intimidated by the prospect of soaring through the air. In an instant, he arrived at Master Wei's side, and the black mist he unleashed enveloped an area spanning several miles, shrouding both Master Wei and Qingyao within. Within the black fog, even if they were in close proximity, visibility was severely limited, making it difficult for them to sense one another. Even sound could not escape. Chu He, you must first impede Qingyao. I will prepare a powerful spell that will surely repel him, or perhaps even slay him. After Chu Changfeng appeared beside him, Master Wei spoke in a commanding tone. In his mind, he regarded Chu Changfeng merely as a cultivator who had achieved late-stage Jindan through cunning and could not be relied upon to confront Qingyao. You want me to take the brunt of the damage? Chu Changfeng replied. Master Wei, that Qingyao possesses late-stage Jindan cultivation and wields a third-tier bone knife. Can I truly manage? Master Wei furrowed his brow, scolding, you spineless coward. Even if you attained late-stage Jindan through trickery, you are still a late-stage Jindan cultivator. Can you not endure for a brief moment? Speaking thus, Master Wei's disdain for Chu Changfeng deepened. Cowardly and opportunistic. How laughable. I once regarded this individual as a rival. Now it seems he is unworthy of even polishing my shoes. Yet, he remained cautious, preparing his spell, which would not take long to conjure, merely seeking to use Qingyao's hand to inflict severe injury upon Chu Changfeng. If he could eliminate Chu Changfeng, that would be even better. In a competition for vice leader, one less opponent would be advantageous. Very well, Master Wei, you must act swiftly. Chu Changfeng gritted his teeth and plunged into the black mist. However, instead of charging at Qingyao, he retrieved several pills, including the life-forfeiting pill, soul-losing pill, and confusion pill, which could unleash latent potential and disturb mental clarity. He kneaded them into needles and infused them with sword energy. You wish to deceive me? You shall not fare well either. Chu Changfeng thought to himself, suddenly dispersing some of the black mist surrounding Master Wei. I have found you. In blade slash. Qingyao's icy voice rang out, and he gripped the bone knife with both hands, delivering a swift downward strike. In an instant, dozens of frigid blades of light surged toward the location of Chu Changfeng and Master Wei. Chu Changfeng concentrated his sword energy at his fingertips, effortlessly shattering several blades of light, yet in an anxious tone, he shouted, Master Wei, Qingyao's blade is too sharp. I am gravely injured. Better to look out for yourself. Though his voice echoed in the air, his form remained unseen. An image of Chu Changfeng, bloodied and wounded, flashed in Master Wei's mind. He huffed in anger. A useless waste, unable to withstand a single attack. I truly overestimated you. Chapter 78. Are you targeting my kidney? The bone demon armor. With a furious shout from Master Wei, he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations with fervor. This was his ultimate technique. In an instant, his storage bag began to unleash a torrent of bones, swirling through the air like a pack of ravenous wolves lunging at him. Within a blink, the bones fitted together seamlessly, resembling a puzzle, forming a complete set of bone armor that enveloped Master Wei. Just as the bone armor took shape, the chilling blade light from Qingyao struck fiercely against him. Sparks erupted, showering the air as the armor endured the onslaught. Surprisingly, despite the ferocity of Qingyao's attack, the bone armor proved as resilient as iron walls, sustaining only a few superficial scratches. Is that all? Master Wei scoffed inwardly at the sight. Yet at that moment, an unexpected chill crept up from behind him, akin to the icy winds of winter, raising the hairs on his neck. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his waist, as if a dagger had penetrated his very being. He looked down in shock to find a black needle had breached the defense of the bone armor, embedded deep within his side, blood gushing from a wound. Qingyao, how despicable of you to ambush me with a hidden weapon. Master Wei's expression darkened, his eyes wide with disbelief. Meanwhile, Qingyao stood a distance away, momentarily stunned. What hidden weapon? I have no idea, he thought. My blade light should have blocked everything. But wait, it seems he is injured, regardless of how it happened. An injury is a good thing. Now you see my prowess, do you not? Step aside, and let me cleanse the city of the cold bone sect. Qingyao declared coldly. You've wounded me and expect me to yield? What a foolish dream. Master Wei retorted icily. However, as he attempted to extract the needle from his waist, he was horrified to discover it had fused with his body. This isn't right. He murmured, perplexed. Why am I not harmed? Instead, I feel an immense power coursing through me. The force surged unexpectedly, catching him unprepared. It rampaged through him like a ferocious beast, disrupting the once tranquil flow of his spiritual energy. It's so hot. Master Wei felt his body temperature rising rapidly. His thoughts became chaotic, a torrent of violent impulses flooding his mind. He was furious, desiring bloodshed. Qingyao, I will make you pay with your life. He roared, his voice laced with murderous intent. Boom! With a sudden bellow, his eyes blazed crimson, ignited by an inferno of wrath, while his neatly groomed hair whipped wildly as if caught in a tempest. More alarmingly, his aura surged, propelling him from the initial stages of the Golden Core realm to the pinnacle of its late phase in an instant. The speed of this transformation was astonishing. What have you done to yourself? Qingyao gasped, eyes wide in disbelief as he fixated on Master Wei, who now exuded an overwhelming presence. Were you not intent on slaughtering the cold bone sect's disciples in the city? Then come at me. Master Wei advanced towards Qingyao. You've resorted to a life-burning secret technique. Are you mad? Qingyao exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock. Yet, Master Wei paid no heed to his inquiry, fixated solely on annihilating his loathsome foe. It matters not, he thundered. I only wish to see you torn to shreds. Were you not so arrogant before? Did you not desire to obliterate our branch in the city? Very well, let us see who prevails. With that, Master Wei swept his arms, and numerous sharp bone spikes erupted around him, spinning like whirling blades. Their cold gleam radiated a chilling malice. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, accompanied by the barrage of bone spikes, like a blazing meteor hurtling toward Qingyao. Madman, Qingyao too dare not hold back, unleashing the full extent of his sex techniques, channeling his energy into the bone demon blade, producing dozens of lethal blade lights aimed at Master Wei. Yet he stood firm, unyielding. Clang! The blade lights collided against the bone armor, sending sparks flying and leaving deep gouges, even shattering portions of the armor, exposing flesh and blood beneath. However, to Qingyao's dismay, Master Wei appeared as a mindless berserker, pain only fueling his madness. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Take this. Swish! The icy spikes lunged densely towards Qingyao. Insane. Truly insane. I want to kill others. Why are you risking your life? Qingyao's eyelids fluttered as he found himself on the defensive, forced to retreat under the relentless assault of Master Wei. The reason was simple. Master Wei had gone all out, disregarding his own safety, fixated solely on exterminating Qingyao. Conversely, Qingyao sought to eradicate the cold bone sect in vengeance for Ali, never contemplating his own demise. Those who are strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Faced with Master Wei's reckless approach, Qingyao began to falter. The more he feared, the more he was forced into a corner. Soon, he bore wounds from the bone spikes, blood seeping from his injuries, staining his garments crimson. Damn it! If this continues, I will truly perish. As his injuries worsened, the vengeful thoughts for Ali began to be overshadowed by fear. Should I not seek revenge? He realized that preserving his life was paramount. He needed to escape this terrifying place. It may already be too late. Just as Qingyao prepared to turn and flee, a chilling voice suddenly pierced his ears. Chapter 79. Master Wei, do not succumb to death. With audacity, Qingyao declared, if I wish to depart, who are you to impede my path? His disdain for Chu He was palpable, as he recognized that this voice did not belong to Master Wei, but to another, Chu He. Chu He, a mere late-stage, pseudo-golden Dan dares to obstruct my way? Qingyao's tone dripped with contempt. Yet before he could finish his taunt, a multitude of runes erupted like meteors, weaving a colossal net with astonishing speed between Master Wei and Qingyao, ensnaring them tightly. This was no ordinary demonic technique. It was a formation. However, merely a trifling skill. I shall cleave it asunder with a single stroke. Qingyao's expression shifted as he beheld the scene, and without hesitation, he brandished his bone demonic blade. With a swift motion, a chilling arc of the blade sliced toward the surrounding runes. To his astonishment, this seemingly formidable strike had no effect on the runes. The blade's brilliance floundered like a fish caught in a net, struggling briefly before dissipating. This is no ordinary formation. Qingyao's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. As a late-stage Golden Dan cultivator, equipped with a third-tier artifact, he should have been able to break through a first-tier confinement formation with ease. A second-tier confinement formation. You have the audacity to set such a formation. His voice was filled with incredulity. Before Qingyao could regain his composure, Master Wei lunged at him like a famished tiger. Do not die incessantly. You have been deceived. He has ensnared us both, intending to watch us fight to the bitter end. Qingyao shouted desperately while fending off Master Wei's onslaught, attempting to awaken him. Master Wei roared in fury. Awaken. He desires to see us both gravely wounded. Qingyao, unwilling to relent, infused his voice with spiritual energy, making it resonate powerfully. Master Wei's eyes burned with rage. I would rather you perish than I. Qingyao's composure shattered, gripping the bone blade with both hands, pouring his energy into it recklessly as he attacked Master Wei with ferocity. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, as both adversaries were tightly ensnared by the runes, leaving them no space to maneuver. Thus, a harrowing confrontation ensued, with neither yielding an inch, each strike imbued with lethal intent. In an instant, they exchanged a flurry of blows, sparks flying as their weapons clashed, the intensity of their battle astounding. However, such fierce combat could not endure indefinitely. Both fighters, evenly matched and expending their utmost efforts, soon bore numerous wounds, blood staining their garments, a grim tableau. Ultimately, after a devastating exchange, both men staggered back, bloodied and battered, collapsing to the ground like sacks of sand. That should suffice, Chu Changfeng murmured quietly, emerging from the shadows. He approached Qingyao, who lay weak and bleeding, his gaze vacant, numerous wounds still oozing. You have finally revealed yourself. Qingyao managed to utter weakly, but in a heartbeat, he erupted with a sudden ferocity, thrusting the bone blade toward Chu Changfeng's chest. Qingyao's voice was frigid, laced with murderous intent. He had long plotted this deception, feigning weakness to strike a fatal blow at Chu Changfeng. In a flash, blood sprayed forth as Chu Changfeng stood unscathed, while Qingyao's arm was severed. You are still a sword cultivator, a late-stage Golden Dan sword cultivator. Qingyao gazed at the swirling, exorcising sword around Chu Changfeng, disbelief etched across his features. Exorcising. Chu Changfeng replied coolly, pointing a finger at Qingyao, and the exorcising sword surged forth, cleaving Qingyao in twain, blood splattering everywhere. Yet, a voice of defiance echoed in the air. You are undeniably powerful. Why resort to such treacherous tactics? Who says the strong cannot employ cunning strategies? Strength combined with guile is the essence of invincibility. Chu Changfeng replied softly, shifting his gaze toward Master Wei. At that moment, Master Wei, though regaining some semblance of lucidity, appeared exceedingly feeble. His overexerted body had become burdened, skin resembling dried bark, hair as parched as straw. The flame of his life flickered precariously, akin to a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Master Wei's plight contrasted sharply with Qingyao's. Where Qingyao feigned death like a venomous serpent, seeking to ensnare Chu Changfeng, Master Wei was genuinely at death's door. Help! Me! Master Wei's voice was but a whisper, nearly inaudible as he pleaded for aid. His eyes brimmed with despair and desperation, as if Chu Changfeng were his sole hope. Gazing at Master Wei's pitiful state, Chu Changfeng felt no compassion. With a stoic expression, he replied, Fear not, I shall assist you. He then bent down slowly, retrieving the bone blade that Qingyao had dropped. The blade shimmered with a frosty glint in Chu Chongfeng's grasp as he advanced toward Master Wei step by step. As Master Wei beheld the approaching figure with the blade, a flicker of panic crossed his features. "No, please, you cannot kill me." At the brink of death, Master Wei managed to force out a few words. "Shall I then permit you to slay me?" When Chu Changfeng stood before Master Wei, he unhesitatingly plunged the bone blade into his chest. In that instant, blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering onto Chu Changfeng. Master Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock as he clutched the blade's edge, attempting to thwart this fatal blow. You deceived me," Master Wei gasped, exerting his last vestiges of strength to utter those words, his voice rife with rage and resentment, yet too gravely wounded to articulate a complete sentence. Chu Changfeng regarded Master Wei coldly, disregarding his dying words. As the blade sank deeper, Master Wei's vitality ebbed, his eyes slowly closing, ultimately exhaling his last breath. "You should not have regarded me as an enemy, for such perceptions would render you my foe. In your next life, remember that appearances can be deceiving. Never underestimate anyone." With those chilling words, Chu Changfeng invoked the heart-devouring curse, dispelling the pervasive darkness that enveloped the vicinity. Simultaneously, he cried out in anguish, "Master Wei, you must hold on. Do not succumb to death." Chapter 80. The Vanished Storage Bag. Qingyao made a move. It seems that Master Wei also took action. On the city wall, the followers of the Han Gu sect listened to Chu Changfeng's call, gazing at the two lifeless corpses, unsure whether to rejoice or mourn. After all, the demise of a formidable foe was indeed a cause for celebration. As for Master Wei's death, they felt little sorrow. It was of no concern to them. Yet, no one dared to express their true feelings. In the distance, the disciples of the Tianwu sect were chilled to the bone upon seeing the imposing Qingyao lying motionless on the ground like a scarecrow. Qingyao had fallen, and they thought, wait, why was there no notification for the retreat? Some cultivators noticed their companions had silently fled far away, and they too turned to escape. With a late-stage golden core cultivator fallen, what use were they mere foundation establishment and chi refining practitioners? Master Chu, what transpired? Moments later, Elder Lung and Zhao Dashan rushed to Chu Changfeng's side like shooting stars. However, while they seemed to inquire about Chu Changfeng, their attention was already captivated by the still form of Master Wei on the ground. His body lay there, a bone dagger embedded in his chest, devoid of any signs of life. The situation unfolded as follows. Chu Changfeng took a deep breath, seemingly still shaken, and recounted the events to Elder Lung and Zhao Dashan in detail. That Qingyao was like a madman, attacking Master Wei recklessly to avenge his lover, even resorting to a third-tier magical artifact. Despite Master Wei's formidable strength, he could hardly withstand such a powerful artifact. Seeing him in distress, I immediately joined the fight. Yet, that Qingyao was far too powerful. I was no match for him. After all, my cultivation is not truly at the late Golden Core stage. In that fierce battle, we faced an extraordinarily terrifying assault. That Qingyao was a lunatic. Every strike he delivered was laden with endless murderous intent, sending chills down one's spine. Just a few blows left me spitting blood and gravely injured. Chu Changfeng gestured to the bloodstains on his chest, which were, in truth, a trace of Master Wei's blood that he had borrowed to stain his clothing. "Brother Chu, please refrain from speaking. Rest for a moment," Zhao Dashan urged. Chu Changfeng waved his hand. "No, I must speak. My injuries are severe, and I do not know if I will survive until tomorrow. I must ensure that Master Wei's deeds are known to all." As he spoke, a violent cough erupted from him. He even secretly reversed his spiritual energy within, causing his already pale complexion to turn ashen. "Master Chu, please hold your tongue for now." Elder Long sensed the chaotic fluctuations in Chu Changfeng's breath, alternating between strength and weakness, confirming that he was indeed gravely wounded. Chu Changfeng insisted, "Do not stop me. You must remember what I am about to say. You all know my cultivation is not strong." After being gravely injured, Qingyao no longer regarded me as a threat. He intended to eliminate Master Wei before coming for me, using our heads as offerings to honor his lover. Although Master Wei's cultivation was higher than mine, he gradually found it difficult to withstand Qingyao's relentless onslaught. He sought to escape, but Qingyo offered him no chance. Facing certain death, Master Wei made a shocking decision. Chu Chongfeng's voice quivered as he exclaimed, "I can die, but you shall not escape." He utilized a secret method to burn his life potential, engaging in a final, desperate struggle against Qingyo, ultimately resulting in their mutual destruction. At this point, tears welled in his eyes, glistening as he envisioned Master Wei's final moments, pouring every ounce of strength into that deadly confrontation with Qingyo. Alas, both Elder Lung and Zhao Dashan sighed deeply. They believed Chu Chongfeng's words with utmost conviction. While they might not know him intimately, they were well acquainted with Qingyo and Master Wei. One had been a foe for decades, while the other was a long-time ally. In the Tianwu sect, Qingyo was, like Master Wei, a candidate for vice sect master, and his strength surpassed that of Master Wei. Few beneath the nascent soul realm were deemed worthy of his attention, and Qingyo was notoriously cruel, deriving pleasure from tormenting before killing, relishing the sight of despair. After all, as a member of the demonic sect, what was wrong with having peculiar preferences? Certain peculiarities could even enhance one's cultivation. Master Wei, too, was known for his domineering nature, reckless and brutal, often wagering lives in fierce battles, akin to a madman. Furthermore, he possessed a secret technique that allowed him to burn his life force, having utilized it more than once to repel formidable foes. If only I were truly at the late Golden Core stage, then I could have assisted Master Wei. He fell here while trying to stabilize the situation in Yingkui City. I am utterly guilty. Chu Chongfeng's words were steeped in helplessness and self-reproach. Master Chu, do not speak like that. You have done your utmost. The mere fact that you dared to act against Qingyo is commendable. We can only say that Master Wei was unfortunate. Elder Lung consoled. Zhao Dashan, after a moment of silence, added, Brother Chu, Master Wei sacrificed himself to save everyone. You must be strong and not blame yourself. I believe Master Wei's spirit in the afterlife would be pleased to see you alive. Elder Lung furrowed his brow and coughed lightly. Zhao Dashan, at such a time, it would be more appropriate to say his spirit in heaven. Zhao Dashan responded, Elder Lung, I feel that at this moment, we should not dwell on such details. Our priority is how to treat Brother Chu. Elder Lung frowned. As for healing, I am not proficient. Zhao Dashan replied, Then we are finished. I am also unskilled. Chu Chongfeng sighed. Since neither of you are capable, I shall tend to my own wounds. As for Master Wei's affairs, I leave them in your capable hands. Rest assured, Brother Chu, we will ensure Master Wei receives a dignified burial. Zhao Dashan nodded earnestly. I believe Master Wei would hold nothing but contempt for you, given how much you care for him. Chu Chongfeng remained silent, for indeed, Master Wei harbored a deep-seated grudge against him. After Chu Chongfeng departed with the assistance of the two disciples, Zhao Dashan lifted Master Wei's lifeless body. Ah, what is wrong, Elder Zhao? Elder Lung noticed something amiss. Elder Lung, you must vouch for me. Master Wei had no storage bag on him. I did not pilfer his possessions. Elder Lung's brow furrowed. Something fell off. Yet, in the next moment, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Elder Zhao, you might also need to vouch for me. Zhao Dashan gasped. Could it be that Qingyo's storage bag is also missing? Logically, such an important item should be kept on one's person. Chapter 81. The Hall of Cold Bones. Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair 1 North, 2 North, 3 North, 4 North. The Alchemy Hall. Chu Chongfeng gazed at the pile of spirit stones before him, unable to suppress his joy. At that moment, he exhibited none of the frailty one might expect from a sickly individual. The source of these spirit stones was the storage bags of Hall Master Wei and Qingyo. After a brief calculation, Chu Chongfeng discovered he possessed 500 middle-grade spirit stones and over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This meant that Qingyo and Hall Master Wei had yielded over 51,000 low-grade spirit stones. Among them were numerous materials for crafting demonic artifacts, 2 high-grade second-tier artifacts, and 5 first-tier artifacts. Regrettably, they did not cultivate sword techniques, and thus lacked materials for forging flying swords. Chu Chongfeng increasingly yearned for an opportunity to exchange the rare treasures and artifacts he possessed for those he truly desired. Another day passed, and Chu Chongfeng had managed to recuperate somewhat. When he stepped out of the alchemy hall, he spotted Elder Lung and Zhao Dashan in the courtyard. "Brother Chu, how are you faring?" Zhao Dashan inquired. Chu Changfeng forced a smile. "I have narrowly preserved my life, but I know time is of the essence." Zhao Dashan interjected, having already surmised the situation. Elder Lung remarked, "Hall Master Chu, please take care of your health. We have reported the events to the main hall. This time, you have rendered great service and may soon be summoned to meet the sect leader." Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng's heart stirred. His plans had finally taken a step forward. Another day passed, and Chu Changfeng's health improved slightly, his complexion regaining its pallor. "Brother Chu, good news, excellent news." Zhao Dashan exclaimed excitedly. "Brother Zhao, what is this good news?" "A letter from the main hall has arrived." Zhao Dashan presented a letter to Chu Changfeng. As he opened the envelope, his heart soared with joy. It was an invitation from the main sect, requesting him to come and receive his reward. During Chu Changfeng's absence, Elder Lung had overseen Qingyao City, while Zhao Dashan would guide him to the main hall. Naturally, Chu Changfeng would not decline this invitation. After sharing the news with Elder Lung and Zhao Dashan, he set off immediately. The headquarters of the Cold Bone Demon sect was nestled among towering mountains. Where the peaks loomed high, forests were dense, and clouds swirled, creating an eerie atmosphere with few signs of human presence. Chu Changfeng and Zhao Dashan traversed the winding mountain path until they arrived at the base of a towering peak. "Brother Chu, we have arrived," Zhao Dashan said, smiling as he looked up at the mountain. Meanwhile, within a grand hall atop the mountain, a figure clad in black robes, with a hawkish nose and fierce demeanor, inquired in a low voice, "Today, Chu, he should be arriving, correct?" Below, a disciple clad in gray responded, "He should be nearing the foot of the mountain." At this, the black-robed figure's eyes flashed with a cold intensity. "Without Hall Master Wei, I hope this Chu Hall Master possesses the wisdom not to covet the position of deputy sect leader." Evidently, despite not having met the newly ascendant Hall Master Chu, hostility already brewed within him. The gray-robed disciple assured, "Rest assured, Hall Master. A mere late-stage golden core cultivator who took shortcuts will likely lack the courage to compete with you and that old fellow Jianghe." Simultaneously, in another, similarly adorned hall, an elderly man in white robes sat upon a throne constructed of bones, addressing a stunning woman in a revealing red dress kneeling before him. "Did I not instruct you not to disturb my seclusion unless it was of great importance?" He was Jianghe, one of the contenders for the position of deputy sect leader alongside Hall Master Wei and Hall Master Qiao. The woman replied, "Master, the sect leader has decreed that all must emerge from seclusion today, except those in deep meditation." Jianghe raised a snowy brow. "What significant event has transpired?" The woman replied, "One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Let's start with the good news. Hall Master Wei is dead." "What? How'd he die?" Jianghe exclaimed in shock. "A few days ago, in Qingyao City." "And the bad news? With Hall Master Wei gone, we now have a new Hall Master Chu." "Who is this Hall Master Chu?" Jianghe, having been in seclusion for some time, was unaware of recent developments. "He is a newly appointed Hall Master, a late-stage golden core cultivator who barely reached his level through the use of pill poison techniques. And he may very well compete with you for the deputy sect leader position." The woman recounted the history of Hall Master Chu to Jianghe. After a long moment of contemplation, Jianghe burst into laughter. "Ha! Is this not also good news? A pseudo-late-stage golden core cultivator is hardly worth my concern. I trust that if Jiao's nightmares still haunt him, he will steer clear of the deputy sect leader position, for true late-stage golden core cultivators are beyond his reach. However, should he be foolish enough to challenge us for the deputy position, he will surely regret it. Chu He, a man who took shortcuts, is not a threat to me." Just then, a heavy sound echoed. Jianghe rose. "It seems our Hall Master Chu has arrived. Let us meet him and see what kind of person he truly is." Under Zhao Dashan's guidance, Chu Changfeng passed through several checkpoints and ascended halfway up the mountain, arriving within a grand hall where melodious bell chimed. Before long, 5 figures entered the hall in succession. The first to arrive was a white-clad elder accompanied by the woman in the red dress, followed by a man in black robes and another in gray, and finally, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man entered. "Hall Master Chu, these two are Hall Master Qiao and Elder Wang." "Hall Master Chu, these are Hall Master Jiang and Elder Sha." Lastly, this is Elder Lu. Zhao Dashan quietly introduced each person to Chu Changfeng as they entered the hall. Chu Changfeng greeted them all accordingly. However, aside from Elder Lu, who greeted him warmly with a smile, the others maintained a certain distance from Chu Changfeng. Hall Master Qiu and Jiang he merely raised their brows, casting a fleeting glance at him. Chu Changfeng, however, was not taken aback. In his eyes, everyone in the hall, save for Zhao Dashan, was shrouded in a faint, dark aura. This aura, elusive and difficult for many cultivators to perceive, was clear to Chu Changfeng: resentment. The presence of such resentment indicated that deep within these individuals lay dissatisfaction and animosity. Even Elder Lu's apparent friendliness was merely a facade beneath that smile. Some may harbor ulterior motives or even malicious intent toward Chu Changfeng. In his heart, Chu Changfeng mused, "This hall of cold bones is not a place of safety. It is at worst a dragon's den and a tiger's lair." Chapter 82. Chu Changfeng. I wish to take a chance. Chu Changfeng observed the individuals around him with an impassive demeanor, secretly cultivating a sense of vigilance within. He understood that, in this place, trust was a luxury he could ill afford. Just then, the palace doors were abruptly thrust open, and a gust of dark wind swept through, revealing a figure suddenly seated upon the throne at the center of the grand hall. As Chu Changfeng gazed upon this figure, he noted the individual was clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a white half-mask, rendering their true age indiscernible. Yet in that fleeting moment, he sensed an aura of danger emanating from this person. A Yuanying stage cultivator. He was unequivocally certain of it. The moment this figure appeared, the expressions of all present turned grave. "Welcome, Master," they chorused in unison. Even the defiant Qiu Tangzhu and Jiang he bowed in respect to this enigmatic figure. "Chu Changfeng, you have conquered a city for our Coldbone sect, and in doing so, you have made a significant contribution," the master of the Coldbone sect declared, without preamble or concealment of his admiration for Chu Changfeng. With humility, Chu Changfeng bowed in response. "Expanding our sect's territory is the duty of every disciple. Moreover, my accomplishments are inseparable from the selfless dedication of Hall Masters Feng and Wei." The master nodded slightly and continued, "To honor your achievements, I have decided to reward you with 50,000 spirit stones." With a mere wave of his hand, a bag containing the spirit stones flew to Chu Changfeng's feet. Upon witnessing this, envy flickered across the faces of the onlookers. For the majority of Jindan cultivators, 50,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum. More importantly, this reward underscored the master's immense recognition of Chu Changfeng. "Thank you for your generous reward, Master." Chu Changfeng accepted the storage bag, his expression one of deep gratitude. Observing his smug demeanor, Qiu Tangzhu thought disdainfully that it was merely luck that had granted him the favor of Hall Masters Feng and Wei. Jiang he, too, frowned inwardly, believing that Chu Changfeng was unworthy of such accolades. Had it not been for Hall Master Wei's unfortunate demise alongside Qingyao, what merit did Chu Changfeng possess to warrant such a reward? The master of the Coldbone sect noted the expressions of those present and raised his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not harbor envy towards him. If you possess similar strength, you too can attain the same rewards. I solemnly pledge to treat all my brothers who risk their lives alongside me with equal fairness." Upon hearing this, numerous disciples of the demonic sect expressed their willingness to fight and die for the Coldbone sect, proclaiming their loyalty to the master. However, Chu Changfeng keenly sensed that many, despite their words, exuded a faint aura of darkness, indicating a lack of sincerity. It was a classic case of smiling on the outside while harboring resentment within, akin to those forced to smile in the face of oppression. At that moment, the master of the Coldbone sect raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. "While we have a large assembly today, I must announce something regarding the selection of the position of deputy master." He then focused his gaze on Chu Changfeng. "According to our sect's regulations, having conquered a city grants you the qualification to compete for the deputy master position. I wonder if you wish to participate?" Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng's heart stirred, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Was this not precisely what he desired? Yet, he refrained from responding immediately, feigning contemplation. As the Master's words settled, all eyes in the vicinity converged on Chu Changfeng, eager to witness his reaction. "Chu Tangzhu, you must consider this carefully," Zhao Dashan whispered urgently, fearing an impulsive decision from Chu Changfeng. Earlier, Zhao Dashan had advised him to forego the idea of competing for the deputy master position. For both Qiu Tangzhu and Jiang, he were genuine late-stage Jindan cultivators who had dominated the sect for years. Should Chu Changfeng express his intent to compete, he would find himself at odds with both, making them his adversaries. At that point, he might find himself in dire straits. After all, Chu Changfeng had merely reached the late Jindan stage through dubious means, and his time was limited. What could he possibly use to contend with Qiu Tangzhu and Jiang He? Hadn't T-Hall, Master Wei, formidable as he was, failed to gain any advantage against the two? Nevertheless, after much contemplation, Chu Changfeng looked at the master and declared, "Master, I wish to take a chance." Zhao Dashan could not help but shake his head in despair. This notion was exceedingly naive. By uttering these words, Chu Changfeng had unwittingly acquired two new enemies, undoubtedly complicating his future endeavors. Qiu Tangzhu frowned slightly, secretly mocking Chu Changfeng's audacity. This young man truly exhibited the fearless tenacity of a novice, one who would soon learn the harsh lessons of reality. A mere pseudo-late Jindan cultivator aspiring to compete with them was simply courting disaster. Beside him, Jiang He shook his head in disappointment at Chu Changfeng's choice. One must possess self-awareness, and he felt Chu Changfeng lacked it, relying solely on cunning methods to barely ascend the ranks. What right did such a person have to compete with them? It was an utterly reckless display of hubris. Yet, upon hearing Chu Changfeng's declaration, the master of the Cold Bones sect laughed heartily. "Chu Tangzhu, what ambition!" However, he swiftly shifted his tone, stating, "Since we are all gathered here today, I shall be forthright about the requirements for the deputy master position." Pausing for effect, the master continued, "It is quite simple. The assassin of the previous deputy master has resurfaced, and his cultivation has surpassed his former self, nearing the yuanying stage. Recently, this individual was spotted at the Coldwater Marsh. Whoever can slay him and retrieve his head to cleanse our sect's shame shall assume the position of deputy master." What? The demand was astonishingly rigorous. The master's proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned and wide-eyed. It was understood that a cultivator close to the yuanying stage was not easily dealt with, especially for Qiu Tangzhu and Jiang He, who had intended to contend with Chu Changfeng. Their expressions shifted, revealing their astonishment at the formidable adversary they would have to face to claim the deputy master title. So this was the master's scheme. Chu Changfeng pondered silently. He recalled Zhao Dashan's earlier words about the master soon unveiling a plan that would allow all qualified candidates to compete fairly for the deputy master position. He anticipated the challenge would be so formidable. Indeed, it would be no small feat. Even formidable figures like Qiu Tangzhu and Jiang He would likely only serve as fodder against a cultivator nearing the threshold of yuanying. Chapter 83. I only need to run faster than you. Do not be alarmed, everyone. Although the elder spirit devourer possesses a formidable strength, he has sustained considerable injuries and is unable to unleash his full potential, added the leader of the Cold Bone sect. Yet, despite this reassurance, both Master Qiu and Master Jiang remained hesitant. It is a well-known adage that a dying camel is larger than a horse, is it not? As silence enveloped the crowd, Chu Changfeng suddenly rose, his gaze fixed resolutely on the leader of the Cold Bone sect. "I am willing to accept this challenge and slay the elder spirit devourer, who has harmed the former deputy leader." Hiss! Chu He actually dared to be the first to step forward and accept the trial. His voice resonated through the stillness, inciting a wave of commotion. However, no one admired his bravery. Instead, they criticized him for his foolishness. They shook their heads, deeming him utterly overconfident. How could a mere late-stage, false golden core cultivator boast about confronting a power nearing the nascent soul stage? It was akin to striking a stone with an egg, an act tantamount to seeking death. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Changfeng regarded the elder spirit devourer as inconsequential, even if he were a nascent soul cultivator. Master Jiang and Master Qiu are both qualified to compete for the position of deputy leader. Are you two choosing silence as a means to withdraw? The leader of the Cold Bone sect inquired languidly. Withdraw? Withdraw my foot. How could we be less than a dying person? Master Qingyao gritted his teeth, expressing his willingness to accept the challenge and slay the elder spirit devourer. Though trepidation lingered in their hearts, spurred on by Chu Changfeng, they resolved to take the plunge. Master Jiang looked at Chu Changfeng and said, "If even Master Chu has the courage to accept the trial, what right do I have to be timid? Leader, I too wish to undertake the assessment." In truth, they harbored resentment towards Chu Changfeng. "We were both too afraid to accept this task, yet you boldly stepped forth, truly reckless." Yet they could not allow themselves to be outshone by him. The leader of the Cold Bone sect surveyed the assembly before stating slowly, "Since you have all accepted the trial, I suggest you return for the night to rest and recuperate. Tomorrow morning, you shall head to the Cold Water Marsh." After a brief pause, he turned to Zhao Dashan and instructed, "Zhao Dashan, you will be in charge of attending to Chu He for now." "Understood." Zhao Dashan quickly acknowledged. "I will await your good news at the main hall." Before the leader's words had faded, he transformed into a gust of black wind and vanished from the hall. "Everyone, I shall take my leave first," Master Jiang said, clasping his fists before striding out of the hall. However, as he departed, Chu Changfeng felt a malevolent gaze directed at him, as if Jiang sought his demise. The woman in the red dress followed closely behind. "Master Chu, if you have any final words, be sure to convey them before you depart. There may not be another opportunity." Master Qingyao remarked with a significant tone. The moment Chu Changfeng chose to accept the trial, they had already positioned themselves as adversaries. "Since we are enemies, there is no need for pretense." Having said this, Master Qingyao exited with the elder in gray. "Master Chu, exercise caution, especially now that you have offended both Master Jiang and Master Qingyao. Your days may become more challenging." Elder Lu gently admonished Chu Changfeng. His tone was soft, seemingly filled with concern. Yet, Chu Changfeng could perceive the dark resentment emanating from him. "You speak sweetly, but your intentions are far from pure. You must be reveling in my conflict with Master Qingyao and Master Jiang, aren't you? In fact, you probably wish for my untimely demise." Chu Changfeng silently scoffed, yet wore a smile. "I shall certainly heed Elder Lu's warning, act with caution, and if the situation becomes untenable, I will prioritize my safety and withdraw from the trial." Elder Lu's words reminded me that my life is of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu's expression stiffened. "I was merely being polite. Do not take it to heart. If you can avoid returning, then by all means do so." After leaving the hall, Chu Changfeng closely followed Zhao Dashan. They traversed several corridors and soon arrived at a serene courtyard nestled in the back mountains. The environment was delightful, surrounded by lush trees and the melodious chirping of birds, offering a tranquil respite. Chu Changfeng was surprised to discover such a pleasant place amidst the foreboding atmosphere. The malevolent energy in these mountains is too intense. It is not good for your health. "I have set up a formation to ward off the malevolent aura," Zhao Dashan explained, sensing Chu Changfeng's confusion. Nodding in understanding, Chu Changfeng entered the courtyard alongside Zhao Dashan. Upon stepping inside, he caught sight of a familiar figure. It was the former deputy leader, Zhao Shaoshan. "Elder brother, you have returned." Zhao Shaoshan paused in surprise upon seeing Chu He, quickly breaking into a smile as he approached to greet him. Chu, he stammered. Fearing Zhao Shaoshan might choke on his words, Chu Changfeng interjected. Zhao Shaoshan nodded vigorously, managing to say yes. After which, he hurriedly gasped for breath. "How has your health been, brother Zhao?" Chu Changfeng inquired with concern. No. Zhao Shaoshan struggled to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Zhao Dashan, anxious to assist, spoke on his behalf. "Do not mention it. All the physicians have been inept. After leaving Yingkuei City, I sought out several alchemists, yet none could treat Xiaoshan's injuries. Were it not for the pills you previously concocted for him, he might not be able to sustain his current condition." "Indeed," Zhao Shaoshan nodded, giving Chu Changfeng a thumbs up. "You are a miraculous doctor." Chu Changfeng replied. "I merely provided the antidote for the poison I administered." After a moment of silence, he solemnly assured, "Rest assured, Elder Zhao, I will do my utmost to heal Brother Zhao's injuries." "Thank you," Zhao Shaoshan expressed with great excitement. Zhao Dashan's eyes brimmed with tears. Chu He, I never doubted your capabilities. You truly rise to the occasion. If you can heal my brother, you will be our benefactor." Even this demonic cultivator was moved. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Dashan's expression suddenly darkened as he addressed Chu He. "Chu He, it is not that I wish to reproach you, but your recent decision was exceedingly impulsive. The trial that neither Master Qiu nor Master Jiang dare to undertake, you bravely took upon yourself, is hardly a wise choice." Zhao Shaoshan, overhearing this, wore a grave expression, interjecting, "What? You intend to confront a cultivator nearing the nascent soul stage? That is akin to courting death." In the face of the brother's concerns, Chu Changfeng merely smiled. "I accept the trial, but it is for the sake of survival. Do you truly believe you can contend with the elder spirit devourer?" Zhao Dashan gasped. Chu Changfeng shook his head. Why confront a cultivator approaching the nascent soul stage, especially one who is elusive? Moreover, if the elder spirit devourer were so easily slain, he would not have survived this long. From the outset, I never intended to seek out the elder spirit devourer. After all, 2 late-stage golden core cultivators are far easier to handle than a single opponent nearing the nascent soul stage. When faced with a tiger, I need not outrun the tiger. I merely need to outrun the other person. Chapter 84. Who brought you to the treasury? Everyone must exercise caution. I await your good news in the sect. The following day, Chu Changfeng reconvened with the elders and hall masters in the Grand Hall. The masked leader of the Cold Bone sect spoke solemnly, Hall Master Jiang. I wish you great success. Hall Master Qiu, I look forward to your triumphant return. Elder Lu, seeking to avoid offending either side, smiled as he addressed them. Hall Master Chu, may you remain safe and sound. When it came to Chu Changfeng, the sentiment took on a different tone. However, Chu Changfeng did not wish to contest Elder Lu's words. Zhao Dashan, observing the exchange, mimicked the others, Home Master Jiang. I shall refrain from saying much, but I wish you a journey fraught with challenges. Jiang, he retorted, Pa, ill luck befalls the wicked, while fortune favors the good. Nearby, Hall Master Qiu could not suppress a chuckle. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Dashan's gaze shifted to Hall Master Qiu. Hall Master Qiu, I anticipate your arduous journey. Hall Master Qiu remained silent, and Zhao Dashan disregarded whether his well-wishing was appropriate, turning his attention to Chu Changfeng. Before Zhao could elaborate, Chu Changfeng interjected, Elder Zhao, I appreciate your goodwill. The mountains are high and the waters deep. Time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Hall Master Chu, I advise against delving too deeply into the cold water marsh. It harbors many perilous beasts, venomous creatures, and formidable cultivators that pose threats to you. Cautioned Hall Master Jiang. What Hall Master Jiang says is quite right. Added Hall Master Qiu, I implore you to consider carefully and not act impulsively. 3 days later, Chu Changfeng, Hall Master Qiu. In Jiang, he arrived at the outskirts of Coldwater City, just beyond the Coldwater Marsh. The two warned Chu Changfeng with their well-intentioned advice. Chu Changfeng replied, Thank you, esteemed Hall Masters, but I wish to take one more gamble. After all, becoming the deputy sect leader and participating in the white sacrifice could grant me the favor of the demon god. Who knows, not only could I extend my lifespan, but achieving the nascent soul stage might also be within reach. Upon hearing this, Jiang he frowned, resolute in his stance. Since you insist on courting danger, so be it. Remember, do not seek my help in times of peril, for I shall not come to your aid. With that, he strode into the city. Hall Master Qiu shook his head, lamenting the futility of advising a foolhardy individual. He too followed Jiang he into the city, leaving Chu Changfeng behind outside the city gates. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined, he mused as he withdrew his gaze and made his way into the city. Coldwater City stands at the edge of the Coldwater Marsh, its towering walls exuding a grandiose aura. The marsh is a realm shrouded in mystery and danger, concealing a myriad of rare treasures alongside malevolent beasts and venomous insects. Legends speak of great demons at the nascent soul stage purging evil within a marsh. Coldwater City was established by a demonic nascent soul cultivator, serving as a refuge for those daring enough to venture into the marsh. After paying 5 low-grade spirit stones, Chu Changfeng entered the city. Upon crossing the city gates, he was greeted by bustling streets filled with demonic cultivators. Strolling through the thoroughfare, he absorbed the unique ambience of the city. He chose not to hasten through the north gate, opting instead to search for a place to exchange treasures. Without much difficulty, he learned a location named the Celestial Star Tower. This establishment, resembling the treasure pavilion, was founded by the Celestial Star Demon Lord and was situated at the center of Coldwater. After a brief transformation, Chu Changfeng arrived at the Celestial Star Tower. The tower, a magnificent 7-story building, was the tallest structure within the city. "Friend, are you seeking to purchase treasures or sell them?" A voice broke through as Chu Changfeng marveled at the array of rare artifacts displayed within. He turned to see a woman in her 30s, possessing a strikingly graceful appearance. Smiling at him, numerous other women clad similarly surrounded her, all attendants of the Celestial Star Tower. The proprietor of this tower possesses exquisite taste, surpassing that of the treasure pavilion. Chu Changfeng mused internally. While the attendants in the treasure pavilion were mostly youthful maidens, the Celestial Star Tower showcased women of more mature beauty. "I wish to sell some treasures and also purchase a few items," Chu Changfeng stated. "Friend, please allow me to assist you," the attendant replied softly, her voice soothing. Surveying the surroundings, he realized this was not a suitable place for conversation given the volume of his inventory. The attendant's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Then, please follow me upstairs." On the second floor, in an elegantly adorned room, Chu Changfeng wasted no time and presented 5 high-grade second-tier magical artifacts, 2 mid-grade second-tier artifacts, 5 low-grade second-tier artifacts, and around 21st-tier artifacts. These were his recent acquisitions. The attendant was taken aback, astonished by the sheer quantity of treasures Chu Changfeng produced. Yet he was not finished. He continued to pull out rare items he no longer needed, such as skulls and bones, which were primarily used in the crafting of demonic artifacts. "My heavens!" the attendant gasped. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she might have believed she had stumbled into the warehouse of the Celestial Star Tower. "Please wait, esteemed guest. I will fetch the steward," she said, hurrying out of the room after receiving Chu Changfeng's consent. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open. "Why did you bring me to meet a guest? I thought we were going to the treasury. The steward is here, and the guest is in the room." These treasures were all presented by him. "What?" An exclamation followed as a lean, middle-aged man clad in black robes entered the room. His expression animated as he addressed Chu Changfeng. "At long last, I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed guest." One might think he had encountered a long-lost parent given his fervor. Half an hour later, Chu Changfeng departed from the Celestial Star Tower, thoroughly satisfied. The various artifacts and rare items had netted him 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, he invested all his savings, totaling 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, extravagantly acquiring a substantial amount of necessary materials. These materials would be sufficient to elevate his 3 flying swords to the high-grade second tier. With his storage bag filled to the brim, Chu Changfeng could not help but exclaim internally, "This demon domain is indeed a splendid place. If I were in the sacred land, I cannot fathom how long it would take to amass tens of thousands of spirit stones." Now, it was time to attend to matters at hand. Those 2 fellows should have already stepped into the Coldwater Marsh. A glint of cold light flashed in Chu Changfeng's eyes as he exited the city through the north gate, stepping into the Coldwater Marsh. Upon entering the marsh, Chu Changfeng quickly donned the standard attire of a disciple from the Tianxian sect. He then reached into his sleeve, and, when he withdrew his hand, a tiny flying insect, no larger than an ant, rested in his palm. This creature, known as the spirit-seeking bug, possesses significant medicinal value. However, today, Chu Changfeng intended to utilize it to locate individuals. During his interactions with Hall Master Qiao and Jiang He over the past few days, he had discreetly sprinkled a special powder on them. Within 100 miles, the spirit-seeking bug would be drawn to them. Chapter 85, Master Jiang. There was a reaction. It was unclear whether it was due to the discovery of Jiang He or Master Qiao. After circling around for a few moments, the spirit-seeking insect suddenly flew off in a specific direction. Chu Changfeng followed closely behind. The insect, swift in flight, was trailed by Chu Changfeng like a gust of wind, weaving through the forest and causing the trees to sway. "Did you just see a white shadow pass by?" "Yes, I did. That person's attire resembles that of a disciple." "How could that be? A righteous sect disciple daring to act recklessly in the demon domain?" Those cultivating demonic arts in the cold water marsh believed they were merely imagining things. An hour later, guided by the spirit-seeking insect, Chu Changfeng arrived above a marshland. Light as a swallow, he darted across the reeds. The cold water marsh was aptly named for its vast expanse of swampy terrain. Who is it? In the distance, shrouded in impenetrable mist, a sudden shout rang out. Chu Changfeng recognized the voice as Jiang He's. However, he did not pause, plunging headlong into the thick fog. Oof! Ignorant fool! Within the mist, Jiang He stood atop the reeds, suddenly striking out with a palm, forming a handprint the size of a pot lid with his spiritual power. Crack! After traveling 100 meters, the handprint shattered, revealing Chu Changfeng not far away. At this moment, Chu Changfeng had transformed into Gu Changfeng, a disciple of the Tianxian sect, which Jiang He failed to recognize. He merely observed the attire of the righteous disciple, his brow furrowing slightly. A disciple of the Tianxian sect? Jiang He's voice betrayed a hint of surprise and displeasure. How dare he appear in the demon domain, and before me at that? His tone was laced with evident questioning and veiled threats. In the face of Jiang He's inquiries, Chu Changfeng's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a cold sneer. Not only do I dare to be here, but I also dare to kill you. Jiang He was momentarily taken aback by Chu Changfeng's audacious words. Do we have a grudge? Eradicating demons and upholding righteousness is our obligation. Jiang He burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what audacity! To come to the demon domain to eradicate demons is nothing short of a joke. Do you really think this is a place you can enter and exit at will? Evidently, Jiang He did not believe Chu Changfeng possessed such strength. He considered him merely a bluster. Yet, just as he prepared to continue mocking Chu Changfeng, his gaze suddenly shifted beyond him, looking back. Ancestor, wait. I can handle him. Chu Changfeng's voice was calm and resolute, as if he had complete confidence in the situation at hand. What? The ancestor of the Tianxian sect has also arrived? How is that possible? Does the Tianxian sect have some nefarious plans against our demon domain? Upon hearing this, Jiang He's mind raced with thoughts, a wave of ominous premonition washing over him. He instinctively turned to look behind, but found nothing there. Not a single shadow, not even a ghostly figure. Yet, Jiang He did not relax. Instead, his heart tightened. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. As expected, two piercing cold sensations suddenly approached like arrows, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. Unmatched in strength, Jiang He's expression shifted dramatically as he realized this was no ordinary attack. In that critical moment, he reacted swiftly, unleashing all his power. A myriad of lights erupted around him, coalescing into a formidable defensive barrier. Not only that, but he also quickly retrieved several talismans from his robe, infusing spiritual energy into them. The talismans spun rapidly in the air before transforming into a solid shield, firmly guarding him. At that moment, the lethal force drew near. Jiang He finally discerned the true nature of the two icy sensations. They were flying swords. The terrifying sharpness radiating from the swords was overwhelming. You're a sword cultivator, Jiang He exclaimed in shock. Aren't disciples of the Tianxian sect supposed to cultivate a singular heavenly scripture, excelling in techniques? How could there be such a formidable sword cultivator? Swordsmanship is also a form of magic, Jiang He cursed angrily. Just then, the flying swords were upon him. His defensive measures crumbled before the swords, proving utterly inadequate. With a sharp crack, his shield and talismanic barrier were pierced as if they were mere paper. Jiang He's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his formidable defenses could be so easily shattered. In that instant, he felt a chill at his waist as the two swords pierced through his kidneys. You damned. Not only a sword cultivator, but one who specializes in such underhanded tactics. This is hardly the conduct of a righteous disciple. Jiang He seethed with pain and fury. What kind of insidious sword cultivator is this? Yet consumed by anger, he did not relinquish his struggle. In an instant, a torrent of black mist erupted from his body, transforming him into a wisp of black wind that vanished from Chu Changfeng's sight. Chu Changfeng, however, pursued him with an air of nonchalance. Shortly thereafter, Jiang He fell into a thicket, Chu Changfeng, like a shadow, appeared before him, coldly observing Jiang He. At that moment, Jiang He resembled a flickering candle in the wind, his body losing support as he weakly collapsed to the ground. The sword aura emanating from the two flying swords had drained him of all vitality. His formidable golden core late-stage cultivation reached its end in that instant. Yet, he still summoned the last vestiges of his willpower, laboriously raising a trembling finger to scrawl on the ground. On the earth, Jiang He shakily inscribed the characters for Tianxian sect. However, as he attempted to write more, he found himself utterly drained of strength. His finger felt as though it were encumbered by an enormous weight, rendering it immovable. He truly had no strength left. "I'll help you." At that moment, Chu Changfeng approached Jiang He's side, crouching down without hesitation. He grasped Jiang He's hand and continued inscribing the characters for Gu Changfeng on the ground. The final stroke of the character Feng remained incomplete. It was evident to anyone that it was intended to be Feng. Yu Jiang He's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Chu Changfeng. In that instant, he suddenly realized that things might not be so simple. The person before him was likely not Gu Changfeng, but an impostor seeking to frame the Tianxian sect. At that moment, Chu Changfeng smiled. "Master Jiang, it is I." Chu Jiang, he was instantly filled with terror. Chapter 86. Do you even deserve to be a righteous cultivator? "It is I, Chu He." Chu Changfeng replied to Jiang He with a smile. While Jiang He was engulfed in fear and despair. He could scarcely believe that the righteous disciple who had attacked him was none other than the sickly Chu He, whom he had always regarded with disdain, a mere false golden core cultivator, unworthy of his notice. "Why you?" Jiang He stammered, still attempting to articulate his thoughts. Chu Changfeng smiled gently. "Do not worry, Master Jiang. I will ensure your storage bag and treasures are well taken care of." "Are you trying to seize my wealth?" Jiang He's fury reached a boiling point, nearly causing him to explode from rage. Already grievously wounded, his anger culminated in a fatal collapse. Chu Changfeng, undeterred, proceeded to search Jiang He's belongings, discovering a high-grade second-tier magical artifact, 2 mid-tier second-grade artifacts, 1 low-tier second-grade artifact, and 3 first-tier artifacts. While not abundant in rare treasures, he did find a skeletal magic puppet crafted from the bones of an avian beast, alongside 20,000 spirit stones. Quite satisfactory, indeed. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face faded abruptly. His spiritual sense detected 2 figures approaching. Quickly, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanate from ahead. It appears the battle has ceased, perhaps resulting in a mutual demise. We shall position ourselves as the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A strange expression crossed Chu Changfeng's face. Were there others seeking my head? He stood still, concealing his presence, waiting quietly. Soon, the bushes rustled, and 2 figures clad in black emerged. "Not good, we've been spotted. That fellow is watching us." A righteous cultivator, and a sword cultivator at that. The 2 foundation-building demons felt their legs weaken. What righteous cultivator? All cultivators are one family, with no distinction between righteousness and evil. Only the demon race is our common enemy. "Senior, do you believe we are merely passing by?" The 2 foundation-building demons gazed at Chu Changfeng with sycophantic smiles. Chu Changfeng chuckled. "Do you think I believe you?" Before the demons could respond, Old Ancestor Sword and Waiting Sword severed their heads in one swift stroke. Subsequently, Chu Changfeng swiftly collected their storage bags and released a spirit-seeking insect to locate Master Qiao's whereabouts. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Coldbone sect, a woman in a red dress was immersed in her cultivation. Suddenly, a wooden plaque before her shattered without warning, scattering debris across the floor, rendering her face pale. "Master, he has fallen." The woman's voice trembled with astonishment and disbelief. She stared wide-eyed at the shattered plaque, unable to accept the reality. How could the elder spirit eater, who had been severely wounded, still possess such strength? The woman murmured to herself, her heart laden with confusion and dread. After some time, she regained her composure, inhaling deeply to steady her nerves before deciding to report this matter to the sect leader. Hastily, she rose and exited the room, making her way to the grand hall where the sect leader resided. Where could that old Jiang He be? Has he found the Elder Spirit Eater? The cold water marsh is vast. He shouldn't have been able to locate it so swiftly, Master Chiu muttered as he stood atop a 3-meter-long skeletal scorpion, searching for traces of the Elder Spirit Eater amidst the fog-laden marsh. You are correct. Jianghe indeed has not found the Elder Spirit Eater. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead. Chuhi? Master Chiu exclaimed, his face revealing surprise. Cunning, show yourself. With a wave of his arm, Master Chiu unleashed dozens of bone-crafted flying needles, which sped toward the target like arrows released from a bow, whistling through the air. Yet, just as he anticipated a successful hit, several cold glimmers appeared abruptly behind him. These glimmers surged with alarming speed, closing in on his back in an instant. What is that? Master Chiu felt a jolt of unprecedented fear. Heavens! 5 flying swords. He focused intently, realizing that the cold glimmers were indeed flying swords, 5 of them, each radiating a chilling aura that instilled dread within him. Chuhi is a sword cultivator. A tumultuous wave surged within Master Chiu's heart. He had never considered that the frail Master Chiu could transform into a formidable sword cultivator capable of wielding 5 flying swords. No, Brother Chiu, please do not act hastily. We can discuss this amicably. If I have offended you in the past, I sincerely apologize. Master Chiu's spirit nearly fled in terror. 1 flying sword was already a challenge to withstand. Now, 5 had appeared. Were you truly so intent on my demise? However, in the next instant, his body trembled violently as if struck by a heavy hammer. Looking down coldly, he discovered several blood holes had suddenly appeared, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wounds. Chuhi, do you not fear retribution from the sect for harming fellow disciples? The spiritual energy within Master Chiu began to dissipate, and he could no longer maintain his balance atop the reeds, collapsing helplessly into the marsh. Blood mingled with the water, dyeing the surroundings crimson. In his final moments, disbelief lingered on Master Chiu's face. He had never imagined that he, a peak golden core cultivator and one of the leaders of the Coldbone sect, would perish here. His eyes widened as he stared ahead in astonishment. To his surprise, the figure emerging from the mist was not the familiar Chu He, but a stranger clad in the garments of a Tianxian sect disciple. Is this truly your true form? Master Chiu stammered after a moment of shock. Chu Changfeng nodded. I remain unchanged in name and surname. I am Gu Changfeng of the Tianxian sect. Goodness. Master Chiu laughed in fury, realizing he had unwittingly been ensnared by a Tianxian sect infiltrator. I acknowledge your cunning, but you dare not reveal your true identity. Suddenly, his expression twisted. With my life, I curse Gu Changfeng of the Tianxian sect. May you struggle to advance in cultivation, tormented day and night by inner demons. Go. He spat a mouthful of blood mist, which coalesced into a rune. Normally, this rune would embed itself within the target's body. However, Master Chiu found the rune suspended in midair, failing to move, ultimately shattering. You even deceive one on the brink of death. You possess none of the grace of a righteous cultivator. Master Chiu pointed a trembling finger at Chu Changfeng before succumbing to his injuries. Chu Changfeng approached Master Chiu's corpse, bending to retrieve his storage bag. Opening it, he examined its contents, discovering only a high-grade second-tier artifact, a low-grade second-tier artifact, and 5 first-tier artifacts, along with 20,000 spirit stones. Casting a glance at Master Chiu's lifeless form, he murmured, You did not exert yourself as diligently as Master Jiang. Chapter 87. Master Chiu, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed, Master. Something terrible has occurred. Master Chiu, an elder clad in a gray robe, rushed into the grand hall of the sect, a shattered wooden talisman clutched in his hand. This talisman belonged to Master Chiu, and its destruction signified that he had perished. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a woman in a red dress, Elder Sha, was also present. Seated upon the throne, Master Han Gu fixed his gaze upon the gray-robed elder. Elder Wang, what has happened to Master Chiu? Master, the master has met with misfortune. Elder Wang's voice trembled with a hint of weeping. What? Master Chiu has met with misfortune as well? Elder Sha's expression changed abruptly, her eyes filled with astonishment. Elder Wang shuddered. Why use as well? Could it be that Master Jiang? Elder Sha's gaze dimmed, her voice forlorn as she spoke. The soul talisman of my master has shattered. Gasping, Elder Wang could not restrain himself. Was it not said that the devourer of spirits was gravely injured? How could he still possess such strength? They instinctively believed that the devourer of spirits had dealt a lethal blow to both Master Qiao and Master Jiang. The identity of the perpetrator remained uncertain. Master Han Gu spoke solemnly. You two must seek out Zhao Dashan and immediately head to the Coldwater Marsh to investigate the cause of death of the two masters. Additionally, inform Master Chu that the assessment has concluded. It is imperative to prevent him from taking further risks. Master, do you mean? Elder Wang and Elder Sha's pupils constricted at his words. I mean to say that this trial ends here. Chu, he's now our vice master of Han Gu's sect. What? Then my master has died in vain? Master Han Gu replied, we must know when to stop. Our sect cannot endure further losses. Should we fail to gather even 2 participants for the bone sacrifice, it would be a great embarrassment. Master, this is unjust, Elder Wang replied solemnly. Suddenly, a chilling wind enveloped Elder Wang, lifting him as though grasped by unseen specters, rendering him immobile. The disparity in power between a Yuanying stage cultivator and a Jindan stage cultivator was stark. At that moment, Master Han Gu's icy voice resonated. This is the demon domain. Do you dare speak of fairness to me? Have you gone mad? Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed from Elder Wang's body. Master, I understand my error. He stammered. Begone. With a wave of his hand, Master Han Gu sent Elder Wang flying out of the grand hall like a sack of sand. After slaying Master Qiao, Chu Changfeng sought a secluded spot within the Coldwater Marsh to commence his closed-door cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and half a month slipped by. Through relentless effort during these days, he finally succeeded in enhancing his 3 flying swords to the 2nd-tier superior grade. His spiritual power now surpassed that of ordinary Jinan practitioners several times over. 4 of his 9 flying swords had reached the 2nd-tier superior grade. Even ordinary Yuanying cultivators would think twice before approaching him. Chu Changfeng mused internally, then emerged from his secluded retreat. After a brief rest, he returned to Han Shui City. To his surprise, the city buzzed with discussions about the righteous sword cultivators. I heard that the righteous cultivator who slew numerous experts from our demonic sect hails from Tianxin sect, named Gu Changfeng. Is that news credible? Of course. The son of my senior brother's 2nd and 3rd cousin's 7th uncle is well acquainted with a disciple of Han Gu's sect. He claims that the elder of Han Gu's sect wrote down the identity of the assailant before his demise. The disciples of Tianxian's sect dare to venture into the demon domain. They are exceedingly arrogant. Many powerful figures from our domain have entered Coldwater Marsh to hunt down that Tianxian disciple. He shall surely meet his end. Calmly, Chu Changfeng navigated through the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted a symbol carved onto a nearby building. It was a secret sign associated with Han Gu's sect. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to follow the mark. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of courtyard. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Who is it? Several figures within the courtyard turned their gaze toward the entrance. Among them, Chu Changfeng recognized several familiar faces: Zhao Dashan, Elder Sha in a red dress, and Elder Wang in his gray robe, along with other disciples of Han Gu's sect. Master Chu, they exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Dashan, filled with excitement, approached Chu Changfeng, his face beaming. Brother Chu, it is truly wonderful that you have returned safely. We had feared the worst when we received no word from you. Chu Changfeng replied, I apologize for causing you concern. The crowd fell silent. Chu Changfeng inquired, what brings you all here? Where are Masters Qiao and Jiang? Who was responsible for slaying the devourer of spirits? Upon hearing his questions about the other 2 masters, the expressions of the crowd turned peculiar, as if concealing an unspeakable secret. Zhao Dashan hesitated, then finally spoke. Brother Chu, you are unaware. Masters Jiang and Qiao have both met with misfortune. We were dispatched to retrieve their remains and to find you to inform you that the trial has concluded. Chu Changfeng's countenance fell, his disbelief palpable. What? Both masters have perished? This cannot be. Their strength was formidable. How could they have died? The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Chu Changfeng's queries. Elder Wang and Elder Sha wore particularly grim expressions, as if they had swallowed something distasteful. This was a wound they preferred not to revisit. Zhao Dashan lowered his voice. Brother Chu, this matter is quite complex. Within the Coldwater Marsh, an unforeseen righteous cultivator has infiltrated our ranks. This individual is exceedingly powerful and cunning, attacking our demonic cultivators from the shadows. Many of our sect's practitioners have fallen victim to his treachery, and Masters Jiang and Xiu unfortunately met their tragic fate. It is truly despicable. Before his demise, Master Jiang recorded the identity of the assailant, Gu Changfeng of Tianxian sect. Chu Changfeng was taken aback. The news was indeed true, and he had assumed it to be mere rumor. It is undoubtedly true, Zhao Dashan continued. The appearance of a righteous cultivator within Coldwater Marsh has caused quite a stir. Even the Lord of Tianxing City, the Tianxing Demon Lord, has been roused to personally seek out this righteous cultivator to eliminate him. Regrettably, he returned empty-handed. Chu Changfeng's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that even Yuanian cultivators would take action. Fortunately, he had been engaged in sword refinement during his seclusion, thus avoiding a confrontation. Chapter 88. Gu Changfeng. Prepare for your fate, alas. It is truly heartbreaking to learn of the unfortunate fate that has befallen Master Qiu and Master Jiang. Chu Changfeng lamented, his face etched with sorrow and his voice quivering slightly. Just on our journey to the Coldwater Marsh, both masters displayed such care towards me, regaling me with numerous tales about the marsh and repeatedly urging me to exercise caution and avoid reckless actions. Their concern and guidance felt akin to that of mentors, enveloping me in warmth. Elder Wang, Elder Sha, did he truly speak of our revered masters? Observing the scene, Zhao Dashan hastily interjected, attempting to provide comfort. Master Chu, I beseech you to bear your grief with fortitude. If the souls of the two masters were to linger on and were aware of your deep concern for them, they would surely feel a sense of solace. Chu Changfeng nodded slightly, sighing, I hope so. However, Elder Sha and Elder Wang exchanged subtle frowns. Zhao Elder, lingering souls may not be the most fitting phrase here. My apologies. Zhao Dashan clasped his hands together. Master Jiang, Master Qiu, please forgive my indiscretion. Elder Sha. Elder Wang. Chu Changfeng remarked. Zhao Elder, you ought to have said magnanimous instead. Huh? Did I err again? Zhao Dashan exclaimed, smiting his forehead and muttering, yes, it was merely a slip of the tongue. The two masters. Zhao Master, perhaps it would be best to remain silent. That would be the utmost respect towards Masters Qiu and Jiang. Indeed, the deceased deserve our utmost reverence. It is best that you refrain from further comments. Elder Sha and Elder Wang swiftly intervened, genuinely fearing that the spirits of the two masters might find no peace. The expression on Chu Changfeng's face was one of profound sorrow, though he was nearly overwhelmed by the urge to suppress laughter, which could have led to internal injury. If the two masters truly lingered on, they might be incensed enough to rise from the dead. After a brief moment, he managed to compose himself and inquired, all of you have come here, I presume, to seek vengeance for the two masters? When shall we be able to enter the Coldwater Marsh to find that disciple of Tianxian sect named Gu Changfeng? What? Vengeance? Forgive us. But that thought never crossed our minds. To seek revenge would be madness. Those righteous cultivators are here to expel demons, and with the late-stage Golden Core Masters felled, do we wish to send ourselves to our demise? The members of the Cold Bone Demon cult, including Elder Sha and Elder Wang, shook their heads in unison. Let alone the thought of seeking revenge. Even a dog would shake its head at Chu Changfeng's proposal. Their willingness to retrieve the bodies of Masters Qiu and Jiang was already a testament to their benevolence. Such is the nature of demon cultivators. Selfishness is their creed. Noticing Chu Changfeng's rising agitation, as if he were ready to disregard all caution in pursuit of vengeance, Zhao Dashan quickly cautioned, Master Chu, you must not act recklessly. With righteous fervor, Chu Changfeng retorted, what is there to refrain from? How could Masters Jiang and Qiu meet such a tragic end? I am resolute in my pursuit of vengeance. From this day forth, I, Chu He, shall share neither heaven nor earth with Gu Changfeng of the Tianxian sect. Zhao Dashan implored earnestly, this is truly unwise. Master Chu, We have already lost Master Jiang and Master Qiao. We cannot afford to lose you as well. The sect leader has decreed that you're now the vice leader of our Cold Bone sect, bearing a heavy responsibility. Our mission here is not only to retrieve the two masters, but also to ensure your safety. You must not act impulsively. His words resonated with the others present, who echoed their agreement, urging Chu Changfeng to remain composed and not to act rashly. Yet, Chu Changfeng's fury showed no signs of abating. He glared at them, seemingly unmoved by their pleas. Vice Leader Chu. At that moment, Zhao Dashan revealed a critical piece of information. There's something you may not yet know. After the Celestial Star Demon Lord emerged from the Cold Water Marsh, he mentioned that the righteous cultivators may have already departed. Numerous demon cultivators have since infiltrated the territories controlled by the righteous sects, heading towards the Tianxian sect in search of Gu Changfeng to exact revenge. What? Chu Changfeng was momentarily stunned, genuinely taken aback. The notion of demon cultivators infiltrating the domain of the righteous sects for revenge had not crossed his mind. How lamentable it was. In silence, Chu Changfeng offered a moment of mourning for Gu Changfeng within his heart. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Gu Changfeng, you must endure. As long as you can withstand the ambush of the demon cultivators, you shall surely become a representative figure among the righteous cultivators. After a brief hesitation, Chu Changfeng solemnly declared, I hope that Gu Changfeng can live long enough. One day, I shall personally seek retribution upon him. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, within their hearts, they were skeptical. Who does not know that you, Chu He, are destined for a short life? Moreover, your late-stage golden core cultivation was acquired through secret means. Encountering someone who has already bested two masters would only result in your demise. 3 days later, at the Cold Bone sect's main hall, a clear chime echoed, resonating throughout the grand chamber. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, enveloping the hall in a frigid embrace. Chu Changfeng, Zhao Dashan, Elder Sha, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu felt a shiver run down their spines. Amidst this eerie wind, the figure of the Cold Bone sect leader appeared on the throne like a specter. Cloaked in a black robe and masked, his true visage remained obscured, yet his formidable presence was undeniable. Esteemed members, the Cold Bone sect leader began, his voice reverberating within the vast hall. I trust you are all aware of the unfortunate demise of our two masters. This represents a significant loss for our sect. Yet the affairs of the sect cannot be allowed to stagnate. A nation cannot remain without a ruler for a day. Our sect cannot be without a vice leader. His gaze settled upon Chu Changfeng as he continued. Since Master Chu has returned from the outside, I propose that he assumes the position of sect leader. What say you? Silence enveloped the hall. Everyone remained uncharacteristically mute. Present were only Chu Changfeng, Zhao Dashan, Elder Sha in crimson, Elder Wang in gray, and Elder Lu. However, upon hearing the leader inquire if anyone opposed, they exchanged glances. Though Elder Sha, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu believed that Chu He had only recently joined the sect and possessed limited cultivation, they recognized that such an opportunity to ascend to leadership was merely fortune. Yet, none dared to voice their dissent. Who would be so bold as to oppose what the leader had long decided? The inquiry was merely a formality, a pretense. After a moment of silence, Zhao Dashan was the first to shatter the impasse. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he congratulated Chu Changfeng. Congratulations, Master Chu, on your promotion to sect leader. Zhao Dashan was the first to pledge his loyalty. Chapter 89. Senior Brother, not to be provoked. They aimed to end your life. The crowd, witnessing the unfolding scene, could not help but silently curse. Yet each face bore a smile as they clasped their fists and bowed in deference. Salutations to Deputy Hall Master Chu. The hall resonated with a chorus of congratulations. Chu Changfeng responded with a polite gesture, his expression betraying little emotional fluctuation. He was momentarily captivated by this superficial merriment. These individuals were quite treacherous, uttering words of praise while their hearts simmered with dark thoughts and curses directed towards him. Meanwhile, the leader of the Cold Bone sect gazed sorrowfully at the elders below. The sect had recently endured significant setbacks, with several hall masters and elders falling one after another, including formidable figures like Hall Master Qiao and Hall Master Jiang. This series of misfortunes had left the Cold Bone sect severely weakened, suffering substantial losses. Although they had successfully seized control of Qingyao City, such a triumph could hardly compensate for their grave losses. Nonetheless, faced with the current reality, the Cold Bone sect had no alternative but to accept this fate. In the presence of the assembly, seeing no objections raised against Chu Chongfeng's appointment as deputy master, the leader finally spoke. In that case, from this moment forth, Chu He shall be the deputy master of our Cold Bone sect. Chu He, remain here. The rest may attend to their duties. As the dust settled, the leader dismissed the crowd. Once alone with Chu Chongfeng, the latter's vigilance surged to its peak. Who could fathom the intentions of this ancient being? His body tensed, muscles coiled like springs, prepared to react instantly should the leader make any sudden move. Simultaneously, his mind raced through various strategies to counter the leader's potential attack, each capable of inflicting lethal harm. The leader regarded Chu Chongfeng with a serious demeanor, his tone earnest as he proclaimed, "From today onward, you shall officially assume the role of deputy master of the Cold Bone sect, bearing greater responsibilities. You must dedicate yourself to the advancement of our sect, with no room for negligence. I aspire for the Cold Bone sect to flourish under your leadership." He continued, "Moreover, you will enjoy the generous privileges of the deputy master, possessing the authority to oversee all matters within the sect, even to act first and report later, wielding the power of life and death." Taken aback by the abruptness of it all, Chu Chongfeng responded earnestly, "I shall devote myself entirely to the Cold Bone sect." The leader appeared satisfied with this reply. "In 10 days, the Bone Festival will commence on the 7th day of the 8th month. You must return and manage affairs in Qingyao City appropriately. And once everything is in order, accompany me to the Bone Holy Sect to partake in this crucial festival." With a respectful reply of compliance, Chu Chongfeng took his leave. The leader waved him off, remaining silent, lost in thought. Exiting the grand hall, Chu Chongfeng felt a sense of relief. "Now that I am the deputy master and have secured a place at the Bone Festival, I only need to arrive safely at the lair of the Bone Demon sect and summon the disciples of my Yin Yang sacred ground to complete my mission," he mused as he made his way to Zhao Dashan's villa. Together, they departed the Cold Bone sect's main hall, returning to Qingyao City. "Salutations, Home Master. How splendid. The Home Master has returned. Look, he is still alive." Upon their arrival in Qingyao City, the sect members greeted Chu Chongfeng with joy, approaching him with bows, respectfully addressing him as Home Master. However, standing beside him, Zhao Dashan's expression suddenly turned cold as he sternly declared, "What do you mean, Home Master? From now on, you shall refer to Chu He as Deputy Master." "What? Deputy Master?" The crowd's faces collectively displayed disbelief upon hearing those words. Chu Home Master, no. Deputy Master Chu had emerged victorious amidst the competition with Hall Masters Jiang and Xiao. Elder Lung, well aware of the strength of Hall Masters Xiao and Jiang, both formidable figures at the late Golden Core stage, could hardly fathom that Chu Chongfeng could surpass them. The loss of 2 Hall Masters was no trivial matter for the Cold Bone sect. News of such events could easily attract the ire of rival factions. Hence they had kept it under wraps. Elder Lung, residing in Qingyao City, was unaware of the fates of the 2 Hall Masters. A slight smile graced Chu Chongfeng's lips. Survival of the fittest indeed. Elder Lung's gaze flickered, and he bowed from a distance, addressing him as Deputy Master. "He is indeed the Deputy Master now." In the crowd, Zhao Qianfan's complexion oscillated between shades of pale and flush, his lips quivering as he grappled with shock and confusion. Just recently, he had felt fortunate for avoiding the chore of cleaning the toilet. Yet now, Chu Chongfeng had ascended to the position of Deputy Master. The rapidity of this advancement was astonishing. Zhao Qianfan began to doubt his own capabilities. Why was there such a vast chasm between him and Chu Chongfeng, both of whom were undercover in the demonic path? Was he truly inferior? "No, my grandfather is a mighty being at the ascension stage. I am a natural talent born with a thunder Tao spirit body, a prodigy among my peers. Few can match my strength. It is not that I am incapable. It is merely that Chu Chongfeng is too cunning. In this demonic realm, he thrives amidst treachery. Let him return to the righteous path and see how he fares." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhao Qianfan hastily engaged in self-hypnosis to stabilize his resolve. He believed that Chu Changfeng had strayed onto the wrong path by joining the righteous sect. At that moment, Chu Changfeng's gaze fell upon Elder Long. His expression serious as he spoke. Elder Long, I shall be overseeing the main hall henceforth. The management of Inkuei City will be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Elder Long promptly bowed, his demeanor exceptionally respectful. Deputy Master, rest assured, I shall exert every effort and will not disappoint you. I guarantee that as long as the city stands, its people will thrive. I will safeguard your legacy. Chu Changfeng regarded Elder Long with a profound look. This individual was indeed commendable. Meanwhile, at the Tianxian sect, atop a mountain peak, Gu Changfeng sat cross-legged within a spirit-gathering array, cultivating diligently. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to see a graceful figure before him. Zista Hongia. It was Zhao Ronger who approached Gu Changfeng. Senior brother, you must be cautious. Many individuals have recently appeared at the foot of the mountain, inquiring about your whereabouts, Zhao Ronger said with a serious expression. A sudden alarm flared in Gu Changfeng's heart as his countenance shifted. Could it be that someone was impersonating him, engaging in deceit? Were they victims? Once bitten, twice shy. He had grown wary. Not all. Zhao Ronger shook her head. Then it matters not. There is no need for concern. Gu Changfeng waved his hand nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference. As long as there was no one impersonating him, everything would be fine. Senior brother, but they aim to take your life. What? Chapter 90. Arrival at the Bone Demon Sect. Could you repeat that? Gu Changfeng could no longer maintain his composure. Zhao Ronger replied, We have already captured several individuals, and they all claim they want to kill you. Kill me? Haven't there been others who have used my name for deceit and trickery? Gu Changfeng was taken aback. He couldn't help but ponder the reason behind this unfolding situation. Zhao Ronger, with a grave expression, said, Senior brother, we at Tianxianzong have apprehended a few individuals, and upon inquiry, they all spoke of seeking revenge on you. At these words, Gu Changfeng's heart tightened, and with a face full of skepticism, he asked them, Who are they? Why do they want to take revenge on me? Zhao Ronger replied, They hail from the demon realm and are practitioners of dark arts. They claim that you have slain many of their kin in the demon realm, and thus they have come to settle accounts with you. Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng was instantly alarmed, exclaiming, What? When did I ever go to the demon realm? This is utterly absurd. He could not help but think, where did this blame originate? Zhao Ronger cast a melancholic glance at Gu Changfeng and reproached, Indeed, senior brother, when did you go to the demon realm? Why didn't you inform me? Junior sister, do you also believe this to be true? Otherwise, those practitioners of dark arts spoke with such conviction, insisting on finding Gu Changfeng of Tianxianzong. Moreover, such a notorious act would scarcely leave another's name behind. Zhao Rong suddenly looked heartbroken, reflecting on their childhood bond, realizing how their relationship had waned and that he was now hiding things from her. Gu Changfeng stammered, I have not. Please do not misinterpret. He hastily waved his hands, earnestly defending, I truly have not set foot in the demon realm. You know I have been in seclusion on the mountain and have not left here at all. Zhao Ronger furrowed her brow slightly, appearing somewhat skeptical of Gu Changfeng's words. She remarked, Senior brother, I indeed know you have been in seclusion on the mountain, but whether you have been there the entire time, I cannot ascertain. It has been a while since we last met. At her words, Gu Changfeng was momentarily stunned, gazing at Zhao Ronger with confusion, murmuring, What does this mean? Do you also think I secretly infiltrated the demon realm to uphold justice and slay those practitioners of dark arts? Ao Honga nodded, Zaying. Whether you win or not, you should know in your heart. Regardless, those dark practitioners have already come to our doorstep. What do you propose we do? Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng's expression turned serious, and he stated solemnly, Regardless of whether I have ventured into the demon realm and slain its denizens, these fiends dare to encroach upon the jurisdiction of my righteous sect. They shall find no return. Since ancient times, righteousness has triumphed over evil. Why should I fear them? Tomorrow, I shall descend the mountain openly and invite them to attack. Senior brother, that is quite perilous. Zhao Ronger expressed her concern. At that moment, a voice of praise echoed, Excellent. You truly embody the spirit of my disciple of Tianxianzong, reminiscent of my own past. A figure resembling a shooting star suddenly descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Gu Changfeng and Zhao Ronger. It was an elderly man with white hair and a square face, exuding an aura of integrity. Upon closer inspection, Gu Changfeng instantly recognized the identity of the visitor. His expression changed, and he hurriedly bent in respect, cupping his fists in greeting. Disciple pays respects to master. Disciple pays respects to master. Zhao Ronger quickly followed suit, bowing deeply to the esteemed elder of the harmonization stage. There is no need for excessive formalities. Qingyao Immortal waved his hand, helping the two disciples to rise. He then spoke, Changfeng, I have heard of your exploits. To venture alone into the demon realm and slay so many dark practitioners is truly courageous. Even in my day, I would not have been inferior. His voice carried a hint of admiration. Do you also believe this to be true? Gu Changfeng hastily shook his head, Master. It truly was not me. Qingyao Immortal responded, If it were merely your claim, we might doubt it. However, those dark practitioners have confirmed the truth of the matter. Do not be overly modest. I have already conferred with the sect master and the elders, and we have decided to widely publicize your deeds, encouraging all disciples to learn from you. Exterminating evil and safeguarding the righteous path has always been one of our Tiangshuanzong's principles. Gu Changfeng thought to himself, this is troublesome. I am in for a great embarrassment. At that moment, Qingyao Immortal produced a medicinal vial and handed it to Gu Changfeng. The vial emitted a faint glow, indicating its extraordinary nature. Inside were pills of remarkable quality. This is a spirit earth pill. Consuming it will rapidly elevate your cultivation to the nascent soul stage. It is a reward from the sect for your recent act of exterminating evil. Master, take it. I have already reached the harmonization stage and have no need for such a pill. Gu Changfeng felt unworthy of receiving such a reward, insisting, Master, I truly feel undeserving. I cannot accept this. Changfeng, do not be modest. Qingyao Immortal firmly placed the spirit earth pill into Gu Changfeng's hands before vanishing in an instant. Gu Changfeng stood there, momentarily a loss for words. Beside him, Zhao Ronger expressed her envy, saying, Senior brother, next time you exterminate evil, you must take me along. After all, you are already quite experienced. Gu Changfeng muttered, Why am I experienced? That Gu Changfeng of Tiangshuanzong is truly not me. Why does no one believe me? Meanwhile, on another front, Chu Changfeng and the leader of the Cold Bone sect paused amidst an unnamed mountain range. We have arrived. Ahead lies the main hall of the Bone Holy Sect. Last time I returned, it was indeed the last time. The Cold Bone sect leader's voice was filled with a sense of nostalgia, his gaze reverent, akin to a pilgrim arriving at a place of worship. Chu Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, perceiving nothing amiss, as it appeared to be merely a grove of trees. The Cold Bone sect leader seemed to sense Chu Changfeng's thoughts and explained. This place is shrouded by a ghost domain illusory heart array set by a powerful being at the Great Ascension stage. It is nearly impossible for those below that level to pierce the illusion and behold the truth. The ghost domain illusory heart. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Changfeng's eyes. He had heard of this formation, one of the most formidable illusions in existence, capable of concealing heavenly secrets. No wonder those at the Great Ascension stage could not discern the location of the Bone Demon sect's mountain gate. It was due to this unparalleled array. Chu He, produce your token and channel your spiritual energy into it. Without the token, you will trigger the bone slaughtering array and be annihilated instantly. The Cold Bone sect leader took out his identity token first. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the token radiated light, and before them appeared a gateway towering 2 meters high and over 1 meter wide. Gazing at the portal, Chu Changfeng maintained a calm facade, but internally he was overwhelmed with excitement. Bone Demon Sect, I have finally found you. Chapter 91. The Holy Son of Cold Bones. Do not imitate Zhao Dashan. Is this truly the White Bone Demon Sect? Upon stepping through the luminous gate, Chu Changfeng found the scenery before him transformed abruptly, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Before him lay a valley encircled by mountains, spanning several dozen miles with a notably expansive terrain. As he surveyed the area, he was met with a ghastly sight. Bones littered the ground, creating a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. Surrounding the valley were various structures, and at its center was a vast square, also constructed from bones, adorned with runes that Chu Changfeng could not decipher. Who goes there? As Chu Changfeng and the Lord of Cold Bones entered the formation and beheld the truth, two figures emerged. Clad in gray robes, their faces obscured by hoods, their features were indistinguishable. Two golden core cultivators, Chu Changfeng remarked in surprise. Do not be alarmed, Chu He. They're the bone envoys, guardians of the holy sect. The Lord of Cold Bones cautioned, fearing an overreaction from Chu Changfeng that might lead to conflict. He then clasped his hands in salute to the two bone envoys, stating, "We come from the Cold Bones sect. Here is our token." The two bone envoys extended their hands simultaneously. Chu Changfeng and the Lord of Cold Bones presented their identity tokens to them. Proceed. Moments later, the bone envoys returned the tokens and stepped aside to allow passage. Chu Changfeng and the Lord of Cold Bones descended the steps carved into the mountainside. Suddenly, the Lord of Cold Bones spoke. "Chui, I am about to introduce you to someone of great importance." Hearing this, a wave of curiosity washed over Chu Changfeng, and he asked eagerly, "Master, do you mean to bring me before the Holy Lord?" His tone grew animated. "What are you thinking? We have no right to meet the Holy Lord. He is a being of immense power, exalted above all. We cannot simply seek an audience. Only on the day of the bone sacrifice may we be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse." The Lord of Cold Bones chuckled, finding Chu Changfeng's thoughts somewhat naive. Embarrassed, Chu Changfeng scratched his head and inquired, "Then who is it? Though he is not the Holy Lord, he is indeed a significant figure. And just because he is not the Holy Lord now does not mean he will not be in the future," the Lord of Cold Bones replied with a smile. "I wish to introduce you to the Holy Son of Cold Bones." The Holy Son? Chu Changfeng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had never heard of such a title within the demon sect and curiously asked, "What kind of person is this Holy Son?" With a slight smile, the Lord of Cold Bones patiently explained, "The Holy Son is the founder of our Cold Bones sect and one of the successors of the Holy Sect." Chu Changfeng was taken aback by this revelation. He quickly followed up with another question. "Master, you mentioned one of the successors, which implies there are other Holy Sons?" "Indeed. Apart from the Holy Son of Cold Bones, there is also the white-haired Holy Son, who established the white-haired sect, which possesses considerable strength. However, the Holy Sons typically seclude themselves in the mountains, diligently practicing the profound techniques of the Holy Sect and remaining indifferent to worldly affairs. The management of sect matters falls to us lower-ranked members, hence most people know little about them," the Lord of Cold Bones elaborated. Listening to the Lord's account, Chu Changfeng nodded slightly. The concept of a Holy Son was not unfamiliar to them in the Qingyao Holy Land, albeit it held little significance. The Lord of Cold Bones paused as if he had more to express, hesitating momentarily. "Master, is there something else?" Finally, the Lord of Cold Bones spoke. "Recently, I have heard rumors that our demon sect may soon have another Holy Son." "Oh!" Chu Changfeng's eyes lit up with interest. "Please elaborate." However, the Lord of Cold Bones abruptly halted. "I have only heard this through hearsay. Its veracity is uncertain." He then cautioned Chu Changfeng with a serious demeanor. "The Holy Son's cultivation is unfathomable, having already reached the nascent soul stage, and his strength surpasses mine. Thus, when you meet the Holy Son, you must tread carefully. Speak only what is necessary. Refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. If uncertain, simply stand quietly and await the Holy Son's inquiries. Above all, do not attempt any antics akin to Zhao Dashin, for I cannot protect you from the consequences." Understood. Chu Changfeng zipli ausetstli, nodding. They traversed through various buildings until they finally arrived at a spacious hall. Within, a strikingly handsome young man with black hair sat regally at the main seat, flanked by a beautiful woman. Nascent soul, that woman. At least a transformation stage cultivator. Chu Changfeng's heart raced, and he became acutely aware of the perilous situation he had entered. "Greetings, Holy Son and Protector Bai." The Lord of Cold Bones and Chu Changfeng entered the hall, hastily clasping their hands in reverence. Chu Changfeng followed suit without delay. At that moment, the Holy Son spoke. "There is no need for such formality, sect leader Fong. This individual must be our Cold Bones sect's deputy sect leader, correct? The Holy Sun's piercing gaze fixed intently on Chu Changfeng, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his thoughts. He scrutinized Chu Changfeng, and the intensity of the examination made him feel somewhat uneasy. Weak pulse, declining vitality. After a moment, the Holy Sun finally nodded slowly, uttering a statement that was unexpected. Indeed, you are on the brink of death. Chu Changfeng, is there a friend who speaks so bluntly? However, the Holy Sun's words held no malice, for his status was far too exalted. As a nascent soul cultivator and one of the esteemed successors of the White Bone Demon sect, how could he concern himself with the feelings of a mere golden core cultivator? Moreover, while Chu Changfeng was indeed a golden core cultivator, he was not a true late-stage golden core practitioner. To a nascent soul cultivator like the Holy Sun, he might seem as insignificant as an ant, just as one does not consider the feelings of an ant when stepping upon it. Suddenly, the Lord of Cold Bones stiffened, his voice slightly unnatural as he said, Holy Sun, this is Chu He. Nevertheless, his performance has indeed been commendable. It is an honor for our Cold Bones sect to have such a deputy sect leader. This statement seemed to serve both as praise for Chu He and as a means to restore some dignity to Chu Changfeng. Yet, the Holy Sun paid no heed to the underlying implications of the Lord's words, for he had no need to. A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Chu He, I have heard that you possess a secret technique for crafting poison pills, of which I am quite intrigued. In that instant, Chu Changfeng comprehended the true meaning behind the Holy Sun's interest. He desired to obtain his secret method, compelling Chu Changfeng to offer it willingly. Chapter 92. Seizing my alchemical formula, yet expecting me to refine alchemy? As Chu Changfeng pondered, the woman beside the cold bone saint suddenly spoke, her voice icy. Chu He, what are you hesitating for? The saint is interested in your secret method. This is an immense stroke of fortune for you. After all, you are on the brink of death, and it would be a pity to bury that secret with you. Her words struck like a dagger. To her, Chu Changfeng was merely a trivial waste, utterly incomparable to the precious secret method. What was even more disheartening was that the saint himself did not intervene to halt her remarks, clearly sharing her sentiments. Chu He, the saint will not treat you unjustly, whispered Fang Yu, the leader of the Cold Bone sect, standing beside Chu Changfeng. Faced with such an aggressive situation, Chu Changfeng secretly scoffed. You covet the method for refining the poison elixir, do you? Very well. I shall grant it to you, and in an enhanced version at that. Let us see if you can master it. Chu Changfeng had long been prepared. He understood that having reached the late stage of the golden core, using the poison elixir method would inevitably attract envy and desire from others. Thus, he had already improved the original formula, adding numerous potent toxins to amplify its lethality. 4 foundational cultivators. Ingesting it would likely be a death sentence. Saint, it is not that I am stingy, but the drawbacks of this poison elixir method are too significant. Those unfamiliar with alchemy or medicine who consume it may find themselves facing certain death. Chu Changfeng explained earnestly, inhaling deeply. You provide it, and I shall utilize it. The cold bone saint replied dismissively, shaking his head. Do not concern yourself with other matters. Understood. Observing his indifference, Chu Changfeng ceased further discourse and produced a specially prepared version of the formula, handing it over. Upon receiving the poison elixir method, the cold bone saint perused it intently. After a brief moment, a satisfied smile graced his face as he slowly remarked, Chu He, rest assured, even if you perish, I shall ensure this secret method is passed down. The saint showed no inclination to offer any compensation to Chu Changfeng. Such behavior was akin to outright plunder. That is splendid. Chu Changfeng feigned gratitude, while inwardly he had already placed the cold bone saint on his list of enemies. At that moment, the white protector furrowed her brow slightly, muttering to herself, this secret method appears quite difficult. Saint, this poison elixir is rather challenging to concoct, she stated, having observed the method alongside the saint. Upon hearing this, the cold bone saint seemed to have a revelation, a smirk returning to his lips. Fortunately, the bone sacrifice ceremony does not commence for another 2 days. Chu He, you shall refine several batches of elixirs for me. thus contributing something useful for my cold-bone sect before your demise. Was this yet another attempt at exploitation? Nevertheless, for Chu Changfeng, it was a stroke of unexpected fortune. A glimmer of determination flashed in his downcast eyes. One serves the sect for a lifetime after joining. I am willing to face any peril for the saint. He was aware that within the modified formula lay several rare and valuable toxins. As he refined the elixirs, he would undoubtedly pocket these treasures. Haha, splendid. The cold bone saint expressed satisfaction with Chu Changfeng's attitude. If you can accomplish this task, I shall reward you with 10,000 spirit stones. Bring him to the alchemy chamber. As his command echoed, a white-robed envoy entered, leading Chu Changfeng away. Fan Yu, this time you have procured substantial benefits for our sect. If Chu Yi successfully creates the elixirs, we could significantly increase our number of golden core cultivators, enabling us to seize more cities and resources, the cold bone saint remarked. His smile evident after Chu Changfeng's departure. Fan Yu responded, though Chu he may be a short-lived soul, he possesses the potential to generate great value. The cold bone saint continued, in the future, keep an eye out for skilled alchemists. We will need others to refine elixirs after Chu Hi's demise. Yes, I shall be vigilant, Fan Yu replied with a nod. The cold bone saint rose, instructing the white protector, accompany me to the treasury and select materials for refining the poison elixirs to send to Chu Hi. With that, he exited the grand hall, leaving Fan Yu behind, who called out, I bid farewell to the saint. It appeared that the alchemy chamber had not been used in quite some time. Under the guidance of the white envoy, Chu Changfeng arrived at the chamber. Dust coated the floor and furniture, leaving clear footprints in his wake. At the center stood a massive alchemical furnace, towering 3 meters high and measuring 5 meters in diameter, its surface gleaming gold, adorned with intricate designs, unmistakably extraordinary. Chu Changfeng's eyes sparkled. The furnace radiated a brilliant light, rich in spiritual energy, signifying it was a third-tier magical artifact, and indeed, a superior one at that, worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. However, as he admired the furnace, the door creaked open. Turning toward the sound, he saw the white protector entering the chamber, her expression still cold and disdainful. These are the alchemical materials the saint instructed me to deliver to you, sufficient for the creation of 20 poison elixirs. The saint has specified that you must produce at least 15, otherwise, the reward of 10,000 spirit stones will be forfeited, she said, tossing a storage bag to Chu Changfeng with a frigid tone. Upon hearing this, Chu Changfeng's expression faltered. Protector, alchemy is contingent upon favorable timing, location, and harmony among people. While I assure you I will exert my utmost effort, I cannot guarantee the outcome. The protector's gaze flickered. I do not care. I only desire results. Should you fail? Her words trailed off with a disdainful snort as she departed. Chu Changfeng understood that failure would have dire consequences. Yet, he declared loudly, I shall refine without disturbance. No one is to interrupt. He shut the door and set up layers of formations within the alchemy chamber before finally opening the storage bag delivered by the protector. One unexpected windfall. The materials alone were valued at 50,000 spirit stones. Had he known the cold bone saint would require him to refine elixirs, he would have included several rare treasures. Regrettably, he felt he had missed an opportunity. He proceeded to toss various materials into the furnace. However, Chu Changfeng did not concoct the poison elixirs. Instead, he prepared the second-tier Life Ember elixir. By adding a touch of poison, its flavor and efficacy would mirror that of the poison elixir. After all, consuming it would lead to certain death. Chapter 93. The entire army perished. Do not blame me. 3 fleeting days passed, and Chu Changfeng finally stepped out of the alchemy chamber. Outside, the bone messenger had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Chu Changfeng emerge, he promptly stated, Chu Hi, the Holy Sun has summoned you. You are to accompany me to pay your respects immediately. Understood. Chu Changfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then followed the bone messenger. As they walked, he pondered the reason for this audience with the Holy Sun of Cold Bone, suspecting it was highly likely related to the poison pill. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hall where the Holy Sun resided. The hall appeared just as it had during his previous visit. The holy son of cold bone sat regally upon his throne, with the white protector standing solemnly at his side. The moment Chu Changfeng entered the hall, the holy son's piercing gaze fell upon him like a blazing torch. "Chu He, how did your alchemical endeavor fare?" the holy son inquired. Steadying himself, Chu Changfeng replied, "I am fortunate to report that I have successfully concocted 15 pills." With that, he produced a vial from his robe, cradling it delicately in his hands. Within it resided the modified life-consuming pill. These pills were laced with a lethal poison, costing merely 10,000 spirit stones. Truly a bargain. As for the effect, well, one would simply have to consume it. A smile crept across the holy son's lips. "Chu He, you have not disappointed me." With a casual gesture, he commanded the white protector to step forward. The white protector approached, took the vial from Chu Changfeng, and then presented it to the holy son. After opening the vial and inhaling deeply, the holy son could sense a surge of toxins invading his insides. In the next moment, he channeled his spiritual energy to expel the toxins entirely. "The pills are indeed highly toxic. They must be the poison pills," he observed, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Here is your reward." Before he finished speaking, he tossed a high-grade spirit stone toward Chu Changfeng, which soared through the air like a shooting star. Chu Changfeng caught it with a beaming smile, genuinely delighted. The people here treated him exceptionally well, showering him with spirit stones and rare treasures simply for a bit of poison. However, at that moment, the holy son abruptly called out to the outside, "Let them in." "Yes." With a low response, Chu Changfeng heard faint footsteps approaching, and soon thereafter, 15 figures filed into the grand hall. "Greetings, holy son." The 15 individuals knelt on one knee in unison, their voices harmonizing. To his astonishment, Chu Changfeng realized that all 15 were foundational stage cultivators. How fortuitous, 15 in total. The holy son intends to use them to test the pills, he surmised. As expected, the holy son waved his hand, and the vial landed before the 15 individuals. With an expressionless demeanor, he instructed, "Each of you shall take one. Consume it." Without a hint of hesitation, the 15 foundational stage cultivators swallowed the pills whole. Chu Changfeng's heart raced at the sight. He recognized that these individuals were fierce warriors, meticulously trained by the holy son, utterly obedient to his commands. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If these individuals were to perish from the poison, would the holy son hold him accountable? How should he respond if blame were cast upon him? In an instant, Chu Changfeng devised numerous contingency plans in his mind, treating the holy son and the white protector as hypothetical adversaries. This poison is rather potent. Yet, mere moments later, adverse reactions began to manifest. One individual suddenly turned as pale as a ghost, blood streaming from his orifices, his body trembling uncontrollably. After emitting a cry of agony, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Dead. The white elder beside him furrowed her brow, her gaze sharpening like a blade directed at Chu Changfeng. "Chu He, what do you have to say for yourself?" Calmly, Chu Changfeng responded, "There is nothing to explain. The poison pill acts in this manner. Side effects are to be expected. Trading life for cultivation. If one cannot endure, they perish." "Do not be hasty," the holy son interjected, maintaining his composure. "As long as 1/3 of these individuals break through to the golden core stage, it will be worthwhile." However, as the first individual succumbed to the poison, a second followed suit, then a third. More and more fell victim, blood pooling around them. Even the usually composed holy son furrowed his brow, concern etching his features. If only 2 or 3 of these warriors achieved the golden core stage, it would be a significant loss. Chu Changfeng, unfazed, remarked, "Holy son, I previously mentioned that consuming the poison pill would yield such reactions." The white elder, unconvinced, scoffed, "I have serious doubts regarding your pills. Just look, so many have been poisoned, yet not a single one has shown any signs of improvement. It requires time. One cannot rush this process." As the two sides remained in an impasse, suddenly, one individual, despite exhibiting symptoms of poisoning, astonishingly began to ascend in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he surged from mid-foundational stage to the golden core stage. Chu Changfeng, seizing the opportunity, pointed at the individual. Did you see that? Someone has indeed experienced an enhancement in strength, thus proving my pills are sound. The white protector, momentarily at a loss for words, struggled to counter his claim. Yet, before anyone could fully process the shock, the newly elevated individual convulsed violently, succumbed to the poison, and his body rapidly decayed, emitting a foul odor. The white protector's expression darkened further, fury boiling within her as she demanded, "What is happening now?" Chu Changfeng maintained his stance. "This is merely the effect of the poison pill. It is a side effect, nothing to be concerned about." "Is it not a concern when lives are lost?" she retorted. Ultimately, of the 15 individuals, 5 managed to break through in cultivation, yet they could not endure long and met their demise. As he gazed upon the scattered corpses, the Holy Sun's expression soured. Indeed, a complete disaster. All 15 meticulously trained warriors are dead, and the 5,000 spirit stones worth of materials have gone to waste. And yet, I rewarded Chu He with 1,000 spirit stones. How infuriating! What a significant loss! Frustrated, he fell silent. Chu Changfeng, sensing the tension, hastily declared, "Please do not blame me. I had warned you that the poison pill should not be taken lightly." The white protector coldly interrogated, "You have consumed the poison pill yourself. Why have you suffered no ill effects?" Chapter 94. The might of the bone sacred cult having consumed the poison elixir. "Why are you unscathed?" Question of voice. Is it possible for human physiques to be identical? Chao Changfeng had anticipated such inquiries. He replied, "I have practiced alchemy since my youth, consuming various elixirs. Thus my body possesses a resilience to toxins that far exceeds that of the average person. How could they possibly compare to me?" Upon hearing Chao Changfeng's words, the white protector was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to muster an appropriate retort. Though doubt lingered in his mind, he lacked the concrete evidence to prove that Chao Changfeng was engaged in any deceit. At that moment, Chao Changfeng spoke again, "Holy Sun, since you harbor suspicions regarding me, why not present some herbs for me to refine into poison elixirs? I am confident that this time, someone will successfully bear the effects. Thus, the truth would inevitably surface." Hearing this, the cold-boned Holy Sun hesitated briefly before waving his hand dismissively. "No need. I believe it is unnecessary." He continued, "Chao He, you have worked hard. Retire and rest for now. With only 2 days until the bone sacrifice, you must prepare well." The cold-boned Holy Sun did not wish to venture further into this pitfall, for it was indeed a treacherous trap. It was truly regrettable. Seeing the cold-boned Holy Sun's stance, Chao Changfeng ceased further discourse, acknowledging with a nod before turning to depart. Once Chao Changfeng had left, the white protector could no longer restrain himself, asking, "Holy Sun, will this matter simply be left unresolved?" The cold-boned Holy Sun paused, contemplating before responding. "My losses have been substantial. At this juncture, I can only seek to mitigate the damage as much as possible." Time swiftly passed to the 7th of August. In the early morning, Chao Changfeng heard a faint knock at the door. He hastened to the entrance, opening it to find Fong Yu, the leader of the cold-boned demon cult, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask. Fong Yu regarded Chao Changfeng, stating, "Today marks the bone sacrifice. I have come to escort you. Remember, speak and act sparingly, and do not provoke anyone." Chao Changfeng nodded earnestly. "I shall heed your guidance and ensure I do not trouble you or the Holy Sun." Fong Yu replied, "I trust you will handle your duties well." Together, they made their way towards the altar, located at the heart of the valley, a vast square constructed of countless bones, adorned with runes. Upon arriving at the altar, Chao Changfeng observed numerous figures already present. The core area was guarded by a circle of several bone envoys at the golden core level, their expressions solemn, forbidding any easy entry. Chao Changfeng and the others could only remain at the periphery. As Zhao Dashan had once remarked, even the deputy leader was relegated to the outermost circle. In addition to Chao Changfeng and Fong Yu, dozens of figures stood in various positions around the altar, each one at least a golden core practitioner, with half being at the nascent soul stage. Each was a leader or deputy leader from the various sects under the cold-bone demon cult, showcasing the profound depth of the cult's foundation. Suddenly, Chao Changfeng's gaze sharpened. Captivated by a young man with white hair, Clad in pristine white, he stood tall like a pine, his silver locks cascading over his shoulders. His countenance handsome and exuding an ethereal aura. Surrounding this white-haired youth were many admirers, who showered him with flattery, as if he were the center of their universe. At that moment, Fang Yu noticed Qiao Changfeng's gaze and explained, "That white-haired youth is another holy son of our sect, known as the white-haired holy son. His cultivation has already reached the late nascent soul stage, his power immeasurable. However, he and the cold-bone holy son do not share a cordial relationship. Exercise caution." Qiao Changfeng nodded in understanding. With only two holy sons currently in the sect, their rivalry made any amicable relationship improbable. However, Qiao Changfeng held no interest in the dynamics between the cold-bone and white-haired holy sons. At this moment, his foremost desire was to see Ziyu and the other disciples of the Yingyang sacred land. He wondered if they were safe after being brought to this place. While lost in thought, the cold-bone holy son arrived amidst his entourage with a white protector by his side. After a brief interlude, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Colorful rays of light illuminated the horizon, and 10 figures, bathed in this brilliance, descended from the sky like shooting stars, landing directly in the core area. The aura emanating from these individuals was overwhelmingly powerful, each exuding a disquieting pressure. As their combined presence washed over him, Qiao Changfeng felt as if he bore an additional weight of several hundred pounds. 2 at the combined body stage, 8 at the transformation stage. These devilish cultivators did not conceal their prowess. Having encountered many prominent figures in his life, Qiao Changfeng swiftly recognized their levels of cultivation. "Qiao He, have you ever witnessed such a multitude of powerful beings?" However, as Qiao Changfeng marveled at their strength, Fang Yu interjected, "Let me inform you, this is not even the entirety of our sect's power. Some formidable individuals are stationed at crucial locations and cannot attend the bone sacrifice." Qiao Changfeng felt as though Fang Yu were a wealthy individual boasting to a millionaire. Nevertheless, he feigned admiration. The cold-bone demon cult is truly formidable. Fang Yu was about to respond when he suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the Holy Master has arrived." Following Fang Yu's gaze, Qiao Changfeng beheld a remarkable sight. A bridge connecting the heavens appeared, seemingly a pathway between realms. Shortly thereafter, a figure descended from this bridge, akin to a celestial being. Despite being a practitioner of demonic arts, he exuded a sense of sanctity. "Holy Master, we bow before you." Upon hearing this, many were stirred to their knees, some standing in awe, paralyzed by shock. Undoubtedly, within the entire demon cult, only one individual could bear such a title, the master of the cold-bone demon cult. What astonished Qiao Changfeng was that this master was a practitioner at the great ascension stage. Qiao Changfeng gazed intently at the descending figure, marveling internally at the depth of the cold-bone demon cult's foundation. No wonder the Yingyang sacred land seemed somewhat helpless. With a resounding thud, the bone master landed gracefully on the altar, shaking the ground beneath him. His arrival intensified the already oppressive atmosphere, causing all to hold their breath. The bone master proclaimed, "Bring forth the offerings." His voice echoed through the expansive valley. As his words fell, bone envoys glided forth like phantoms from the distance. They appeared to walk, yet their feet barely touched the ground, gliding effortlessly. Together, they bore a small platform upon which stood more than 20 crosses, each bound with a figure. Heavenly Onisect. Water Fairy Pavilion. White Cloud Gate. Qiao Changfeng focused intently, realizing that each of these figures was adorned in the garb of righteous disciples. He had not anticipated that the cold-bone demon cult had captured so many righteous disciples to serve as offerings. Yet he pondered, where were the disciples of the Yingyang sacred land? Chapter 95. The arrival of the Mahayana period and the offerings as Qiao Changfeng anxiously pondered the fate of the disciples from the Yingyang sacred land. For skeletal emissaries approached the altar, bearing a platform. 5 individuals clad in the attire of the Yingyang sacred land were bound upon a wooden frame. Recognizing them, Qiao Changfeng realized they were the disciples abducted by the bone demon sect, among whom was Yue. At that moment, Yue appeared pale, her hair disheveled, and her garments stained with blood, remnants of the wounds inflicted by the soul-binding needles. I will surely rescue you. Chu Chongfeng's heart raced, and he struggled to suppress his emotions, wary of drawing the attention of the surrounding demonic cultivators. Enemies lurked everywhere, including formidable beings of the integration and Mahayana stages. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster. In the next instant, he clenched his fist in secret, quietly shattering a jade pendant in his grasp. This was a disposable magical artifact crafted by a Mahayana expert, and its destruction would alert them to his plight, prompting swift assistance. I hope the sect's powerful beings arrive soon. Chu Chongfeng could only place his hopes on the timely arrival of Mahayana experts, for the sacrificial ceremony seemed poised to commence. Niue and the others were positioned at the altar's center, while the skeletal emissaries retreated from the core area. At that moment, the leader of the Bone Demon sect began to chant a strange incantation, his voice reminiscent of the haunting whispers of malevolent spirits from the netherworld, sending chills down one's spine. As the leader's chant escalated, a fierce wind erupted, and the entire altar radiated a chilling phosphorescence. The blessing of the demon god is about to commence. Chu-He, you must exert all your strength to absorb the divine power of the demon god. Perhaps it may prolong your life and alleviate your suffering, Feng Yu whispered. Understood, Chu Chongfeng nodded gently. As time passed, the light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a colossal beam that shot skyward, vanishing into the void. Immediately, a massive vortex materialized in the air, resembling a portal to an unknown realm. An exceedingly sinister aura emanated from this gateway, akin to the malevolent essence of demons from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Chu Chongfeng stood at a distance, witnessing this spectacle, his pupils constricting suddenly. Was the other side of this passage the realm where the extraterrestrial demons resided? Come fort. Demon god, the leader of the Bone Demon sect bellowed. Chu Chongfeng could discern a vague silhouette gradually becoming clearer. The Bone Demon god appeared to be composed entirely of bones. That must be the demon god, he thought, anxiety gripping him. If he descends, Ziyue and the others are likely doomed. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene. Not only could he not contend with the leader of the Bone Demon sect, a Mahayana powerhouse, but even the elders at the integration stage and the protectors at the transformation stage were beyond his capability to confront. Welcome, Demon God, Almighty One, bestow upon us your grace. We beseech you to descend upon this world and save its denizens. At that moment, a chorus of fervent cheers erupted, the eyes of surrounding cultists gleaming with devout lunacy. Even some at the transformation and integration stages knelt in supplication, pleading for the demon god's favor. Why has he not yet arrived? Chu Chongfeng watched as the form of the Bone Demon god grew increasingly distinct, his impatience mounting. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder resonated through the heavens. What is happening? Where did that thunder come from? The cultists on the altar instinctively looked up. Crack! In the next instant, thousands of purple bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, shattering the defensive array surrounding the Bone Demon sect, leaving fissures in its wake. At that moment, a towering figure, 100 feet tall and enveloped in lightning, materialized before all. He resembled a deity wielding thunder, exuding an aura so potent it rendered the air stifling. Even some golden core cultivators found themselves trembling, their knees buckling as they nearly collapsed to the ground. You wretched demons, your vile deeds have drawn my ire. Today, I have come to collect your due. The resounding voice echoed like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Is this also a Mahayana cultivator? The master of Thunder Peak from the Qingyao sacred land has arrived. The members of the Bone Demon sect gazed in terror at the Thunder Peak master, their gasps rising like a tide. Yet, amidst the chaos, only Chu Chongfeng smiled faintly at the sight of that figure, a weight lifting from his heart. At last, help has arrived. Curse it! You have finally located our sacred sect. The leader of the Bone Demon sect shouted in a furious outburst, his tone betraying his frantic emotions. For the cultists, the bone ritual was a day of utmost significance, a day to beseech the demon god's favor, anticipating immense power and blessings. Should the ceremony proceed smoothly, their cultivations could see a tremendous boost, fortifying the entire sect. However, the arrival of the Thunder Peak master had evidently disrupted their plans. Yet, the Bone Sect leader was not one to surrender easily. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "I care not who comes. This ritual shall not be halted. We must see it through to the end. You all must join forces to stop him." His voice boomed like thunder in the air. "Who are we?" The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. "Elders and protectors, what are you waiting for?" The leader's voice rang out once more. "Huh, is it us?" Two elders at the integration stage, and several protectors were taken aback. "Is this not absurd? This is akin to asking a hydra to eliminate Sun Wukong. What are you still hesitating for? Do you seek death?" The Bone Sect leader roared. Suddenly, a protector at the transformation stage exploded in an instant, his essence scattering, blood splattering all around the cultists. "Kill!" The elders and protectors sprang into action. The Bone Sect leader held sway over their fates. Resisting could lead to death, while compliance would ensure immediate demise. In an instant, they unleashed various dark arts, their energies surging like a torrential flood, altering the very fabric of reality. Some recited incantations, black demonic light erupting from their mouths, forming grotesque spirits. Others summoned black banners, bone blades, and other artifacts. The majority of the demonic cultivators conjured bone puppets, bone tigers, bone elephants, bone birds. A myriad of bone constructs emerged upon the altar. Besides the elders and protectors, figures like the cold-boned saint, the white-haired saint, and Fang Yu also joined the fray, showcasing their unique abilities to collectively resist. Chu Changfeng, too, symbolically unleashed a few tendrils of dark energy, for appearances must be maintained. Crack! At that moment, the defensive array above the Bone Demon sect crumbled under the onslaught of thunder. Ants shaking a tree. Thunder from the heavens. Boom! 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 Unfazed by the terrifying onslaught, the Thunder Peak Master continued to chant, countless purple bolts of lightning striking down, enveloping the entire Bone Demon sect's stronghold for miles around. The sound of crackling thunder filled the air. Upon contact, the demonic spells melted away like snow under the spring sun. The artifacts of the demonic path shattered, and the bone puppets fell as if reaped like wheat. The cries of despair echoed as the demonic cultivators faced a backlash. Some integration stage cultivators coughed blood and were sent reeling, while others at the transformation stage had their souls shattered. And those at the nascent soul stage even bled from their orifices, their very essences dissipating, called Chapter 96, a successful rescue. Supreme extermination of demons, the deafening roar of thunder reverberated through the air as countless bolts of lightning descended like silver serpent from the heavens, tearing through the sky with astonishing destructive force, striking the bone altar with relentless fury. Instantly, the altar was pummeled, creating numerous varying-sized deep craters, bones scattering in all directions. The demonic cultivators atop the altar were struck with terror by the sudden onslaught of thunder, their panic causing them to clutch their heads and flee in disarray, desperate to escape the wrath of the lightning. Yet, the speed of the thunder was far too swift, and many cultivators had no time to evade, helplessly witnessing the bolts strike them, their anguished cries swallowed by the roar of thunder. Casualties were reported among those at the gold core, nascent soul, and transformation stages. Chu Changfeng observed the holy son of cold bones, the holy son of white hair, and the white protector frantically clutching their heads as they fled. He couldn't help but internally scoff. Aim true, these are big catches. However, this was not entirely the fault of the Thunder Peak Master, for with the Bone Church's master, a formidable being of the Great Ascension stage present, it was impossible to allow the future hope of the Bone Church to be struck down. After enduring such a fierce assault, the altar could no longer sustain the sacrificial ritual. The ominous runes and formations that had once glimmered with an eerie light now seemed to lose their vitality, dimming rapidly. The portal that had once resembled a swirling vortex in the sky also dissipated under the thunder's bombardment, as if it had never existed. Chu Changfeng could faintly hear the anguished roar of the bone demon hidden within the altar, a sound that echoed with resentment and fury, reminiscent of the depths of hell. Qingyao Holy Land, you thwart my plans. I shall not rest until you are no more. The Bone Church Master was evidently enraged, his fury boiling over as he quickly formed hand seals. As he did so, the scattered bones on the ground trembled as if imbued with life. Subsequently, these bones, drawn by some unseen force, soared into the air like a swarm of white butterflies, converging upon the Bone Churchmaster. With arms outstretched, the bones adhered to him as if they had found their rightful place. In an instant, his form was enveloped by a thick layer of bones, transforming him into a towering giant of bone, rivaling the height of the Thunder Peak Master's avatar, both resembling colossal giants poised for a fierce battle. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as thunder rolled and bones splintered. The sheer power of these two great Ascension Stage beings was awe-inspiring. Every movement they made was laden with boundless might, effortlessly leveling mountains and tearing the ground asunder, creating chasms spanning dozens of miles. Such a battle was a nightmare for cultivators of the Gold Core, nascent soul, or out-of-body stages. Any caught in the crossfire would undoubtedly meet their demise. Thus, these cultivators wisely chose to distance themselves from the battlefield, retreating as far as possible. However, Chu Changfeng realized he too needed to vacate the vicinity, lest he fall victim to the chaos. Yet, just as he turned to flee, he noticed the righteous disciples trapped at the altar's core. These disciples had yet to be rescued and remained in grave danger. Positioned at the center, they were extremely vulnerable, and Chu Changfeng hesitated to act recklessly. A spark of determination ignited within him. Seizing the moment while he remained unnoticed, he swiftly extended his finger and softly uttered, "Exterminate the demons, go." As the words fell from his lips, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his sleeve, racing towards the trapped righteous disciples at the altar center. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, shattering the shackles binding the righteous disciples one by one. In an instant, their bindings vanished, and they regained their freedom. The righteous disciples reacted swiftly, immediately drawing forth their spiritual sealing needles. With the removal of the needles, their long-dormant spiritual energy surged within them, and their condition improved remarkably. "Sister Ziyue, how are you?" A female disciple from the Qingyao Holy Land hurriedly approached and supported the slightly weakened Ziyue, her concern evident. Ziyue shook her head, forcing a smile as she replied, "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued." "Good. We must leave quickly. This is no place to linger." The disciples of the Qingyao Holy Land and those of the righteous sects nodded in agreement, swiftly surveying their surroundings before identifying a direction and fleeing desperately as if they were startled birds. Other sect disciples followed suit without hesitation. Seeing this, Chu Changfeng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Ziyue and the others were saved, and the surrounding demonic cultivators had not noticed him. However, just as Ziyue and her companions were about to escape, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. "Want to leave? It won't be that easy." The Bone Church Master had been closely monitoring the movements of the righteous disciples. In an instant, he conjured a terrifying spell. Countless bones shot down like arrows, propelled by a fierce wind, aiming directly for the lives of the righteous disciples. As the bone arrows descended like a torrential downpour, panic gripped the crowd. Each bone arrow possessed the power to annihilate a nascent soul cultivator. The Gold Core cultivators among them stood no chance of resistance. Thunder Python technique. Just then, a dazzling bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, racing towards them like a soaring dragon. With a thunderous crash, the lightning collided with the bone arrows, igniting a shower of sparks. The Thunder Peak Master acted swiftly, unleashing his lightning magic to shatter the bone arrows into nothingness. "As long as I am here, you shall not harm them," he declared coldly, fixing a stern gaze upon the Bone Churchmaster. The latter, undeterred, retorted fiercely, "As long as I am here, do not think you can take them away." Seething with rage, the Bone Churchmaster felt humiliated. Not only had the Thunder Peak Master disrupted his sacrificial ritual, but now he sought to rescue the disciples of the righteous sect beneath his very nose. Let us see about that," the Thunder Peak Master scoffed, his aura exploding forth as he confronted the Bone Churchmaster. With hands forming seals and incantations tumbling from his lips, the Thunder Peak Master radiated with flickering lightning, embodying the true essence of a thunder god descending upon the mortal realm. Supreme extermination of demons. As he chanted his spell, dark clouds gathered above, thunder roared, and bolts of purple lightning, as thick as water barrels, struck down from the clouds, dancing like silver serpents, exuding an overwhelming might. These bolts of lightning seemed to possess a life of their own, intertwining in the air to form a colossal net of lightning, enveloping the bone church master within. Each crackling bolt carried with it terrifying power, reverberating through the air as if intent on tearing the very fabric of space asunder. Chapter 97. You claim to be a righteous person, yet why do you emanate such dark energy? The Bone Master found himself ensnared within a tempest of lightning. Despite his fervent resistance, he was struck by a bolt, which dissipated the protective black mist surrounding him, revealing his skeletal form within, the bones shattered and scattered. Reforming the demonic body. The Bone Master, with his formidable power, swiftly employed his dark arts, reattaching the scattered bones to his frame, while dark energy surged forth, shielding him from further lightning assaults. Go! At that moment, the voice of the Thunder Peak Master resonated in the minds of Ziyue and the other disciples of the righteous sections. As the Thunder Peak Master battled the Bone Master, he casually waved his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that created a massive crater in the ground ahead, flinging both bones and demonic followers into the air, clearing a path for the fleeing individuals. Seeing this, the escapees cast grateful glances towards the Thunder Peak Master before desperately fleeing into the distance. Do not let those offerings escape. Eliminate them all, roared the Bone Master. Hearing this, some demonic followers ceased their frantic running, transforming into ravenous wolves as they pursued the fleeing individuals. However, the bolts of lightning hampered their speed, causing them to drift further from Ziyue and the others. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Chu Changfeng would not allow these demonic followers to succeed, and like a wraith, he dashed after them. This is bad, they are closing in. After escaping the confines of the Bone Sect stronghold, a disciple of the righteous sect glanced back, witnessing ominous dark energy racing towards them. Instantly, their faces paled. They had thought they had temporarily evaded danger, only to discover the enemy's relentless pursuit. Worse still, many of them had been imprisoned by the demonic sect for an extended period, their physical conditions greatly diminished, and their storage bags confiscated, leaving them without any treasures to harness their true potential. There are too many of us. We cannot escape, one individual said gravely. The group exchanged glances, a sense of despair surging within them. Faced with such formidable foes, it seemed there was no path left for them. Yet at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "You all go ahead. I will stay behind to cover your retreat." Following the sound, they beheld a stout man resolutely gazing at them. "I shall remain as well. Perhaps I can still contribute." Another stepped forward, declaring, "If anyone survives, please inform my master that Jin Biao of the Heavenly Tao sect is no coward." One after another, disciples from the righteous sects expressed their willingness to stay behind. "I, Luan of the Baiyun sect, will not flinch. I, Li Qingfeng of the Qingfeng Temple, vow to stand with you all in life and death." Though these disciples understood that remaining meant almost certain demise, they displayed no hint of retreat. In this moment of life and death, they embodied the courage and responsibility of righteous individuals. "My esteemed brothers and sisters, I shall also stay. Please, make a trip to Maple Forest City and retrieve the storage bag I have hidden and deliver it to Brother Chu." Ziyue's face was as pale as a sheet, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth indicating her grievous injuries. Yet, in this dire moment, she resolutely chose to remain. A senior sister from the Qingyao sacred land could not help but speak. "At this juncture, you still think of Brother Chu. Do you not have anything to say to the Peak Master and your fellow disciples?" Ziyue softly responded, "I do have something to say. Brother Chu's methods are unique and may attract the attention of the disciples of the Tianyin Peak, as well as our master. I only hope that you all will be magnanimous in your treatment of him, considering my plea." Her words, though gentle, were imbued with deep emotion, stirring the hearts of those present. However, the many disciples of the Qingyao sacred land felt a sense of helplessness toward her sentiment. The other disciples of various sects were filled with curiosity about this Brother Chu she spoke of. Who is this Brother Chu, capable of occupying Ziyue's thoughts even in such a dire situation? It must be noted that Ziyue is no ordinary person. She is a true, celestial body of the flying, immortal path. Such a physique is exceedingly rare in the entire Tsanshu realm, her talent extraordinary, truly awe-inspiring, unmatched by most. Possessing the potential of immortals. That such an exceptional woman would have someone she longs for is simply unfathomable. What manner of extraordinary individual is this man? One senior brother from the Qingyao sacred land could not help but exclaim. Yet, faced with the inquiries of the crowd, Ziyue offered no extensive explanation. She stood there quietly, her gaze somewhat unfocused, as if still lost in a certain emotion. However, whatever you wish to convey, you should return alive and speak to your fellow disciples. Two female cultivators of the Golden Core realm gently supported Ziyue on either side, preparing to guide her away from the scene. Just then, a deep voice suddenly echoed, "None of you can leave." It was over. The demonic cultivators had caught up with them, to the disciples of the righteous sects. This voice sounded like a death knell from the depths of the abyss, causing their faces to blanch. As the voice rang out, they turned to see a figure clad in black robes slowly materializing among the trees. He was shrouded in swirling dark mist, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. This demonic cultivator appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, with an unremarkable visage and dark skin. Had they encountered him elsewhere, no one would have given him a second glance, for he was so ordinary that he would be utterly lost in a crowd. Upon seeing him, each person's expression turned grim as they braced for battle. Wait, something is amiss, this person's cultivation. However, just as fear began to take root, they suddenly sensed that Chu Changfeng's aura was not particularly formidable. Not a transformation stage, not an out-of-body stage, not a nascent soul, merely late golden core. The crowd exchanged glances, their tension slightly alleviated. One murmured, "Just a late golden core demonic cultivator. Even without treasures, we can still fight him." Another quickly concurred, "Indeed, with so many of us, each using our own spells, he is doomed. A late golden core dares to appear before us. Has he lost his mind?" Indeed, these 20 to 30 individuals were no ordinary characters. Each one was a prodigy from their respective sects, endowed with exceptional talent and strength. Faced with a late golden core demonic cultivator, they felt assured of victory. Just as hope rekindled, the demonic cultivator spoke, his voice low and calm. "Do not be agitated. I'm also a righteous cultivator." Indeed, it was Chu Changfeng. "Nonsense. A righteous cultivator? Why does dark mist surround you? You only seek to delay us." Buying time for the other demonic cultivators. Chapter 98. Esteemed comrades, why waste words on him? At that moment, a disciple from the righteous sect, his face contorted with anger, fixed his gaze firmly on the dark cultivator before him, his eyes brimming with hostility. This disciple was evidently convinced that Chu Changfeng was merely stalling for time. He stepped forward resolutely, radiant energy flickering in his hands, clearly intending to strike down the dark cultivator immediately. However, just as he was about to act, a clear voice rang out, "Brother Chu, is that you?" Everyone turned their attention towards the source of the call. A woman clad in a purple dress stood not far away, her gaze fixed on the dark cultivator, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, strangeness, surprise, confusion, and shock. Although Chu Changfeng had altered his appearance, Ziyue recognized him instantly by the storage bag at his waist, embroidered with a purple moon. It was the very gift she had bestowed upon him when they parted. Ziyue gazed at Chu Changfeng, hoping to find more familiar traces upon him. "It is I, Jun, your sister Ziyue." Upon hearing Ziyue's call, Chu Changfeng's body trembled slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and replied softly, "However, I am not in a position to reveal my true identity." His voice was deep, and although it had been altered, Ziyue still discerned a hint of familiarity in his tone. A smile of joy illuminated Ziyue's face as she hurried towards Chu Changfeng. "Do not approach him, Fairy Ziyue. Be cautious." The disciples of the righteous sect instinctively cried out in alarm. Yet, they disregarded their warnings and approached the dark cultivator, who, to her surprise, did not harm her. "Here, take this rejuvenation pill." Chu Changfeng presented a genuine rejuvenation pill. After consuming it, Ziyue's complexion visibly improved, and she looked at Chu Changfeng with astonishment. "Brother Chu, I never expected to find you here. I, however, hope to see you here," Chu Changfeng replied, observing Ziyue. "I have shattered the communication jade slip. Soon, a second powerful cultivator from our sacred ground will arrive, and we shall leave together. This is why I insisted that you all remain together and not act recklessly." Before entering the headquarters of the dark sect, Chu Changfeng had sought out Zhao Qianfan. After much difficulty, He had successfully acquired the communication jade slip belonging to Zhao Qianfan. After all, Zhao Qianfan's standing within the White Bone sect was rather insignificant, far from reaching the core secrets of the dark sect. Thus, relying on Zhao Qianfan to save everyone was, without doubt, a fool's errand. Nevertheless, Zhao Qianfan's reluctance and unwillingness made him resistant to Chu Chongfeng's suggestion, unwilling to part with the jade slip. Consequently, when reason failed, Chu Chongfeng resorted to physical persuasion. After a thorough beating, Zhao Qianfan, bruised and battered, had no choice but to surrender the communication jade slip. Just moments ago, Chu Chongfeng had decisively shattered the second communication jade slip. He was confident that the second powerful cultivator from the Yingyang sacred ground would arrive here in the shortest time possible. This was precisely why he was adamant about not allowing anyone to leave. Only by staying united could they facilitate a collective escape. If anyone strayed from the group, evading the pursuit of the dark sect would be nearly impossible. After all, this was the demon realm, teeming with dark cultivators. And it was not inconceivable that powerful dark cultivators would assist the White Bone sect's leader. Brother Chu, Ziyue's lips trembled slightly, as if she had a multitude of words to express, yet was uncertain where to begin. Tears streamed down her pale cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. In her moment of utter despair, Chu Chongfeng appeared before her once more like a brilliant beacon of hope. Is it truly you, Chu Chongfeng? The disciples of the Yingyang sacred ground also regained their senses, exchanging incredulous glances as they looked at Chu Chongfeng, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Could the despicable, cunning individual from their sect truly be here to rescue them? Slay demons, eradicate evil, seek the divine. At that moment, Chu Chongfeng suddenly sprang into action. With a swift gesture of his hands and incantations upon his lips, 3 streaks of cold light flashed forth, 3 flying swords hurtling through the air like lightning. These 3 flying swords danced and intertwined midair, emitting a resonant hum, their fierce sword aura surging forth like a tempest, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The disciples of the righteous sect felt the overwhelming sword energy wash over them, their faces blanching as they involuntarily took steps back. Those who had previously attempted to confront Chu Chongfeng trembled in fear, filled with regret. They had never anticipated Chu Chongfeng's formidable strength. Had they acted, it would have been akin to striking a stone with an egg. It truly is Chu Chongfeng. As they beheld the flying swords, the disciples of the Yingyang sacred ground finally gathered their wits. While they may not have recognized the individual, they were familiar with Chu Chongfeng's flying swords. Only he among the entire Yingyang sacred ground possessed 3 innate flying swords. In fact, it was rare to